Hashtag Chapter 1 Suddenly Becoming a God. I became a god? Staring at my reflection in the mirror, my entire body emanating a faint white glow, I couldn't help feeling utterly bewildered. Just 2.5 hours ago, I had been an utterly ordinary person who'd fallen asleep while reading a novel. But now, just 2.5 hours later, I had inexplicably become a deity possessing a complete divine spark and wielding numerous divine laws. Could it simply be because I dreamed of becoming a god? What on earth happened? Years of ingrained common sense made me instinctively want to deny this reality, but the radiant divine spark in my consciousness and the faint white glow emanating from my body ultimately convinced me I had truly become a god. Wind, I whispered softly, a faint miniature whirlwind coalescing in my left palm. Fire, I called out gently again, a tiny flame flickering to life in my right palm. Ugh, so weak. Watching the barely stable whirlwind and flickering flame that seemed on the verge of collapse in my hands, I couldn't help but complain, this is divine power? Frowning slightly as I sensed the divine knowledge in my mind, I quickly understood the reason for my pitiful power. The divine spark is the crystallized manifestation of the authority of cosmic laws. The divine spark within my mind holds the status of a supreme deity, completely mastering 12 fundamental authorities: space, time, life, soul, plus light, darkness, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and metal, along with derived authorities like creation and destruction that emerge from their combinations. But currently I lack the divine energy to wield these authorities, nor do I possess adequate divine techniques to better utilize these laws. To put it bluntly, I'm basically a blank slate deity without MP or skills. Divine energy, divine techniques. I murmured these terms while searching through the basic information in my divine spark for ways to acquire them. Divine energy originates from sentient beings' thoughts toward deities, whether positive or negative. Reverence, expectation, adoration, hatred, disgust, or fear can all transform into sources of divine power. With sufficient divine energy, I could unleash far greater power. Divine magic is the manifestation of one's mastery and development in utilizing divine rules. Only by continuously exploring the techniques and latent properties of these rules can one unleash their true power. Upon reaching a certain level of development, one can wield the divine magic that truly belongs to godly beings. If I want to obtain divine power, does that mean I need to keep stirring up incidents? I instinctively recalled the conflicts between gods and demons in various mythologies. Many myths feature demonic deities that threaten humanity or even seek to destroy the world. By spreading fear among people, if I could make people believe such demon gods exist, I would gain their negative emotions. And as the righteous deity opposing these villainous demon gods, by protecting the people, I would earn their reverence, expectations, and adoration, these positive emotions. If I play both the righteous hero and the villainous boss, wouldn't I be able to harvest double the divine power? A sudden realization flashed through my mind. I could simultaneously embody both righteous and villainous deities, absorbing double the divine essence while also creating dynamic interplay between the two sides to generate even more fervent devotion from the masses. Without demonic gods, people wouldn't cultivate passionate faith in benevolent deities. Without benevolent gods, excessive despair might make them abandon hope entirely, reducing negative emotional output. The two sides complement each other. As for divine techniques, I sensed the foundational knowledge within my divine spark and locked onto a key term, divine emissary. In addition to developing mastery over rules themselves, deities could also bestow portions of their divine authority upon chosen divine messengers. Divine messengers borrowing authority could explore methods of utilizing these rules, increasing their proficiency and accelerating the generation of divine magic. Moreover, divine messengers could assist in generating divine power. The same individual simultaneously believing in both messenger and deity could produce greater worship energy and divine power. Therefore, I shall establish a villainous organization, recruit followers, and harvest negative emotions through instilling fear. At the same time, create a righteous organization to oppose them, harvesting positive emotions and accelerating divine technique development through intense battles. Thoughts flashed through my mind as I quickly formed a rough plan. Wait, perhaps I could directly borrow from existing myths. Rather than creating unknown deities myself, leveraging existing mythology would be easier. Moreover, people already have established concepts and faith in these gods, allowing for greater divine power harvest. Now the question is, where should I make my move? I went online and pulled up a world map, carefully considering locations. My homeland is undoubtedly out, chaotic battles would harm the innocent. Plus, with my current divine power being too weak, my effective absorption range is less than 10 kilometers. Beyond that, the effect diminishes drastically. For the initial phase, densely populated areas would be best. The ideal location should have a strong religious atmosphere, with existing religious myths and urban legends along with a receptive audience. The economy should be relatively developed with widespread internet access, enabling incidents to quickly gain traction and amplify their impact. Soon, I found the perfect spot on the map, Tokyo, Japan. As the world's second-largest city with dense population and universal internet coverage, any event or legend could spread rapidly and generate massive amounts of belief. This land is rich in myths and legends, boasting 8 million deities, plenty of material to work with. The psychological burden of stirring up trouble feels lighter here. The more I look, the more this place seems like a divinely chosen sanctuary for a god's descent. Just in time for a visa-free short trip to Japan by cruise ship, I instantly booked my ticket to Japan. Let's start by giving the people of Japan a little shock. 8 million gods are about to descend upon the battlefield. Chapter 2, First Use of Divine Power. Finally, we're here. I gently set down the Japanese dictionary in my hands as I gazed at the faint outline of land in the distance. In just a few short days, I had memorized every sentence in the dictionary, making basic daily communication no problem at all. In the past, I wouldn't have dared imagine such learning efficiency, but now as a deity, accomplishing such trivial things comes naturally. From the moment I became a god, the deification process began. My body grew stronger, my mind sharper, my appearance more striking. My muscles became evenly toned, my skin smooth and fair, all scars and blemishes vanishing as my facial features grew impeccably symmetrical. If people who knew me before saw me now, they probably wouldn't believe it was me. I'm quite pleased with this transformation. Excellent. A god should look like a god. Satisfied, I stepped away from the mirror, casually morphing my face back to its previous appearance for the moment. Then I briskly left the cabin and stepped onto the deck. According to the planned script, it's time for the grand vanishing act. I'd made arrangements before leaving the country. This identity could be discarded now. I have some relatives and friends back home, and rather than risk exposing my identity and causing trouble, it's better to cut ties from the start. As planned, my next step was to fake drowning and disappear. I'd tested it. With my control over the law of water, I could breathe underwater and move swiftly. But then, a sudden bark nearby made me reconsider. Following the sound, I saw a middle-aged man speaking broken Japanese with a local, discussing anti-Chinese remarks, even dragging our ancestors into it. Damn traitor. Invaders are detestable, but bootlickers are even worse. I strode over without hesitation and slapped him hard across the face. What are you barking about? The middle-aged man howled in agony as he clutched his face. Even without invoking divine power, my enhanced physical strength alone was enough to make him suffer. He instinctively reached out his hand to strike back. I thought to myself, just what I wanted, for you to retaliate. With a flick of my wrist, I conjured a gust of wind energy. The middle-aged man laid his hand on my chest and shoved me toward the railing. He said, "Goodbye." At an angle no one could see, a mysterious smile appeared on my face as I whispered into his ear. Without another word, I vaulted over the railing and plunged headfirst into the sea. I dramatically screamed, "Help! Help! I can't swim!" Flailing my arms a few times, I spewed foam before disappearing beneath the waves. Everything happened too fast for anyone on the boat to react. By the time they snapped out of it and started rescue efforts, I had already swum swiftly to the shore and found a secluded spot to climb onto land. I thought to myself, perfect. Being pushed into the water is far more believable than accidentally falling in. I glanced back toward where I came from, then turned resolutely forward, silently declaring, from this day on, there will be no more leeway in this world, only the god, leeway. Back on the boat, the middle-aged man wore a dazed expression, presumably puzzled by how he suddenly possessed such great strength and seemingly committed a fatal crime. He shouted, "I didn't push him. I didn't. You have to believe me." The onlookers exchanged glances, casting doubtful looks at him, surely thinking to themselves, if you didn't push him, did he jump down himself? Standing in the middle of the road, I awkwardly scratched my head, looking around in confusion as I thought, well, which way was the train station again? Who would have thought that the first major challenge on my path to godhood would be getting lost? I could barely make out the direction when sticking to the road, but the further I walked, the more uncertain I became. I consoled myself, ahem, as a fledgling deity without much divine power, getting lost is perfectly reasonable, right? Thankfully no one saw me. This would have been an embarrassing footnote in my ascent to godhood otherwise. Fortunately, such a minor issue posed no real challenge. Before long, I encountered a Japanese specialty by the roadside, a ganguro gyru. Following my gaze, I saw a girl with exaggerated makeup sitting on a motorcycle by the roadside. Her bronzed skin, voluminous dyed curls, and dramatically heavy makeup instantly identified her as the quintessential dark-skinned hottie I'd often seen in movies. I quickly walked up to her and smiled, saying, "Hello, I've lost my wallet. Could you give me a ride to Fukuoka?" She instinctively looked up, about to reject the approach, then froze in place, probably stunned by my handsomeness, perhaps even reminded of the sun god Apollo from Western mythology. Smiling again, I repeated, "I really did lose my wallet. Could you please help me out?" She snapped back to her senses after a dazed moment and exclaimed in shock, "Yes. Wait, are you talking about Fukuoka? Don't you know it's over 300 kilometers from here to Fukuoka?" I locked eyes with her, activating the minor ability I discovered, one that could marginally increase my charm, effective on both humans and animals. Combined with my good looks, it worked particularly well on humans. A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes, but she quickly forgot about her companion who'd gotten off to find a restroom. "Get in the car," she said. She started rambling on about her own affairs, family situation, younger brother, friends, and the like, but I had no patience to listen, responding half-heartedly as I continued studying my divine powers. Meanwhile, the Tanjiro who had just returned from the bathroom stared in shock at the motorcycle speeding away in the distance, screaming, "Wait for me. I'm not on yet. I'm not on yet. My wallet and phone are still on there." By the time we reached Fukuoka station, the gyro looked utterly exasperated. She probably hadn't expected that one simple request from me would lead to her speeding non-stop for over 6 hours to bring me this far, and she hadn't even bothered to ask for my name. She turned back and asked me expectantly. I tilted my head and pretended to think before answering, "Mate One Takeout." "That's right, my name is Mate One Takeout." She found the name strange, but seeing I was about to get off, she hastily asked for my contact information. I waved my hand dismissively and said, "No need. I prefer girls who are more innocent." Then I quickly walked into the crowd and vanished. Behind me came her shrill scream, and I felt my divine power surge dramatically. I muttered softly, "I didn't freeload. I just used the life law to help regulate her body." I pulled the same trick again, finding another office lady in black stockings, and said, "Hello, I lost my wallet. Could you buy me a ticket?" She stopped in her tracks, her face instantly turning crimson, and actually said, "Please marry me." I hadn't even used my divine power yet. Seems girls just act this forward when faced with a handsome guy. I came up with another alias, braised eggplant, then said coldly, "Sorry, but I actually prefer younger girls." With that, she vanished into the crowd. As her shouts echoed behind me, I felt my divine power surge once more. I concluded, it seems that apart from fear and reverence, admiration is also one of the significant pathways to generating emotions. Later on, when setting up a righteous boss alt, maybe I should design it to be even more handsome. At this moment, I felt a pang of hunger and spotted a lunchbox in a young girl's hands. Falling back on my usual tactics, I located my third victim. As evening fell, with the help of 6 kind-hearted individuals, I finally arrived at my ultimate destination, Tokyo. I sighed, there are still so many kind-hearted people in the world. The ancients spoke truly, at home we rely on parents, outside we depend on friends. Ahem, a friend acquired by hook or by crook is still a friend. Without much hesitation, I immediately prepared to officially open for business. A single day without divine power was utterly unbearable to me. Thinking this way, I found a nearby shop and bought some opening props that might come in handy for now, like white cloth strips, long wigs, and red watercolors. Don't ask if I spent money, the answer is just that I've added a few more identities to my collection. A short while later, I found an empty space and began rehearsing the magic trick I had conceived. Before coming here, I had already considered all possible scenarios. At the start of this venture, jumping straight into gods, demons, and spirits would be too big a leap. Better to practice with urban legends first. The most common urban legends, the ones everyone knows, are nothing more than simple ghosts like vengeful spirits. Wind! I silently chanted as the torn white fabric and wig fragments faintly coalesced into a humanoid form in midair, beginning to drift. Good, much stronger than before. After days of practice and growth, my current power had significantly improved compared to the initial tiny whirlwinds. At least now I could make clothes fly chaotically. Still missing something, I thought. Drawing upon the law of water, I conjured wisps of mist around the white-clothed figure. Now that's more like the real thing, I mused contentedly. Not only did it look more convincing, but the faint chill when reaching out to touch the mist deepened its authenticity. If I hadn't known in advance, even I might have mistaken this thing for real. Adding some illusion magic later will make it perfect. My recent exploration of divine power has shown me that abilities like illusions, which don't directly alter reality, consume far less divine energy than directly manipulating matter. Used wisely, they could become a powerful tool for harvesting faith. That's why my current focus in developing divine abilities is illusion magic, and I've already made some initial progress. Everything is ready except for the crucial final element. Now all I need is a poor unfortunate soul. I crouched by the subway station entrance, scanning for the ideal target. A female student would be best. Through school gossip and the natural networking among girls, the impact of paranormal events could spread fastest. Soon, a somewhat ditzy-looking high school girl in a sailor uniform appeared in my view. "Haruna, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow." After bidding farewell to her friends, Haruna waited bored and alone for the train. It was the last train of the night, and the station was nearly empty. "How boring," she muttered habitually. "Every day is the same routine. I wish something new would happen." Just then, out of the corner of her eye, a fleeting white blur suddenly flashed by. In an instant, Haruna's hair stood on end. What was that? She jerked upright, staring intently in that direction, yet found nothing. Is it just my imagination? She gently patted her chest, trying to calm herself. I must be too tired lately. Only after boarding the train did Haruna finally let out a long sigh of relief, her tension easing. At this moment, poor Haruna had no idea what awaited her next. It's all Miko and the others' fault. They insisted on watching that horror movie the other day, and it's still making me feel uneasy. Hina habitually grumbled a few complaints, found a seat, and took out her phone. Before long, she started feeling something was off. That's strange. Why are there so few people on this train today? Though she was riding a women-only train on a late-night shift, which usually didn't have many passengers to begin with, today's numbers were unusually low. Looking around, she realized she was the only person in the entire carriage. Of course, this was my doing. I'd used simple illusions combined with a damp chill to make people subconsciously uncomfortable in this carriage and leave. The girl seemed to sense something amiss in the surrounding atmosphere. Suddenly remembering that fleeting white figure from earlier, a drop of cold sweat rolled down her forehead. She shrank into the corner of her seat, curling her toes tightly, small, helpless, and terrified. At that moment, I finally made my debut appearance. ZZZT, with a short-circuiting sound, the train lights suddenly flickered. Ah, the girl screamed, curling herself tightly against the seatback and squeezing her eyes shut in terror. After what felt like an eternity, the lights stabilized as if nothing had happened. Only then did the girl cautiously and hesitantly peek out again. Pant, pant, she gasped heavily, not daring to move, cautiously observing her surroundings. Was I just overthinking? Suppressing her fear, she forced herself to stop looking at the empty train compartment and turned her gaze outside the window. Haruna, you're scaring yourself again. How could ghosts possibly exist in this world? The teacher always said. She continuously reassured herself, and as time passed, her emotions gradually settled. But just as she started to calm down, directly opposite her line of sight on the platform, a woman dressed in white with disheveled hair suddenly appeared. The white-clad figure seemed to sense her gaze and also turned its head, revealing a vague, enigmatic smile that hovered between amusement and something more unsettling. Faintly, the girl heard a whisper, thin, almost illusory hee-hee tickling her ear. "Ah!" The girl sprang up from her seat with a piercing shriek, landing hard on the carriage floor. She scrambled backward on hands and feet until her back hit the opposite wall, trembling violently as she pressed herself against it. What was that? Her eyes stretched wide with terror. This time she was certain she'd truly encountered something unclean. There wasn't a shadow of doubt in her mind. She'd seen it with her own eyes. Bang, 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 her heart pounded violently, and at this moment she could clearly hear her own heartbeat. Woo! She clamped her hand tightly over her mouth as tears streamed down endlessly. Scenes from her childhood to the present flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. The thought of her parents, younger sister, and close friends somehow lent her a shred of courage, allowing her to barely maintain her composure. No, I can't stay here any longer. I need to go to another carriage, somewhere with more people. Move, move. Her limbs felt weak and limp. After several failed attempts to stand, collapsing repeatedly, she finally pushed herself up from the ground with one last effort and got to her feet. Come on, the anthem of humanity is the anthem of courage. She kept encouraging herself, bracing one hand against the seat as she staggered toward the train carriage door. Just get through this carriage, just reach where there are more people, and then. But just as she was about to reach the doorway, the train door slid open by itself. Before her eyes floated the ethereal figure of a woman dressed in white, her waist-length hair drifting midair. "Ayat!" she screamed hysterically, scrambling backward on all fours like some unnatural creature, rolling and flailing in frantic terror. Bang, 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 her fists pounded desperately against the opposite cabin door, only to discover with horror that it too wouldn't budge. Collapsing completely, she could only weakly cover her mouth and watch helplessly as the apparition drew nearer. "You can see me?" The demonic whisper beside her ear shattered what remained of Hina's sanity. "No," she blurted out instinctively, then realized her answer violated the taboo and hastily corrected herself. "Of course not. Where are my glasses? Where did I leave them? What happened to my glasses?" She frantically groped the ground with both hands, crying while desperately pretending to be severely nearsighted and completely blind to everything. According to the myths and legends in their culture, if you encounter a ghost, pretending not to see it usually means it can't harm you. But if you show you can see it, something bad might happen. At this moment, Hinata delivered the most brilliant acting performance of her life. "Can you see me? You can see me, right?" The white figure slowly drew near, persistently questioning Hina. "The weather was really nice today. We had a great time playing outside." She was clearly so frightened she could barely speak, yet she still forced herself to perform, desperately pretending not to have seen anything. After a long while, just as Hina felt she could endure no longer, the white figure seemed to finally realize it couldn't be seen by the person before it and began slowly walking away into the distance. "So, you can't see me?" the white figure murmured to itself, gradually fading away at the end of the corridor. Thump, 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 my heart pounded violently as I watched Hinata completely lose her strength, unable to even cry anymore. Did I actually fool it? She let out a sigh, unsure as she asked herself quietly. Suddenly, she felt something drip onto her face from above. Instinctively looking up, she saw a ghastly pale face hanging upside down, staring at her calmly, with trails of bloody tears streaming from its eyes. Hee hee. Gah, her eyes rolled back, and she simply fainted from terror, falling stiffly to the ground. At this moment, I stepped out from the shadows and approached the girl. I truly didn't expect this girl to last this long. Originally, I thought she would break down in the first couple of rounds. To my surprise, she showed some courage, even performing objectless acting and attempting to save herself at the very last moment. Without a doubt, this resilient girl, disregarding any future legends that might spread, has already provided me with a substantial amount of belief energy just by herself. What excellent leak she is. Tilting my head suddenly, a thought occurred to me. I just wonder, what's the upper limit of divine power a single person's sphere can contribute? And will repeatedly draining them yield diminishing returns of belief energy? With this thought, I placed the girl back in her original seat, disguising myself as a kind older sister with illusions. After a while, the girl gradually regained consciousness. Sensing someone nearby, she panicked and scrambled backward, legs flailing. Little one, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Faced with this older sister's concerned questioning, Hina hesitated. Could it be that was just a dream? But the dream felt so real that she remained half convinced, half doubting. Fortunately, her years-honed scientific mindset, combined with my kind reassurances, ultimately convinced her it was merely a dream. Seriously, ghosts and monsters don't exist after all? Realizing it was just a dream, the girl burst into tears and began sobbing to me about how terrifying the dream had been. So that's how it is, then. As Hinata rambled on about her terrifying dream, the kind and gentle big sister image I had of her began to stiffen, an inexplicable chill creeping up from the base of her spine. So, you did see me after all. I turned my head, revealing my pale and grotesque visage. You did see me, didn't you? Didn't you? Didn't you? I kept howling, bloody tears falling drop by drop onto the girl's face. Ugh, she stared blankly at this scene, her mind completely blank. Gah, her eyes rolled back as she lost consciousness completely, collapsing stiffly to the ground. So, once squeezed to the breaking point, the devotional thoughts contributed will temporarily diminish, huh? Feeling the rate of divine power growth, I pondered. Indeed, human soul strength is ultimately limited. Faith isn't something that can be generated infinitely out of thin air. If I want divine power, I'll need to consider a steady, long-term approach. As I contemplated this, I invoked the law of souls to gently mend the girl's slightly fractured spirit. Leaving her untreated might drive the poor child to madness or even death, an unacceptable outcome when I'm counting on her to spread my legend and generate more divine power. So not only did I repeatedly use soul laws to stabilize her spirit, I also employed the law of life to enhance her physical body. After delivering the haunted house experience day tour, I'm even providing after-sales service. I really am such a good person, I thought to myself. Chapter 5, Recruiting Divine Messengers. Hina, what's wrong with you? Hina's best friend asked worriedly, noticing her continual distraction. Hina opened her mouth to speak but didn't know where to begin. Recalling that night, she could still vividly remember the profound terror. She was certain it wasn't a dream after all. The bloodstains on her clothes refused to wash out no matter how hard she scrubbed. She frowned, utterly perplexed. Logically speaking, her daily anxiety and melancholy should have weakened her mentally, but instead she felt an ox-like strength coursing through her, working and running without fatigue, her body healthier than ever. Could I be dying? The thought of deathbed lucidity flashed through her mind, sending a jolt of panic. She clutched her best friend's arm, whispering urgently about her impending demise. A white vengeful spirit? And it spoke? Her friend remained skeptical, yet Hina's frantic terror seemed too visceral to feign, seeding doubt in her too. Soon, nearby girls overheard their conversation and swarmed around them, hungry for gossip. Ha, do ghosts really exist? I think I've heard similar stories before too. Rumors and supernatural tales spread like wildfire across campuses, and within a single morning, this ambiguous legend had already swept through the entire school. Ha, just a cheap trick to get attention, remarked one of the girls who never got along with Hina as school let out. Tell me the time and the train number, and I'll prove to everyone that these are just your tricks to grab attention. That evening, I saw the girl voluntarily choose an empty train compartment to sit in, which struck me as odd. That's strange. Why would a girl willingly pick an empty car? Scratching my head, I found it suspicious but decided, whatever, I'm already here, might as well follow the routine. Soon, accompanied by familiar screams and wide-eyed terror, my tally increased by 1. The next day at school, the girl stopped denying it. Pale with fear and trembling, she confessed to everyone, it's true, there really is something terrifying out there. Before long, as more victims came forward with proof, the campus legend grew fiercer, and my divine power surged dramatically. I was starting to wield genuine godly might. See that plushie? Watch me grab it in one try. I went on a rampage at the claw machine arcade, snagging over 60 rare collectible plushies in a row, utterly astonishing the little boy and girl next to me. So strong. Are you the legendary once-in-a-millennium claw machine master? Hey, call me the claw machine god. Following the principle that even the smallest gains count, I harvested another wave of divine power from the crowd at the arcade. A short while later, I walked out of the store with a basket full of plushies, ready to find a spot to test my new abilities. Create! I silently commanded, and the doll in my hand came alive, wobbling and struggling. Forward march! At my command, the dolls surged toward the direction I pointed, hugging a tree and flailing their cotton fists. Not bad, but too draining on divine power. I could sense that infusing more divine energy would make the dolls stronger and smarter, such was the wonder of the power of creation. Yet, the cost would rise exponentially. They'd make decent window dressing, like minor demons in a ghostly parade, but if I truly want to achieve something grand, the core force will have to be divine envoys. Thinking of divine envoys, I frowned. Anyone could become one, but there were differences among them. Divine power was an idealistic force. The stronger one's inner light, the greater power they could wield, the more divine rules they could bear, and the less divine energy they would consume. Thus, selecting divine envoys required basic standards. Having too many weak ones would be pointless. Especially now, during this initial phase of my divine undertaking, I couldn't afford to squander limited divine energy on numerous envoys. I needed to select only the very best. If only I had the power of those gods from mythology, I could hold a grand divine trial to screen for divine envoys. But now, starting from scratch, I had to personally pick them myself. There are a few promising candidates, but honestly, their light of heart still feels too weak, and their orientations aren't quite suitable either. I let out a helpless sigh. The light of heart is the manifestation of spiritual power. It relates both to the strength of the soul itself and to profound emotions like obsession, yearning, desire, and hatred. After several days of selection, I still hadn't found a single divine envoy candidate whose strength and orientation truly satisfied me. A few days ago, there was a girl with quite strong heart light, but her only wish was to eat well, have fun, and preferably spend her life lying flat. Even if we developed such a slacker into a divine agent and recruited her into the organization, there's no point expecting her to contribute during operations. That young man up ahead has rather powerful heartlight. Let me see what your obsessions and desires are. Suddenly, I spotted a suitable target at the street corner and approached to begin my assessment. Thunk! I smacked the young man on the back of his head with a soul-shaking brick, watching as his eyes rolled back before he collapsed. With practiced ease, I stepped forward to examine his soul. Physical observations reveal that the highest quality ingredients often require only the simplest cooking methods. I believe this is the most efficient approach. After a moment, I stared in shock at the young man before me. How could someone's heartlight manifest as magical girl stockings, and why did he have a fascination with women's feet? Does relying solely on liking something really allow the light of the heart to accumulate this high? I found it hard to believe. Since becoming a god, I've truly witnessed the diversity of living species. Couldn't there be just one normal one? Like a light of heart that desires to destroy the world or maintain world peace? After a day of fruitless searching, I couldn't help but complain. Just as I was about to settle for any random bridge to spend the night under, by a riverside, I spotted a figure whose light of heart shone so intensely it dazzled even in my divine sight. Such strong resentment? Even without probing her soul, I could feel the overwhelming resentment emanating from this young girl. I had a feeling I'd found the right person this time. From the side, the girl's face was covered in hideous scars, her eyes filled with the lifelessness of utter despair. No telling what she's been through. Without hesitation, I deftly picked up a brick imbued with soul-shaking power and swung it hard at the back of the girl's head. Off you go. Chapter 6, Demon Among Men. Let me see what could have happened to you to generate so much resentment. I placed my hand on the girl's forehead to probe her memories. Yuriko, wake up for school. Mom? In the memory, Yuriko Takanaka stared in disbelief at the person before her, instinctively reaching out a hand that refused to obey her will. Is this a dream? Once upon a time, Yuriko had a happy family. Although her irresponsible father had abandoned her and her mother, leaving them with financial struggles that forced them to squeeze into a tiny room less than 15 square meters, she still had a mother who loved her dearly. Yuriko, you go home first. In her memories, her mother always kept the small shop open late, smiling as she urged her to return early. She knew her mother wanted to earn more money to pay for her university. In a country where education costs were exorbitantly high, children from ordinary families faced immense pressure, let alone someone from a family like hers. All she could do was study hard. While others indulged in romance, socializing, and extracurriculars, she studied alone late into the night before curling up in her mother's arms to sleep. Mom, I promise I'll get into a good university in the future, buy you a big house, and get you beautiful clothes. All right. Though life was hard, the mother and daughter supported each other, as if together they could stand against the whole world. But everything changed after she entered high school. As her body matured, Yuriko, who was already pretty, grew even more strikingly beautiful, attracting admiration from some male classmates and jealousy from some of the girls. Whoosh! She dumped the trash from her desk and scanned the room, her gaze settling on a few girls. Far from backing down, they stared back at her defiantly. At some point, her desk began to be stuffed with trash, her textbooks scribbled with insulting words, and she was constantly pushed around during breaks for no reason. The girls she once knew well avoided speaking to her, afraid of being dragged into it. When she reported it to the teacher, she received only dismissive replies. In this country, bullying seemed to be an accepted cultural norm. Yuriko felt lost, unsure of what to do. As time passed, the bullies escalated. That's her, can you believe she? Faced with classmates pointing fingers, Yuriko was bewildered until a familiar girl secretly showed her a picture of her passing by a middle-aged man in front of a hotel. She had no idea when the photo was taken or who leaked it, but in the rumors, she became a promiscuous, wicked woman. For the first time, her tears wouldn't stop flowing, anger and hatred with nowhere to vent. She hadn't done anything wrong, hadn't hurt anyone. The matter didn't end there. The bully went unpunished and grew increasingly extreme, progressing from verbal harassment to physical violence, grabbing, pulling, and beating her. Why should a country bumpkin like you get all the attention? Exactly, someone like you should just drop dead. Faced with the group attack, Yuriko resisted but was outnumbered, forced to crouch down and cover her face. She didn't want to upset her mother. Wouldn't it be better if I just killed them all? She had thought this more than once, but the thought of her mother made her abandon any idea of mutual destruction. Returning home in a daze, Yuriko forced a smile, unwilling to let her mother see her sorrow. Yuriko, let's transfer schools, her mother suddenly said at the dinner table. Yuriko looked up in shock to see her mother's complicated expression. Mom, you knew all along. As a mother, how could I not notice what was happening to my own child? Her mother held her gently and whispered that she'd already arranged for a school transfer through connections, scheduled for next week. Why, Yuriko could no longer hold back. She buried herself in her mother's arms and cried bitterly. Her mother patted her back, unsure whether she was apologizing for the family or for not noticing her struggles sooner. Returning to school, Yuriko felt slightly lighter, believing she could soon escape this life. To her surprise, she was cornered in the bathroom again. I've hated her hair for so long, let's just chop it all off this time. The ringleader girl brandished scissors with a cruel smile. No, better shave it into a kappa haircut. Ha 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 ha. The girls giggled, their laughter echoing like the whispers of demons. Yuriko struggled in fear, fighting back and leaving scratches on a few of them. How dare you? Enraged, they pinned her to the ground, while the ringleader pointed a pair of scissors at the corner of her mouth. That face of yours, it should have been ruined long ago. What seemed like an impulsive act had been premeditated all along. She had long coveted destroying that face, jealous of Yuriko's beauty and popularity. Just like how she destroyed another girl back in middle school. She was still a minor, with a powerful father, she thought she could get away with it again. Ah, Yuriko wailed in agony, her cheeks drenched with tears and blood. Instead of showing mercy, the group grew even more excited, taking turns slashing at her with scissors. They laughed maniacally. At this moment, hell stood empty, 4 demons walked the earth. Chapter 7, The First Apostle. So it's bullying. Through the girl's perspective, Levi could already feel the discomfort and pressure, let alone imagine how the victim must be feeling. No wonder it's Japan. Levi had long heard that bullying rates here were alarmingly high according to their own statistics. Over 30% of people had experienced bullying, with extreme cases including disfigurement and even murder. Now, he was witnessing it firsthand. Wait, there's more to this? Through the young girl's perspective, Levi saw her mother cradling her in anguish, weeping loudly. She wanted to reach out to comfort her mother, but couldn't even muster the strength to lift her arm, only managing to pat her lightly with a finger as consolation. The other party's parents attempted to offer money as settlement, but were firmly refused by her mother. Yet, even with such resolve, it ultimately failed to bring any substantial or severe punishment upon the other party. Being underage and with the other party using their influence to obtain mental illness certification from who knows where, the combination almost exempted them from any punishment. Powerless as they were, they couldn't even afford a decent lawyer. Yuriko. Gripping Yuriko's hand tightly, the mother seemed to have resolved herself to something. Everything that happened afterward, Yuriko only heard about from others. Just as her injuries began to improve, this usually timid, even somewhat cowardly mother took a pair of scissors and a bottle of sulfuric acid. No one knew where she got it and sought out the main perpetrator who had hurt her. She launched a desperate, all-out suicide charge, like a warring state samurai from a historical drama. According to eyewitnesses, her mother, normally so gentle, kind, and somewhat timid in that moment, behaved like a demon straight from hell. However, this mother's self-sacrificing attack was unsuccessful. The perpetrator had anticipated this possibility and arranged for bodyguards beforehand. They immediately restrained her and instead beat this pitiable yet admirable mother back into the hospital. Yuriko, I'm sorry, so sorry. In the hospital, Yuriko's mother tightly grasped her hand, endlessly apologizing, her eyes brimming with sorrow. One couldn't tell whether she was apologizing for failing to avenge her daughter, or for being unable to continue walking life's path beside her. If gods exist, please protect my daughter. She kept murmuring something incessantly, until finally, this mother who had already been emotionally and physically drained by her daughter's troubles, succumbed to her severe injuries, leaving her daughter forever. No, don't go. As she recalled this scene once more, Yuriko's body trembled uncontrollably. Those people had brought her endless suffering before, but this time, this pain was exceptionally cruel, 100 times worse than anything she'd endured. After that, Yuriko fell into utter despair. She had lost everything, the very meaning of her existence. Hatred and pain gnawed incessantly at her soul. She longed to follow her mother's path, to embrace that same resolve unto death and unleash vengeance upon them. But those people had transferred schools. Powerless and without connections, she didn't even know where they'd gone or where they lived now. Filled with boundless hatred yet finding no outlet to vent it, she had to admit, she lacked the power for revenge. Carrying this despair, she had come to this riverside today intending to end her life. For her, living in such agony meant enduring unbearable torment every single day. No wonder there's such immense resentment. Staring deeply at the unconscious girl before him, Levi fell into a momentary silence. Since it was a first-person perspective, Levi could more viscerally immerse himself in the girl's suffering, and even his own mood became somewhat oppressive for a time. Ha, how interesting. After a moment, Levi suddenly burst into loud laughter. Isn't this exactly the perfect villainous subordinate I'd been searching for? Since you lack the strength for revenge, then I shall lend you this power. He couldn't wait to see what kind of fruit this flower of vengeance would ultimately bear. After brief contemplation, Levi transformed himself into the likeness of a famous yokai from Japanese mythology, the Great Tengu. With a red face, long nose, tall stature, and wings on its back, this is the Great Tengu of Japanese mythology. Compared to other yokai with less distinctive appearances, the Great Tengu undoubtedly has more recognizable features, greater fame, richer legends, and is more advantageous for creative exploitation. As the inaugural villainous faction leader, this identity is more than sufficient. As for more powerful yokai, we must leave room for iterative upgrades in future versions in Nippon. Food should be eaten bite by bite, and leeks must naturally be harvested batch by batch. For the record, Levi definitely didn't avoid choosing those other more powerful legendary demons simply because their larger forms and greater manifestations would have consumed too much divine energy. Soon, under the calming influence of Levi's divine power, the young girl regained consciousness. Greater Tengu? Staring in astonishment at Levi floating mid-air, the young girl showed no trace of the fear most people would feel when encountering a supernatural being. For someone who had already ceased fearing death, what difference did it make even if this was a monster? Faced with Levi who defied all logic before her eyes, the girl felt nothing but wonder. Cutting straight to the point, Levi asked in a grave voice, "Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Do you want to truly live?" The girl looked utterly bewildered, gazing vacantly at Levi. "Let me put it another way, do you want power? The power to take revenge." Thump, thump, thump. At that very moment, the girl could distinctly feel her heart racing wildly. An indescribable emotion surged within her, threatening to burst forth. The power that would enable her revenge. Without almost any hesitation, the girl fell to her knees and began kowtowing frantically. "Great Tengu-sama, I beseech you to grant me the power for revenge. Even if it costs my soul, I'll pay any price, just let me make those people. As she spoke of her enemies, her face contorted with utter ferocity. "What use do I have for your soul?" Levi shook his head slightly. "I just need you to do some things for me, and to fight against some troublesome fellows. Let me be clear up front, these won't be good deeds, and they might very well harm innocent people." The girl couldn't fully comprehend what Levi was saying at the moment, but that didn't stop her from nodding eagerly. I'm willing. As long as it allowed her to take revenge, she wouldn't hesitate even if it meant becoming a demon from hell. Very well. With a satisfied nod, Levi placed his hand on the girl's head, bestowing upon her a portion of the authority of soul power. In an instant, the shattered stones around the girl began floating without any wind. The vast resentment, towering like mountains and surging like seas, seemed to have found an outlet, wantonly merging and churning with this newfound power. Though she had only just received this authority, the girl's power had already reached considerable heights, even surpassing Levi when he first obtained divine power. This was partly due to Li Wei's divine power having grown exponentially, but the young girl's formidable willpower also played a significant role, worthy indeed of being the vessel I painstakingly selected. Gazing approvingly at the girl before him, Li Wei nodded lightly. "I grant you permission to borrow this power for your vengeance. But first, there's one thing you must do for me." "One thing?" Seeing Louis' earnest gaze, the girl couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Evil sacrificial rites? Random slaughter? Or perhaps destroying a city? This being her first time serving under a villainous master, Yuriko wasn't yet skilled at the job and could only keep guessing. That would. Hearing Levi's assigned task, Yuriko widened her eyes in surprise. Chapter 8. The 12 Demon Eyes. "You mean for me to play the role of Kukusei-kana, my lord?" Gazing at Levi in astonishment, Yuriko looked somewhat bewildered. She never expected her first mission would be this. As for the slit-mouthed woman, of course she was familiar. In fact, practically every Japanese person would recognize the name. Among Japan's urban legends, the slit-mouthed woman might not rank first, but she's definitely among the top. Legend tells of a beautiful woman wearing a mask and carrying scissors, appearing to people on late-night streets. She would come up and ask you if she looks pretty. If you answered no, you would be killed outright. If you answered yes, she would remove her mask and slit your mouth open, making you just as pretty as her. At its peak, this urban legend was the culprit behind countless children losing sleep and having nightmares, Yuriko, of course, being no exception. Still, knowing was one thing. Understanding why she'd received such a mission, that was beyond Yuriko. Hesitating as she gazed at Levi transformed into a great Tengu, Yuriko seemed to hold back her words. It wasn't that she questioned the command, whatever the task, she had already resolved to accomplish it at any cost. From the moment she was granted this power sufficient for revenge, Yuriko had vowed to offer absolute loyalty. Her only concern was failing to grasp the deeper meaning behind it, unable to satisfy the great Tengu standing before her. As if sensing Yuriko's hesitation, Levi explained, a significant portion of a monster's power comes from human fear. Having just broken free from my seal, I am in a weakened state. Thus, I need you to spread terror so I may restore my strength. Recruiting villainous subordinates was fundamentally about having them play various monsters to spread fear. As for the slit-mouthed woman, it was purely Li Wei's sudden inspiration upon seeing such promising material before him. The young girl before him was practically born to play the slit-mouthed woman, she didn't even need makeup. No one could be more perfect for the role. The more terrified they become, the more power they'll contribute. How exactly to achieve that? Well, that's entirely up to your own creativity. Noticing the fanatical gleam in her eyes, Li Wei hastily added his caveat. Of course, make sure to maintain balance and don't go overboard or leave too obvious traces. Your power is still too weak now. If you draw too much attention and alert demon hunters, you might very well get yourself killed. Demon hunters don't exist, of course, machine gun fire is far more likely. If it's just scare tactics, people might dismiss it as urban legend, and you wouldn't attract attention for a while. But once you create a string of actual malicious incidents, you'll undoubtedly trigger official intervention. It'd be downright ridiculous if you managed to get yourself a divine envoy, only for someone to shoot them dead before they even had time to grow stronger. I understand. Finally, after fully comprehending Levi's command, Yuriko resolutely raised her head, gazing at him with fervor. I will definitely complete the mission you've entrusted to me. Excellent. I look forward to your performance. As he spoke, Levi handed Yuriko a ring. This is the emblem of my organization. From today onward, your codename shall be Serpent. Organization? Token? Serpent? Holding the ring with two withered black demon claws clutching a demonic eye, Yuriko looked somewhat confused. Correct. This organization existed as far back as the Great War 1,000 years ago. See that eye on the ring? It symbolizes the eyes and ears of the demon god. That's why the world calls you the demon eye, and since the demon eye's core members always number 12, people also refer to you as the 12 demon eyes. The Great War 1,000 years ago? A hint of curiosity flashed through Yuriko's eyes. You wouldn't understand this matter right now, and knowing too much won't do you any good. You'll gradually come to understand in time. Don't ask if you do. It just means Levi hasn't made up the story yet. The serpent, so that's why I'm ranked 6th among our 12 demon eyes. Yuriko murmured thoughtfully. Influenced by China, Japan is also quite familiar with the 12 zodiac animals, and Yuriko quickly found her place. Given that her codename was Snake, it was clear that before her, there were 5 predecessors: rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, and dragon. Indeed, due to the Great War 1,000 years ago, the organization's members were nearly wiped out. Currently, we've only rebuilt half of it during preliminary reconstruction. The remaining few members are still carrying out missions elsewhere. As for the other positions, I'll continue recruiting later. The rings can sense each other. When you meet them, you'll recognize there are people. Although the organization currently consisted of just one person, that didn't stop Levi from boasting about its scale. There was no way he'd awkwardly admit that he was the sole member at the moment. Having a few vacant slots also made it easier for him to switch disguises and stir up trouble among them. When truly necessary, arranging for a disguise to die and free up a spot wouldn't be difficult either. Yuriko, for now, you are my most valued subordinate. I hope you won't disappoint me. Casually patting Yuriko's shoulder, Li Wei turned and walked slowly into the distance. He wasn't lying. Currently the organization only had one member, so calling her his most valued subordinate wasn't wrong. Yes, I'll do my best. Encouraged by Li Wei, Yuriko seemed to be injected with adrenaline, shouting with soaring fighting spirit. So she was actually the most valued subordinate of the great Tengu-sama. Then she absolutely had to perform well. With this thought, Yuriko didn't even stop to eat, hastily purchasing the scissors and mask needed to disguise herself as the slit-mouthed woman before immediately beginning to search dark alleys for unlucky victims. Soon, Yuriko locked eyes on her first target. Following Yoshiko's gaze, there stood a bald middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man seemed slightly drunk, his face flushed with intoxication. He kept staring shamelessly at the thighs of passing women, completely disregarding the disgusted glances from others. Occasionally, he even made some indecent gestures. Lord Tengu said we should maximize the target sphere, so perhaps we should create as much contrast as possible? Though this was her first mission, the clever Yoshiko had already intuitively grasped its essence. Thinking this, Yuriko casually picked up an empty beer bottle by the roadside. She waited near the alley along the drunkard's inevitable path, leaning sideways against the wall while swaying unsteadily, perfectly feigning a drunken demeanor. Give me more. I can still drink. What's this? Looking at the slender figure of Yuriko before him, the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel aroused. Could such good fortune really be happening to him? Though he couldn't clearly see the young woman's face, just judging by her figure and the texture of her hair, he felt certain she must be a rare beauty. Taking advantage of her drunken state, even if he did something improper, she wouldn't be able to identify him afterward. With this thought, the middle-aged man excitedly rubbed his hands together and followed her without hesitation. Haha, today's truly my lucky day. Chapter 9, The Urban Legend of Kukasekana. That's odd. Wasn't she completely drunk? How is she walking even faster now? As the girl disappeared into the distance, the middle-aged man didn't hesitate before rushing after her. This juicy piece of meat was practically in his mouth, there was no way he'd let it slip away. Finally, as they reached the depths of an alleyway, Yuriko came to a stop. Why are you following me? Do you think I'm pretty? Turning back to glance at the greasy middle-aged man before her, a faint, almost amused smirk flashed across Yuriko's eyes. For some reason, she felt exhilarated. This sensation of possessing power, of doing something wicked, it was truly exhilarating. Why is this different from what I imagined? The middle-aged man looked at Yuriko, who didn't seem too drunk, with some confusion, but her behavior quickly made him dismiss his doubts. Could it be that this girl before me is one of those easy women from legends? Staring into the bright, beautiful eyes of the young girl before him, the middle-aged man stopped overthinking. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he stepped forward eagerly. I really don't know what kind of beautiful face might be hidden beneath that mask, with such captivating eyes. Of course it's great. He had even begun to strip off his clothes. Is that so? Just as the middle-aged man's desires were about to reach their peak, Yuriko giggled and removed the mask from her face. What about now? As she spoke, Hanako's hair began to float unnaturally, and a cruel smile spread across her face. Her already terrifying features became even more ghastly beneath such an expression. Do I look pretty? The middle-aged man was stunned by this bizarre sight. His rising lust instantly froze over, and his mind went completely blank. Slit-mouthed woman. The middle-aged man was certainly familiar with the most widely circulated legend of the slit-mouthed woman in Japan. However, he never imagined he would encounter such a thing, that such terrifying beings truly existed in this world. Run! I must run! After one uncertain glance at the girl's eerily floating hair and the scissors hovering around her, the middle-aged man realized he was facing a supernatural phenomenon. Terrified out of his wits, he immediately turned and fled in wild panic. In an instant, even his drunkenness faded considerably. Giggle. Watching the middle-aged man desperately fleeing before her, Yuriko didn't give chase. This was precisely the effect she wanted. How else could she maximize his terror to its fullest extent? Though I don't have much experience, I've seen my fair share of horror movies after all. While casually using telekinesis to trip the middle-aged man with an empty bottle, Yuriko cheerfully detoured from another direction to get ahead of him. Boom! Though he took a spectacular faceplant, the man couldn't spare a thought for his dignity. He scrambled up wildly and kept running for dear life. That's the slit-mouthed woman. If she caught him, the consequences didn't bear thinking about. Just as he was about to run out of the alley, right before the middle-aged man's astonished eyes, a familiar figure appeared at the alley's exit. Am I pretty? Am I pretty? M-I-P-R-E-T-T-Y. The tone started as light as a gentle breeze, but grew increasingly heavier, until it felt like a raging storm. Paired with the ghastly visage, the middle-aged man felt as though his heart had skipped a beat. The middle-aged man desperately scrambled to stop, putting in so much effort that he ended up falling flat on his back. Ignoring the intense pain from the fall, the man hastily got up, quickly changed direction, and continued to flee for his life. I can't be caught. I can't be caught. At this moment, only this single thought remained in the middle-aged man's mind. Yet, his hopes were destined to be in vain. Like a twisted game of cat and mouse, Yuriko kept knocking the middle-aged man to the ground, blocking his escape routes again and again. No matter how frantically he ran, those few narrow alleys would never stretch far enough to set him free. Finally, when exhaustion had broken him completely, the battered and bruised man could struggle no more. Frozen in terror, he lay sprawled across the pavement, watching helplessly as the slit-mouthed woman crept closer. Ha! The crisp laughter, in this moment, resembled the whispers of a demon. Stay away, don't come any closer, don't come any closer. seeing the several scissors hovering in the air about to descend upon him. Finally, unable to bear the pressure any longer, the middle-aged man rolled his eyes and completely passed out. That should be about right? Tilting her head, Yuriko murmured to herself. It was her first time handling this kind of business, and she wasn't very experienced. Should I leave some wounds behind to make this fear linger? Remembering Lord Tengu's warning about not drawing too much attention, and considering what men fear most, Yuriko gradually formed a plan. If it weren't for her extraordinary powers, who knows what might have happened to an ordinary girl being followed like this. Boom! With a soul-infused kick from Yuriko, the middle-aged man already unconscious on the ground let out a muffled groan. Though there were no visible external changes, his insides were undoubtedly completely shattered. No wounds left behind, this way, it shouldn't attract any attention. Hee hee, how amusing. Covering her face with both hands, Yuriko revealed a delighted smile of someone who'd accidentally done something mischievous. Moments later, Yuriko nodded in satisfaction, cast one last satisfied glance at her handiwork, then tiptoed away to begin searching for her next target. La la la. What a wonderful day Lord Tengu favors me. In the shadows, watching the young girl tiptoeing and skipping away while humming a cheerful tune, Li Wei couldn't help but feel a cold sweat drip down his forehead. This girl definitely has some yandere traits in her. Originally, Li Wei had only come to check on her out of concern that she might be inexperienced or go too far in her first mission, potentially attracting unnecessary trouble. He never expected to witness such an explosive scene immediately upon arrival. Without a doubt, that kick was enough to leave psychological scars on most men. Even though Li Wei had now become a god, he still couldn't help feeling an instinctive discomfort. Of course, setting aside this slight discomfort, the girl before him had performed exceptionally well. For her first attempt, she understood how to maximize the prey sphere while still leaving room for maneuver, something that left Levi immensely satisfied. Truly, she was the most capable lieutenant under his command. Next, all that's left is to replicate this process. With the first successful case achieved, Levi felt brimming with anticipation for the future. Chapter 10. What it means to be a model worker. Ah, what a satisfying sleep. In the early morning, Li Wei leisurely stretched and yawned as he woke up in his renovated luxury bridge underpass. Although his growing divine power meant sleep was gradually becoming optional, the habit formed over many years still compelled him to nap for a while each day. Although the duration of sleep was becoming shorter and might one day reach zero, and though his rationality still retained human habits, the multifaceted differences constantly reminded him that he had long since become a creature of another dimension. Perhaps becoming a god wasn't just about a change in power but also a transformation in mindset and thought patterns. Yet, at least for now, Levi still retained a substantial amount of his humanity. Wait, what's going on with this surge of fear power? Waking up and preparing to go out to handle some matters, Levi froze slightly upon sensing the unusual increase in his divine power, unable to help feeling puzzled. Could it be? Subconsciously sensing the situation of his apostle number 1, Levi couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. 28? How could there be so many? Levi had previously considered that this power-craving, fanatically devoted girl might take her mission seriously and work diligently. He'd imagined that upon waking, the number of people she'd intimidated might be 5 or 10, but he never expected it to be 28. On average, it's less than 10 minutes per one. What kind of productivity champion is this? What sort of overtime king? By comparison, Li Wei began to wonder if he'd been too lax himself. Wait, given her soul and physical condition just after acquiring divine power, using this much divine energy. With a slight frown, Levi walked towards where Yuriko was. On the other side, Yuriko had already set her sights on her 29th target. Hinata, that's right, this unlucky girl again. Ever since the incident with the train ghost woman, she'd felt like something was off everywhere. Although my body seems fine, even getting healthier, to the point where I can wolf down 2 big bowls of rice, that's precisely the biggest problem. Since when can a girl effortlessly eat 2 full bowls in one go? Filled with doubts, Haruna got up early today and decided to visit a famous temple outside the city to pray. If ghosts like that female specter exist in this world, then gods, exorcists, and the like must be real too. Maybe they can fix whatever's wrong with me. Holding on to this hope, Haruna arrived at the bus stop early and waited. After that last incident, she had developed an immense fear of trains. Compared to trains, she now believed buses were the safer option. This time it wasn't a train, and dawn had already broken. Hina undoubtedly felt relatively secure at this moment. Ghosts wouldn't appear at a bus stop in broad daylight, would they? Such bad luck couldn't possibly happen. Yet just as she entertained these thoughts, she suddenly realized, wait a minute, the station's surroundings seemed completely empty except for her today. Perhaps, through campus legends, I can better accomplish Lord Tengu's mission. As she gazed at the high school girl before her, Yuriko thought to herself. Coincidentally, Yuriko had also thought of spreading fear through campus legends. Moreover, she could sense that the soul power of the girl before her was quite strong, perhaps capable of generating even greater emotional value from fear. With this in mind, Yuriko silently stepped behind the girl before her and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Classmate, do you think, am I pretty?" Sensing a somewhat familiar chilling aura, Hinata turned her head stiffly. What met her eyes was a horrifying face floating mid-air. "Kokesei kana?" Screech. Haruna, who had been living in constant fear these past few days, rolled her eyes back and promptly fainted. She fainted just like that? Yuriko couldn't help feeling somewhat puzzled. The fainting seemed excessively quick. But she didn't dwell on it too much. After all, it's perfectly normal for girls to be afraid of ghosts. This time, Yuriko didn't leave any special wounds on the girl's body. She just took out some lipstick and drew a ferocious demon face on her. For those who clearly appeared to be bad people, she could harm them without restraint, but she always unconsciously held back somewhat when it came to innocent individuals like the one before her. After all, the great Tengu had warned her not to draw too much attention, so it meant she had a certain quota of damage she could freely allocate. At that moment, Levi, who had just arrived, saw the scene of the young girl rolling her eyes and collapsing. Why does this kid look somewhat familiar? After verifying that this was indeed the same young girl he had previously worked so hard to intimidate, Levi couldn't help but reveal a rather peculiar expression. Can someone really be this unlucky? Levi couldn't resist mentally awarding this poor kid the title of annual champion of misfortune. Meanwhile, Yuriko, who had just completed her 29th objective, was already panting heavily and suffering from what felt like a skull-splitting headache. The fact that she was recklessly using her newly acquired divine powers undoubtedly placed an immense burden on her body. Thus, the challenge of achieving this number extended far beyond the simplicity of the numeral 28. Yuriko, push through. You're Lord Otengu's most promising lieutenant, you can't afford to lose to anyone else. Despite nearing exhaustion, Yuriko steeled herself with this firm encouragement. Li Wei. Hearing the girl's words, Levi couldn't help but fall silent. Had he gone too far with the psychological manipulation, or was this girl genuinely somewhat overly naive in certain aspects? Go rest. Taking on the form of the great Tengu once more, Levi issued the command with enforced authority. Take good care of your body. I'll have more important missions for you later. And remember, don't appear frequently in the same area. You need to, complete your tasks while moving around, to avoid drawing official attention. Understood? Yes. Though it was just a simple command, Yuriko undoubtedly sensed concern in it. Ever since her mother passed away, no one in this world had shown her care for such a long time. Though the being before her was the legendary terrifying demon, so what? To someone who had granted her the power of vengeance and shown her kindness, she'd dare to swing her blade even if facing a god. Great Tengu-sama, may I capture one more person to make it an even number? After a moment, watching the girl's back as she revived with renewed energy like she'd been given a shot of adrenaline after receiving his approval, Levi could only twist his lips helplessly in resignation. Though somewhat insane, she seems like she'll make a useful tool. Come to think of it, it's about time to scout for a proper righteous prophet. With both his own actions and those of the girl before him, the fear energy in this region would undoubtedly swell at an accelerated pace. Under such circumstances, not having a positive spiritual anchor would surely be a tremendous waste of divine power. As for the candidate to become his first righteous subordinate, after several days of observation, Levi had gradually set his sights on a target. Chapter 11, The Second Divine Emissary. The winner is decided. Victory goes to. Inside an indoor kendo dojo, Levi sat in the spectator stands, watching with great interest as kendo practitioners engaged in fierce matches below. Right now, it's Kyoto's annual qualifying round for the National High School Kendo Championships. Students from various schools are pouring their sweat and effort into fulfilling their dream of dominating the nation. Talk about passion, dominating the nation, and all that. This place sure loves its grand spectacles, Li Wei casually remarked while leisurely licking his ice cream. Gotta admit, high schoolers here have such colorful extracurriculars, whether it's baseball's koshien, national tournaments for basketball, tennis, and soccer, or kendo's various flag competitions. Being there in person, even Levi, whose state of mind had grown increasingly placid, couldn't help but feel his blood stirring slightly. Nothing beats the passion of high schoolers, their heart's radiance has already reached such dazzling heights. With a casual glance, from Levi's perspective, the small area before him had unusually gathered over a dozen seed candidates whose inner light shone relatively bright. Without a doubt, Li Wei hadn't come here today for mere entertainment. In his plan, the next divine envoy to be developed would be bestowed with the law of life. On one hand, the application of life force was a subject he urgently needed to explore. On the other hand, compared to other flashy laws, the law of life, a principle that could directly affect flesh and blood from the early stages, required far less divine power consumption. Villains needed all those exaggerated special effects to amplify fear, but for the righteous? Why bother with flashy displays? All that mattered was winning, not getting killed, and being able to rise again and again like perpetual sit-ups even when near death. These high school students who had rigorously trained in swordsmanship for years were naturally the ideal candidates Li Wei had his eyes on. First, these students had practiced swordsmanship for many years, giving them a natural advantage in physical combat skills, allowing them to fully utilize their fighting capabilities. Second, these ambitious young individuals, after years of rigorous training, possessed an innate brilliance of spirit that far surpassed others, perfectly meeting his needs. Third, well, of course it couldn't possibly be because they were young and easy to fool. Li Wei absolutely refused to admit that. And after these days of observation, Li Wei had gradually identified the most suitable candidates. You're really going all out, Yoda. On the sidelines, two high school students were conversing. The youth addressed as Yoda removed his face mask, revealing a face of extraordinary, peerless handsomeness. Yamato Yoda, this was the second potential divine envoy candidate that Levi had preliminarily selected after several days of observation. The primary reason Li Wei chose him was precisely because he was handsome. As a hero, of course one must look the part. As a villain, you can afford to appear grotesque to inspire greater fear in others. But as a proper hero, how can you gain more people's affection if you're not handsome? And without more people's affection, how can you harvest faith for Li Wei to extract more divine power? So in Levi's book, the first admission ticket to becoming one of the good guy's underlings is being handsome or beautiful. Among all the contestants present, there were indeed some whose heartlights resonated similarly with this young man before them, but their looks, well, let's just say each left much to be desired. Heavens help us, even gods care about appearances these days. Don't forget, my goal is to become number one in the entire nation. The youth named Yoda enthusiastically shouted his slogan. I know, then get into Tokyo University and become an honorable police officer, right? Honestly, I don't get why you're working so hard. With your family background, you could just... A companion beside him couldn't help but shake his head and mutter in exasperation. With such distinguished lineage and natural talent, yet still pushing himself to the limit, this guy really left no room for ordinary people like them. Damn it. That's different. Yoda shook his head seriously. In his heart, there was a dream, or perhaps an ambition. In this country, there are too many unreasonable and barbaric places. Gangsters can openly walk in broad daylight, engaging in all sorts of illegal activities. Bullying and humiliation exist in schools and even companies, yet no one is overseeing it. Boasting a low crime rate, or even the death of a certain prime minister could significantly raise the homicide rate, yet in reality, there exists a considerable number of unnatural deaths, with the police doing nothing. But he wants to change all this. He aims to become the police commissioner, and even higher. The first step is to win the championship in the high school kendo tournament. In this region's police system, kendo skills are a significant advantage. He plans to achieve his ambition step by step with an unquestionable, absolute superiority. He wouldn't refuse his family's assistance, but he himself would also strive to do his absolute best. Born into such a family, he could have ignored others and lived a carefree, wealthy life of pleasure. Yet seeing those who suffered injustice and harm, he couldn't turn a blind eye. Who would have thought such an upright youth could emerge from this country? Watching the wildly flickering light of the heart above the youth's head, Levi, who had already probed the youth's soul, could roughly guess what the other was thinking. But considering the other person's family name, it's not really surprising. This family is one of the few verifiable clans that didn't participate in that war of aggression. For years they've consistently opposed war and demanded bans on worshipping at that notorious shrine. It makes sense they'd produce such principled individuals. No country consists solely of worthless mediocrities or extreme psychopaths. There will always be some righteous, forward-looking people, otherwise the nation would have collapsed long ago, especially among the youth. Although most of them eventually become the very people they once despised. Li Wei didn't know whether this passionate young man would someday be changed or corrupted by reality, losing his original aspirations. But at the very least, for now, the burning light in his heart was worthy of becoming a vessel for his power. Following the boy and seeing him walk alone into the restroom, Li Wei didn't hesitate, he promptly knocked him out with a brick. For now, Li Wei had no intention of directly revealing himself to his righteous subordinates, lest he interact with troublesome people and get dragged into messy affairs. Therefore, the method he used to awaken their powers was not direct bestowal, but rather making them believe they had awakened their ancestors' dormant bloodline. Then he would guide from the sidelines as a certain revered senior, playing the role of a dedicated old mentor. Without hesitation, Levi pressed down on the youth beneath him and poured in the laws of life. Hopefully, he'll make a useful pawn. Levi smiled faintly. Next, it's time to create some crises for him before the old mentor makes his grand entrance to guide him. Soon after returning to his lair, Levi contacted Yuriko through the ring. Yuriko, I have a mission for you. Chapter 12, the first confrontation between heroes and villains. Yuriko, I need you to kill someone. Kill someone? Upon suddenly receiving such an order, Yuriko felt momentarily puzzled. However, this confusion soon transformed into exhilaration. Only a mission like this could truly match her impression of an executive under the Demon King's command. Killing, has the time finally come to prove my worth? As long as I perform well enough, I'll surely earn the Lord's favor even more. For a moment, Yuriko's face was brimming with eagerness. 1,000 years ago, there were a few loathsome individuals, my mortal enemies in life. After their deaths, they hid their power within their bloodlines. Over these 1,000 years, descendants of theirs awaken from time to time, thwarting my plans to reign supreme over the world. 1,000 years? Bloodline? Descendant? Listening intently to the millennia-old secret, Yuriko was simultaneously astonished and somewhat bewildered. So, Master, you're saying you want me to? I can feel it. The descendant of one of those loathsome beings has recently awakened. Before he masters his power, you must kill him. I understand, my lord. Just wait for my good news. After eagerly inquiring about the target's appearance, name, and school location, Yuriko didn't hesitate for a moment. She immediately hopped onto her bicycle and raced toward the destination at lightning speed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yoda was also feeling somewhat bewildered. Ever since that inexplicable fainting spell yesterday, he couldn't shake the feeling that something strange was happening to his body. There always seemed to be a strange warmth surging through his body, subtle, yet oddly pleasant. He went to see the school doctor, but no issues were found. Not only that, he also realized his strength seemed to have increased. Just moments ago, during a training duel with a fellow student, he effortlessly knocked the bamboo sword from his opponent's hand, even inflicting minor injuries with that single strike. Yuta felt somewhat guilty about this situation and grew increasingly puzzled. Carrying these doubts, Yuta remained alone in the kendo hall, continuously swinging his bamboo sword as he sought to understand the changes within himself. Just as he seemed to be gradually making sense of things, the kendo hall's door suddenly swung open. In rushed a girl dressed in plain white clothes, wearing an oversized mask and wielding an enormous pair of scissors. Under Yoda's bewildered gaze, the girl before him glared at him with murderous intent. You're Hatayama Yoda, aren't you? Yeah, that's me. May I ask? Before Yoda could finish his confused question, the girl charged at him. That's right, now die. With telekinetic force acting on her own back, Yuriko instantly burst forth with astonishing speed. What is this? So fast? Staring in shock at the girl before him, Yuta momentarily couldn't believe his eyes. It was his first time seeing someone, especially a woman, unleash such terrifying speed. Not even his kendo instructor could possibly match this kind of speed. Reacting instinctively, Yuta barely managed to block with his bamboo sword, his expression twisting in shock once more. How is this much strength possible? Although, logically speaking, Yoda, who inherited the law of life, should have a physical advantage. However, on one hand, he obtained this power unintentionally and never consciously tried to utilize it. On the other hand, he had only possessed this power for half a day, so its intensity was naturally incomparable to Yuriko's, who had been developing and using her abilities for nearly a week. Therefore, when facing Yuriko, there was no doubt he would be thoroughly beaten. Interesting. What a precious specimen. This is probably the only time the hero will be humiliated so badly by the villain. Of course, we must document this properly. On the roof beam, Li Wei held a camera, happily recording this scene. At this moment, his prankster nature began to awaken. Screech! Just as Yoda was barely able to block attacks from the front, several scissors suddenly flew toward him from behind, aiming straight for his kidneys. Perhaps it was the brink between life and death that awakened his life law powers. Yuta instinctively sensed the danger approaching from behind. With an impossibly quick twist, he narrowly avoided a fatal wound, though several shallow cuts still marked his side. What kind of bizarre ability is this? Is he some kind of ninja? Clutching his lightly injured flank, Yuta exclaimed in renewed astonishment. Without thinking further, Yoda immediately made his judgment. Run! He must run. The other party genuinely intends to kill him. Fighting such a monster in this open space would mean certain death. Without hesitation, he threw himself into a swift shoulder roll and bolted straight for the storage room. Bam bam bam. Hurling objects backward frantically, Yoda desperately tried to delay the terrifying figure chasing him. Boom! Somersaulting through shattered glass, Yoda sprinted toward the crowd with all his might. Though it was after school hours, scattered students still lingered around. If only others could help. Wait! Thinking about this terrifying presence with obvious supernatural abilities behind him, even his own struggle against it was barely adequate, let alone his ordinary classmates who'd be utterly defenseless. If that being just casually swung a few times, wouldn't his classmates, weak as chickens, instantly create rivers of blood? Without knowing the opponent's intentions, shifting his own danger onto others went against his personal code of conduct. With this thought, Yoda simultaneously shouted for his classmates to quickly call the police and teachers, while turning around to smash through another club's storage room window, diving inside once more. With the advantage of familiar terrain and years of swordsmanship training honing his reflexes, Yuta kept himself alive despite the accumulating wounds on his body. Of course, the true reason he endured this long lay in the bodily fortitude and regenerative power granted by the law of life. Hidden in shadows, Levi watched the scene with mild amusement. This kid, somehow using all these makeshift resources to hold out so long, really seemed to possess that furniture store God of War potential. He'd initially thought the poor boy wouldn't last more than a minute. Right behind Yoda, Yuriko was also growing somewhat frantic. She understood perfectly well that if she didn't subdue him soon, once security or even the police arrived, her mission this time would essentially be a failure. Die! In her desperation, Yuriko channeled all her soul power, fixing an intense stare on the young man before her. Zoom! Yoda felt as though he'd been hit by a train, sent flying straight back over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. He kept coughing up blood. Though the law of life kept him from dying, it was clear he had no strength left to struggle any further. Am I going to die? Staring blankly at the approaching girl before him, Yuta's mind suddenly flooded with memories, his entire life flashing before his eyes like a revolving lantern. And at this moment, Li Wei finally stopped recording and picked up the equipment prepared in advance. Perfect. Though there were minor deviations, the overall plot remains unchanged. Next, it's time for the old man to make his entrance. Chapter 13, the main event begins. Evil spirits, begone. Just as Yuta felt like he was seeing his late grandmother, suddenly, a voice rang out beside him. With the voice's declaration, a gust of wind-like force, akin to a hurricane, abruptly erupted. This is... Sensing the impending danger, Yuriko swiftly leaped to the side and warily turned her gaze toward the newcomer. Before my eyes stood a middle-aged swordsman dressed in ancient samurai attire, wearing wooden sandals, with a long high ponytail tied at the back of his head. At this moment, the middle-aged swordsman had his eyes tightly shut, gripping an exaggeratedly long katana, bearing quite the resemblance to the legendary Yasuo's stance. Never thought the minions of the dark forces would arrive so quickly. Fortunately, I'm not too late. This is... Watching in astonishment at the long swirling wind currents roaring like dragons around the swordsman's blade and the faint cyan silhouettes flickering across his body, Yuriko deeply furrowed her brows. Though she didn't recognize the middle-aged swordsman before her, that didn't stop her from surmising something from his words. So this is one of those who've been obstructing Lord Tengu's reign for 1,000 years? Having identified him as an unquestionable mortal enemy, Yuriko didn't hesitate. She brandished her scissors and charged straight at him. Die! Anyone who obstructs our master's plans deserves death. Soon, as Yuriko charged forward, the room echoed with the relentless clashing of weapons and the shattering sounds of objects being torn apart. Meanwhile, Yoda, whose worldview had just been turned upside down, stood there with a dazed expression. Am I dreaming? Everything that had happened today was just too much, too sudden, leaving him completely at a loss. First, there was a monstrously fast girl who could manipulate objects in empty space, then came a swordsman wielding a wind blade whose every swing stirred the air. The world was changing too quickly for this rather naive young man to comprehend. Just as Yoda was stunned in disbelief, suddenly, out of nowhere, a pair of scissors flew toward his throat from the side. Wind wall. Swiftly raising a wind barrier to shield the young man, Levi inwardly cursed, holy shit. He'd thought Hanako had focused her attention on fighting him, but never did he expect, never freaking expected, her target would remain the youth beside him. Had he reacted a second slower, this poor kid might have straight up died. Given the boy's physical resilience, there was no telling if he could even be saved. Staring at Hanako in shock, Levi could only sigh in exasperated disbelief. This old sixth, just a bit more, and he would have been backstabbed by his most loyal subordinate. Seeing her failure, a hint of regret flashed through Yuriko's heart. She hadn't forgotten her mission here, just a tiny bit more and she could have completed it directly. Meanwhile, across from Yuriko, Levi no longer dared to play around. If this continued and things got out of hand, the outcome would be truly awkward. Demonic purge. Along with the middle-aged swordsman's low shout, Yuriko suddenly felt her power being strangely suppressed. I'm being countered. Unable to suppress her growing anxiety, Yuriko realized this middle-aged swordsman could not only block her projectiles with that strange wind barrier, but also suppress her abilities. If this battle continued, she feared she might not be his match. Yet, thinking of Lord Tengu's mission, she found herself unwilling to give up just yet. Across from Yuriko, Levi couldn't help but feel exasperated. This unlucky kid, so blindly loyal. Knowing he can't win, what's he waiting for instead of running? If this keeps up, he won't be able to summon his C anymore. Seeing how his first scripted scenario encountered so many unexpected twists, Li Wei momentarily felt a headache coming on. It seemed that next time, he'd have to plan more meticulously and take the characters' personalities into account. Fortunately, as the ultimate director, Li Wei could still salvage the situation with some impromptu additions. Soon, as Li Wei wielded his divine power, a phantom figure emitting a faint golden glow appeared on the scene. This spectral figure wore a mask, posed like a ninja with one hand on the ground, its cloak billowing in the wind and sparkling with golden light at intervals. Eyeless 12, the dragon of the fifth hour, has arrived. This is... Seeing the masked man who suddenly appeared before her, Yuriko paused slightly, her gaze lingering on the identical ring on his hand. A flicker of joy crossed her face. Had reinforcements arrived? Seems like that's how the seniors do it. What an entrance. Taking notes here, definitely copying this move next time. Boom. As the middle-aged swordsman delivered a lightning-fast strike, the golden-masked figure dodged effortlessly while quipping, "Oh dear, how terrifying. Senior Chunlong, buy us some time while I..." Before Hanako could excitedly finish her sentence, the golden silhouette shook its head rapidly. "Can't you see? That's merely an avatar. If we don't leave now, when the true form arrives, escape will be impossible." Seeing Hanako still hesitating, the golden phantom continued, "With him present, we cannot kill this youth. Retreat, this is Lord Tengu's command. Were they truly so easy to eliminate, we wouldn't have spent 1,000 years failing to resolve this matter. How despicable." Hearing it was Lord Tengu's command and recalling that strange purifying power which suppressed her abilities whenever he approached, Yuriko could only glare resentfully at the young man and the middle-aged swordsman standing before her. "I'll be back," she spat. "Next time, I'll definitely kill you both." With that, the golden-masked man led their disappearance from the scene. Only then did distant police officers finally arrive, belatedly making their appearance. After glancing at the police officers who only showed up after everything was over to clean up the mess, Levi couldn't help but mutter to himself internally, "Perfect. This feels just right." He then turned to the still-dazed boy and said, "This isn't the place to talk. Come with me." "Ha?" Though still not entirely clear about what had just happened, Yoda followed him instinctively. This person before him had just saved his life. It was unlikely he meant any harm. Also, what exactly are those things they mentioned earlier, the 1,000-year cycle, the evil spirits, and all that? The gates of a new world were now opening before the youth. He could feel it. He had already been dragged into an earth-shattering conflict. Arriving at a small hill in the park, the middle-aged swordsman suddenly stopped, and the youth finally voiced the doubt in his heart. Senior, may I ask what exactly is?" Under the boy's curious gaze, the middle-aged swordsman smiled faintly. "You must have heard my name. I am Kamiizumi Nabatsuna." "Kamiizumi Nabatsuna?" The boy's pupils abruptly dilated. Chapter 14, Young Man, Go Save the World. The name Kamiizumi Nabatsuna might be unfamiliar to foreigners, but to his own countrymen, it is practically a household name. As one of the most famous sword saints of the island nation, possibly even the most famous, legends about him are far too numerous to count. Even ordinary people can encounter this name through various adaptations in television dramas, video games, and anime. For someone who had studied swordsmanship, he understood this name all too well. This was the person who founded the largest swordsmanship school of the time, the Shinkadryu, and from it branched out countless derivative schools. In a sense, this man could be considered his grandmaster. Moreover, every school of swordsmanship still practiced today bears his influence. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the grandmaster of all who practiced the way of the sword in these island nations. But this was a figure from 500 years ago. Staring in shock at the middle-aged swordsman before him, Yoda opened and closed his mouth several times, but ultimately found himself at a loss for words. The words of the person before him sounded somewhat absurd. After all, who could live for over 500 years? Yet, recalling the sword energy wind wall the man had effortlessly conjured moments ago, those undeniably extraordinary powers made him think that perhaps the man before him was telling the truth. Observing the stunned expression on the young man's face, Li Wei couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Without a doubt, this persona was one he had meticulously chosen. For one thing, Kamiizumi Nabatsuna was indeed a renowned figure in their history, a legendary sword saint who had never known defeat and was universally acknowledged as the strongest of his era. Such a status perfectly fit the image of a supreme warrior. On the other hand, this sword saint was truly regarded as righteous, with an impeccable reputation in the eyes of the people. Such a halo made it even easier for him to manipulate young followers. Unlike other famous swordsmen like sword saints or swordmasters in history, during the chaotic warring states period when most swordsmen pursued slaughter, glory, and wealth, this sword saint went against the grain, advocating the philosophy of the living sword. This meant combat without the intent to kill, avoiding unnecessary bloodshed in duels, where protecting one's own life was considered victory. In terms of swordsmanship philosophy, his approach was entirely different from others, centered on protection, a concept unprecedented at the time. In practice, he truly lived by his sword's path. It's said that Sword Saint once shaved his head to disguise himself as a monk, all to rescue an unrelated child held hostage by bandits. In an era when samurai viewed commoners as beneath humanity, when honing swordsmanship or testing blades often meant casually cutting down civilians in the streets, such behavior was exceptionally rare. Moreover, he refused numerous invitations from feudal lords and even the emperor himself, rejecting official positions and so-called worldly honors to focus solely on teaching his art. Many contemporaries compared him unfavorably to other sword saints of his time, dismissing him as pathetically austere. From every angle, this long-revered sword saint could truly be considered a righteous figure. Now, this sword saint's lifelong accumulation of good reputation would become the foundation for Levi to deceive the world and harvest divine power. The story begins 1,000 years ago. Through Levi's words, a somewhat ambiguous island nation myth began to unfold before the young man's eyes. 1,000 years ago, demons ran rampant, with various notorious monsters wreaking havoc upon the mortal world, the Great Tengu, Tamamonome, Shutendoji, Orochi, each rising to power in turn, leaving the world littered with corpses and the people destitute. At this dire moment, a mighty warrior named Minamoto no Yorimitsu emerged, leading four equally formidable warriors and onmyoji of his era to systematically seal away the demons one by one. Yet in sealing these demons, they too exhausted their life forces. To prevent future resurgences of demonic calamities, they concealed their powers within their bloodlines. At regular intervals, descendants from these bloodlines awaken as inheritors, uniting with warriors and exorcists of their generation to combat resurging demons and seal them away anew. Yusuji Kenshin was the mighty warrior who resisted the demons during their resurgence in that chaotic era 5 centuries ago, and has survived to this day. Mentioning that battle, the middle-aged swordsman seemed melancholic. Aside from himself, most of his companions had fallen in combat. The world believes I died long ago, but in truth, I merely feigned death and have been secretly battling the minions of demons all this time. After a slight pause, Levi, now transformed into the Sword Saint, continued, "Do you know why those creatures came after you today? Because you are the descendant of heroic bloodlines whose power has awakened in this generation." Me, a hero's descendant? Staring blankly at the middle-aged swordsman before him, Yoda's face was filled with bewilderment. Is my family really descended from the Genji clan? I don't remember reading about that. Maybe one of my ancestors got cuckolded? Indeed, it is you, young one. The weight of saving the world now rests upon your shoulders. Ha, me, save the world? Yangta's jaw dropped in disbelief as he pointed a finger at himself, his face full of incredulity. How could the fate of the world suddenly rest on his shoulders? Wasn't it too much to dump such a tremendous responsibility on him all of a sudden? Just a day ago, he'd been nothing more than an ordinary high school student. The young man was somewhat skeptical about the middle-aged swordsman's claims, but considering the strange changes in his body since yesterday and the sudden appearance of today's girl with supernatural powers, he ultimately had no choice but to accept the reality that he was this generation's destined warrior against demons. The man before me is Yusuji Kenshin, renowned throughout the land for his unmatched character. He shouldn't be lying to me. The boy thought silently to himself. Besides, the legends do seem to match up. It must be said that the identity and story Li Wei chose were quite deceptive. Yusuji Kenshin is a well-known representative of righteousness. Just hearing the name alone can inspire trust. Moreover, in the island nation's history, there were indeed tales of Minamoto no Yorimitsu leading his subordinates to exterminate demons. Though, in Li Wei's view, those were merely ancient methods to deceive and control the masses, fabricated falsehoods. But now, they became the perfect framework for his newly crafted myths. Noticing the young man before him still seemed somewhat skeptical, Li Wei added, because one of the sources of demons' power is fear, successive generations of leaders have deliberately suppressed such information from being passed down. That's why these things remained as ambiguous legends all along. So that's how it is. That makes sense now. With the final doubt explained, the young man completely believed the modified mythology the Sword Saint had presented. Alright then, what do I need to do? Taking a deep breath, Yuta's gaze gradually grew more determined. His innate integrity and fervor instantly made him embrace this responsibility, and he prepared himself to strive for this goal and safeguard the world's peace. First and foremost, you must diligently develop your own power. After all, what you possess now is still far too weak. I see. I understand. Perhaps thoughts of demons wreaking havoc upon the mortal world flashed through his mind, for the light in the young man's heart began to flicker wildly. I shall protect this world. Chapter 15. My lord, the times they are a-changin'. Father, that's how things stand. In a massive luxury villa in Tokyo, Yuta was respectfully explaining something to a middle-aged man seated across from him. As young Tai's narrative unfolded, the middle-aged man's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. As an important member of a prestigious family, he should have been worldly wise by all accounts. Yet this supernatural phenomenon still touched upon the gaps in his knowledge. There really exists something like this in this world. Given his status and position, it was utterly unreasonable that he had never received even the slightest hint of such information. Yet despite his reluctance to believe it, he had already thoroughly investigated the circumstances of his son's earlier assault through various channels. The exaggerated strength his son now displayed, along with those rapidly healing wounds before his eyes, couldn't possibly be faked. So, what do you need? A better swordsmanship instructor, lightweight alloy armor, sharp weapons, and, possibly, firearms. Fixing his gaze firmly on his father, Yoda declared with unwavering resolve. Hidden in the shadows, Levi, who was monitoring Yoda through a divine link, could only think one thing: holy shit. He had been fooled once again by the boy's fiery appearance and passionate heart. Because he always felt this young man was exceedingly upright and kind-hearted, and had so easily believed the mythical tales he'd spun, Levi had subconsciously assumed the boy wasn't particularly bright. Who would have thought, who could have guessed, that upon realizing the situation he faced, the boy's first instinct was to seek help from his family? According to conventional storytelling, shouldn't this kid have charged ahead alone, navigating the shadows, single-handedly opposing the villains? Then, after a grueling, near-fatal battle, he'd finally defeat them, possibly even sacrificing himself. Isn't that the proper heroic ending? Alright, Levi finally realized, kindness and intelligence don't seem to be mutually exclusive. Since we're battling an evil that has remained hidden for 1,000 years, we must naturally go all out. Weapons, manpower, intelligence, I want them all. After a brief pause, Yoda continued, additionally, I hope to connect with the authorities and enlist the nation's support. This isn't just my concern, it affects everyone. We must unite and seize every opportunity to better handle this crisis. If possible, it would be best to locate the opponent's hiding place first and strike preemptively. After staring deeply at his son for a long while, the middle-aged man finally nodded in silence. I understand. I'll make everything clear to your grandfather. Manpower, weapons, the clan support, don't worry. As for the officials, I'll expedite matters on that front too. That's good. A radiant smile finally broke across his face as Yoda stood up and headed toward the back courtyard, ready to resume his sword practice. External preparations must be thorough, use whatever resources available. This was the principle his swordsmanship manuals had taught him. In this island nation, many master swordsmen infused their teachings with military strategy when passing down their styles. Thus, swordsmanship texts often doubled as tactical manuals, which was why Yoda had absorbed such uncompromising philosophies of warfare. Yet he also understood that his own strength was the foundation. As the abyss drew near, he couldn't afford the slightest slack. Hit! 1001, 1002. Through the late night, the clear roars of the youth practicing swordplay in the courtyard echoed ceaselessly. Sparing no effort naturally included himself as well. Adhering to this combat philosophy, on the second day, disguised as Kamiizumi Nabatsuna, Levi finally saw the boy whose frame had swollen considerably. What happened to you? Facing Levi's bewilderment, the boy smiled faintly. Casually removing the weights from his wrists and ankles, the boy explained, these are custom-made weights I ordered. I realized that no matter how much I train, my body recovers quickly, and its potential is far from exhausted. So I had these made. They also offer some protection when needed. These pouches around your waist contain healing medicine, basic antidotes, and food. Scratching his head, the young man said somewhat sheepishly, I read about this in a tactics manual. Apparently ancient ninjas always carried these supplies. As for this case on my back, I commissioned special weapons and backup arms. Staring at the impeccably prepared youth before him, Levi once again had just one thought flashing through his mind. Holy shit. This youngster is clearly incredibly strong, yet ridiculously cautious? Just what's with that battle-hardened war veteran demeanor right from the start? And would you quit mentioning weapons and backup weapons already? Using his ability to scan the young man's case, Levi couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the sight of that gleaming revolver. Bringing 3 knives is one thing, but what's with the gun? It was as if he could hear the young man saying with innocent sincerity, Sir, times have changed. Seeing Levi frozen in place, the boy couldn't help but feel puzzled. Lord Nabatsuna, did I do something wrong? With a slight twitch of his lips, Levi replied stiffly, No, you did perfectly right. But remember, your own strength is what truly matters. Understand? Got it. I'll train you without mercy. Yes. Only during such passionate moments could Levi feel that this youth was still the same hot-blooded boy from before. Why the hell would someone have such a split between their personality and rationality? After teaching the youth some techniques he'd developed for using the law of life, Levi returned to the base with a headache. The script seems to have deviated again. At this rate, the next time Yuriko appears, she might just get shot in the head directly. What's worse, if the authorities catch her in advance, the current Yuriko probably wouldn't even have room to struggle. Looks like I'll have to arrange for Yuriko and that kid to miss each other first. Li Wei secretly thought to himself. Yuriko's ability involves telekinesis. Once she becomes slightly stronger, ordinary firearms shouldn't pose a threat to her anymore. Perfect, my divine power absorption range has also expanded. I can send Yuriko to spread fear in surrounding areas first, further strengthening my divine power. Li Wei calculated silently. In fact, he had already been considering the idea of expanding Yuriko's operational range. But before she leaves, I might as well have Yuriko pull off one major operation to reap a substantial harvest. Thinking of this, Li Wei quickly contacted Yuriko. Forgive me, great Tengu-sama. I have failed your mission. Please punish me. Yuriko piously prostrated herself on the ground and pleaded. No matter. I never truly expected you to accomplish this mission in the first place. It was merely an attempt. However, you must not fail the next task I assign you. New mission? At your command, my lord. Yuriko grew excited once more. This time, she absolutely would not disappoint the Tengu Lord. Watching Yuriko's exhilarated expression, Li Wei, who had taken the form of the great Tengu, smiled faintly. Don't you seek revenge? Perfect. I, too, require blood and souls as offerings. Chapter 16, Vengeance. Mr. Tanaka, do you still remember me? At the school gate, these words suddenly reached the ears of a bald middle-aged man who had just gotten off work. Looking at the young girl before him in surprise, Mr. Tanaka's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. Instinctively, he turned and ran. In that previous incident, although he wasn't directly involved and merely remained indifferent, as a key witness to the case, he ultimately accepted benefits, gave false testimony, and used the other party's connections to transfer to a better school. Although he didn't know how the girl had found this place, he instinctively knew nothing good would come of it. "Ha, teacher, don't you miss me at all?" Tilting her head, Yuriko put on an innocent and charming pose, looking for all the world like a well-behaved student who genuinely missed her teacher after a long separation. But the next second, a delicate hand suddenly shot out, grabbing the other person's arm and effortlessly snapping it in two. Crack! "Ah, sensei, you're bleeding." Covering her mouth, Yuriko's face revealed an utterly incredulous smile. It all happened so suddenly that Professor Tanaka didn't even have time to react. Only after a moment did he finally realize what had occurred, letting out a shrill, agonized scream. But before his scream could fully escape his throat, his other hand likewise accidentally snapped clean in half. "My goodness, Professor, when did your body become so fragile? Could it be you're lacking calcium?" Smiling radiantly, Yuriko sauntered forward with playful steps. "Monster! Monster! Stay away, don't come any closer." As Yuriko advanced step by step, Teacher Tanaka, scrambling desperately on the ground, finally snapped completely. "Someone help! Help me, please." "Oh, so even you know how to ask for help, teacher? I remember when I begged you for assistance, you scolded me for being such a bother." Resting her hand casually on the bald teacher's calf, Yuriko's expression twisted into something vicious. "Do you have any idea how much effort I've spent tracking you down, teacher?" She had to admit, her target had covered his tracks well. The school transfer was flawlessly executed. After kidnapping 6 teachers with no leads on his current whereabouts, she'd finally found her breakthrough in this former instructor. "Teacher, you must have their current addresses, right?" Snapping another leg of the bald teacher before her, Yuriko asked with a kind smile. I only have 2 of them. They once invited me to their school before." Pain had shattered all of Teacher Tanaka's defenses, and he desperately spilled everything he knew. "Very well." Snapping Teacher Tanaka's remaining leg and crumpling him into a ball, Yuriko cheerfully bounced along while patting it, heading toward her next target. "Mommy, I'll make them all come down to keep you company soon." Meanwhile, in a relatively remote school far from the city center, 2 girls who had once bullied Yuriko were idly chatting. "It's all that country bumpkin's fault. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't be stuck in this backwater place. That idiot, it was just a tiny scratch. Why do they have to keep making such a big deal out of it? Especially her mom, she's acting like a complete lunatic." Yet in the very next second, boom! The wall abruptly split apart, and a pair of hands burst through the swirling dust, seizing both of them by the hair with brutal precision. "Long time no see, old classmates. Did you miss me?" Dragging them swiftly across the ground, Yuriko's face was twisted with a maddened grin. Only moments later, when their bodies had been reduced to bloody pulp, did they finally realize what was happening. "It hurts. Please, let me go." "No, don't kill me. Have mercy." Yuriko looked at the 2 lying on the ground with disbelief clearly written across her face. "What? So you can feel pain too? But when you did this to others, why didn't you ever consider they'd feel the same?" Ignoring their wails of agony, Yuriko continued dragging them mercilessly, deliberately choosing rough dirt paths and jumping up and down like a madwoman. After what seemed like forever, as if tired from playing, Yuriko finally loosened her grip. Yuriko casually tossed aside their phones, a devilish smile creeping across her face. "Think of a way to call the others here. Just bring one person over, and you won't have to suffer anymore. And if you can get your boss to come, I might even let you go. After all, I know you're not the masterminds here, right?" Faced with Yuriko's seductive whispers, the 2 who were already on the verge of breakdown frantically started making calls. "It's been a while since we last met. Would you like to meet up? Boss, I've found another fun target." Soon enough, the 2 of them overachieved their task and looked expectantly at Yuriko. "Excellent, you've done very well. I've decided to keep my promise and let you go." Really? They gazed at Yuriko in astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief. Though they couldn't quite comprehend how the once easily bullied Yuriko could possess such terrifying power, this didn't stop them from recognizing their current reality. They were utterly at her mercy now. As former bullies, they understood far better than anyone else the grievances the girl before them had once suffered. To their surprise, the very girl they had treated so cruelly was actually willing to let them go. However, the 2 didn't feel an ounce of gratitude for being spared. As they scrambled madly toward the distance, their only thought was to rally allies for revenge once they escaped. Yet, in the very next instant, a graceful figure turned around slowly in their path and smiled gently at them. "What a coincidence, we meet again." Once again deftly grabbing both their hair, Yuriko chuckled mockingly. "I haven't broken my promise, you know. Who could have guessed we'd meet again? Demon! The 2 had completely broken down, reduced to helpless sobbing. Turns out they cry just the same when facing harm from others, no different from those they'd once bullied. Demons? Hee hee, thank you for the compliment. I'm quite satisfied with that title. With a casual wave, Yuriko rolled the other two into balls alongside Tanaka-sensei, then levitated all three with telekinesis while tying a rope to each. If not for the gruesome sight, it might have resembled someone holding a bunch of balloons. Ah, nostalgia. Mom used to walk with me while holding balloons like this too. Mom! The disappointment on Hanako's face flashed briefly before quickly transforming into cruelty. The vengeance had only just begun. Chapter 17, The Devil God's Descent. How amusing. Isn't this better than watching movies? High above, Li Wei munched on popcorn while admiring the scene with evident pleasure. The flower of vengeance he had personally planted had finally bloomed. Not just the flower of vengeance, today is also the time for the blossom of fear to unfold. In Li Wei's grand scheme, he would use a blood-soaked sacrificial ritual in Tokyo's city center to herald the arrival of the demon god to the world. Thus, to harvest a wave of immense fear. He had a premonition that as long as this ritual was completed, the intensity of his divine power would evolve to the next level. All he had to do next was wait quietly for the arrival of the sacrifices. I hope the new prey they've found this time will last a little longer. In a small arcade in Ginza, the girl who used to bully Yuriko, once the ringleader, was now waiting for something with utter boredom. Evil people never repent or change because of their wrongdoings. Since she never faced punishment, she was actually looking forward to her next so-called game. Yet, just as she was happily lost in thought, an overwhelming force suddenly yanked her from behind, smashing her entire face into the arcade screen. Sorry, boss. If I get the chance, I'll pay you back for this. With a polite bow and murmured apology to the stunned shopkeeper, Yuriko grasped her new prey and skipped cheerfully away from the scene. Is this what it feels like to wield power? It's absolutely wonderful. Never in her wildest dreams could the old Yuriko have imagined that revenge, once as impossible as scaling the heavens, could now be achieved so effortlessly. I must work even harder for Lord Tengu, she mused. But first, let's play a little game. After bringing the captive few back to her mother's grave, Yuriko happily played various little games with them. Ding 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 dong, the cap ahead. And this one, the slit-mouthed woman. Puppet play. Dodgeball. After a long while, several girls who had once bullied Yuriko had been tormented beyond recognition. Perhaps tired, or perhaps because the victims were gradually losing their reactions, Yuriko felt a hint of boredom. A sacrifice, that's right, a sacrifice. As if struck by inspiration, Yuriko revealed a mysterious smile. The great Tengu demands more sacrifices. So, let your loved ones make up the numbers. As she spoke, Yuriko used their phones to make calls. Auntie, I'm your daughter's classmate. She just got into a car accident. Yes, that's right. Uncle, I'm your daughter's best friend. She just... As Yuriko made the phone call, the men snapped out of their daze somewhat. Glaring angrily at Yuriko, they began shouting curses at her. How could you, how dare you? So, it turns out you're also capable of feeling pain when your loved ones get hurt? Holding their faces in disbelief, Yuriko cheerfully exclaimed, that's just too fascinating. Before long, all the concerned family members who cared about their daughters and sisters were captured one by Yuriko and tied up. What are you trying to do? Don't act impulsively. I have money, I can give you as much as you want. No matter what you demand, I'll do it. Please, don't harm my daughter. Gazing at them with eerie calmness, Yuriko's lips curled slightly. I want my mother to come back to life. Can you make that happen? Negotiations failed. Punishment begins. As Yuriko pulled out handfuls of strange objects, the girls who had bullied her started shouting in panic. No, please don't. My brother is innocent. Several people wailed with heart-rending cries, just like Yuriko once had. Yet Yuriko remained unmoved. Of course she knew there might be innocent people among them, but what did that matter? If she didn't treat them this way, how could those people ever understand the pain she had endured? Besides, most of them weren't innocent, they had sheltered their daughters and indulged their sisters, simply because they hadn't felt the pain themselves. This is the only way to be fair. Breaking each person's bones one by one, Yuriko wore a cheerful expression, as if playing some beautiful musical composition. No, perhaps I should let you do it yourselves. As if manipulating puppets, Yuriko casually swung their arms with telekinesis. At that moment, the group completely broke down. Devil! After what felt like eternity, only when dawn broke did Yuriko finally cease her game. It seems it's time for my appointment with Lord Tengu. Dragging about 20 large balloons behind her, Yuriko swiftly intercepted a truck. Under the stunned gaze of the driver, she gave a slight bow and apologized. Sorry, uncle, but I need to borrow your truck to haul some dirty stuff. Soon arriving at the downtown rooftop designated by Levi, Yuriko knelt respectfully before him in worship. Lord Tengu, I have brought all the people as you requested. Yuriko gazed deeply at Levi, who had taken the form of the great Tengu, her eyes burning with increasing fervor. This being had given her the chance for revenge. What were demons and gods compared to him? Lord Tengu should banish those pretenders and claim his rightful place as a true deity. Excellent. Now, proceed with the sacrificial ritual as I've previously instructed you. Yes. With a cruel smile, Yuriko walked downstairs holding the balloons. What is that? It was morning rush hour, and the streets were already packed with people. Soon, someone noticed the scene. A graceful, masked girl holding several eerie human-shaped balloons. No matter how one looked at it, the sight was unsettling. Several people called the police in panic, while others, despite their fear, couldn't resist taking out their phones to record the scene. Yuko couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these matters anymore. You're truly fortunate. Even in death, you get to contribute to the revival of the great Tengu-sama. Others would surely envy you if they knew. Bang! As several giant scissors danced through the air, the lower halves of the sacrifices Yuko had chosen were mostly reduced to crimson mist. Ignoring their agonized wails, she stacked their bodies pyramid-style before casually sketching a magic array with the resulting carnage. Lord Tengu, please accept this offering presented by your most loyal servant. As Yuriko completed the drawing, ominous blood-red light began spreading across the massive magic circle, with faint, tormented souls seemingly wailing in anguish within its confines. Roar! Amidst a piercing roar, a nearly 100-meter-tall spectral figure of an armor-clad Tengu wielding Itachi manifested above Tokyo's cityscape. Chapter 18, The Incident Escalates. What is that? Staring in shock at the monstrous figure towering as tall as those in tokusatsu films, everyone witnessing this scene froze in place, petrified. Am I dreaming? The people stared blankly at each other, as if unable to believe it. Smack! An office worker forcefully punched another passerby in the face, finally confirming that he truly wasn't dreaming. It's actually real. Why don't you hit yourself? With that, the two began brawling with each other. Some people thought the legendary end of the world had come and collapsed helplessly to the ground. Finally, I don't have to go to work anymore. What seemed like terrifying doomsday for others felt like liberation to him. Others knelt on the ground, prostrating themselves before this deity who had appeared from nowhere. But more people were still exclaiming ha, 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 in astonishment while stepping back and pulling out their phones to record. This is exactly the feeling. At this moment, Levi's face was brimming with uncontrollable joy. Without a doubt, such a spectacle had consumed a tremendous amount of Levi's divine power. Even though it was just an illusionary projection, maintaining such massive proportions remained somewhat taxing for Levi's current capabilities. The savings he had accumulated over these days were almost entirely invested in that moment, leaving him feeling utterly drained. However, the returns were substantial. In just that brief instant, Levi's divine energy was completely replenished, and it continued to increase rapidly without pause. Floating slightly in midair, Levi could sense enhancements emanating from all directions. When divine power reaches a certain threshold, one can faintly hear the sound of something shattering, feeling as if the use of all rule-based abilities becomes more effortless. Even the range of divine sense and the scope of absorbing divine power expand significantly. So, gods too have levels. With sufficient energy, they can manifest stronger abilities. Sensing the subtle changes in divine power, Levi pondered thoughtfully. Divine power is to gods what food is to humans, a god who isn't full and one who can't possibly be compared. Good. We'll stop here for now. Next time, I'll recruit more divine disciples to train, raise a few more armies, that'll be a truly grand spectacle. We promised 8 million gods even if we can't actually have that many, 80,000 at least shouldn't be missing, right? Nodding in satisfaction, Li Wei, now full and content, began fading from the spot along with his phantom shadow. Roar! As the great Tengu spread its wings and flew away, chaos erupted once again among the people below, turning the heart of Tokyo into utter pandemonium in that moment. And with Levi's disappearance, the matter was far from over. Instead, it had only just begun to truly unfold. Is that the Demon King teacher Xing'an spoke of? At that moment, Yoda, who had been training diligently with his sword, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness deep in his heart. Why does the script feel wrong? Originally, Yoda had thought he might have gotten the classic anime protagonist's script, finding like-minded companions to save the world together and reach the pinnacle of life. But now, when he had barely begun developing his powers, why did it feel like the opposition already possessed apocalyptic strength? At this moment, he acutely felt like a rookie hero who just stepped out of the starter village only to encounter a max-level boss. Right at this critical juncture, the official organization that had been preparing behind the scenes finally approached him. That's all I know. As Yang Tai finished speaking, several senior officials of Neon exchanged uneasy glances. They had been happily eating sukiyaki and humming songs, living joyful little lives with hardly any troubles aside from the occasional worry about getting headshot by Graves. How had they suddenly found themselves facing an existential crisis that threatened their entire race? Before this, when Old Man Haruta first proposed his so-called preparations to fight the Demon King, they had practically scoffed at the idea, even suspecting it might be some new form of embezzlement scheme. But now, faced with the bloody reality before them, they had no choice but to accept it. Is this woman the person you were referring to? holding several slightly blurry photos of Yuriko playing with balloons alongside images of her drawing bloody ritual circles. One of the elderly men inquired. That's right, it's her. As far as I know, she's one of the Demon Lord's top officers. An officer? One of them? Exactly. According to my teacher, the Demon Lord has a specialized organization that handles affairs in his name, using the 12 zodiac signs as codenames. Last time, during an event, I witnessed the 5th-ranked Morning Dragon, who moved at speeds almost imperceptible to my eyes. His power was unfathomable. This woman addressed him as senior, so I suspect she's likely the 6th-ranked member, though she could be positioned even lower. My teacher mentioned this organization had once been destroyed and is now likely in the process of rebuilding. With Yoda's narration, the room fell into silence once again. The Demon King, organizations, conservatives, plus 6 supernatural monsters. These terms alone made their heads spin. I wonder if heavy weapons would work. Where would we get heavy weapons? We'll have to ask those people for help. But with that size target, wouldn't it take a nuke? Another long silence. Would they become the 3rd country to get nuked? Dropping a nuke on Tokyo, how many people would die there? Even demons might not kill that many. Looking at the person who suggested the nuclear bomb, the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. He really had the nerve to say that. Wait, if the Tengu is real, doesn't that mean supernatural forces actually exist in this world? Then what about all those other legends? Could they be real too? Someone finally voiced that thought. You mean? That's right. Since people in the past were able to seal them away, there must have been something left behind, various divine artifacts. On Myoji, monks, they should all have truly existed. Hearing this, Yoda nodded in agreement. My teacher once told me he had many companions back in the day. That proves there should indeed be quite a legacy in this field. If we can unite them all, it would surely become a significant force. Soon after Yoda's nod, cults large and small across the island nation found themselves in trouble. Enough with the act, Master. We all know you can wield magic. If you don't speak up soon, we're going to toss you into the fire and test it out ourselves, got it? The captured cult leaders were now on the verge of tears, utterly bewildered by their sudden predicament. I really don't know how, I'm just trying to scrape by. Why are you arresting me? What did I do? I was just a simple farmer before this. For reasons unknown, Levi's divine competitors suffered massive setbacks. Beyond these ubiquitous cults, both large and small, even remote mountain temples and Shinto shrines weren't spared. Every corner was thoroughly ransacked. The entire island nation's supernatural world instantly descended into chaos. Chapter 19, Developing Divine Arts. The aftermath of the event continues to unfold. Although the island nation's leadership sought to downplay the incident, the colossal phantom of the demonic creature that appeared over Tokyo, the world's 2nd largest city, was simply too vast to suppress through sheer force, not to mention the countless eyewitnesses who captured photographs on the spot. In today's hyper-connected digital age, news of the enormous unidentified entity appearing over Tokyo spread across the globe within a single day through the internet. It's confirmed. I told you their Olympic antics would attract filthy things. This monster is clearly from our Korea. Oh my god, this is as terrifying as my neighbor's grandmother's strawberry pie. At first, people thought this was just a fake deepfake video, believed it was a new meme, and kept making jokes about it. But soon, as some restricted bloody footage spread, the disaster gradually became confirmed, and people finally realized that supernatural beings and phenomena truly existed. Immediately, internet influencers from various countries took action, scrambling to board flights to Tokyo to start live broadcasts from the scene. What, you say these demons are terrifying? They'd only think failing to monetize this opportunity or missing out on the traffic would be the real terror. And just as the internet became flooded with all manner of chaotic noise, nations worldwide each formulated their responses. While immediately dispatching teams to Tokyo to gather intelligence, they also frenziedly searched temples and religious statues throughout their own country. These worldly disturbances were temporarily irrelevant to Levi. Given the range of his divine power, he couldn't yet harvest thoughts from places too far away. Moreover, possibly because these matters were too distant to pose any real threat to him, the fear and faith contributed by these people were rather meager. Ironically, it was some peculiar relic hunting groups that almost discovered Levi's luxurious bridge-dwelling headquarters. At this moment, the bridge archway where Li Wei had initially stayed upon arriving had been hollowed out by him to a depth of 30 meters. Inside the cavern, a colossal statue bearing Li Wei's likeness towered at its center. Seems like there's a bit of progress, but still needs further development. Muttering to himself, Li Wei gazed thoughtfully at his own divine effigy. Inspired by the mythologies where various deities all had statues and altars, Levi figured there might be a possibility of creating vessels to assist in storing divine power. That way, he could plant such divine statues all over the world and just regularly deposit or withdraw power as needed. Beyond that, Levi vaguely realized that by distributing numerous statues, it might be possible to reduce the loss of people's faith during transmission. Energy conservation, perfectly reasonable. Even gods need to follow the laws of science. Although there's still a long way to go before fully developing this divine art, through the exploration of creative power, Li Wei is gradually forming some ideas. What a headache. I never had to think this hard even when I was in school. There's no other way. After all, being a blank slate god without a single divine art to his name, he has no choice but to push himself. Perfect timing. Since they're all searching for divine artifacts, maybe we can take out this junk and repurpose it one more time. Due to limited energy, Levi currently focuses primarily on the most essential power of creation. As a result, during the development process, Levi has manufactured a large number of bizarre and peculiar items, like ragdolls that can fly simply by being struck for charging, or cleavers capable of self-repair through drinking blood, and things like mirrors that can learn to speak like humans. These items weren't particularly useful to Levi himself, but if released into the world, they would become coveted treasures greatly conducive to spreading myths and legends. Come to think of it, they seem to have developed some things too. Shifting his gaze to his two divine messengers, Levi could see they were also diligently developing their own abilities. Hiya! With a delicate shout, the tree before Yuriko snapped cleanly in two. Long before this, during her first pursuit of Yuta, Yuriko had, in her desperation, managed to use an attack method that concentrated her soul power into a single point. And with that, she'd instantly floored the future protagonist faction leader. If Li Wei hadn't intervened just in time, Yuta might have died on the spot. Since then, Yuriko had repeatedly simulated that particular attack method until she gradually achieved results. Focus the soul's power into a single point, then project it directly through the eyes to unleash devastating destruction. Crush! As Yuriko launched another attack, another towering tree before them shattered instantly into fragments. Quite interesting. Li Wei secretly observed this scene, nodding thoughtfully to himself. It looks like my first offensive divine spell is about to be completed. The development is going well, but now it's mine. Cast a casual glance toward the ground. With a thunderous explosion, Li Wei observed the newly formed crater moments later and nodded in satisfaction. And its a ranged attack too, quite impressive. Thinking of how diligent and loyal Yuriko had been lately, and to give her fresh motivation, Li Wei paused briefly, then began whispering into Yuriko's ear. Your recent performance has pleased me greatly. Keep up the good work. If you accumulate enough merit, I might consider resurrecting your mother. Levi wasn't deceiving the poor child. He could sense that the power of creation held this potential. Even if that approach failed, with sufficient divine power, manipulating the rules of time wouldn't be difficult either. However, he wasn't running a charity. These divine arts would require massive amounts of divine power to develop, and only if Yuriko continued working diligently and proving her worth would he grant her this corresponding reward in the future. Revive, mother. After staring blankly for a moment, Yuriko's eyes suddenly lit up with intensity. Even from Levi's perspective, he could see the light within her heart, which had dimmed slightly after achieving vengeance, now wildly blazing once more. Is there really still a chance to see mother again? She didn't doubt whether Levi, who had given her everything, possessed such capabilities. She simply found it hard to believe. Excitedly hopping onto her bicycle, Yuriko hastily responded, Great Tengu-sama, I'll do my best. With those words, she pedaled off on her bicycle in a hurry to search for targets. Yuriko, oh Yuriko, you've been too lazy lately. How dare you take breaks occasionally? You should eat while working. Yuriko scolded herself inwardly. No need to be in such a hurry. Li Wei shook his head helplessly, murmuring to himself. This kid is just too honest. When there's effort to be made, they throw their whole soul into it, and when there's work to be done, they exhaust every last drop of energy. Meanwhile, when turning his gaze towards Yoda, Levi's expression involuntarily grew peculiar once more. He had originally thought the child would first develop abilities like physical enhancement, but unexpectedly, whether due to the trauma of past beatings or simply his nature, the first ability he awakened was recovery. With Yuta's silent command, the massive wound on his hand rapidly healed. It worked! After realizing his abilities were connected to his life force, Yoda wondered if he could store his excess vitality during ordinary times and use it at critical moments. Through his efforts, he indeed succeeded. Now, concentrated within his heart was a vast reserve of the vitality he had previously accumulated. As long as he didn't sustain a direct fatal injury to a vital spot, he could rapidly regenerate and continue fighting indefinitely. I should say, this is what you'd expect from a protagonist of the cautious hero type, right? Li Wei resisted the urge to make a sarcastic comment. But this works out well too. The more survival skills he strengthens, the less I'll need to worry about protecting him during battles. In any case, it looks like the second divine technique will soon be ready, just lacking some minor finishing touches. Satisfied with his observations, Levi turned his gaze to the streets of Tokyo. Now that divine power was plentiful, it was time to seek new divine messengers again. Chapter 20, Divine Disaster? Ha! Another one jumped. Beneath Tokyo's notorious suicide sanctuary, Li Wei spotted the third jumper of the day. Perhaps due to the demon god's manifestation making many already pessimistic people believe the apocalypse was coming, or maybe for some other reason, today this bridge, notorious for frequent suicide cases even on ordinary days, seemed to have an exceptionally high number of jumpers. Of course, the most fundamental reason is undoubtedly that the island nation is already a high-pressure society to begin with, especially in Tokyo, an ultra-developed city pushed to the extreme limits of competition. Bored out of his mind, Li Wei sipped his milk tea while lazily scouting for targets, occasionally indulging in the sight of free-falling objects. With Yukiko's successful case, Levi tasted the sweetness of success. Compared to aimless searching, these people brimming with despair made far more effective tools. This very bridge was Levi's newly discovered prime NPC spawn point. On this bridge, not only were there numerous occasional jumpers, but the number of those who came to contemplate suicide yet ultimately didn't jump exceeded the actual jumpers by several dozen times. Without a doubt, they were all people filled with despair, and consequently, their inner light intensity was generally quite potent. In just one day today, Levi had already discovered over a dozen potential candidates with relatively radiant lights of the heart. Unfortunately, none of them were quite satisfactory. Some candidates were actually decent enough, but with Yuriko as the shining precedent, Levi always felt they fell slightly short. Smack! Casually knocking out the young man attempting to jump off the bridge with a mere gesture, Levi skillfully probed into the youth's obsessions. What a lovesick fool! Li Wei curled his lip in disappointment. After finally finding an exceptional candidate among the elite, it turned out to be some lovesick idiot who tried to kill himself over a breakup with his girlfriend. What use would someone like that be to the organization? Expect him to romance the heroic protagonists or something? Ugh, toss him out. Tossing the young man into the filthy ditch with a casual flick, Levi continued to lie in wait, ready for his next target. At last, as evening fell, Levi spotted an intriguing new quarry. There, by the railing of the bridge, strode a youth with a twisted visage, his face distorted by grotesque, crooked protrusions. Step by emotionless step, he moved with mechanical precision toward the bridge's center. Without a doubt, Levi felt an immediate and profound affinity for this peculiar young man. The reason, of course, was because the other person was ugly. With such a terrifying appearance to commit evil deeds, they would surely harvest more divine power, right? At this moment, the suddenly appeared young man had a vacant gaze, clearly filled with a death wish. After reaching the center of the bridge, he showed almost no hesitation before abruptly leaping off. Interesting. Such decisiveness undoubtedly made Li Wei regard him even more highly. Compared to those who procrastinate and hesitate, this young man was clearly far more resolute. Let me see what exactly happened to you. The flying brick knocked the young man unconscious with practiced ease, as Levi began probing his memories. Kwana, why are you being picky again? Eat properly. Only by eating more meat can you grow up strong. An attractive middle-aged woman was glaring angrily at the youth before her. Mom, why aren't you eating? Mom doesn't like to eat it. Then I don't like it either. If Mom won't eat, neither will I. Nearby, a tall middle-aged man watched this scene with gentle eyes, continuously organizing the tools in his hands as if calculating where he could earn more money. This seemed to be the young man's most precious memory. In his fragmented and limited life, it appeared to be one of his few shining moments. Through countless dark nights, it was this beautiful memory that supported him through his arduous journey. Unfortunately, he simply couldn't hold on any longer recently. In the young man's memory, his name was Yukimura Izuna. For the first decade or so of his life, he had been quite happy. This family wasn't wealthy, but neither were they poor. His parents loved him dearly, and his life was simple. Being what city folks would call a country bumpkin, he actually didn't have much pressure or burdens to shoulder. Barring any accidents, he would peacefully inherit his parents' simple rural lifestyle, tending fields during weekdays and occasionally taking odd jobs outside. Then he'd marry an ordinary wife and have 1 or 2 ordinary children. This was the foreseeable future he had once imagined for himself. His greatest annoyance was probably just that his delicate features kept getting him called Yukiko or Izuna-chan, those infuriating nicknames people teased him with. But everything changed on that day. A sudden nuclear leak shattered the peace of this land. The government concealed the severity of the disaster and only issued delayed evacuation notices to surrounding counties nearly 10 days later. Izumi followed his fellow villagers in dazed evacuation. Even at this point, he still didn't fully understand what was happening. Until later, he was diagnosed with cancer. According to relevant statistics, the local cancer incidence rate skyrocketed by hundreds of times after the nuclear leak accident. For those like them who were close to the site and failed to evacuate promptly, the incidence rate was even far higher. He became one among countless unfortunates. With no government aid in sight, his parents began working desperately to raise money for his treatment. The results seemed promising. After treatment, he temporarily regained his health. Yet unfortunately, his parents also contracted the same illness. He was the last to know. After his parents' deaths, he became like a lonely ghost drifting through the world. Until now, he had naively believed that his family was simply unlucky, having encountered a rare natural disaster and suffered its cruel aftermath. Though grief-stricken, life must go on. He still remembered his mother's dying wish, no matter what happens, always face life with a smile. But soon, he discovered things weren't as simple as he'd imagined. Continuing to live a simple life has become nearly impossible. Even though they were relocated to so-called safe zones, no one wants to buy agricultural products from this area due to the nuclear leaks. The crops, considered by people to be irradiated, or potentially irradiated, simply wouldn't sell. Seafood from the ocean faced similar rejection elsewhere, resulting in meager harvests. And soon, he received news that the government was about to release nuclear-contaminated water. It was predictable that once this was done, more people would be affected, and local products would likely become even harder to sell. More importantly, would more children end up as unfortunate as him? Seeing the helpless gazes of the elderly who depended on farmland for survival, witnessing the worried looks of those who relied on seafood for their livelihoods, especially those who were also suffering and struggling with illness, he made a decision. He was heading to Tokyo to seek help, in this city hailed as the radiant beacon of neon civilization, where one should be able to hear the voices from their lowest depths. Chapter 21, The Third Divine Emissary. Reading this far into the story, Levi could already foresee what would happen next. Through days of interaction, Levi had come to understand something of this country's true nature. In this country, it seems there exists an inherently unreasonable nature, the ubiquitous bullying, the overt existence of organized crime, and even the outright disregard for the suffering of others before one's eyes, all stem from one cause. That is, deep in their bones, they adhere to the law of the jungle. Worshipping the strong and preying on the weak seem to be traits etched into their very souls. To them, the strong dominating the weak, the strong bullying and harming the weak, is utterly natural and justified. At their core, they fundamentally lack the concept of benevolence. The occasional kind individuals would, in contrast, appear out of place among them. And the outcome was exactly as Li Wei had anticipated. This relatively guileless youth encountered obstacles everywhere after arriving in the city. No one was willing to listen to his voice, and the rare responses he received were perfunctory at best. This undoubtedly filled him with despair. He couldn't understand they were all living, breathing people just like him, so why didn't anyone care about something so serious? Those affected people had parents, families, and children too. They also wanted to live healthy lives. Why couldn't the people here understand such suffering? Protest. Protest against nuclear wastewater polluting the environment. Lonely and holding up a sign, the young man lingered day after day outside the residence of the local prime minister. Based on a true story. At first, there were still some people who joined him daily in raising their signs and shouting slogans, offering him occasional comfort. Even for such a significant matter, the number of protesters remained small, as most people remained indifferent. But slowly, as it became clear they couldn't stop what was coming, most drifted away until only he was left. He stood alone holding the sign, tears gradually blurring his vision. Clearly, the local people hadn't even agreed yet, so why did these big city folks get to decide their fate? He knew nothing would change, yet stubbornly continued holding the sign every day. Even he himself didn't know what exactly he was clinging to. Later still, even he could no longer hold on, because that terrifying illness had returned. Remembering his mother's dying wish for him to live well, he didn't want to give up on treatment. But as his appearance grew increasingly disfigured, finding work became nearly impossible, let alone receiving treatment. He constantly faced discrimination and even physical assaults. Even when he tearfully explained the circumstances of these incidents to others, few cared. Cold indifference and disgust were the only responses he received. Some even mocked him from their high horses, sneering that as a country bumpkin, he deserved such misfortune. There is no hope, no future. Impoverished and destitute, he couldn't even afford painkillers. Hatred and anger, the young man's mentality was gradually transforming. The cruel reality was warping his once innocent heart. Walking alone through the hospital corridor, the young man seemed to gradually understand something. Because they couldn't empathize, because the pain wasn't theirs to bear, that's why they remained so indifferent. If only they could feel the same pain too. If a nuclear leak happened in this city, if nuclear waste was dumped here, then surely, there wouldn't be so many people remaining unmoved by it all. It would be utterly impossible to casually decide their fate like this. Why should they get to live happily without a care in the world, while people like him were doomed to suffer such miserable deaths? That day, when he saw the towering silhouette of the Tengu, the young man had fantasized if he ever obtained such power, he'd pour that nuclear wastewater into Tokyo as well, making them taste the same agony. By then, no one would ever dare ignore their suffering again. The protesters holding signs outside the Prime Minister's residence would no longer be just a pitiful handful of people. Alas, reality remained reality. He simply didn't possess the power to change everything. Faced with this hopeless reality, he ultimately decided to come to this bridge to end his life. At least this way, he wouldn't have to face such crushing loneliness, despair, and pain every single day. Mother, in the end, I can no longer face life with a smile. Without the slightest hesitation, the young man named Yukimura Izuna leaped down. And then he fell right into Levi's hands. How interesting, let the world know pain. Lost in thought as he stared at the young man before him, Levi's face broke into a satisfied smile. Dumping nuclear wastewater back into Tokyo? What an interesting idea. This project Li Duoyu, am investing in it. Only with this level of ambition and such intense hatred, anger, and despair does one qualify to be a true villain. Those previous fellows, obsessed with nothing but love affairs, were simply far too lacking. Without hesitation, Levi reached out and placed his hand on the young man's head, bestowing upon him the divine authority of the water principle. There's no doubt that Levi was quite taken with this brilliant idea. With a monster constantly plotting to blow up nuclear power plants and flood Tokyo, the amount of fear energy people would contribute certainly wouldn't be insignificant. After what felt like an eternity, the young man regained consciousness, a fleeting look of confusion passing across his grotesque, twisted face. And when he laid eyes on the enormous Tengu before him, that confusion swiftly transformed into utter stupefaction. Wait, so, was I saved? Thinking of the rampant demon legends circulating everywhere earlier, his emotions began to fluctuate violently. Could this be that demon god who appeared that day? What could his reason for saving me be? Child, they cannot understand your pain, but I see it. Li Wei, transformed into the great Tengu, sighed. With just one sentence, the young man's psychological defenses were almost completely shattered. The acknowledgement he had failed to obtain in this city, the validation he couldn't gain from those officials, he unexpectedly received it from a legendary monster. There was no doubt about it, the irony was palpable. For a fleeting moment, he actually felt like a scholar willing to die for his bosom friend. Looking down at the young man before him, Levi whispered temptingly, I can bestow upon you power, the power to repay those who brought you pain and suffering. I can grant you the life to continue living. So tell me, what will you offer me in return? After a brief moment of stunned hesitation, the young man dropped to his knees without the slightest hesitation. I offer everything, my master. Gazing reverently at Levi's feet, the young man's face was filled with fervor. What does it matter if I join the so-called demons? As long as I can gain power to make those people taste suffering too. Very well. After briefly explaining the basic myths, legends, and organizational structure once more, Levi gently patted the young man's shoulder. From today onward, your codename shall be Noon Horse. Chapter 22, The Island Governor Gets Assassinated Again. Spread fear in your own way. Walking down the street while recalling the mission entrusted to him by Lord Tengu, Izumi Nai was deep in thought. Just before this, Levi had briefly explained to him how to spread fear. In Levi's view, creating urban legends was the most suitable way for Izuna, a newcomer whose abilities were still largely untapped, to gain experience. Even if he wanted to aim higher, say, with that outrageous idea he once floated about blowing up a nuclear power plant, his current abilities fell far short. For now, targeting minor government offices or insignificant buildings was probably his limit. But clearly, Izuna thought differently. Using my own methods? In Izuna's view, since the great Tengu had entrusted her with this mission, she naturally had to do her absolute best. Moreover, since her codename was Noon Horse, it meant there were already 6 senior predecessors before her. Recalling the viral footage of Yuriko's brazenly bloody ritual sacrifice in the city center, Izuna frowned slightly. I mustn't let my seniors look down on me. You see, he hated nothing more than being ignored and underestimated. When he had no power it was one thing, but now that he had strength. With these thoughts, Izuna returned to the underground basement of the abandoned building where he lived, and deftly took out a notice board. On this notice board, scrawled in crooked handwriting, were slogans like "No dumping nuclear wastewater," and "Criminals of all humanity." This sign was left to him by a fellow activist who had once opposed the nuclear wastewater bill alongside him. After his companions gradually left, he stood alone at the entrance of the island minister's residence, holding up this sign day after day, ignored, unseen. Do you not see me? After a long silence, Izuna suddenly burst into exaggerated laughter. Ah ha 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 ha. In that case, reaching under the bed, Izuna pulled out a slightly rusted small hammer and hid it behind the sign before striding out the door. At the entrance of the island chancellor's residence, Izuna expertly set up his stall with movements so practiced they could rival any seasoned street vendor. He waited quietly. Though everything seemed no different from usual, only Izuna himself knew this time was completely unlike any that had come before. After a long wait, surrounded by his entourage of bodyguards, the figure of the island prime minister slowly came into view for Izuna. Skilled at such approaches, Izuna moved closer and began shouting slogans. Seeing the young man before him, the island prime minister slightly furrowed his brows. To him, these people were like bothersome flies. As someone who needed to ponder affairs of state, he had no time to spare for the lives of such lowly individuals. Yes, they did suffer sacrifices, but it was for the sake of the nation, they should consider it an honor. Ignoring Izuna before him, Minister Shimaguni strode quickly toward his waiting car. The bodyguards surrounding Minister Shimaguni were undoubtedly familiar with the young man before them. After all, for over half a year now, this kid had frequently stood there holding his sign for no apparent reason. Because of this, they didn't even feel the need to be particularly vigilant. "Island Lord, I believe. Move aside." Before Izuna could say anything, someone stopped him. Pushing aside Izuna in front of him, several bodyguards roughly crowded around Rage and strode forward. They were so familiar with this routine that it had almost become second nature to them. There's no doubt that once again, Quan Nai was stung by the other party's disdainful gaze. Anyone who's been in an argument knows what's most infuriating isn't losing the verbal battle. It's being outright ignored, or worse, having the other person block you after getting the upper hand, leaving you unable to retort. This was precisely the situation Quan Nai found herself in at this moment. If only these officials had stopped to listen quietly to what he had to say, even if just falsely explaining some viewpoints and reasons he didn't agree with, he wouldn't have been this angry, this furious. "Refusing to listen to me, are you?" No longer hiding, he abruptly pulled out his small hammer from behind the sign and charged forward with all his might. Even now, these bodyguards still hadn't entered a state of heightened alertness. After all, they were professionals, they could tell at a glance whether the other side was raising a firearm to take aim and shoot. They'd seen far too many cases like this, people impulsively charging forward wielding laughable weapons. Before even drawing his gun, the lead officer attempted to restrain the charging Izumi with his bare hands. If they actually drew weapons and killed a protester holding a placard, that would undoubtedly become a major scandal. The news media would never let such a juicy story slip by. So, generally speaking, when faced with such situations, as long as the target isn't carrying firearms, they'd opt to neutralize them unarmed. With a firm grip on Izuna's wrist, the bodyguard's face broke into a confident smile. He envisioned the scene where the young man before him would be knocked to the ground and subdued. As the saying goes, they're professionals. Cases like last time, where the island governor was shot, were purely due to the opponent having guns and their own momentary carelessness. A youngster wielding a hammer like this before me, if someone could actually assassinate the island's prime minister with such a laughable tool, then us bodyguards might as well be useful. An immense force suddenly erupted from the wrist the bodyguard had been holding. A flicker of terror flashed through his eyes. "Get lost!" Shoving the bodyguard before him aside, Izumi charged forward with fearless determination. Although, the divine law he'd obtained wasn't physically enhancing like Yoda's, but since he now bore the mantle of divine messenger, he naturally possessed a trace of divine essence, and his body and soul had undergone some fundamental enhancements. In terms of raw power, he might still be far inferior to Yoda, but when facing ordinary mortals, the disparity was overwhelmingly in his favor. "Ha!" Hearing the startled cries from behind, Shermao instinctively turned his head in confusion to look back. What met his gaze was the rapidly approaching rusty hammer, growing larger in his vision. Bang! At this moment, on the other side, Li Wei had just completed his further development of the power of creation. "I wonder how my new divine envoy is doing now," Levi suddenly thought to himself. "They've just obtained divine power, hard to say if they can handle it. But it shouldn't be a problem." After all, during his previous investigations, this young man named Izuna had seemed quite honest and steady. For now at least, there shouldn't be any. Shifting his consciousness to Izuna's side, in the next second, a shocked exclamation from Levi echoed through the room. "Holy shit!" Levi happened to witness the moment the Japanese Prime Minister got his head blown off. Uncertain, he rubbed his eyes and carefully examined the still-twitching corpse on the floor. After confirming it was indeed the current Japanese Prime Minister, Levi couldn't help but let out another astonished cry. "Holy shit, what the hell just happened?" In the brief moment he spent developing his divine power, this kid actually assassinated the island's leader? As hard as it was to believe, the reality was undeniable. With Naruto's enhanced physical strength, while it might not be as brutal as smashing a watermelon, judging from the large, deep-bloodied hole, there was absolutely no way the island's leader could have survived. And it was only at this moment that the island leader's bodyguards snapped out of their daze, realizing that their leader had, once again, seemingly been assassinated. Chapter 23, In the Spotlight. It must be said that Levi was genuinely shocked at this moment. He had still underestimated how much this once simple and honest young man had changed after gaining power. So it's true what they say, when warriors possess martial skills, they inevitably break prohibitions? Levi seemed to begin grasping the meaning of these words. When a person gains power, their thoughts and perspectives undergo a fundamental shift, giving rise to all manner of bold ambitions. Even a once timid and cautious youth, who would meekly raise protest signs when faced with injustice, can rapidly develop astonishing audacity. At that very moment, while those around him still stood dumbfounded, Izuna suddenly spun on his heel and bolted. Wahoo! Uttering a joyful whoop, Izuna's heart was pounding rapidly, brimming with the exhilaration of having pulled off something mischievous. Is this what it feels like to possess power? It's truly, absolutely fantastic. Having pulled off such a big move, surely the others in the organization won't look down on me as a rookie anymore, right? As he dashed along cheerfully, Izuna secretly contemplated. As Izuna began to flee, the surrounding bodyguards snapped out of their daze and finally drew their guns. Damn it! Glaring furiously at Izuna, the bodyguards looked ready to tear him apart with their bare teeth. In full view of everyone, the Prime Minister was beaten to death with a hammer. Wouldn't that make them the laughingstock of the industry from then on? Even though it was the same before, at least back then they were the ones with guns. Not only that, but with such a record, how will they ever find work again in the future? Bang! Seeing the men behind him about to shoot, the prepared Izuna suddenly kicked his stall at them with full force, then leapt 3 feet into the air and swiftly lunged into the crowd. With the barrage of scattered objects blocking their path, the bodyguards failed to hit Izuna right away. Alas! As if mocking them, Izuna walked several steps on his hands in an inverted position, even vigorously clapping his feet together. Damn it! Watching as Izuna disappeared into the crowd, several bodyguards cursed under their breath in renewed fury, yet dared not fire their weapons indiscriminately again. Unlike the military's high-powered rifles, these men were equipped with service pistols, weapons with limited range and accuracy, typically effective only within 50 meters, sometimes not even loaded with a full charge of gunpowder. This is essentially the case in countries around the world, including the so-called firepower superpower, the United States. History is not short of instances where individuals sustained 7 or 8 gunshot wounds yet continued exchanging fire with the police, even managing to suppress the officers with counterfire as perpetrators. After all, their duty was solely protection and small-scale urban combat. Accidentally skewering 2 or 3 innocent bystanders during a protection mission would be downright embarrassing. Heavy firepower, that's something only professional forces possess. At this moment, Izuna had already dashed dozens of meters away. Surrounded by pedestrians and in such a core area as the Prime Minister's residence, they simply didn't dare to fire their guns recklessly. Without hesitation, the group quickly dialed their phones to notify the police, then jumped into their cars and gave chase at full speed. Soon, a peculiar scene unfolded on the streets of Tokyo. A young man sprinted wildly ahead, weaving through alleys and streets, while a swarm of pursuers chased desperately behind. Interceptors frequently appeared ahead to block his path, and the blaring sirens of police cars intermittently pierced through the air, assaulting everyone's eardrums. Bang! Smashing through a pane of glass with fierce momentum, Izuna nimbly dashed out the back door. He could sense many people chasing him, but instead of panic, he only grew increasingly exhilarated. This sensation of being pursued, of holding everyone's attention, it truly felt like. It's just like being the protagonist in a chase scene. With such a joyful mood, Izumi continued to dodge around like a mouse playing with a cat. Water, I need water. As the glow in her heart grew brighter, Izumi recalled her power to control water. Got it! With a sudden burst, she ruptured a fire hydrant. As water gushed out in abundance, Izumi felt completely in her element. Not only did her movements become swifter, but her stamina also instantly recovered by a significant margin. Bang! Suddenly appearing from behind, Izuna smashed a police car's window with his small hammer, then blew a provocative whistle. Then, like a figure skater, he slid swiftly across the water's surface and vanished down the street in an instant. How despicable! Izuna's provocative behavior undoubtedly provoked even greater fury from the police. Visibly, the number of cops chasing Izuna began multiplying rapidly. Bang! Another fire hydrant burst open rapidly, and even Izuna began closing his eyes. In the area where he moved, the continuous destruction of fire hydrants had left water everywhere. Now, from his perspective, he could clearly sense whenever someone stepped through the water around him, the water would tell him where his enemies were. Under the stimulation of life and death peril and the ecstasy brought by the brilliance of his heart's light, his abilities grew rapidly. Alright, time to retreat. Finally, Quan Nai came to a stop. Though his actions had been reckless, his mind had never been clearer. The reason he could toy with these officers until now was simply due to the police's lack of firepower and the fact that this was a bustling downtown area with crowds of bystanders restricting their movements. With the arrival of heavy weapons and the dispersal of the crowd, the police's combat effectiveness would only grow stronger. It was time to leave now. If he stayed any longer, he'd be eating bullets. With that thought, Izuna changed direction and headed toward the riverside. With a backward glance and a smile, she flashed a finger gun gesture at the belated police officers before leaping into the air. Damn it! Quick, deploy officers along both riverbanks. He'll have to resurface eventually. Soon, under the police chief's orders, officers of all ranks took up positions along the riverbanks, preparing to wait like farmers hoping a hare would dash itself against a tree stump. They refused to believe anyone could dive without needing to surface for air. The moment he dared emerge, they'd blow his head off without hesitation. Let's see if he dares not come up for air and drowns himself in the water. A long while passed. Another long while. The police officers on shore fell into silence. At this very moment, Izuna didn't return home but instead went back to the place where he had killed the Prime Minister at the beginning. By now, the Prime Minister had already been taken away by an ambulance, leaving only reporters of various sizes who had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. Shocking news, the Prime Minister has been assassinated again. According to eyewitnesses, it was a young man with a hammer. Just as several reporters were covering the story, a figure suddenly appeared. Tell me, is this the kind of hammer you're talking about? As the reporter stared in shock, Izuna smiled faintly and pointed at himself for the cameras. Remember this face. That guy was just the first sacrifice I offered to the great Tengu. There will be a second, and a third. As he spoke, Izuna used his abilities to manipulate all the water within sight. For a moment, countless water droplets hung suspended in the air as if frozen in time, even beginning to flow upward against gravity. Excellent. Just like this, the feeling of being the center of attention. Izuna's mood at this moment was undoubtedly one of delight. Remember my designation, Eye of Demons 12 and Noon Horse. Prepare yourselves to face the terror I shall bring upon you. That day will not be far off. With a casual wave goodbye to the camera, Izuna slowly vanished from the street once more. As he gradually walked away, the raindrops suspended in the sky finally began to fall slowly one by one. It took a moment longer before the scene erupted into chaos, with the journalist's emotions being completely ignited in that instant. Chapter 24, Being Prime Minister is a high-risk profession. With this, great Tengu-sama ought to value me even more. On the other side, just as Izuna had pulled off some extreme maneuvers, Yuriko was also putting in some intense work. Casually dragging several mutilated corpses into sacrificial formations, Yuriko had already become quite adept at this by now. These fellows had been ganging up to bully a female classmate, just happened to run into Yuriko. Did they really think they'd get off easy? Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, Yuriko had turned them into human specimens, nailed directly to the ground. Ever since pulling off that major job under Levi's arrangements and temporarily escaping Tokyo's central district, Yuriko had pushed diligence to its absolute limit. By day she cultivated divine power, by night she played urban legend, and whenever she encountered those she deemed deserving of death, she'd perform instant sacrificial rites without hesitation. Though exhausted, Yuriko's mood only improved with time. Surely no one could match her work ethic. She, Yuriko, would forever remain great Tengu-sama's most valued subordinate. Big sister, can I follow you? Just as Yuriko had finished another job and was about to leave, the girl who had been bullied and saved by her suddenly approached, asking timidly, "Why would you follow me? Aren't you going to school anymore?" Yuriko asked, puzzled. I don't have parents, and my grandmother passed away not long ago. I want to be with you." For a brief moment, a rare flicker of sympathy crossed Yuriko's eyes, perhaps reminded of her own past. These scum always prey on the weak and vulnerable, but if they ever faced someone with wealth or power, they wouldn't dare act so boldly. Shaking her head, Yuriko could easily understand the girl's feelings. To endure hardship alone, then suddenly encounter someone who rescues you, she knew all too well what that redemption felt like. If it were her, she'd surely want to follow at all costs and do everything in her power to repay the favor. But, keep focusing on your studies. My world is dangerous, and you don't have the strength to help me with anything. Giving the girl's shoulder a gentle pat, Yuriko turned away with effortless grace, leaving only her retreating figure behind. Casually summoning one of the phones left behind by the fallen foes with an idle gesture, Yuriko idly scrolled through the messages. Because her identity had been exposed, her phone wasn't safe to use. To avoid being tracked, she had been using a stolen phone these days. Yet in the very next moment, Yuriko froze on the spot. Staring intently at the latest news alert about the Prime Minister's assassination on her phone, Yuriko's eyes suddenly widened. Damn it, why didn't I think of that? Staring at the glaring bold characters Demon Eye 12, Noon Horse on the title, Yuriko's face darkened with gloom. While Izuna's worry about being looked down upon by seniors probably wouldn't materialize, what might be happening instead was others resenting him for stealing their status as the brightest star under Lord Tengu's command. Crack! Yuriko clenched her phone so hard that cracks formed instantly, wisps of smoke curling up within seconds. At this moment, Yuriko felt as if struck by lightning, her mind consumed entirely by the fear of losing her prized position as the most valued subordinate. Standing frozen for a long while, Yuriko suddenly had a flash of insight. No, I must kill one too. If the other party had killed a so-called prime minister to prove their loyalty to the great Tengu, wouldn't failing to kill someone herself be unworthy of her senior status? With this thought, her mind whirling rapidly as if she'd realized something, Yuriko turned and walked back the way she came. Walking up to the girl still frozen in place, Yuriko flashed a smile, though at this moment, it looked rather sinister. If you want to follow me, that's fine, but I need you to do something for me. Do something? The girl's face lit up with expectation as she gazed at Yuriko in pleasant surprise. She casually pulled out another phone, pointing at the news to show the girl. See this news? If nothing unexpected happens, a new prime minister will soon take office. I need you to gather detailed intelligence on the new PM for me, so I can assassinate him. Ha, me? Uncertainly pointing at her own face, the girl's head sprouted a giant question mark. Just like Banbo Ba in Journey to the West when the nine-headed serpent ordered him, a mere minor demon, to eliminate Tang Sang and his entire party, the girl's face was full of disbelief. Don't worry, you won't be alone. I'll recruit several more people. You don't need to investigate in too much detail, just get a rough idea of the location and direction. Here in Japan, to appear approachable and win votes, there are numerous publicity stunts. Many official itineraries are actually quite transparent, with details easily uncovered by both media outlets and ordinary citizens. Otherwise, the former prime minister wouldn't have been gunned down in broad daylight. Of course, now that another prime minister has been assassinated, security measures will undoubtedly tighten. But Yuriko isn't the least bit afraid. As if struck by a thought, Yuriko added, if you come across any important information about other key members under the Demon King's command or our rivals, be sure to inform me. For now, she's temporarily stationed outside, time to plant a few spies in Tokyo. Things were getting interesting. After handing over all the money she'd scavenged these past days as operating funds for the girl, Yuriko's fighting spirit burst into flames. Opponents weren't just enemies, they included her own allies too. Though she knew internal conflicts were forbidden, that would surely anger Lord Tengu, as long as she outperformed them all, surely that would be acceptable. And soon enough, Levi also became aware of these little maneuvers orchestrated by Yuriko. Sneaking a few people into Tokyo whenever she got the chance, it wasn't like he was blind, so naturally he noticed right away. Truly worthy of Yuriko, the Queen of Grind, that title fits you perfectly. Levi couldn't help but wear a strange expression on his face. It seems being prime minister might become a high-risk occupation soon. Could it be that all my villainous subordinates will need to assassinate a prime minister to prove themselves? Though this thought flashed through his mind without any basis after all, he hadn't even fully recruited his followers yet, Levi couldn't help instinctively considering it. If everyone eliminates the same boss, and you're the only one who doesn't, wouldn't that prove you're incompetent? If this continues, it probably won't end well, he mused. With a slight frown, Li Wei suddenly thought of a crucial point. The villains are all so intensely competitive, under life and death crises, the pressure is immense, and their strength grows rapidly. At this rate, by the time the great battle arrives, won't his righteous subordinates be utterly crushed? Although, judging by his current performance, Yang Tai isn't exactly slacking, but there's no comparison to the villain's ruthless, life-risking lifestyle. Thinking this, Li Wei focused his divine senses and swiftly locked onto a nest of rats in the underground sewers. It looks like it's time to cultivate some early-stage minions for them, to give them a good beating every now and then. Grabbing a random rat, Levi's face broke into a mischievous smile. Perfect timing to test out my newly developed abilities too. Chapter 25, Heroes? Alienation. As Levi channeled his divine energy, the mouse in his hand began to grotesquely swell and expand. There was no difference between this and using creation power to forge those peculiar artifacts. At Levi's discretion, he could selectively enhance different parts of the mouse, granting it various specialized functions. Moreover, the intensity of the enhancement can be determined by the amount of divine power invested. Soon, under Li Wei's manipulations, rats of varying sizes and appearances emerged before him. Excellent, you shall be called Rat 1. Holding up a rat as large as a basketball, with razor-sharp claws and fur harder than steel, Li Wei declared its name. As for you, you're Rat number 2. This was a mouse as large as a cartwheel, its compact head sitting atop a body rippling with powerful muscles. And you, Rat number 3. Li Wei was having the time of his life. By noon, he'd already developed nearly 10 different breeds and variations of rats. Soon, under Levi's command, these rats returned to the sewers and were released to roam freely. Let's start with rat number 1, we'll try 100 first to test the effects. Guided by Levi's markings, the rats swiftly and frantically charged toward Yoda's location. At that very moment, Yoda had just finished speaking with the soon-to-be appointed Prime Minister. Just some measly monsters, how could they possibly defeat us humans? If we've held out for 1,000 years, there's no reason we can't make it through this time. The newly appointed Prime Minister proclaimed with feigned boldness. Whether his words were sincere or not, as a politician, he was quite skilled at delivering such inspiring speeches. 10 years from now, right under this cherry blossom tree, the two of us will meet again to drink and chat, celebrating our victory. I have to admit, this politician has some real skills. He actually got Yoda feeling fired up. Good. Then 10 years from now, we'll meet here again. At this moment, they did somewhat resemble the unflappable protagonists facing powerful enemies that you'd find in novels. Leaving the new Prime Minister's residence, Yoda prepared to return home and resume his training. But suddenly, a massive black swarm of unidentified creatures came charging out from the street corner. This time and place had been deliberately chosen by Levi. Life modifications consumed no small amount of divine power. If he didn't take advantage of the crowd to spread his influence and harvest more divine energy, it would be a wasted opportunity. Though unlike divine messengers, the fear these demons generated couldn't be directly absorbed and converted to him at fixed coordinates. But as long as this atmosphere of fear could spread and intensify, it would indirectly strengthen Levi as well. From the perspective of passers-by on the street, a massive swarm of pitch-black, enormous rats with ferocious expressions rushing forward like a tidal wave, hissing wildly, was undoubtedly somewhat terrifying. the scene instantly descended into chaos. Yet when Yang Tai witnessed this, he remained remarkably composed, swiftly retrieving the ever-present treasure box from his back like a Saint Seiya warrior. In mere moments, he clad his torso with makeshift armor pieces protecting both chest and back. Then, wielding a gun in one hand and a knife in the other, he charged forward, retreated backward. Pressed flush against the wall behind him, Yoda now resembled those tower-dependent players in games who always seek refuge under defensive turrets when facing enemies. Utilizing every advantageous condition, his eyes constantly scanning, Yoda moved along the wall while firing and retreating in one direction. This area's backlit. If they chase me, their vision will be disrupted. Plus it reduces how many can attack me simultaneously. Bang! Even as he kept firing, Yoda engaged in brutal close-quarters combat with the monstrosities. Seems I still underestimated this kid's combat proficiency. While secretly observing and recording data, Levi silently contemplated. With such advantageous terrain and combat style, Yoda would likely defeat these opponents without sustaining serious injuries. Fortunately, Levi had long prepared for this. His purpose wasn't only to train the protagonist group's abilities, but also to help them establish their reputation. Fear abilities have grown so much, yet positive faith yields no harvest. What a waste. If they won't promote themselves willingly, I might as well create opportunities for them in my free time. Not only would this spread my reputation, but it'd also hone real combat experience, killing two birds with one stone. Under Levi's psychic manipulation, a speeding car soon careened around the street corner and crashed violently onto the roadside. A panicked family of three stumbled out of the car. At this moment, the family stood bewildered. Their brakes had inexplicably failed, causing the accident, yet miraculously none of them were injured. Their shock turned to utter stupefaction when they saw a young man locked in furious combat with a horde of monsters after exiting the vehicle. Upon noticing the family's arrival, the rats besieging Yoda grew restless, some even breaking away from their formation. Get out of the way! Yoda realized something and hastily shouted at the passerby in front of him. Even now, the family of three who'd just been in the car accident remained dazed, their legs too weak to run properly. As ordinary people, there wasn't much they could do to begin with. Just surviving a car crash and then encountering such terrifying monsters left them completely at a loss, especially while holding a child. Damn it, no time left. After giving the family of three a long look, lingering especially on the child in the adult's arms, Yoda suddenly burst forth from his hiding spot in the blind corner. This time, he truly charged forward without hesitation. Ditching the pistol with its spent bullets, Yoda swung his twin blades fiercely as he positioned himself between the monsters and the unfamiliar family. To maximize efficiency and ensure no rat slipped past, he even resorted to trading blows, accepting wounds for kills. Military strategy taught him that in warfare, one should spare no means to preserve oneself, utilizing every possible method to defeat a formidable enemy. Yet his convictions told him that to protect the innocent and the weak, one should likewise spare no sacrifice. This path is barred. The light of his heart continued to blaze. Despite these fiendish rats gouging hideous wounds into Yoda, under the blessing of life's law, his body kept regenerating, still unbroken, still standing. At last, after a long while, as their numbers dwindled, the pressure from the rat horde gradually lessened. Put! With a final dull thud, after killing the last rat, Yoda leaned on his sword, barely managing to half-kneel on the ground. After catching his breath for a moment, Yoda propped himself up with his sword and staggered unsteadily towards his medicine box. Just then, as if realizing the monsters had finally been wiped out, the family of three, exhausted, came to a halt after fleeing for their lives. As he passed by the family of three, Yoda suddenly tilted his head slightly. Is the child alright? He was referring to the car accident moments ago. And no, nothing happened. That's good. Without another word, Yuta quietly stepped aside, as if he had done something utterly insignificant. Only now, seeing that all those monsters were truly dead, did several reporters from a distant car excitedly rush down and surround Yuta, whose body was covered in gruesome wounds. Since this was the hero's debut location carefully chosen by Levi, of course there would be reporters and cameras documenting everything. Even if there weren't any originally, an unexpected car accident would occur to deliver a few journalists to the scene. Soon, surrounding Yuta, the reporters unhesitatingly showered him with praises befitting a hero. A hero, you say? Silently glancing at the unfolding scene before him, Levi turned and disappeared back into the shadows. Whether they're heroes or demon kings, all are merely stepping stones on my path to godhood. Chapter 26. The price just went up. There really aren't many who meet the standards of righteousness. Thinking about the recent difficulties in recruiting, Levi let out a slight sigh. In a high-pressure society like this, despairing villains can be found everywhere, while those who meet the standards of being a righteous hero are relatively few and far between. As for future villainous cadres, Levi wasn't particularly worried. Despair was after all the finest flower that nurtured psychic power. With just a little misery in their lives, they would naturally temper their minds to formidable strength while harboring deep hostility toward the world. He believed that with careful searching, there would always be plenty of villainous subordinates who met the criteria. In contrast, those with noble aspirations, people who genuinely want to help others and save the world, are truly rare. Even if someone is relatively innocent and kind-hearted, without the tempering of trials or unwavering ambition, it's difficult for their inner light to shine brightly enough. And most crucially, appearance matters. It directly affects the efficiency of absorbing positive emotions. If they're not handsome or beautiful enough, it just won't do. A single standard might not seem difficult, but when stacked together, especially with the added criterion of appearance, it becomes incredibly challenging. Fortunately, Levi thought of utilizing tools. Yoda, the demons appeared earlier than expected. The other chosen descendants of heroes from this generation may not have awakened yet. If this continues, the world might be in danger. Transforming into Kami Azumi Nabatsuna, Levi once again adeptly played the role of the wise old man assigning quests to the hero. What should we do then? Yoda appeared quite distressed. Teacher, just recently, I was attacked by some very strange-looking rodents. After briefly describing what had happened, Yoda concluded, I suspect someone is deliberately targeting me behind the scenes. Otherwise, all these incidents would be too much of a coincidence. Oh, does such a thing truly exist? Li Wei's heart stirred inwardly, though outwardly he remained composed. Truly the number one heroic subordinate he had his eye on, remarkably sharp-witted. Though even if beaten to death, this guy would never suspect it was all his own orchestration behind the scenes. If I'm not mistaken, it's likely because I can sense powerful demonic entities. The other party probably fears my strength and worries about being detected and captured, which is why their true form dares not show itself. Having experienced numerous cover-ups and having prepared stacks of contingency plans long ago, Li Wei immediately delivered a perfect excuse off the top of his head. I see. Yoda began to show even more anxiety. They were supposed to follow the script where the male lead and his buddies saved the world. But now, just from the villains they'd already encountered, there were 4, Yuriko, Mizuna, the mysterious Qianlong who had rescued Yuriko, and now this unknown assailant striking from the shadows. If they included the yet unseen but presumably existing members codenamed Rat, Ox, Tiger, and Rabbit, it was a conservative estimate that he'd have to face at least 7 Demon King lieutenants on top of the Demon King himself. No wonder he felt the weight of Mount Tai on his shoulders. In front of the teacher, he honestly felt too embarrassed to complain. If it were in private, even someone as mild-tempered as him would have started grumbling ages ago. Should saving the world really be my job alone? Seeing Yoda's worried expression, Levi also secretly felt apologetic. He had originally intended to assign Yoda a few assistants to share the burden early on, but there just weren't any suitable candidates available. Still, resolving this was exactly why he had come today. Taking out some pre-prepared fragments of weapons and armor that appeared ancient, Levi explained, these are fragments of armaments once used by my former companions. If we encounter descendants of those chosen heroes or anything related to them, these relics should show some reaction. In truth, these fragments only carried basic functionality to discern the intensity of one's heart light. If someone with sufficiently strong heart light came nearby, he would be able to detect it and proceed to administer a secondary assessment. This method would save him considerable time and energy. So such things actually exist. Excitedly taking these fragments, Yoda treated them like priceless treasures and immediately dashed towards the city center. He couldn't bear spending even one more day fighting alone against the Demon King's overwhelming forces. Soon, under official arrangements, numerous people carried these fragments and thoroughly turned the supernatural world of the island nation upside down once again. It didn't take long before Levi had his first target. Projecting his consciousness into the corresponding fragment, the first thing Levi saw was a girl dressed in traditional shrine maiden attire, white robe over red hakama. At this moment, the girl had simply tied her long hair back with a white cloth strip. Beneath her white tabi socks were a pair of traditional wooden geta sandals. Her entire outfit looked as though it had stepped straight out of ancient times. And when one took in her exquisitely beautiful face, this impression only deepened further. Even someone as picky as Levi had to admit that the girl before him was truly beautiful, like a clear spring of crystalline water. Just based on appearance, she was undoubtedly the most fitting candidate Levi had encountered recently. Soon, through the conversation among the group, Levi understood why the girl was dressed this way. The caretaker of a small shrine? No wonder she's dressed like this. As the proprietor of an ancient local shrine and its sole shrine maiden, it was hardly surprising that these people sought out this place first. Gazing eagerly at the towering brilliance of the other's heartlight, Li Wei felt intrigued and promptly set into motion. The only uncertainty was the nature of the other party's heart force core. But judging by their aura alone, it probably wouldn't be too shabby, right? After circling the young girl for a while with no reaction from the fragment in hand, the staff member couldn't hide their disappointment. However, they didn't give up. This was a shrine with an exceptionally long history. Even if they couldn't find anyone, there might still be other clues here. With that, the group prepared to head toward the courtyard behind the shrine. Yet just at that moment, the young girl suddenly blocked their path. Waving her hands frantically in front of her, the girl stood firmly in front of the group. Nope, absolutely not. I told you last time, the storage room in the back contains all sorts of important heirlooms passed down from our ancestors. If you go barging in like this, you'll definitely damage those precious items. Under the surprised gazes of the entire group, the girl declared with conviction, though if you absolutely must enter, I suppose it's not completely impossible. The price just went up. The staff members all fell into silence. Meanwhile, Li Wei also frowned slightly, sensing that something seemed amiss. Chapter 27, The Fourth Divine Emissary? In the end, due to the young lady's insistence, the group reluctantly paid a considerable admission fee before finally being allowed to enter the backyard warehouse. In the past, they might have used their influence to pressure others and refused to pay this sum. However, recently, as their understanding of supernatural phenomena has grown, they've gradually begun treating these individuals with divine roles more politely. Basically, it boils down to following their instincts. Besides, they can always get reimbursed anyway. And just as the group departed, the young girl finally let go of her poised and aloof facade, her eyes gleaming as she eagerly began counting the money. After counting once, as if unsatisfied, she proceeded to count it all over again. And right at that moment, Li Wei arrived. A brick struck the back of the girl's head, and without even realizing what had happened, she collapsed stiffly onto the street. Sure enough, the essence of this girl's heartlight is a love for money. Though Li Wei had already anticipated this upon seeing the girl's earlier behavior, he still couldn't help feeling speechless once he actually investigated it. Compared to the tragic lives of those villains, the girl's life was actually much simpler. The girl's name was Kamishiro Chizuru. Just hearing the name Kamiyo suggests it's a family descended from generations of shrine priests who served the deities. But these days, their household can hardly claim any genuine faith or reverence for the gods, it's just a way to make a living. From childhood, her father dressed her as a shrine maiden, cultivating that demure and charming persona she shows to the world. Behind closed doors? Well, let's just say even the monkeys in the mountains fear her. Later on, though my father passed away from illness, it was a natural death without too much complicated matters or sorrow. After that, perhaps because of the remote location, the shrine didn't do well financially, and we went through a period of hardship. Whether it was the influence of those difficult times or natural talent, the girl quickly became obsessed with money. Not that she ever had malicious intent, the girl was genuinely kind-hearted by nature. Most of the time she was even quite helpful, and her character was widely recognized as quite decent. After that, the girl studied Chinese and English on her own to attract more tourists. Seeing a promising increase in visitor numbers, she then taught herself photography. To save on repair costs, she learned electrical and plumbing work, and to avoid renovation expenses, she picked up carpentry. She even studied animal training in her spare time, raising a few monkeys to earn extra money from tourists. Recently, he's been cramming anime knowledge to blend into the otaku circles while recruiting people to join his activities. After witnessing the simple yet complex first half of this girl's life, Levi fell into a prolonged silence. This was truly his first encounter with such a peculiar individual. The radiant heart of this girl starkly differed from what he had anticipated, whether it be a love for peace, self-sacrifice for others, or changing the world. The contrast couldn't be greater. Their ideals didn't even align in the same direction. Even he had to admit, this girl's initiative was truly remarkable. As long as the pay was good, she'd willingly take on and learn any hard or menial task, more eager than anyone else. Of course, when there was no money to be made, she'd become incredibly lazy. Getting her to lift a finger would be difficult. For the first time, Levi felt a hint of uncertainty. When it comes to the heartlight of young maidens being wasted, at least it's vastly better than those oddballs who just want to lie flat, mooch off others, or obsess over romance. But if we're saying it's not wasted, expecting her to work hard at developing divine powers when she can't even make money seems pretty unrealistic. How could anyone possibly stack their heartlight as high as those tragic villains just by loving money? Even the usually patient Li Wei couldn't help complaining. This was truly beyond ridiculous. For a moment, he truly couldn't gauge whether this girl could become a suitable tool. Her potential seemed impressively high, yet her floor appeared disappointingly low. After prolonged deliberation, Levi still decided to take her in for now, mainly because her appearance and aura were simply too advantageous. Merely standing before others would automatically harvest vast amounts of positive thoughts without lifting a finger, provided she kept silent and didn't reveal her money-grubbing, monkey-repelling darker side. As for the possibility of slacking off and not properly developing divine powers, it's not an unsolvable problem. When kids misbehave and refuse to study, a few good beatings usually do the trick. He refused to believe that with monster attacks happening every few days and enduring regular beatings, they wouldn't desperately hurry to develop their powers. If they still couldn't cut it in the end, it would be simple enough to reclaim the power and find someone else. Thinking of this, Levi didn't hesitate and swiftly infused the girl with the laws of wind. After a long while, the girl slowly awoke. How strange, why did I fall asleep here? At that very moment, the weapon fragments held by the staff members who had gone to investigate the backyard suddenly began to buzz and tremble. What's this? The group grew excited. Could it be that they had finally found it? Phew! Amid a surge of teal-colored wind, the fragment gently floated upward, drifting toward the direction where the girl stood. Hurry, catch up! A moment later, amid the group's eager gazes, a look of astonishment appeared on the girl's face. What, you want me to fight monsters? Though the girl still didn't fully understand the strange sensations suddenly surging through her body or what exactly was happening, it didn't stop her from firmly saying no. No way, nope, not happening. Years of professional instinct told her this wasn't the right moment to agree. The more someone coveted something, the wiser it was to hold back just a little longer. Soon after, Yoda, who had finally received news about a potential companion, immediately rushed over without delay. At last I won't have to fight alone anymore? Yoda's face was filled with anticipation. I wonder what kind of person my new partner will be. With such bloodline inheritance, they must be someone passionate and kind-hearted too. Soon, within the shrine, Yuta and Chizuru officially began their discussion. I know you don't yet understand what's really happening. The truth is, the world has reached a critical juncture between life and death. After explaining a brief overview of historical truths and the urgency of the current crisis, Yuta then delivered impassioned words. Now is the time we must step forward, to protect those who... Nodding with exaggerated solemnity, Chizuru's face bore an exceedingly serious expression as she sat rigidly upright, seemingly infected by Yuta's impassioned speech. She even chimed in with supportive comments between nods. Had one not noticed those occasionally wandering eyes that darted about whenever Yuta wasn't looking? After what felt like an eternity, just as Yuta excitedly thought he'd found a kindred spirit, the girl finally spoke in a faint, distant voice. So, what's the salary if I join your team? Ha! Under Yuta's stunned gaze, the girl continued mournfully, you're not planning to withhold payment from your workers, are you? In principle, I'd rather not get involved in this matter. As you said, there are risks involved. For a girl like me, combat is just too terrifying. I really don't want to participate in something so frightening. So, then suddenly pivoting, beneath Yuta's increasingly shocked expression, the girl added, you'll have to pay extra. At the very least, you'll need to offer a sum that truly tempts me before I'll agree to fight for you. Yoda. After a brief silence, as if finally understanding something, Yoda reluctantly spoke. So, how much do you want? Her eyes darting slightly, the girl hesitated and counted on her fingers. 3, 4, 5, 500. A monthly salary should start from at least 5 million yen. After all, the girl had yet to see much of the world and didn't realize she was currently one of only 2 combat personnel. She named what she considered a steep price right off the bat. Yet under the girl's expectant gaze, waiting for Yuta to haggle, he simply gave a slight nod. 5 million? That's acceptable. For Yuta, born into privilege, this was no significant sum. He could authorize such payment on his own authority. Yet when the girl heard Yuta agree so readily, not only was there no hint of joy on her face, her heart instead skipped a beat, and a dullness seemed to glaze over her eyes. Damn it, I undersold it. Chapter 28, a wild ability user? Take this move. On the hillside behind the small shrine, Yoda, who finally had a supernatural companion, was excitedly practicing his moves. At last, no more solitary exploration. At last, a worthy opponent. Naturally, Yoda was eager to fight to his heart's content. Bang! Without holding back in the slightest, he threw a fierce punch straight into Chizuru's face, sending her flying backward. Thanks to the cushioning effect of her wind-based ability reducing her weight, Chizuru practically skipped across the ground like a stone skimming water. She bounced up, dropped down, then bounced up again, repeating the cycle 6 or 7 times, covering a distance of over 20 meters. At this moment, Yoda displayed textbook straight guy behavior. No such thing as showing tenderness toward the fairer sex existed in his world. It wasn't until a moment later that Chizuru, clutching her face, angrily scrambled up from the ground. But before Chizuru could say anything, Yoda spoke first. Get serious. I actually held back at the very end. If we were enemies, you'd probably be severely injured by now. Gah! Even with 1,000 words to say, knowing they'd all be wasted on this boy whose mind was solely occupied with gaining strength and defeating the Demon King, Shizur could only swallow back all the curses bubbling in her throat. I quit. I quit. Find someone else to do your dirty work. Who in their right mind hits a girl's face without hesitation? You bastards. Rubbing her throbbing cheek, Shizur felt genuinely aggrieved at this moment. Just one day ago, she had been nothing more than an ordinary girl living a carefree life. Her heart ached, and tears threatened to fall. Yet Yoshida replied coolly, the enemy won't go easy on you just because you're a girl. You should be glad we're not real opponents. Alright, you win. If you're so convinced, go find someone else then. Anyway, I'm quitting. If I ever practice again, I swear I'll. Before Chizuru could say anything, Yoda continued nonchalantly, if you practice for the whole day today, I'll count it as double wages for you. Chizuru's foot abruptly froze midair, her entire body pausing for a split second. Damn it, do you really think I'm that kind of money-grubbing woman? Alright then, starting today, for every extra second you last in my hands, I'll give you a 1 million yen bonus. By the time he finished speaking, Yoda's face wore an expression of certain victory. He'd already seen through this woman's true nature. Chizuru, damn it, it's not about the money. I just can't stand the sight of you. As she spoke, Chizuru charged toward Yoda with all her might. Arg a arg. Soon, the echoing sounds of brutal beatings filled the training grounds. After a long while, Chizuru finally seemed on the verge of breaking. She hurriedly waved her hands and said, I think I still need some time to practice long-range skills, like archery or something. Don't you think my abilities are obviously more suited for ranged attacks? He frowned slightly but ultimately nodded in agreement, for what the girl said made perfect sense. Then you go ahead and practice. It's about time for me to do some physical strength training anyway. Work hard, I'll check back on your progress when I have the time. Phew. A moment later, as the demon Yuta finally left, Chizuru finally let out a sigh of relief. Skillfully returning to her bedroom, she pulled out a few bags of potato chips. Chizuru lay down on the tatami mat and leisurely started watching her drama. Practice? What practice? It's not like working harder would get her any more pay. If she could slack off, of course she would. Grabbing a bottle of cola for good measure, she chugged it down in one go. A blissfully content expression spread across the girl's face. Now this is the life. However, our ultimate capitalist classmate Levi certainly couldn't stand her behavior. If they didn't work hard, it would be his divine power development progress that suffered. Remembering from her memories that she seemed terrified of snakes, Levi instantly had an idea. After urgently modifying a batch of snakes, Levi began driving them forward. Soon, just as the girl was leisurely eating chips and sipping cola, dense hissing sounds suddenly arose around the room. Puzzled, she glanced up, only to meet pairs of eyes, large and small, staring back at her. The sight of countless snakes before her nearly triggered Chizuru's trypophobia. Why are there so many snakes here? She exclaimed. Suppressing her overwhelming fear that nearly made her faint, Chizuru desperately ran for her life. However, these snakes had clearly been enhanced in speed by Levi, pursuing Chizuru relentlessly. What's more, they came from all directions, with some even dropping from the trees directly onto Chizuru's neck. Ah, help! Mommy! After wailing for a full 3 hours, the girl finally seemed completely exhausted, cornered in the narrow space. As the swarm of snakes drew closer, Chizuru felt herself on the verge of fainting, even catching glimpses of her ancestral grandmother in the afterlife. It was only then that Li Wei, manifesting as the phantom of Kamiizumi Nabatsuna, made his appearance and urgently rescued the maiden. After briefly introducing his identity, Li Wei began his analysis. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid it's those guys up to their tricks again. Those guys? That's right, the officials under the Demon King's command. Li Wei promptly shifted the blame. Do you know what would have happened if I hadn't arrived in time? Glancing cautiously at the snake corpses strewn across the ground, Tsuru hesitantly replied, they would have eaten me? Exactly. They would have killed you, and all your money would have ended up with the bank, completely wasted. The girl shuddered violently at the thought of such a terrifying outcome, her face turning nearly green with dread. Hurry up and get stronger. They'll definitely come after you again. I can't protect you every time. Late at night, the young girl lay exhausted on her bed, yet tossed and turned restlessly, unable to fall asleep. During the day, those words spoken by Li Wei, who had taken on the persona of Kamiizumi Nabatsuna, still echoed incessantly in her ears. When a person dies, their money becomes someone else's. No, I should get up and practice some more. If I really die like this, all that money I have. Tears streaming down her face, the girl began developing her abilities. A moment later, observing the girl practicing late into the night, Li Wei nodded with satisfaction. Now that's what you call a properly standardized tool person. Soon, nearly a week passed in the blink of an eye. During this week, Li Wei attempted to attack Yuta multiple times in crowded places, greatly boosting Yuta's reputation. The acquisition of positive divine power began to skyrocket. Meanwhile, he also beat up and rescued Chizuru several times, greatly diminishing her lazy tendencies. Under the dual influences of Yoda's financial backing and repeated harsh training sessions, Chizuru's strength grew rapidly. It wouldn't be long before she could step onto the main stage and become another powerful asset for him to harvest positive divine energy. Although Yoda suggested assigning protection to Chizuru or relocating her to a safer place, Levi refused, citing his master swordsman's skills being sufficient to protect her for the time being. He was joking, if she were truly safe, how could he continuously create crises to exploit this child's potential? Everything was progressing smoothly when suddenly, an unexpected incident arose and disrupted Levi's plans. From Yangtai, Levi suddenly received such news. In Oda County, a core district near Tokyo, there appears to be a youth who can wield the power of flames. Faced with such news, Levi couldn't help but frown. He hadn't recently granted any new abilities, had he? Especially when it came to laws pertaining to the flame element. What's going on here? Could there be rogue ability users? Chapter 29, The Calm Before the Storm. Soon enough, under Levi's investigation, the truth of what happened became clear. The incident originated from a cult. In this island nation, cults have practically become a national characteristic. Their numbers are so vast it's almost absurd. Countless TV dramas feature subplots where protagonists' relatives get deceived by these organizations and suffer tragic consequences. Even the fact that a certain assassinated former prime minister had close ties with cults has long been public knowledge. Against this backdrop, with the spread of supernatural events and the widespread rumors of the Demon King's impending destruction of the world, these cultists have become increasingly active. Not long ago, in Saitama Prefecture, an unknown cult leader suddenly conceived the idea of offering human sacrifices to gain the favor of the legendary Demon King. As a result, a large number of victims emerged. Many followers were incited by these cultists to participate in so-called rituals, sacrificing themselves in hopes of achieving enlightenment. Among them were numerous innocent relatives who had been deceived into joining by these cultists. Among these people, one of the girl's classmates seemed to have noticed something suspicious and infiltrated the cult's base alone. During their sacrificial ritual, she manifested fire abilities and destroyed the cult's stronghold. It seems like the rumor got exaggerated. Casually withdrawing his hand from one of the witnesses' heads, Levi shook his head. From his perspective, the flames these people saw didn't appear to be manipulated by anyone. Although the boy kept shouting phrases like fire release, path of flaming destruction, divine possession, and slay the evil spirits. In Li Wei's judgment, it was far more likely that the boy had started the fire himself, then seized the opportunity to unsettle their minds and rescue his classmates. Quite interesting, actually. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Li Wei fell into contemplation. The boy in the picture is quite handsome. Though his eyebrows are a bit thick and dark, it gives him a spirited demeanor. The only question is whether he's worth recruiting as a subordinate. Soon, Li Wei arrived at the hospital where the boy was currently staying. Yet, to Li Wei's astonishment, the boy dramatically covered his right eye and shouted in a Shinibu manner, "Damn it, has my superpower gone into hiding again? When will it truly awaken?" After a brief moment of hesitation, Li Wei still deftly pulled out his trusty brick. Bang! With practiced ease, Li Wei knocked the young man unconscious. The decision was made. Better observe the situation first. Soon, through Li Wei's careful investigation, he finally pieced together the entire sequence of events. More dramatic than he had imagined, this boy truly believed he possessed superpowers. Originally, Levi thought the boy might be quick-witted and had deliberately pretended to have supernatural abilities during the confrontation to shake the cultists' morale. Yet, in reality, the boy genuinely believed he had superpowers. After accidentally knocking over the oil lamp candles at the evil ritual and starting a fire, the boy gleefully assumed his powers had finally awakened, prompting him to theatrically command the flames to attack the cultists. And those cultists, seeing that he didn't seem to be faking it, coupled with some coincidences, truly believed he was some divine messenger. Their panic scattering accidentally intensified the flames, leading to the cultists being completely routed. How dramatic! Li Wei shook his head speechlessly. That kid actually got quite lucky. Just don't know how he developed such bizarre perceptions in the first place. Soon, under Levi's observation, the teenager's past began to unfold before his eyes. "Mom, when I grow up, I want to be a superhero too." Pointing at the tokusatsu superhero on TV, the boy shouted excitedly. As he shouted, he also struck a slightly goofy superhero pose. "Is that so? Our Raya really is amazing." Gazing tenderly at her child, Rya's mother's eyes were filled with love. Perhaps in every mother's eyes, their own child is naturally an incredible superhero. "Mom, I can feel it, my powers are about to awaken." But none of them believe me. Tugging secretly at his mother's sleeve, the boy spoke mysteriously. "Mom believes in you, our Ryosuke will grow up quickly and protect mommy." Good. Yet all those beautiful dreams shattered the moment his mother was murdered by a villain. A madman bent on revenge against society, with neither reason nor warning, attacked this young mother. Unable to believe what he was seeing, the boy collapsed to his knees in complete despair. Where is my power? Why hasn't it awakened yet? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Awaken already. Please, I'm begging you, awaken, awaken. Just awaken already. The boy screamed in despair, but only endless silence answered his cries. After that, the boy sank into self-blame, believing that his mother's death was solely due to his failure to awaken his powers. Though everyone urged him to move on, though everyone insisted the boy had no supernatural powers, that none of it was his fault, he stubbornly refused to believe. From rescuing kittens that fell into sewers, to defeating classmates who tried to bully others, and even facing off against street thugs harassing young women, the young boy diligently lived out his reality as a superhero, as if trying to make up for something. Perhaps he hadn't awakened his powers yet, but in his mind, that day would surely come. Until this time, upon learning that his classmate had been deceived by her cultist mother, he spared no cost and ventured alone into their lair, miraculously managing to rescue her. Could someone's heartlight truly aspire to become a superhero and save the world? Levi couldn't help but marvel once again at the diversity of life. Life is one grand adventure. Who can predict what endings and personalities might emerge from it? In Levi's view, this young man before him had his obsession solidified to such an extent that he genuinely exhibited some mentally disturbed traits. Yet, precisely because of this, the light of his heart shone far brighter than that of ordinary people. A fanatic, then? After pondering briefly, Levi decided to take in this youth named Ryosuke Nakayama. Though he seems a bit mentally unstable, he might turn out to be an unexpectedly useful tool. As Li Wei channeled his power, the law of fire began surging through the boy's body. Just as Li Wei unexpectedly discovered a promising new hero candidate, on the other side, Yoda was enthusiastically bringing Chizuru over to this location. Scanning through the report about the boy's suspected fire abilities, Yoda's heart swelled with excitement. If everything goes smoothly, perhaps I'll have a new companion soon. Though it wasn't quite what he had envisioned, it seemed like a happy accident nonetheless. However, just at that moment, his phone rang. What? The media has already given it extensive coverage? In this era where supernatural incidents are absolute hot topics, countless journalists, media outlets, and influencers are all banking on obtaining first-hand information to skyrocket to fame. Thus, this originally not too secret piece of information was rapidly exposed to the public by the media. Hearing the news in shock, Yoda sensed that something major was about to go wrong. Hurry, driver, step on it. Ha! Even now, Chizuru still didn't quite understand what had happened. That child's information has already been exposed by the media. So what? As Chizuru stared blankly, Yoda explained, that's why the Demon King's subordinates will undoubtedly target him. While speaking, Yoda hastily patted the car seat beside him. With your abilities, you should be able to lighten this car's weight, right? Ha! A car this heavy, over such a distance. 5 million yen. Chizuru, piece of cake, leave it to me. Roar! Meanwhile, Yuriko quickly learned about this development through her network of subordinates. Seems like it must be those so-called heroic descendants awakened in this generation. They've just awakened, so their abilities should still be quite weak. Putting down her current task, Yuriko immediately levitated into the air and swiftly accelerated toward a certain direction. Ha! Screech SCR. Ding 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 ding. With the explosive use of her abilities, the glass surrounding Yuriko began shattering one after another along her path. Meanwhile, on the other side, Izuna abruptly sat upright in his fishing boat at this very moment. After pulling off that big job earlier, Izuna went to the seaside to ensure he could maximize the use of his power at all times. In recent days, besides occasionally creating legends of sea monsters and toying with the authorities, Izuna also swiftly used his abilities to recruit a group of fishermen from his hometown, turning them into his subordinates. And his stronghold was none other than the fishing boat beneath his feet. As for these news stories about supernatural abilities, there were naturally subordinates who would report them to him promptly. Hurry, get to the temple. Under Quan Nai's command, a speedboat swiftly began sailing along the river course. Forget it, too slow. Suddenly leaping from the boat, Quan Nai casually flung out the massive cleaver strapped to his back, wide as a door panel, and rode it like a surfboard, skimming rapidly across the water's surface. A new hero's descendant? If I could eliminate them in advance, the seniors in the organization would surely stop looking down on me. Izuna thought darkly. Moreover, Lord Tengu would undoubtedly appreciate me even more. With this in mind, Izuna abruptly picked up speed again. At this moment, both the righteous and the wicked are gathering. The great battle is imminent. Chapter 30, Clash. Ryoji, I'm coming in. Outside, as rumors about Ryunosuke were brewing a storm, the hospital presented an entirely different scene. A pretty schoolgirl in uniform was currently gazing shyly at the young man before her. The light of the heart isn't weak, but it's still lacking something. With just a glance, Li Wei lost interest. A woman who couldn't work for him couldn't hold his gaze for even a second. But soon, his inner prankster surfaced, and Levi found himself quite amused by the drama unfolding before him. Apparently, this was the girl Ryosuke had saved earlier. Was this about to turn into one of those hero saves beauty, beauty pledges herself in return scenarios? Ryosuke, what do you think of me? After a brief expression of gratitude, the girl cut straight to the chase, practically spelling out her affection in bright neon letters. It was evident that the girl had put in considerable effort for today, not only applying flawless makeup but also ensuring her clothes and shoes were spotlessly clean, even styling her hair in an intricate hairdo. No wonder. Any girl would be swayed when finding herself in such desperate straits, only to be heroically rescued by a boy who risked danger alone for her sake. Unless, of course, the boy happened to be unbearably unattractive. Yet, at this moment, Liang Jie's eyes flickered with a trace of bewilderment. You're great, very strong, no, I mean you're athletic, with a bold personality, and kind-hearted too. No wonder you're my recognized good friend. As he spoke, Ryosuke smiled and gave a thumbs up. Stop playing dumb. Bang! With a sharp elbow to Ryosuke's chest, the girl glared at him angrily. You know, I've liked you for a long time. Watching the lady seem unable to keep up her act, the girl revealed more of her true nature as several more delicate punches landed. It was clear her little fists packed quite a punch. The pained expression on Ryusuk's face didn't seem fake at all. Surely you didn't think I'd do this for anyone else? Making bento every day, tutoring, even doing their laundry? Seeing that he could no longer keep up the pretense, Ryus shook his head helplessly. Kazumi, you know, I have superpowers. I carry the heavy responsibility of saving the world. I can't be with you, it would put you in danger. And even I can't always guarantee my own safety. As he spoke, Ryus even covered his face with practiced theatricality. That same old excuse again. The girl's nose twitched, as if she was on the verge of bursting into tears, but ultimately seemed to remember something that helped her hold back. Well, you are a superhero after all. Sitting dazedly by Ryosuke's bedside, the girl gazed out the window for a long while before finally turning back with a blossoming smile. Then, after you save the world, come marry me. Until then, you're not allowed to accept any other girl's advances. If you can't stay with me as a normal person, then I'll become the mad one to be with you. Though unspoken, the girl's face clearly conveyed this sentiment. Well, alright then. Scratching his head in confusion, the boy eventually agreed. The two chatted side by side for a long while before the girl meticulously reminded him not to forget to eat the lunchbox and take his medicine on time, finally walking slowly out of the ward. And just then, the boy's face fell again. Ah, why? Why did I have to get superpowers? Sigh. As he spoke, the boy clutched his right eye and began bouncing around again. Looking at this scene, Levi's expression grew indescribably peculiar. Talk about the joys of being an edgy teenager. If he hadn't granted this boy power, wouldn't this have just turned into a spectacle of happy delusions from mental illness? Hard to say whether giving him abilities was for good or ill. With a girl like that in his life, he might have had a happy future. Now he's truly getting dragged into all this messy business. Levi mused, his thoughts wandering. You know, these days even mental patients have girls who've been crushing on them forever. How can some people already be in their 20s and still single? Just as the cringefest of an awkward teenager was unfolding in the room, things seemed to gradually begin taking a strange turn. Ah, my king's power, my king's power. Arf. Right as Ryosuke was covering his eyes with one hand while theatrically gesturing with the other. Suddenly, blazing flames erupted from his fingertips. Zoom! In the blink of an eye, the fire ignited the bedsheets, curtains, and all other flammable objects within sight. As Levi's divine power gradually grew stronger, even these newly chosen divine envoys, having just obtained their powers, could unleash considerable might. Staring at his own hands in bewilderment, the young man's face drained of color as overwhelming amazement took hold. It's awakened, it's truly awakened. See? I told you I was a superhero, I knew it all along. Yet in the very next instant, his exhilaration twisted into raw panic. No, it's burning. It's actually burning. Help me, someone help. When young Tai and Chizuru arrived, this was the scene they witnessed. It seems this one really is our new companion. Delightedly watching the scene before them, young Tai exclaimed excitedly. Though the process might have been somewhat unusual, the final outcome appeared unexpectedly correct. Chizuru, put out the fire quickly. With your abilities, you should. A moment later, as the fire grew more intense under the wind, Yoda's expression turned completely blank. I told you to use a wind wall to isolate the flammable materials, not to blow the fire out with wind. Damn it, I shouldn't have trusted you. Gritting his teeth while shouting, Yoda took the lead in fighting the fire with a fire extinguisher, simultaneously evacuating patients from the other hospital rooms. Chizuru also joined the firefighting effort at that moment, though she felt somewhat guilty herself. Just to be clear, you can't dock my pay for this. You're the one who told me to use my abilities. At this point, Ryusuke still wasn't proficient in controlling his powers. Though he didn't fully understand what was happening, he quickly joined the firefighting efforts with the others. The scene was utterly chaotic for a while. Just as the group had been busy for a long time and finally began to relax, a voice suddenly rang in their ears. Oh, you've already arrived? It seems I'm a bit late, after all. Watching the group before her with amusement, Yuriko, scissors in hand, suddenly appeared by Ryosei's side. Ding 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 ding. Almost instinctively, Yuta swiftly drew his weapon, clashing with Yuriko in a flash. Over the past few days, thanks to Levi's relentless ambushes with dirty tricks, young Tai's reflexes had improved by leaps and bounds. That's why he was able to swiftly block this sudden attack. It's you! Staring in astonishment at the girl before him, Yuta's face turned grave. The pressure Yuriko had exerted on him during their last encounter left such a profound impression that even in his occasional dreams, he would see her attempting to assassinate him, jolting awake in terror. That's right, it's me. Yuriko's eyes curved into crescents as she flashed an exhilarated smile. Last time, you got away. This time, it won't be so easy. Is that so? The me of today is already completely different from before. As he spoke, Yuta charged forward fiercely with his sword raised. Protect our new comrade. After reminding Chizuru to safeguard Ryuji, Yuta erupted with explosive speed and launched his assault. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Chapter 31, Fierce Battle. Such terrifying power. Just from the first exchange, Yuriko immediately understood there wasn't an ounce of falsehood in this youth's claim about becoming stronger. Every word was true. The bizarre strength contained in every move made even her struggle to parry. Compared to Yoda's additional body-enhancing power derived from the law of life, while others also possessed abilities to strengthen their bodies via divine power, their intensity was naturally far inferior. If purely discussing physical strength, the current Yoda undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle, ranking supreme among all divine emissaries. And precisely opposite Hanako, Yoda too faintly sensed pressure building. The opponent has indeed grown stronger once again. Though in direct physical clashes, the foe's raw strength falls short of his own, the sheer variability in their fighting style is something he simply cannot match. Not only can they use telekinesis to dart up and down, nimbly dodging in all directions, but they can also simultaneously manipulate multiple weapons to ambush from the sides and rear. He's clearly only fighting Yoshiko alone, yet it feels as if he's battling several opponents at once. Zoom! With the sudden eruption of Yoshiko's spiritual energy, all the glass in the surrounding rooms shattered instantly. Clink, clink, clink. The sounds of shattering glass and fragments hitting the ground rang incessantly. Meanwhile, Yuta remained perfectly composed, neutralizing each of Yoshiko's moves with simple yet flawless counters. Every punch and sword strike he delivered carried formidable power, occasionally cracking or even demolishing entire sections of the walls upon impact. Until now, the two had finally begun to resemble true supernaturals, no longer limited to mere petty squabbles. Bang! Suddenly, Yoda pulled out a pistol and fired a sharp shot. Meanwhile, Yuriko had long been plotting right above Yoda. An entire massive slab of the wall, cracked by her psionic power at some unknown moment, came crashing down. Clang! At the critical moment, Yuriko used her psychic power to deflect the bullet before her eyes. Zoom! Meanwhile, Yoda abruptly leaped backward, evading Yuriko's trap. I never would have guessed you'd play such cheap tricks. Yuriko shook her head inside. Fortunately, during her recent escapes from the police, she had intentionally trained in combat methods for dealing with firearms. If it was just a single pistol, it would hardly pose a threat to her now. Had it been before, just this shot alone likely would have injured her. When it comes to treachery, you're no slouch either. Yoda still remembered, back then, this very woman had bullied the weak with her strength and frequently resorted to deceitful schemes. If he hadn't been on high alert just now, this sudden collapse of the massive wall would have been enough to give him serious trouble. The two locked eyes, brimming with the excitement of meeting one's match. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Yoda let out a sigh. I've already learned your story. You weren't meant to end up like this. Oh, with a cold sneer, Haruko looked defiantly at Yoda standing before her. What do you want to say? To pity me? Or lecture me about how I shouldn't have killed those scum? How I should have obeyed your so-called laws? Not necessarily. Blocking Haruko's sudden attack with a raised arm, Yoda continued, on the contrary, I think those people richly deserve death. You might not believe this, but since childhood my dream has been to become police commissioner. To reform this country, eliminate entrenched evils like bullying, and ensure vicious criminals who escape punishment due to legal loopholes receive the ultimate penalty. So, you're suggesting I surrender? Yuriko's eyes flickered with astonishment. If possible, surrendering would naturally be preferable. I could vouch for you, ensuring your return to a normal life. But unfortunately, I know that isn't realistic. With a slight shake of his head, Yoda's eyes revealed a trace of pity. If I were in your shoes, I'd probably make the same choice. Yoda wasn't one of those self-righteous types who sat on their high horses oblivious to human suffering. On the contrary, since childhood he'd possessed an extraordinary capacity for empathy, precisely why he always felt others' pain so acutely and wanted to change this world. He understood better than anyone that if he'd been similarly broken, had loved ones harmed, yet remained powerless for revenge, he too might resort to such extremes, pledging allegiance to the Demon King. So what? Yuriko looked into the youth's resolute eyes and seemed to faintly comprehend something. Therefore, I must defeat you. Though I pity you, your actions will bring harm to this world, endangering countless more innocent lives. I will vanquish you, and upon your bones, establish a new order for this world. With those final words, Yuta let out a furious roar, mustering all his strength to thrust straight at Yuriko's vital point. I swear I will strive to ensure this world no longer creates tragic lives like yours. So please, die for me. I beg you. Boom! The soul force and life force raged violently, forming a visible vortex in the air that emitted a piercing shriek. Is that so? A peculiar smile flickered across Yuriko's face. Then let's see if you have what it takes. Bang! Meanwhile, on the other side, Chizuru was sheltering their new member, Ryosuke, in a corner, occasionally summoning wind barriers to deflect the razor-sharp scissors lunging toward him. After briefly explaining the mythological legends and the current situation, Chizuru gently patted the boy's shoulder. Listen, those aren't the important things. Under the boy's bewildered gaze, Chizuru said mysteriously, "The key point is, this job pays really well." Rookies will be rookies, completely clueless. You don't strike me as the sharpest tool in the shed either. Here's the deal, later on, when the timing's right, I'll find a way to get you approved for extra bonuses. We'll split whatever extra cash we get down the middle. As she spoke, Chizuru flashed a knowing look that said, "You get what I mean? Money? Actually, I don't think I really need it. If you're in urgent need, you can have my share." Ryoji muttered in a daze. "That won't do." Chizuru shook her head vehemently like a rattledrum at this moment. "Getting you extra bonuses was me helping you earn it, taking half is called commission, my rightful cut, but straight up taking your money? That'd be fraud. I won't touch money that isn't rightfully mine." "Oh," Ryosuke nodded in enlightenment. Although, truth be told, he still didn't quite understand what Chizuru was talking about. But since he was the junior, it probably couldn't hurt to listen more to his senior's advice. Right at that moment, as if remembering something, Chizuru took out her bow and arrows and began looking for opportunities to shoot. Whoosh! The wind-imbued arrows were swift, accurate, and could alter their trajectory, quickly putting Yuriko under pressure. Frowning in the direction of Chizuru, Yuriko thought to herself that things were taking a bad turn. In a one-on-one fight, she was confident she could defeat that girl. Arrows of this caliber didn't pose too great a threat to her. But now, with their strengths being neck and neck to begin with, the addition of another ally made the scales of victory tip almost instantly. And Yuta was never the type to care about martial honor. He wouldn't propose something as naive as a fair one-on-one duel. Instead, he seized the moment to intensify his assault, determined to secure victory. "See? I told you practicing ranged abilities would come in handy." Chizuru's face was radiant with a brilliant smile. "If I don't get a fat bonus after coming back this time, that just won't do, you hear?" Just as the scales of victory were gradually tilting in favor of Yoda, and Yuriko's frown was deepening, a voice suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. My, it seems I might have arrived a tad too late." Whoosh! Water from nowhere began spreading across the field. Carrying the scent of ocean tides, Izuna suddenly appeared. "So it seems you must be the senior." After briefly glancing at Yuriko, an enigmatic smile appeared on Izuna's face. "By the way, isn't it a bit unfair for you to gang up on someone like this?" Chapter 32, each showing their special skills. After sweeping his gaze over Yuriko's side and confirming she didn't need assistance, Izuna turned his attention to Chizuru. "Let me be your opponent." As he spoke, Izuna lifted the massive cleaver resembling a door panel in his hands and charged forward with lightning speed. Whoosh! Despite weighing over 100 pounds, the greatsword now whistled through the air with terrifying force in Izuna's grip. This was Izuna's newly developed ability. By controlling bodily fluids like blood within himself, he could unleash monstrous hydraulic-powered strength. Of course, the drawback was also quite obvious. It was relatively sluggish and inflexible, making it difficult to rein in once unleashed. However, it was clear that against a novice like Chizuru, this flaw practically didn't matter at all. Bang! Flustered, she raised her tachi to block, only to be skillfully sent skimming across the surface like a stone skipping on water. Thanks to the wind-based enhancement, she was already light on her feet, and the additional wind cushioning effect further softened the impact. Chizuru was sent flying through the narrow passageway, bouncing up and down over 20 times and covering nearly 50 meters before finally coming to a stop. For a moment, even Izuna himself was shocked. When had his strength grown to such an extent? Meanwhile, Chizuru skillfully picked herself up, cursing and grumbling all the while. Why are all of you such monstrously strong freaks? Thanks to Yoda's daily beatings, Chizuru had gained considerable experience dealing with such brute force opponents. Despite appearing to take a severe beating, she hadn't actually suffered any real injuries thanks to her skillful dissipation of the force. But precisely because of this, she realized all the more clearly that for now, she stood no chance of being a match for the other party. After barely managing to parry a few strikes and enduring another round of free bumper car treatment, the dizzy and disoriented Chizuru anxiously turned her gaze towards Yuta. "Yoda, hurry up and think of something. This guy is practically a monster." And Yuta now furrowed his brow intently. He knew perfectly well that this suddenly appearing youth was the very same person who had previously assassinated the Prime Minister, a known executive under the Demon King's command. As for Chizuru, she was just a fledgling who'd only recently gained her powers. Expecting Chizuru to defeat such a formidable enemy was nothing short of lunacy. "Find a way to hold him off for now. I'll come help you once I finish things here." Although this plan was difficult to execute, there simply wasn't a better alternative. Fortunately, they had official backing. So long as they kept fighting, reinforcements were bound to arrive in force. When that happened, it would be their turn to overwhelm the enemy with numbers. The advantage is with him. Stall him? I don't think I can stall him. Not only was his raw strength superior to hers, he'd also mastered his abilities better. Watery claws and ropes kept emerging dexterously from all angles attempting to seize her. Several times, she'd barely escaped by a hair's breadth. Chizuru confessed she was under tremendous pressure. "I'll give you a bonus when we get back." At last, Yuta played his trump card. How much? Almost instantly, Chizuru perked up, her ears shooting upright at lightning speed. 10 million, no, 100 million yen. Originally intending to say 10 million, but realizing that might not fully ignite the girl's enthusiasm, Yuta hastily amended his offer to 100 million. What? 100 million? Shouting this unbelievable number, Chizuru's voice even cracked on the spot. The next second, the badly beaten Shizers, who had been like a candle in the wind, suddenly leaped up like a carp, seemingly fully rejuvenated. I'll fight you to the death. In her haste, Chizuru even blurted out in Chinese. At this moment, the light of Chizuru's heart was shining wildly. Even Izuna, who stood opposite Chizuru, found it rather peculiar how this previously somewhat frail girl had suddenly seemed like a completely different person. And while the group was locked in fierce combat, Ryosuke, who had just awakened his powers on the other side, found himself sinking into memories. Ryosuke, mommy believes in you, you'll definitely become a superhero. What superpowers? He's just a lunatic. How could someone like you? I'm sorry, I still have to save the world, so I can't get married yet. One after another, memories flashed through Ryosuke's mind like a merry-go-round of images. At this moment, all he could feel was his heart leaping wildly. Recalling those past years, the daily grind of exercise, the gallons of vegetable juice gulped down, a girl once told him it might awaken supernatural abilities, the free labor for the old man next door in exchange for esoteric knowledge. Ryo couldn't help but smile. After all those years of waiting, had his time to bloom finally arrived? Lost in thought, Ryo quietly strode toward the battlefield. Hey, did you all forget about someone? Under everyone's astonished gazes, Ryosuke's body burst into roaring flames. Now is the time for heroes. Roaring these words, Ryosuke charged toward Izuna at full speed, flames swirling in his raised hands. Witnessing this overwhelming momentum, Yuta and Chizuru couldn't help but feel anticipation rising within them. This time, my teammates seemed particularly reliable at first glance. Even Yuriko and Izuna couldn't help but glance sideways in surprise. Yet the very next moment, Ryosuke was knocked flat by a sudden wave that surged from beneath his feet, extinguishing all his flames at lightning speed. Gurgle gurgle. Bubbling and sputtering, Ryosuke tumbled along with the waves. Gurgle, gurgle. For a full 3 seconds, the scene fell into an awkward silence. Oh no, the second-hand embarrassment was kicking in again. Izuna glanced at Ryosuke, then at Yuta and Chizuru, wearing an expression that seemed to say, seriously? That's it? Are you even capable? Arriving first with a burst of speed and rescuing Ryo in a fluster, Chizuru sighed exasperatedly. Damn it, my powers must be sealed again. As if anyone would believe that. Dragging Ryosuke behind him, the two fled desperately as Izumi gave chase. Under the threat of imminent death, both of their abilities awakened rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Chizuru's speed increased yet again. Meanwhile, Ryosuke finally managed to conjure somewhat decent fireballs, aiding in blocking Izumi's attacks in line of sight. For the time being, they were able to maintain the precarious situation. Bang! As he was being dragged along, Ryosuke's face kept colliding with walls and stair railings. Can you please be more careful? I'm already trying my best. Any more careful and I'll be dead. Ow, where did this fork come from? Pulling the fork from his backside, Ryoichi's face twisted in anguish and indignation. So this is what it's like to be a superhero? Meanwhile, during the skirmish between the fighters, several journalists had already gathered nearby, craning their necks for a better look. Major scoop, this is a major scoop. Rather than feeling frightened by the scene before them, the reporters were absolutely thrilled, their faces alight with joyous excitement. Without a doubt, this wasn't just some battle, this was perfect material that could get them promotions, raises, and put them on the fast track to the peak of their careers. As for danger? Come on, what could possibly be scarier than being broke? Originally, they'd come to interview the rumored fire-controlling teenager, but who knew they'd stumble upon such an unexpected bounty? From further away, observing that the reporters were already in position, Li Wei began contemplating with thoughtful consideration. Perfect timing, with everyone gathered here so rarely, maybe we can orchestrate a grand spectacle to harvest a substantial wave of divine power. But with just these few people, the atmosphere is still far from fervent enough. With this in mind, Li Wei swiftly vanished from the spot. Chapter 33 The Boss Appears. Swiftly searching the surroundings, Li Wei scavenged for any useful materials at hand. Rats from the underground sewers, fish and shrimp from buffet restaurants, birds soaring through the sky, snakes hiding in the corners of old houses, chickens in the act of mating, any living creature Li Wei deemed useful, he rounded them all up. Soon, Li Wei urgently began the transformation. Since it was merely a temporary, disposable tool intended for just a few minutes of use before being discarded, never meant to account for survival, the divine power consumed proved even less than anticipated. Before long, under Levi's modifications, a multitude of bizarre creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared before their eyes. This transformation mainly focused on the appearance, bulky and intimidating on the outside, but essentially hollow inside. Forget being fiercely powerful, it might not even stand a chance against an ordinary person. Still, if all you need is something to intimidate or make an impression, then it's perfectly sufficient. Soon, under Levi's command, these monstrous creatures, large and small, swiftly rushed toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the other side, just as Chizuru's team was stabilizing their position thanks to their growing proficiency with abilities and the advantage of fighting 2 against 1, making the situation gradually improve, sudden piercing screeches began echoing continuously from the distance. Roar! Led by a chicken-like monster standing a full 2.5 meters tall, a mighty army of creatures surged into view before the group. In an instant, they filled Narrow Street entirely. What is that? Under the sharp-eyed Chizuru's alarmed exclamation, the group quickly turned their gazes toward the distance. Damn it, reinforcements from the Demon King's army are coming. Muttering a curse under his breath, Yoda immediately grabbed the others to make their retreat. Yet, just as they ready to withdraw, they realized blocking escape from behind the rear streets were already sealed shut. 12 Demon Eyes, First Rat, presents himself. Under the astonished gazes of the group, a figure clad in a black-gray cloak appeared without warning on a nearby high platform. 12 Demon Eyes, Second Ox, presents himself. This one resembled a clay-sculpted stone man, half of his body embedded in the earth. As he moved, the ground beneath him rippled like flowing liquid. The 12 Demon-Eyed, Dragon of the Eighth, presents himself. This was a masked eccentric whom Yuriko and Yuta had encountered once before. It was he who had suddenly appeared and taken Yuriko away that time. With the arrival of the Demon King's army came one elite officer after another. The sheer pressure bearing down on Yuta and his companions was overwhelming. Damn it! Yuta, what do we do now? I haven't even spent all my money yet, we can't die here. Damn it! Even someone as resolute as Yuta couldn't help but feel a surge of despair at this moment. This was exactly what he had been fearing, an endless stream of villainous leaders emerging, while his own comrades had not yet awakened to their potential. Worse still, the time they'd had to develop their abilities paled in comparison to their adversaries. Originally, facing 2 against 3 was already a bit of a stretch, but now 3 higher-ranked officers have joined the fray, along with this monstrous army. No matter what, it seems unlikely they'll secure a victory today. Not only was there no chance of winning, but I might even lose my life here. Could it be that today ends here? Yuta gritted his teeth, his face etched with bitter resentment. Yet standing opposite Yuta, Yuriko and Izuna were brimming with excitement, as expected of Lord Tengu, to command such a mighty force. No, I can't give up like this. As if struck by sudden inspiration, Yuta gritted his teeth with renewed determination. Clutching his chest, Yuta seemed to have made up his mind about something. There's still hope, at least the hope of escaping still remains for you. Patting Chizuru and Ryosuke on the shoulders, Yuta whispered quietly, I have one more move left that should buy us some time. Wait for it, I'll try to create an opening for you. When you see the chance, run for it. Ha, Yoda, you. Hearing the determination in Haruto's voice, Chihiro's face was filled with worry. Are you saying you're going to? There's no time to hesitate, at the very least, we can't all die here. Facing the formidable enemy before him, Yoda's fighting spirit only burned brighter. At the very least, the light of heroes must not be extinguished here. Let me open the path to the future for you. As he spoke, Yoda activated the ultimate move he had developed. Hiya! With the intense burning of the heart's light, Yoda's life force began to gather and unleash continuously. Silently observing from the shadows, Levi shook his head slightly at the sight. Now is not your time to take the stage, he murmured. These demonic armies are just for show. If Yang Tai actually charged in, they'd be torn to pieces in no time. Besides, if this brat were to recklessly burn through his lifespan and end up dead, where would he find another subordinate as useful as him? With these thoughts in mind, Li Wei remotely controlled the shadowy figure codenamed Rat, making it raise its hand slightly and release a white orb of light. This is... In an instant, upon being struck by the orb, Yang Tai felt his power rapidly being suppressed. Why is this happening? Looking at the mysterious figure clad in a black cloak, Yuta found it hard to believe. Losing was one thing that would have been understandable, but having his abilities completely suppressed like this? That was simply outrageous. The truth was, the source of Yuta's abilities ultimately came from Levi. By merely restricting their divine energy supply, Levi could reduce their combat effectiveness to less than 1/10 of normal. But of course, such words couldn't be spoken outright. As if sensing Yoda's confusion, the black-robed mysterious figure codenamed Rat let out a sinister chuckle and shook his head with a sigh. I once crossed paths with your predecessor, that monster whom even the monsters in our world called a monster. When he unleashed his abilities, it was like beholding the sun itself. I wasn't even worthy of facing him directly. As for you, I can only say your power remains woefully underdeveloped. Is that so? Clenching his fists tightly, Yoda was overwhelmed with waves of regret. It seemed he had grown far too complacent, his abilities never pushed to their true limits. I must say, Li Wei is truly wicked, never missing a chance to manipulate his pawns with psychological tactics, all to make them work even harder. Enough chatter. Are you ready to die? Facing an overwhelming disparity in strength, Yoda and his two companions could only respond with silence. This was no longer a battle where sheer determination could change the outcome. Meanwhile, on the outskirts, the reporters who had initially been thrilled by the juicy scoop gradually began to sense something amiss. If it were a situation where the righteous and the villains were evenly matched, they could still firmly believe that good would prevail, figuring they'd just work hard to earn money first. But the way things look now, with the villains clearly holding the upper hand, those little schemes of theirs have long been replaced by anxiety and fear. If the forces of good were defeated and the world fell under the Demon King's rule, what fate would await ordinary people like them? Excellent, it seems the atmosphere has been properly set. Li Wei felt secretly satisfied with the grand spectacle he had orchestrated. If the Tengu was the core anchor point Li Wei had arranged to absorb the divine power of the villainous faction, then Kamiizumi Nabatsuna served as the temporary core anchor for absorbing the divine power of the righteous faction. With one core anchor point drawing power from above and various divine emissaries assisting from below, spreading either fear or justice, this was the perfect divine energy absorption model Li Wei had long planned. Originally, he intended to wait for the right moment to have his righteous alter ego boss make a dazzling entrance, just as the Tengu had shocked the Tokyo metropolitan area. But now, since the opportunity had arisen, it might as well serve as the perfect timing. That's why he spared no effort to create such a grand spectacle, crafting an atmosphere of utter despair. How else could he properly showcase the overwhelming might of the righteous boss? With this in mind, Li Wei began orchestrating the entrance of his alter ego, the legendary swordsman Yasuji Kenshin. Tap, tap, tap. Just as Yoda and his companions reached the depths of despair, the steady rhythm of approaching footsteps suddenly echoed through the nearby streets. Though the voice wasn't particularly loud, each syllable seemed to reverberate through everyone's hearts, striking with absolute clarity. What is this? The group turned toward the sound and saw a middle-aged samurai with his long hair tied high, eyes tightly shut, dressed in ancient Ronin attire appear before their eyes. Bzzz. The ground trembled faintly beneath their feet, as if some terrifying power pulsed unseen through the earth. Whoosh! With a fierce swipe of the middle-aged man's sword, a cyan-white blade light tore through the sky, howling as it shattered all the grotesque monsters blocking its path. Eventually, the slash landed on the hospital building where the group had been moments before. Creak! Crack! The enormous hospital building was actually split clean in half by that single sword light. Tap, tap, tap. The middle-aged man continued walking forward, his drumbeat-like footsteps reverberating endlessly within their hearts. At this moment, everyone felt only an overwhelming pressure, like roaring mountains and raging tides, crashing upon them in relentless waves. When was the last time I drew my sword? It seems, I can barely remember now. Chapter 34, The Peerless Swordsman. Gazing at the stunned expressions around him, Levi felt a quiet satisfaction within. In terms of individual abilities alone, he surpassed his divine envoys by a wide margin, yet this level of destructive power remained far beyond his reach. According to his estimation, the accumulation of divine power would need to reach at least the next level to possess such intensity. But for the sake of showing off, to enhance his imposing image, Li Wei went to great lengths, coordinating multiple abilities to finally achieve this effect. First, he softened the structures with earth and metal-based abilities. Then, he imbued his sword with the tremors of vitality, the rending of soul force, and the sharpness of wind energy, layering all these powers together to deliver this awe-inspiring strike. And the result? Undeniably spectacular. With a single blow, he shocked minds and created an overwhelming pressure that stood leagues above the rest. Tomorrow's newspaper headline should be set, "I just wonder how much divine power this will contribute to me?" Though inwardly thrilled, Li Wei maintained a composed expression as he continued controlling his swordsman avatar, advancing step by heavy step like a battering ram. Finally reaching the monster zone, Li Wei unleashed his moves once more. Face the whirlwind. Not a single foe could stand against him. No matter what monstrosity dared approach within a meter of the swordsman, they'd be sent flying skyward the very next second. Piles of monsters were continually tossed high into the air by Li Wei's dazzling array of extravagant sword techniques, only to be torn apart mid-flight. Monster after monster was reduced to bloody mist that drifted downward like cherry blossom petals cascading during full bloom. Amid this floral shower of crimson rain, azure sword gleams howled ceaselessly through the air, composing a scene of breathtaking artistry, as if some peerless masterpiece had come alive. Yet beneath this picturesque scenery undoubtedly lurked boundless terror and lethal intent, sending an involuntary chill down the spines of all present. Wow, so powerful. Staring blankly at this scene, Chizuru gasped in shock, the exclamation escaping her lips involuntarily. She had never imagined that the unassuming swordsman, who occasionally came to her rescue and offered a few words of guidance, could possess such terrifying, peerless strength. Truly worthy of being our master, living up to the title of Sword Saint indeed. For the longest time, Yuta only had a vague understanding of the world's greatest sword saint from 4 centuries ago, but now that concept had undoubtedly crystallized into sharp clarity. Beside him, Yuriko and Izuna also began casting uncertain glances at the senior practitioners around them. Faced with such overwhelming strength, they doubted whether these seniors stood any chance. As for relying on themselves, at this stage, their only sensible option would be to flee as far as possible. As if answering their unspoken questions, the robed figure codenamed Zishu shook his head with a faint sigh. If I'd encountered him during his prime 200 years ago, I'd have fled as far as possible without hesitation. But now, after giving the swordsman before him a long, penetrating look, Zishu inquired, bound by severe injuries and approaching the twilight of life, how much of your former strength remains? The astonishment on Yoda and his companions' faces deepened. Such terrifying power wasn't even his peak condition? Just how formidable must he have been at full strength? And right across, Li Wei, embodying Kami Azumi Nabatsuna, slowly pointed his longsword at the figures before him and declared with arrogance, at the very least, it should suffice to kill you all. As the words faded, the swordsman lunged forward abruptly, while the three cadre under the Demon King Rat, Ox, and Dragon simultaneously surged toward him without hesitation. Zoom! The battle escalated instantly in intensity. Clad in black robes, Rat relentlessly fired bizarre energy spheres and translucent white barriers to impede the swordsman's advance. The ugly ox shaped like a stone man continuously mobilized the power of the earth, occasionally raising dirt blocks to trap the swordsman while stirring up massive clouds of dust. The masked dragon of the zodiac seemed to possess strange shadow powers, disappearing from the battlefield at intervals only to reappear elsewhere, while also being able to create bizarre shadow clones. Meanwhile, hordes of monsters, whom Levi feared wouldn't survive much longer, were being frenziedly driven to swarm the swordsman at the battlefield's epicenter. Yet the middle-aged swordsman remained unfazed by all variables. Facing assaults from three adversaries, he not only handled them with ease but even found spare energy to continuously slaughter monsters both large and small. For a moment, blood rain, sword flashes, light screens, swirling dust, and shadows violently intertwined, creating a spectacle akin to a top-tier movie with special effects cranked to the max. And in truth, over half of it was indeed pure special effects. To maximize the dramatic impact, Levi mobilized an enormous amount of light-shadow energy. Despite the ferocious fighting, the surrounding buildings remained largely intact, a telltale sign for those who noticed. But even if someone questioned it, he had the perfect explanation ready. True top-tier experts can control their power with micrometer precision, preventing any leakage. If you can't do it, clearly it proves you're just pathetic. And those temporary monsters with already limited lifespans and strength possibly even inferior to ordinary people were simply pure background props here to contribute to the bloody rain visual effects. Afraid that prematurely collapsing from life force depletion might reveal something amiss, by the end they didn't even bother pretending, charging straight onto the blades. None of you come near, this isn't a fight you can interfere with. While fighting, Li Wei, who had transformed into a great swordsman, kept reminding Yang Tai's group, while also subtly hinting to Yuriko and Izuna. The key lies with Yuriko and Izuna, these two who are absolutely devoted to impressing their master, the great Tengu. They might actually charge forward recklessly, oblivious to the danger. If that happens, it wouldn't be impossible to compensate with some extra effort, but it would definitely require expending a significant amount of divine power. Even though half of this battle is just dazzling special effects, to onlookers, it's no different from a real, intense fight. Not to mention the ordinary reporters watching from afar. Even the supernaturally gifted individuals like Yoda and Yuriko were left speechless in shock. I'm still too weak. I must become stronger, only then can I be of help to my teacher in future battles. Yuta swore silently to himself. So this is the world of superheroes? It seems I must quickly unlock my powers. If I don't step forward, the world might actually be destroyed. This was Rio. Yuriko and Izuna exchanged a subtle glance, quietly subduing the arrogance that had recently grown in their hearts. I must develop power of this intensity as quickly as possible, otherwise how can I compete with others? Of course, there are always those whose thoughts differ from everyone else's. This fighting is so dangerous, if I go back and demand a raise, they probably won't refuse, right? And just as Levi's subordinates grew increasingly driven by battles of such caliber, with one notable exception, some furtive unwelcome guests also began to gather quietly on the outskirts. Chapter 35, An Uninvited Guest. Shouldn't this be over by now? After controlling his four clones in prolonged fierce combat, Li Wei finally came to his senses. Without a doubt, Li Wei was experiencing a rare moment of being carried away by excitement. Ever since gaining divine power, he had become somewhat like a miserly landlord, always reluctant to waste even a shred of his divine energy. Therefore, this was probably the first time he had ever used his divine power so extravagantly on such a massive scale. With the goal of maximizing shocking effects to harvest as much divine energy as possible, Li Wei finally indulged in a rare moment of full release, playing to his heart's content, deploying all his abilities at full throttle. Of course, with the atmosphere reaching its peak and his role-playing fervor in full swing, his deep immersion was also a key reason for such excess. Realizing too much divine power had been expended, Levi decided to end this battle. It's time to put an end to this farce. As the swordsman's sullen voice trailed off, emerald light began coalescing around his body in torrents. Ha! With an explosive surge of energy, the swordsman's speed and destructive power instantly skyrocketed. The villainous trio immediately found themselves struggling to maintain their defenses against this overwhelming onslaught. It seems we're in trouble if this continues. Since we've confirmed his power has truly weakened, let's retreat. Leading the group, Zishu finally gave such an order. However, the swordsman had no intention of giving them this opportunity. Thinking of leaving? Have you asked my sword first? As the swordsman's voice trailed off, the cyan glow on his body began to shine even more brilliantly. Tiger Hunt. Boom! With the peerless swordsman's full force strike, Dirty Bull, codenamed Chonyo, was cleanly cut in half at the waist. Along with him, numerous monstrous minions were also severed in the same swing. Amid the turbulent swirl of smoke and dust, the swordsman's expression grew increasingly unrestrained. Not good. Quickly, retreat. The black-clad operative codenamed Mouse frantically tried to disengage from the battlefield, pulling several monsters before him as shields while turning to flee. Yet under the astonished gazes of all present, the swordsman threw his blade high into the air, silently murmuring an incantation. Shooting star. Soon, the sword blade erupted in a dazzling cyan radiance before shooting forward with the speed and fury of a meteor. Whoosh! The luminous flying sword pierced effortlessly through several monstrous bodies in succession, swiftly catching up to the rat and impaling his thigh, nailing him to the ground. Gah! Rat dutifully performed the collapsing pose, lying weakly on the ground. In Levi's plan script, Rat and Ox, these two minor villainous characters who weren't meant to have much screen time anyway, were definitely meant to be written off immediately. With such high-ranking mini-bosses like them present, there simply wouldn't have been any room for Yuriko and the others who were notably weaker in strength to make their moves. At their current level, Yuta and his group were undoubtedly still far from being worthy opponents either. These bosses were placed here precisely to serve as background props to enrich the storyline. Moreover, to maximize the demonstration of Kamiazumi Nabatsuna's peerless swordsmanship, having several seemingly formidable minor bosses get slaughtered would undoubtedly deliver the most shocking impact. Of course, whenever these alter egos are needed again, all it takes is an excuse to resurrect them. After all, he's a demon god, bringing a few people back to life is perfectly reasonable, right? Who gave him the final say in everything? As for the lower-ranked dragon codename, he could be kept alive in the script for now, ready to be pulled out at a critical moment to save the day and balance the situation. With this in mind, Li Wei controlled his Sword Sage incarnation to deliver a famed slash backward, striking the fleeing incarnation dragon on the back, creating the illusion of a severely wounded escape. Fighting 1 against 3, killing 2 of the Demon King's lieutenants and grievously wounding another, the Sword Sage incarnation's performance could be considered a perfect finale. The situation changed so quickly that Yuriko, Yuta, and their friends were stunned. Could he really be this strong? Taking on 3 enemies alone and managing to kill them all in return? Cough cough. I never expected you to still be this powerful. The clone of the Rat Star put on its most convincing performance for the final act. Oh, you're just realizing this now? Why don't you make an effort to recall what exactly is the reason I've managed to survive from 400 years ago until now? As he spoke, Li Wei continued advancing slowly, preparing to complete his final harvest. Why? The answer was obvious, because of sheer power. Even if Li Wei didn't voice the rest, everyone present understood perfectly well. But you've also revealed something, the fact that you've grown extremely weak. If this were your former self, the fight wouldn't have been so difficult. If I'm not mistaken, you're barely managing to suppress your injuries now. Put. As if playing along with the performance, Li Wei's Sword Sage avatar suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and dropped to one knee. There was no doubt that although the Sword Sage avatar was one of the key protagonists, he wasn't suited for frequent appearances in this current version, nor did Li Wei have the energy to deploy him daily. Let Yuriko and Yuta handle the battles and spread fear and faith for now. When the critical moment arrives, this battered alter ego could make a grand comeback at full strength and reap a massive harvest. When it comes to being fully restored, it's entirely up to me. Besides, without feigning critical damage, how could there be a plausible excuse to let Liliko and the others escape? Li Wei had already scripted the scenario long before the operation began, and so far, everything had gone almost perfectly as anticipated. I will return. One day, Demon King, your reign over the world, shall be absolute. Then you can wait in hell for your Demon King to join you. As the performance drew to a close, Levi was quite satisfied with his acting today. But just at that moment, several bullets suddenly came flying from nowhere, directly aimed at Levi's swordsman avatar. Clang, clang. Swiftly slashing down several bullets that had been drastically slowed by wind force, Levi slightly furrowed his brows. This is, zoom. In the very next moment, perhaps realizing bullets were ineffective, the opponents resorted to rocket launchers, raining down explosive fire upon Levi. Facing such an assault, Levi maneuvered his doppelganger to evade before rising with a frown, his gaze fixed upon the origin of the rocket fire. As expected, no one but the American military would dare unleash such indiscriminate firepower within city limits, utterly disregarding civilian casualties. Following Li Wei's gaze, large groups of armored soldiers could be seen shouting tactical commands as they rappel from helicopters, weapons in hand, charging directly toward them. All along the path, the shattered remains of monsters were being zealously guarded by the soldiers, eyed with undisguised greed as if they were priceless treasures, before being urgently loaded onto waiting helicopters. Meanwhile, another group of helicopters pursued Yang Tai and his companions, but instead of firing rockets, they launched dense nets of steel cables, clearly intent on taking them alive. Seeing this, Li Wei finally understood. They had come to see supernatural specimens and living superhuman individuals. Judging by their current performance, the other side must have plotted this for a long time. They've even prepared specialized countermeasures this thoroughly. Clearly, they didn't notify the local government either, otherwise, even Yang Tai wouldn't have been left in the dark. Who knows, maybe they planned to take Yang Tai and his crew along in one swoop, truly living up to their reputation of being everywhere, these damn mold spores. Li Wei rolled his eyes so hard he nearly saw stars. The four major specialties of the island nation: cults, organized crime, nuclear wastewater, and mold. Today he finally encountered the last one. In the past, it was said that wherever there was oil, wild mold would sprout from the ground. Nowadays, it seems there's a trend where supernatural phenomena and mold emerge hand in hand. Previously, the practice works Li Wei distributed, imbued with extraordinary properties, were often fought over by mold, but he didn't pay it much mind. After all, they were just scraps being repurposed for promotion. But never did he expect that now they'd have the audacity to directly target him. Fortunately, the enemy wanted to capture them alive. Otherwise, given the current physical durability of Yuriko, Yuta, and the others, more than half of his budding entrepreneurial team might have been wiped out on the spot. Without hesitation, Li Wei immediately controlled his Sword Sage avatar to step forward and draw the enemy's fire. At present, defeating an entire military force was still too difficult for him. His full power strike could only cleave through a single building, something modern weapons like missiles could achieve with a single shot. However, if all he had to do was cover Yuta and the others' escape, that would be much easier. These monster corpses littering the ground are worthless without divine power sustaining them. Feel free to let them take it all. They were just empty shells to begin with, weaker than ordinary humans. As for the two villain bosses and the Sword Saint, they're merely clones fashioned from flesh and dust, equally worthless. All I need is to use them as bait to draw the enemy's main force, allowing Yoda and the others to escape. Yoda, go ahead. I'll handle things here. Master, don't worry, I have an ultra-fast way to move, they can't possibly catch up with me. Good. Yoda wasn't one to hesitate either. Without delay, he led Chizuru and Ryusuke to retreat in the opposite direction. Spotting the unfavorable turn of events, Yuriko and Izuna exchanged a glance before swiftly dashing after them in pursuit. Perfect. Although these uninvited guests interrupted my performance with a minor mishap, I can still use them to spice up the show, adding a splash of color to the spectacle. Without hesitation, Li Wei swiftly controlled his Blade Sage avatar to confront these uninvited extras. Since it was just an avatar, he could afford to be reckless. Catching him would take nothing short of a miracle. Casually finding a nearby house, Li Wei popped open a can of cola and leisurely began orchestrating the next battle. So they liked picking ripe fruit, did they? Well, he'd happily play their little game. Chapter 36: The first collaboration between protagonists and antagonists. Face the storm. Leaping swiftly between floors, Li Wei manipulated his Blademaster avatar, constantly dodging left and right with agile movements. Just moments ago he'd appeared critically wounded on the verge of death, yet now seemed fully revitalized. Don't ask how, let's just say he's got hacks. Phew. Amidst the fear scale, the soldiers could barely keep their eyes open, but Levi took advantage of the wind's momentum, leaping directly onto a helicopter hovering close to the ground. With just one strike of his sword, he severed its rotor blades. Open fire now! Faced with the concentrated gunfire, Levi calmly formed a high-density wind barrier before himself. Inside this barrier, chaotic gusts of wind swirled wildly, deflecting every bullet that entered its turbulent currents. Compared to those heavy weapons, bullets, such lightweight projectiles, can miss their mark entirely with just the slightest deviation. A tiny misalignment can lead to a 1,000-mile miss, turning what should be a lethal strike into nothing more than a near-miss outline of the human body. Ding 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 ding. The dense sound of bullets clashing rang out continuously, pounding against the surrounding buildings, yet none could pose any real threat to Levi. Compared to such trifles, the only real threats capable of endangering Levi were large-scale armaments like rocket missiles and similar weapons. In such dense urban terrain, it's equally difficult for the opponent to lock onto me anyway. If we were in open wilderness, I might face the risk of being caught in crossfire with nowhere to hide. But here in the city, with cover available everywhere, the opponent simply can't track such an agile target. Not that it would matter even if I did get hit. After all, this isn't my real body. Meanwhile, Yoda and Yuriko were desperately fleeing for their lives on the other side. After all, given their current level of ability development, facing modern firepower was still somewhat beyond their capabilities. We must join forces and work together. Surveying the surrounding situation, Yoda came to this resolution. When facing desperate situations, of course one must utilize all available resources, including, even, adversaries who were hostile just moments before. Cooperate? You must be joking. I wouldn't trust you to watch my back. Yuriko shook her head. No matter how you looked at it, cooperating with someone you were fighting to the death with just moments ago seemed utterly absurd. Instinctively Yuriko trusted no one, especially enemies. Think carefully, their intention is clearly to capture us for research. Given our affiliations with government backing, the worst that could happen if caught is being compliant test subjects. But if you're captured, it's certain death. Yuriko frowned slightly and scoffed, as if we're afraid to die. And you can't even be sure about this so-called compliant research scenario yourself, can you? Hiroto fell silent. This was precisely his concern, their adversaries were ruthless. Neither could he guarantee they'd emerge unscathed if captured. If their entire team were taken without release, the situation would become truly dire. After glancing briefly at Yuriko and Izuna, Yoda had a sudden flash of inspiration, as if an idea had struck him. I know you're not afraid of death, but can you guarantee that the Demon King's new subordinates will serve as diligently and as efficiently as you do? Yoda practically asked this question with the answer already in mind. It was obvious that in their own view, no one but themselves could serve the great Tengu with such utter devotion. No newcomer could possibly measure up. Thinking of the potential consequences of losing herself, Yuriko and Izumi unconsciously began to worry. Especially since, during this operation, the Demon Eye faction had already lost several key members. Lord Tengu must be desperately short on capable subordinates right now. Damn it, she was the most valued subordinate personally acknowledged by Lord Tengu. And if you die, there will be new people to replace you, people who'll earn your lord's praise and get to stand by his side every day. How despicable. I'm getting angry, I'm already pissed off. Although they knew Yoda was deliberately provoking them, Yuriko and Izuna clearly took the bait. Thinking about how she still hadn't revived her mother, Yuriko began to hesitate. As for Izuna, he was reminded of his unfinished ambition to flood Tokyo with nuclear wastewater. In the end, it was Izuna who voiced the final decision. How do we cooperate? We have no reason to trust you. That was exactly the line they'd been waiting for. Yoda's face finally broke into a smile. I'll take the lead, Yoda declared firmly. If I'm at the front, drawing fire and taking the most risks, you won't have to worry about being betrayed from behind. As he spoke, Yoda glanced back at Chizuru and Ryosuke. As for those two, their combat abilities are weaker, so having them walk at the back shouldn't be an issue. They're hardly capable of posing any lethal threat to you all. Besides, with both of them keeping watch, it wouldn't be easy for either of them to backstab Yoda. This much was clear to everyone involved. Of course, it wasn't entirely impossible that Yoda also wanted to protect his two teammates. Yuriko and Izuna exchanged a glance, silently acknowledging that this was indeed a reasonable arrangement. Then, looking at Yoda, they nodded deeply. Okay. Soon, the five formed a combat team and rushed out from their hiding spot in the corner of the floor. Thick fog. Izuna manipulated the law of water, summoning a massive cloud of mist around him. However, the fog's range was somewhat limited. From an outsider's perspective, it merely appeared as a strange, moving mass of mist, completely incapable of concealing their tracks. But no matter what, it effectively obscured the enemy's line of sight, significantly reducing their chances of hitting them. Hiya! Leaping high into the air, Haruto struck away the steel cable net in front of him and charged forward at the lead. Behind him, Yuriko remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings with her psychic senses to locate the enemy. She continuously used telekinesis to hurl back the stun grenades thrown their way and casually shot down a few drones in the process. Meanwhile, Chizuru used her wind manipulation abilities to deflect incoming tranquilizer darts while occasionally firing wind arrows to threaten the approaching helicopters. Meanwhile, Ryoma was struggling with his still unmastered flame ability, creating fiery barriers behind them to block the pursuing ground forces. Thanks to Levi drawing most of the enemy firepower, the relatively fewer and less heavily armed pursuers on this side couldn't pose any immediate lethal threat to Yuda's group. Interesting. Silently watching this scene unfold, Levi lowered the hand he'd prepared to intervene. Originally, he'd planned to use his divine powers to create obstacles or summon creatures to help their escape. But now that they were cooperating so effectively, he could preserve a significant amount of divine energy. I never imagined they'd have a day when they'd cooperate through such a twist of fate. At this point, the script had deviated significantly from Levi's original plan, but all things considered, it wasn't too bad after all. After a prolonged pursuit, the group finally managed to escape their enemy's sight by squeezing through an underground tunnel, then immediately began sprinting toward the city outskirts. Phew! Stopping to rest by a riverside, they all gasped for breath, their chests heaving violently. Seeing no pursuers in sight, both groups quickly separated again, eyeing each other warily. But for now, they had no intention of continuing the fight. Several consecutive battles and frantic chases had completely drained their stamina. let's call it a day. Next time we meet, we can resume. If we keep fighting now and draw those people back, it won't end well. Yang Tai sighed softly. Okay. Nodding slightly, both sides eyed each other warily as they retreated several more steps. Only then did the tension on the field gradually ease. If we weren't on opposite sides, or if we'd met earlier, perhaps we could have been good friends. Yang Tai suddenly murmured these words. He had looked into the backgrounds of these two men before him. Both had been decent people in the past, even model citizens. If they had met earlier, they might have become bosom friends who could share everything over drinks and meals. Friends? Let's not go that far. We don't need friends who can swing blades at us. A strange smile flickered across Azuna's face. Though they stood on opposing sides, there were indeed many qualities in this young man that earned their mutual respect and admiration. If I ever kill you in the future, I'll arrange the finest graves for you, maybe even visit often. Gazing sincerely at the two before him, Yoda spoke these chilling words from the heart. Ha, we'd rather decline that promise. I think it'd be better if we kill you first and erect the finest tombstone for you instead. Lily waved her hand as she and Izumi walked off into the distance together. By the riverside at sunset, two groups of people waved their hands. After briefly sharing the same path, they once again embarked on different journeys. Yoda, after putting in so much effort this time, it'd be unreasonable if you didn't give me a raise. Consider it done as soon as we're back. And it's not just a salary increase, I'm planning employee benefits for all of you too. After making a few official calls and confirming that those people couldn't touch his teacher, Yoda finally relaxed completely. Employee benefits? Looking at Yuta with anticipation, Chizuru's face was full of excitement. What kind of benefits? Let's start by giving each of you a car. We'll definitely have frequent operations going forward, and it would be inconvenient without one. As for what kind of car, pick whatever you like. Wow! And get 2 more houses near mine. It'll make our missions and mutual support much more convenient. Wow! Anyway, enough talk for now. After such a big battle, you must all be starving. Let's go feast first. Feast! Feast! Chizuru excitedly waved her tiny fists, her face radiant with the joy of having made the trip worthwhile. Ryosuke looked somewhat bewildered. Material possessions didn't really mean much to him, but seeing his teammates so excited, he couldn't help but crack a faint smile. On the other side, Yuriko and Azuna, both socially awkward, were far from the lively atmosphere here. Though two battles fought side by side had quickly brought them closer, they were both naturally poor with words. After a long silence, just before parting ways, Izuna finally nodded and said, if there's an event where you need help, you can reach out to me. Okay. If things weren't so complicated, if they had met earlier, perhaps they could have truly become good friends. Chapter 37, The Chance to Assassinate the Prime Minister. After separating from Yoda and Izuna, Yuriko walked slowly for a while before suddenly breaking into a wild sprint once she was certain no one could see her. This is our chance. Yuriko suddenly realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Right now, that extremely powerful ancient swordsman from the rival side was still engaged in battle with those people, while Yuta and his group had just finished their own fierce fight and hadn't returned to Tokyo yet. As expected, they would probably rest first. If she could hurry back now, wouldn't she be able to exploit this perfect timing when everyone was absent? At this thought, Yuriko's eyes grew increasingly bright with excitement. For a moment, even the exhaustion weighing on her body seemed to lighten considerably. Long before, when Izumi assassinated the Prime Minister and stole the spotlight, Yuriko had already nursed a lingering resentment, feeling her position was threatened. It was precisely at that time Yuriko devised her own plan to assassinate a Prime Minister too, deploying numerous operatives to stay on constant standby, monitoring every move of their target. And now, it seemed the opportunity she'd been waiting for had finally arrived. Izumi, oh Izumi, my apologies, but I am Otenga-sama's most valued subordinate. Though we just fought side by side, the truth is, we remain rivals. Clenching her small fists, Yuriko desperately pushed her abilities to the limit, continuously accelerating into a frantic sprint. Though nearly exhausted, the thought of achieving her wish and earning the great Tengu's favor drove Yuriko to push through with desperate determination. When she finally reached the main road, she spotted a blonde-haired young man talking on his phone while straddling a motorcycle. Perhaps heading for a date, the blonde, unusually well-groomed, had his face brimming with excitement. Without hesitation, Yuriko immediately stepped forward and delivered a swift kick, sending the blonde guy sprawling onto the ground. Sorry about this, but I'm borrowing your motorcycle. Not waiting for the blonde guy to get up or say anything, Yuriko swung her leg over his bike and sped away. My bike, my bike. Amidst the blonde boy's desperate cries, Yuriko suddenly turned back and kicked him to the ground again, stripping off his leather jacket. With graceful movements, she took a helmet from the back seat and put it on, then draped the leather jacket over herself before revving the engine to full throttle. Since this was an assassination mission, she couldn't risk showing her face prematurely and alerting the target. Even her clothing might give her away. Despite being pressed for time, Yuriko remained meticulous, leaving no detail unchecked that could potentially lead to failure. The The motorcycle roared continuously, leaving one car after another in its dust. At this moment, Yuriko, clad in leather with a pair of bright eyes gleaming beneath her helmet, truly embodied the spirit of a motorcycle rose. Except this particular rose was laced with lethal intent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuta and his group had already begun, feasting. The group that had just finished their fierce battle were merrily enjoying a grand meal. Just as Yuriko had predicted, they indeed hadn't returned yet. Having just concluded an intense battle, they were in desperate need of rest. You're not of age yet, you can't drink alcohol. Yoda firmly pressed down on Kairashi's eager face as he said sternly, even when you come of age, you're not allowed to drink. We must always be prepared for battle, we can't afford to be compromised by drunkenness at any moment. Perhaps sensing his tone had been too harsh, Yoda softened his voice. We're different from ordinary people after all, constantly facing potential dangers. This is for your own good. Ah, does that mean we can never drink alcohol in our entire lives? Chizuru wasn't particularly fond of the stuff, but the more something is forbidden, the stronger the temptation to try it becomes. Not necessarily for a lifetime. Recalling his promise with the newly appointed Prime Minister that after 10 years, once they defeated the Demon Kings, they would gather beneath the cherry blossom tree to celebrate with drinks, Yuta couldn't help but let a faint smile cross his face. We'll drink when we defeat the Demon King and achieve victory. Alright then. Chizuru could only pout in response. She didn't actually plan to secretly drink. Unlike those reckless female side characters in anime who insist on doing exactly what the male lead forbids, she knew where to draw the line on important matters. With a slight pout, she casually tapped the table. Immediately, propelled by wind manipulation abilities, cola flew straight from the bottle into her mouth in an impressive display of chugging without touching the bottle, drowning her sorrows in soda instead. Meanwhile, Ryosuke beside them had few thoughts in his mind, his eyes were solely fixed on the feast before him. After giving the array of meats a thoughtful glance, Ryosuke immediately activated his pyrokinetic ability and began grilling on the spot. Wow, Ryosuke, I never knew your power could be used like this. As if struck by inspiration, Chizuru's eyes gleamed mischievously, promptly dousing the cola-drinking Yoda with a faceful of fizzy spray. Chizuru, I was wrong. Your paycheck is docked. No. Meanwhile, just as Yuta was merrily enjoying the feast, the gourmet banquet, Yuriko finally rushed to Tokyo at top speed. Are you sure she's inside here? Summoning her subordinates, Yuriko inquired in a whisper. That's right. All prime ministers usually reside here. The new prime minister moved in as soon as he took office. A girl whom Yuriko had once saved from bullies reported with visible excitement. Meanwhile, another girl whom Yuriko had also rescued chimed in eagerly. He hasn't left since returning this afternoon, he should still be inside. Tell me about the terrain around here. It was evident that the security around the Prime Minister's residence had significantly tightened since the last assassination attempt. Unlike Chizuru, who excelled at blocking ranged attacks, Yuriko's abilities made it slightly more challenging to deal with a barrage of firearms. Figuring out the most efficient way to carry out the assassination and ensuring a safe escape afterward was a dilemma that required careful thought. Meanwhile, on the other side, Levi was still thoroughly enjoying his games with the soldiers. Bang! Knocking off another helicopter's rotor blades, Levi felt a wave of boredom. Seems like it's about time to wrap this up. Continuing this spectacle would just be a pointless waste of divine energy. Zoom! Under the awestruck gazes of the soldiers, the rocket directly struck the swordsman before their eyes. But the next second, the swordsman vanished from his original spot and reappeared elsewhere, sprinting away at breakneck speed. With just a few leaps, he disappeared from view. Phew, things are finally settled for now. With the battle completely over, Li Wei prepared to return to his hideout to rest. They should all be safely back home by now. What the heck is that brat Yuriko up to? With a shift in perspective, Levi immediately saw Yuriko at the assassination site, itching for action. Chapter 38, The Shogun Gets Assassinated. Again. Since her subordinates were merely ordinary people, the intelligence Yuriko could gather was rather rudimentary. Beyond confirming the shogun's presence inside, along with general details of the surrounding buildings, terrain, and approximate number of guards, the information wasn't much help to Yuriko. But for Yuriko, this would suffice. Clairvoyance. Spreading her psychic energy outward, Yuriko faintly observed how many people surrounded her. Quite a crowd indeed. Compared to the overt guards outside, there were significantly more covert ones hidden in the shadows. Moreover, several were sitting motionless together, likely monitoring surveillance feeds. It seemed that after the assassinations of the previous two island chiefs, the new leader had made substantial efforts to bolster his personal security. No brute force approach. If she were cornered in a tight space and faced simultaneous gunfire from 3 or more large firearms, even she probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Especially during an escape, being targeted in an open area could indeed become quite perilous. After a brief moment of thought, Yuriko quickly circled to the back of the house. Casually grabbing a stray wild cat, and under the frantic gaze of the feline, Yuriko tightly embraced it before curling up in a corner. "Mr. Cat, I need your help this time. If I succeed, I'll treat you to dried fish." While whispering these words, Yuriko made the cat dart out suddenly from one direction, instantly catching the guard's attention. Finding itself unable to control its own body, the cat began yowling in panic, continuously drawing the guard's gazes. And at that very moment, Yuriko sprang swiftly from the shadows, leaping up a tree before quietly slipping onto the Prime Minister's rooftop from a blind spot. Although she didn't know exactly where the cameras were located, given her ability to fly several meters above the ground, simply avoiding normal human walking patterns upon entry would be sufficient. No matter what kind of surveillance cameras they were, their angles would undoubtedly be focused on ordinary people moving along the ground. Nimbly leaping between the high points of the Prime Minister's residence, Yuriko barely made a sound. Compared to Azuna's brazen frontal assault in broad daylight, Yuriko now truly embodied the essence of an assassin. Meanwhile, in the room, the newly appointed island administrator was also working overtime. Regarding the incident that occurred this afternoon, he had immediately engaged in discussions with the United States and lodged a serious protest. However, the protest proved ineffective. Not only did the US refuse to apologize, but they also insisted on handing over those responsible for harming their people. This was simply impossible. Key figures like Yoda, instrumental in saving the world, could never be handed over. No sane island administrator would consider such a move. Of course, the other party understood this too, which is why they chose to strike without warning, wanting to seize control first and then force them to accept the consequences with the results in hand. After all, this was how their America had always operated, so they were long accustomed to it. But now, after failing in their forceful attempt, the other party abruptly changed their tune, demanding that they make Young Tai and the others cooperate with the research. It seems we have no choice but to have Young Tai and the team comply, for now. Faintly, the Prime Minister reached a decision. Facing such overwhelming military dominance from the other side, they presently lacked any real bargaining power. For the sake of the nation, they should be willing to make some sacrifices. Of course, I can't be the one to suggest it. I must let others raise the issue first, then show reluctant hesitation before ultimately agreeing when the time comes, and then I'll. After all, he was a politician. No matter how straightforward he appeared before Young Tai, it couldn't change his fundamental nature of calculating benefits. At this very moment, Yuriko was gradually drawing closer and closer. At this instant, the dense guards stationed outside the door by the opponent turned out to be their greatest vulnerability. She hardly needed to discern wherever the enemy clustered most thickly. Yuriko would naturally know their location. With her eyes slightly closed, Yuriko continued her approach step by step under the guidance of her psychic perception. After a long wait, she finally reached directly above her target. Yuriko quietly and slowly climbed down, then peeked her head out from directly above a window. She should be in the innermost room. After a brief moment of thought, Yuriko came up with a plan. Bang! Right under the bewildered gazes of the guards, Yuriko shattered the window on the opposite side, instantly drawing the attention of a large number of the enemy's guards. The guards all stared intently in that direction, raising their guns. Meanwhile, Yuriko, the moment the sound was heard, used telekinesis to open the window from inside, then quietly slipped in. 1 step, 2 steps. Now within 10 meters of her target, Yuriko began to sprint. With a piercing screech, the guards felt as if their heads had been struck by a heavy blow, instantly blanking their minds. Before anyone could react, Yuriko kicked the door open and leapt inside. After confirming the identity of the new island governor, Yuriko excitedly picked up her scissors. "Prime Minister, your predecessors are all waiting below to have a little chat with you. I'm sure you'll have plenty to talk about." Thud! The newly appointed island minister stared blankly at the scene, still unable to comprehend what was happening before his head was instantly severed. With the assassination accomplished, Yuriko didn't hesitate and immediately began sprinting outward at full speed. It was only at this moment that the guards, their minds slightly clearing, finally realized what had occurred. Shouting wildly, they began firing at Yuriko. Bang bang bang! Darting nimbly through the room, she continuously used telekinesis to control various debris, obstructing her pursuers' movements. After a long while, when all the opponents had been drawn in, she finally used telekinesis to drag a chair along the floor, creating a false impression of movement in another direction. Once the opponents had all been lured away, Yuriko calmly slipped out from the other side and vanished into the night. As she passed by a small tree, she didn't forget to pluck a cat from its branches. "Mr. Cat, we had a deal. I promised you some dried fish, didn't I? Meow meow meow." After leaving the Prime Minister's residence, Yuriko didn't pause to rest. Instead, she swiftly went to a TV station and apprehended a reporter. "Hurry, take my photo." "Ha!" Under the reporter's bewildered gaze, Yuriko made a gunshot execution hand gesture. "The 12 demonic eyes, the serpent of the sea, hereby claim full responsibility for the recent incident involving the death of the newly appointed island encounterer." Meanwhile, Yoda, who had just finished a cheerful meal, finally received news of the newly appointed island magistrate being assassinated. Recalling his promise with Shima to meet again beneath the cherry blossom tree in 10 years and celebrate their victory together, Yoda fell silent. You haven't even lived for a full month yet, damn it. Isn't this way of dying way too sloppy? Yoda was completely stunned at this moment. He had only stepped out to fight for a short while. How could Shinjima Edo have already disappeared? At night, Yuriko walked along the riverside, utterly exhausted in both body and mind. Today, she had first rushed to the battlefield, then fought in 2 intense battles. After finishing, she hurried back to Tokyo to assassinate the island minister, and then immediately headed to a television station. This relentless series of events had completely drained every ounce of her physical and mental stamina. Right now, even taking a few extra steps felt like an exhausting effort to her. Silently observing the scene, Levi pondered for a moment before assuming the form of a great Tengu, abruptly appearing before Yuriko. Yuriko, your recent performance has been outstanding, truly worthy of being my most valued subordinate. Great Tengu-sama. In an instant, all weariness seemed to vanish from her body. Yuriko's eyes sparkled as she instantly straightened her posture with excitement. I just did what I should have done. Lord Tengu praised me. Lord Tengu praised me. This was the only thought left in Yuriko's heart at this moment. If she weren't trying to maintain some decorum in Lord Tengu's presence, she probably would have been spinning around in joyful leaps. But most importantly, don't forget to develop and improve your own abilities, understood? Li Wei reminded. While gathering fear and working hard is important, developing divine power and divine arts is also a crucial part that must not be neglected. Yes, Yuriko responded with vigorous determination. Moments later, watching her Lord Tengu depart, Yuriko finally covered her mouth and twirled around joyfully. Woohoo! Woo! La la la, today's such a great day, Lord Tengu values me. Observing the skipping figure of Yuriko disappearing into the distance, Levi shook his head helplessly. I'll take every chance to praise her more in the future. If there's one thing Li Wei excels at, it's painting grand visions. All she wanted wasn't much, just a few words of praise. Chapter 39, The Brilliant Idea Born from Pressure. I feel I'm getting old. This prime minister position really doesn't suit me anymore. Nor does it suit me. These recent headaches keep flaring up, making it impossible to handle government affairs properly. As the group's gaze turned toward him, the middle-aged man, unable to come up with an excuse, could only lie that his wife had been unfaithful and he simply hadn't been in the right frame of mind lately. Beside him, another minister turned his head away somewhat awkwardly, suddenly tensing up for no apparent reason. For the first time in memory, perhaps even unprecedented in history, so many high-ranking officials now seemed utterly reluctant to assume the position of prime minister. In the past, they would fight tooth and nail for this position, even at the cost of broken heads and torn dignity, just to have a shot at it. But now, it seemed like some filthy thing they couldn't even bear to glance at. Witnessing this scene, Yoda, who had been dragged into the discussion, felt nothing but utter speechlessness. However, although the candidate for the new prime minister hadn't been decided yet, all sorts of protective measures for the future leader were already in place. According to their proposal, a supernatural operations department would soon be established, with Yoda as its chief, and the headquarters would temporarily be set up next to the new prime minister's residence. At the same time, they hollowed out the underground and carried out comprehensive renovations on the scale of a war fortress, while also significantly strengthening the protective measures for these ministers. As each new rule was unveiled, the expressions of the assembled ministers finally relaxed slightly. With protection beefed up to this extent, surely there wouldn't be another incident like the assassination of the prime minister, would there? There are still too few people we can use. Exiting the meeting hall, Yoda couldn't help but sigh in frustration. After continuously facing endless villain bosses and witnessing the prime minister being assassinated time and again, Yoda couldn't help but feel that his side was truly far too outnumbered. Look at them, they started off with something like the Demonite 12, guaranteeing at least 12 executives, plus vast armies of subordinate monsters, whereas on his side, even counting generously and excluding his teacher, there were only 3 people. Such a disproportionate gap was just too unfair. Time and again, the Prime Minister's assassination by the Demon King's officers has truly shaken morale. But even if he helps keep watch, what difference would it make? He has missions to attend to sooner or later, and with only 3 of them in total, they'd have to deploy together to avoid being picked off one by one. When that time comes, the rear would still be left vulnerable. Ordinary people simply don't have many effective countermeasures against supernatural powers. No matter how numerous they are, they'll only be toyed with in circles. If a proper solution isn't devised, the new prime minister will most likely meet the same fate. Returning to his office, Yoda casually picked up a report and immediately felt his headache grow worse. With the Demon King's emergence, cult organizations across regions have become increasingly active, frequently conducting various large-scale rituals suspected of being evil sacrifices. Now that the Demon King has truly manifested, investigators everywhere hesitate to get too involved, fearful of being dragged into actual supernatural incidents. Even when they occasionally encounter cases genuinely suspected to involve supernatural phenomena, they're completely at a loss about what to do. So understaffed. Sprawled across the desk, Yuta let out a feeble sigh. Just then, Chihara chased after Ryoma as they flashed past the doorway. Ryoma, this outfit really suits you. Holding a rather peculiar piece of women's clothing, Chizuru's face was full of mischief. No. Seeing this scene, Yoda only felt his headache growing worse. I'm done. Just end me. Forced by circumstances, Yoda ultimately went to find his teacher. Teacher, how's your health? Nothing too serious, I hope. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. The main issue is I can't really fight much recently, need to focus on recovering, but otherwise it's manageable. Yoda. Sensei, saying that just puts even more pressure on me, you know. Our side was already short on combat strength to begin with, and now our only top-tier fighter is temporarily out of commission. Doesn't all that pressure automatically shift onto him now? Teacher, was it always this difficult back in your day? Why does it feel like the Demon King's forces are so much stronger than ours? Frowning, Yuta couldn't help but complain helplessly. Moreover, shouldn't there still be many reclusive senior experts? And all those ancient powers that have been passed down through history, why hasn't a single one of them shown up yet? Don't ask, just accept that they're still being written into the story and aren't ready yet. And shouldn't it be common sense that villains are initially powerful? Without creating that intense sense of despair, how could there be any sense of redemption when you step forward? How else could he better harvest divine power? Haven't you noticed how in all sorts of myths, it's only when humanity is on the brink of annihilation that the gods finally step in to save the day? Of course, one couldn't put it so bluntly. After a moment of contemplation, Levi gave an ambiguous answer. This is where you come in, Yuta. Originally, Li Wei thought about waiting until his divine power became more abundant before creating more righteous mythical creatures, divine artifacts, and sacred blood lineages, setting up trials for Yuta to uncover through his own efforts. He wanted to give Yuta the feeling that through relentless perseverance, he could gradually assemble righteous forces and save the world. Yet, Yuta suddenly froze in place, as if realizing something. Teacher, I understand. What do you understand? Staring blankly at Yuta before him, Li Wei felt genuinely puzzled for once. I haven't even figured it out yet. How could you possibly understand? Teacher, you're saying that with my abilities, I can develop ordinary people as allies, right? I should have thought of that sooner. Giving his left palm a light punch, Yuta's face momentarily flashed with excitement. Teacher, you've mentioned before that my predecessor gathered many people around them, and surely among those were quite a few ordinary people who joined later. As long as I help them unlock the ability to use life energy too, even if they can't face the Demon King's lieutenants directly, they should at least be able to handle those lower-tier demon armies. Plus, they could help share some of our usual burdens. I knew it. All this time I've been thinking of using my life energy to heal comrades' injuries and restore stamina in battle. How did I never realize it could be used like this too? As he spoke, Yoda began walking toward the door, urgently searching for someone to assist with his experiment. Meanwhile, back in the room, Li Wei fell into deep contemplation. Helping others condense life force. It didn't seem entirely impossible. Long ago, Li Wei had experimented with using life force to enhance others' physical constitutions, a method to prevent those unfortunate souls whose feared divinity he drained from immediately kicking the bucket. Even without considering the enhancement of life force, merely restoring the body to a completely uninjured and vibrant state would be enough to make those individuals stand out as exceptionally robust among ordinary people. As for the divine technique Yang Tai developed to condense life source seeds, by storing life force, it didn't seem inherently too complicated in principle. Condensing life source seeds with divine power was a one-time expenditure. Afterward, even ordinary people could recharge them by consuming their own life force, requiring almost no further expenditure of his divine power. This does seem like a promising path, Li Wei thought to himself. This would actually save a significant amount of divine power that he had anticipated consuming. Compared to nurturing divine beasts or descendants of gods himself, this method was undoubtedly much more economical. That Yoda boy really had to go through some hardships for this. It seems he's been under immense pressure lately, otherwise he wouldn't have been forced to resort to such a method. In that case, perhaps we should pressure him even more in the future. Who knows what pleasant surprises might emerge. Chapter 40, Gathering the Heroes of the Realm. Soon, through Yang Tai's relentless experimentation, he discovered how to utilize his life law abilities to unlock the potential within ordinary people. It hurts. Looking at the department member writhing in pain on the floor before him, Yuta fell deep in thought. This method wasn't suitable for everyone, contrary to his expectations. Growing a new organ was involved, and during the coagulation process, part of the life force had to be extracted from every single cell. Even if this life force would eventually be returned, the process was undoubtedly excruciatingly painful. Therefore, only those with extremely strong willpower can persevere. While it's not impossible to help others endure this process by expending one's own vitality, sacrificing one's own strength to obtain barely competent subordinates is undoubtedly putting the cart before the horse. Perfect, this can also serve as a selection process, Yoda thought to himself. Without this level of willpower, even facing the opponent's terrifying soul-striking ability would likely prove ineffective. Apart from the demands on willpower, there are also requirements regarding physical age and robustness. Since this involves condensing surplus vitality for storage and development, it naturally imposes certain demands on the intensity of one's life force. The stronger and younger the body, the more vitality it generates, and consequently, the better the results will be. On the contrary, if one's vitality is insufficient to begin with, forcibly condensing it would only become a burden, possibly making an already weak body even more feeble. Looking at the mere handful of successful participants out of his initial group of over 100, Yuta fell into deep thought. The quality of these candidates was relatively high to begin with, yet only a few were selected under such circumstances. For ordinary people, the success rate would likely be even lower. Though it was slightly more difficult than he had anticipated, the results weren't entirely disappointing. Although the proportion is small, this country has no shortage of people. As long as enough candidates are selected, there will still be plenty who meet the standards. With these people, the pressure on him can be greatly alleviated. It seems it's time to gather heroes from all over to jointly vanquish the evil spirits. Soon, under Yoda's arrangements, an official press conference commenced. With the appearance of Yoda, Chizuru, and Ryosuke at the scene, the already noisy venue grew increasingly fervent. Long before this, videos of the three of them seemingly engaged in fierce battles as heroes against villains had already been posted online, sparking widespread discussion. With their prolonged absence, speculation naturally intensified. Now, as they made their appearance, reporters naturally scrambled to rush forward, eager to obtain first-hand information. Facing the expectant crowd, Yoda quickly gave a brief overview of their ancient legacy, how they had fought against those dark forces for a millennium, urging everyone not to succumb to despair. After 2 prime ministers were assassinated in succession, Yoda naturally understood what the people were longing for. Giving them a small hint was essentially a way to reassure the public. It was at this moment that the purpose of Li Wei deliberately selecting subordinates with striking appearances finally became evident. Just by looking at their stunning looks, the public couldn't help but feel, as expected of exorcists who wield supernatural powers, have a 1,000-year legacy, and have fought demons for centuries, they look trustworthy at first glance. Especially Senri, who sat solemnly at the center. She had shed her usual money-grubbing, playful demeanor, now clad in shrine maiden robes with an icy, sacred expression, the very image of an ancient, supremely powerful shrine maiden. In an instant, Levi sensed a massive influx of divine power from the front. Faced with such a situation, Levi grew increasingly convinced of the wisdom of his initial decision. Had the figures on stage been plain or even ugly, such an effect would have been utterly impossible to achieve. After all, regardless of the realm, this remains a world that judges by appearances. And immediately following, Yoda's declaration about soon opening the path to superhuman abilities to ordinary people and recruiting heroes from all over to jointly exterminate demons completely ignited the venue. Those who are physically strong, young, and skilled in swordsmanship will be given priority. As Yoda's words fell, across the island nation, whether it be contemporary swordsmen who had practiced rigorously for years, ambitious schemers, or even more of the various oddly eccentric Shinibu youths, everyone began to get excited. It was foreseeable that soon, Yoda would gather under his command a large group of subordinates who far surpassed ordinary people, relatively superhuman in comparison. The ordinary citizens could finally breathe a little easier, though evil spirits existed. As long as the authorities had the power to counter them, the situation wasn't too dire. Amid the fervent excitement of the event, a reporter finally noticed Ryoma's tightly shut right eye and couldn't resist asking about it. "Excuse me, Mr. Exorcist, why do you keep your right eye closed? Were you injured in battle against a demon?" Only then did Yuta and Chizuru notice what was happening, turning to stare at Ryoma in surprise. "Not quite. My right eye recently awakened a terrifying ability to exterminate demons, but I haven't fully mastered controlling it yet, so I need to seal it temporarily for now." Ryosuke gently touched his right eye as he spoke with deliberate gravity. "So that's how it is." Below them, reporters kept exclaiming in astonishment, as if having stumbled upon major news, showering praises without hesitation. Yoda and Chizuru were also inwardly startled. Who would have thought this teammate of theirs had quietly awakened such formidable power? It seemed their new comrade was remarkably reliable after all. Because Ryosuke usually behaved quite normally, all those previous claims about his abilities not being fully unlocked had now become reality since he truly possessed extraordinary powers, not just empty boasts. Thus, Yoda and Shizuru still hadn't realized that among them had slipped in a slightly delusional, Shinibu-fueled teenager who might not be entirely right in the head. At this moment, it was eerily reminiscent of a husky sneaking unnoticed into a pack of wolves. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuriko watched as Yoda spoke incessantly on TV and began to frown slightly. unlock extraordinary powers. Because of her deep understanding of the other person, Yuriko instinctively guessed something was up. So you're saying he can harness the life force of ordinary people and transform them into extraordinary beings too? Lost in thought for a moment, Yuriko suddenly had an epiphany. Then, could I also? Thinking this, Yuriko called over her subordinates and began experimenting. Seeing the scene, although Yuriko hadn't succeeded in the experiment yet, Levi was almost certain that she would undoubtedly succeed. Unlike others' abilities of water, fire, earth or wind, those people relied purely on borrowing power from Levi's law, something that only Levi possessed. Yoda and Yuriko's laws of life and soul touch upon something everyone possesses, something that truly contains energy. What they lack is merely an organ capable of harnessing this energy. As long as one is willing to develop it, there will inevitably be gains, only the strength of those gains may vary. Looks like the next battle will be an all-out brawl. Li Wei mused silently. He could already envision that scene. Just as Yoda and Yuriko were gradually making new breakthroughs, at another base, a group of researchers remained completely empty-handed. During the previous Ryosuke Must Die operation, they had seized numerous monster corpses like prized treasures. They had even obtained remnants from some officers under the Demon King's command. This drove them into a frenzy of excitement at the time, feverishly pursuing research while brimming with anticipation. But quickly, they realized they couldn't make any breakthroughs. From a genetic perspective, these monsters' compositions were practically identical to ordinary poultry and livestock. Could someone have temporarily captured some poultry and turned them into monsters? That would be utterly absurd. There must be some sort of extraordinary factor that they couldn't detect, which caused them to grow like this. Could it be that upon their death, some kind of extraordinary factor would dissipate? Many people gradually began to speculate along these lines. With no results in sight, these individuals soon turned their attention back to Yoda and his companions, convinced that studying live subjects was indeed the only way forward. Every move they made was practically laid bare before Levi's watchful eyes. He had left those mutilated cadavers behind precisely to keep constant surveillance on them. How troublesome, these fellows really won't stay put. Watching these people conspiring right under his nose, Levi couldn't help but feel exasperated. If last time was just lack of preparation, do you really think you can succeed again this time? It seems it's time to keep them occupied. Can't let them stay so idle that they keep interfering with my plans. At this thought, a sudden idea occurred to Levi. Is there, perhaps, a tool filled with burning hatred toward these people that I could use? The answer is almost beyond doubt. It's world renowned how much trouble the American military stirs up here. Since the U.S. forces landed on the island nation, there have been over 200,000 documented cases, not counting the many more that were likely concealed or suppressed. Just imagine, with all those protein-overloaded soldiers full of restless energy and nothing to do, facing the privilege where killing carries no legal consequences beyond possibly being sent home, how much evil could be born from such conditions? Although the numbers have relatively declined in recent years, such incidents still occur frequently, including some shocking and brutal cases that stun the world. It would be abnormal if there weren't a few individuals harboring deep grievances. With this thought, Levi immediately sprang into action. Levi didn't know where to find those who harbored hatred, but he knew someone who did. Ever since the U.S. military took root on this island in the last century, continuously causing numerous heinous incidents, it has become a massive problem for the island nation. To meet the needs of these outsiders and mediate certain affairs. To put it bluntly, in order to cater to the unreasonable demands of their sugar daddies and clean up their messes, the island nation has always maintained relevant departments to handle such matters. Although the official titles kept changing over time, the actual responsibilities remained largely unchanged. Thanks to Yuta's unrestricted access to government offices, Li Wei quickly pinpointed his target. After quietly knocking out and retrieving memories from several people, Levi soon had a few preliminary targets in mind. Chapter 41, The Seeds of Hatred. Staring at the Wakayama prison before him, Levi released his clones and began infiltrating silently. As the largest women's prison in the island nation, this facility held numerous female inmates imprisoned under various charges. From the information Li Wei had previously obtained, this very prison held numerous individuals who, after being harmed by the unlucky army, not only failed to see it as a sacrifice for their country and let it go, but instead sought violent retaliation. Compared to those who endured oppression meekly, too afraid to resist even when harmed, Li Wei found himself rather admiring these so-called violent rebels for their courage. Hopefully, this trip will be fruitful. With this thought in mind, Li Wei quietly began his observation. Who would have thought there'd be so many talents in prison? As he sensed the brilliance of people's inner lights around him, Levi couldn't help but marvel at the wonder. Compared with ordinary people outside, the mental strength of those here was clearly far stronger across the board. But no wonder, those who ended up here were either the recklessly bold or the wrongfully desperate. It'd be strange if their mental strength weren't strong. I miscalculated. I should have checked out more different prisons beforehand. Soon enough, Levi spotted an extraordinary presence among his targets, one whose heart light shone brilliantly. His eyes fell upon a female prisoner with short hair and delicate features, yet possessing an unexpectedly sharp jawline and piercing gaze. The woman was currently performing suspended sit-ups using the prison's minimal facilities. 207, 208. Though utterly exhausted, it was as if some unseen force drove her forward, gritting her teeth as she stubbornly persisted. Judging by the well-developed trapezius muscles, this person had clearly been training diligently for a considerable time. Interesting. Without even needing to investigate further, Li Wei had already formed a rough conjecture based on the other party's background. With practiced ease, Li Wei knocked the person unconscious and began reading their memories. Suzuki Hayakawa, a name full of poetic charm. Like most people, this girl named Suzuki once had an ordinary yet reasonably happy family life. Though her father was somewhat weak-willed and her mother had a bit of a temper, leading to occasional bumps along the way, their days were generally peaceful, until her parents passed away in a car accident, leaving only her and her younger sister, 7 years her junior. No one knew how she endured those years. Though she was still just a child herself, she took on the responsibility of caring for her sister in their parents' stead. Every day, she woke up an hour early to prepare her sister's lunchbox, and after school, skipping extracurricular activities, she worked tirelessly at a friend's shop. In the evening, when returning home, she would help her younger sister wash clothes and review her lessons. Her sister was very well behaved too, not only excelling academically but often assisting her with household chores as well. She could still remember how, every day after school, her younger sister would endlessly call out sister, sister, while clinging to her. As they grew older, some had even begun proposing marriage arrangements for her in advance, because in everyone's eyes, she was that kind of perfect Yamato Nadeshiko-like woman. Gentle, graceful, strong, and family-oriented. At first glance, she was exactly the type most boys in the island country adored. Undoubtedly, she was extremely popular among others. Despite the many suitors, Rin turned them all down. Although accepting their advances might have temporarily eased her burdens, she longed for a much grander stage. Through hard work, Rin ultimately earned exceptional grades and was admitted to a prestigious local university. Although there were better schools, Rin chose a local one for the convenience of taking care of her younger sister. However, as she moved up in school, life became increasingly difficult. To earn her tuition, Suzu began working even harder, taking on part-time jobs and tutoring gigs alongside her studies. Well, big sis can rely on me sometimes too. Recalling the time when her younger sister voluntarily took on household chores and even sought part-time jobs, vowing to fully support her education, it moved her to the verge of tears every single time. Though exhausting, Ling felt truly happy. Just a few more difficult years to endure, and a blissful life would be within reach. Having already survived the harshest years, what was this brief stretch of time? If only she could persevere through it. Yet that very day, after preparing her sister's favorite dishes and waiting eagerly for her return, no familiar figure appeared at the doorway. Night fell, and her frantic searches yielded nothing. No trace of the missing sister remained. At last, in the hospital, she saw her younger sister's tiny, broken body. No matter how much time passes, she could still recall that moment of utter collapse and despair. She, who had always been called as gentle as a Yamato Nadeshiko, was filled for the first time with endless rage. Through persistent inquiries, she finally learned that her sister had been forcibly taken by several American soldiers on her way home. In the struggle, her sister chose to jump from the vehicle and died tragically beneath its wheels. She filed the lawsuit in anger, only to learn that the other party had already paid the price, though that price was likely nothing more than a transfer, repatriation, or confinement. According to their account, they had merely planned to invite her sister back for tea. It was her sister who couldn't bear it, who chose to jump from the vehicle. This conclusion was clearly absurd, yet compared to those cases where people were taken back to military camps only to be declared accidental deaths such as from falls or sudden collapses, it somehow seemed marginally more believable. Of course, Rin couldn't possibly give up, but no matter how many people she visited or sought help from, the final outcome remained painfully obvious. In fact, some even began issuing her repeated warnings. Don't disgrace the Yamato people. Staring at those indifferent faces, Rin couldn't comprehend why things had turned out this way. During her search, she witnessed how the children of the wealthy and powerful were well protected, shuttled around by private cars, living in secure upscale neighborhoods, while those who suffered were almost exclusively ordinary civilians. Those same people eagerly praised the benefits of foreign military presence, access to the markets and technology of the world's strongest nation. No need to spend fortunes on maintaining their own military. Yet the moment they were asked to sacrifice their own children, they adamantly refused. Moreover, they even looked down on victims like her, believing their very existence tarnished the so-called honor of their nation. As long as these women remained unseen, wouldn't it be as if such disgraceful events had never happened? Failing in her search, Rin resolved to take revenge herself. Through her relentless efforts, she eventually managed to ambush and stab one of the soldiers when he stepped out alone. It's rather ironic. The other party committed those crimes yet received only light, inconsequential punishments, free to swagger out after a few days in confinement. Yet all she did was stab him, and now she faces a long, drawn-out imprisonment. After entering prison, Ling, painfully aware of her own weakness, embarked on a rigorous daily fitness regimen while simultaneously absorbing all sorts of peculiar knowledge from fellow inmates. Machinery, demolition, electricity, she greedily absorbed any knowledge that might prove useful. Hatred had completely gnawed away at her heart. She waited, biding her time for an opportunity to exact her revenge. Her life had lost all meaning, now vengeance was the sole force driving her to keep living. As for what had happened to Ling, Levi didn't know how to process it. Since the Moldovan forces landed on the island nation, recorded cases numbered over 200,000, with countless families suffering irreparable harm. Statistically speaking, Rin might just be one among hundreds of thousands of families who suffered harm. Given what this country did back then, receiving these same consequences after the war should seemingly count as deserving retribution. However, the fact that only civilians and ordinary people bore the brunt of the suffering makes the situation rather thought-provoking. The high-ranking officials and wealthy elites had luxury cars and bodyguards to ferry their children, resided in affluent districts far from American military bases, and could freely visit that shrine enshrining their war criminal ancestors whenever they pleased. By comparison, it really does seem unfair. If anyone deserves to suffer, those people should be the first in line. Even worse, they went so far as to station American troops on lands that weren't originally theirs, territories they had seized, where they proceeded to oppress the local ethnic minorities. That makes the whole situation even more thought-provoking. No wonder locals have long said that the prosperity of the island nation belongs to its big cities and has nothing to do with those rural folks. Although Li Wei couldn't fully empathize, he could more or less understand the anger of the girl before him. Not only foreigners, but also her own countrymen were targets of her fury and hatred. They did not receive recognition or compensation, these domestic victims. A significant portion of mainstream public opinion, rather than acknowledging their suffering, claimed their very existence tarnished the so-called Yamato dignity. These already traumatized individuals often endured secondary cyberbullying as well. Whether it's these women who've lost face or the island's men who failed to protect them, well, that's a matter of opinion, as tastes differ. Excellent, these are exactly the followers I need. After probing the memories of the girl before him, Levi immediately decided to add another subordinate to his ranks. Compared to those purely mindless villains, Levi preferred this type of subordinate rational and controllable. They needed only to flawlessly execute his plans without causing trouble, and occasionally carry out tasks without hesitation when required. That was enough. Those truly wicked individuals who, upon gaining power, would indulge themselves in wanton slaughter and chaos were never on his list of potential subordinates. For one thing, those people are unreliable and prone to messing things up. For another, they're full of schemes, and their loyalty is hard to guarantee. Expecting them to focus wholeheartedly on the cause would probably be asking too much. Soon, under Levi's control, Suzu awoke from her slumber and immediately spotted Levi, who had taken the form of a great Tengu. Before Levi could even begin his prepared speech, whether she desired power or wished to pledge allegiance to the Demon King, Suzu frantically dropped to her knees. Great Tengu-sama, I implore you to grant me power. Now it was Levi's turn to be at a loss. In fact, Ling had known all along about the various rumors circulating outside regarding the demon god. Although this was a prison, information wasn't cut off. Many inmates still maintained contact with the outside world, and new prisoners were brought in daily. On this day when the Demon King and his subordinates were making waves everywhere with their actions, Ling had indeed prayed from the bottom of her heart that the Demon King might cast his gaze upon her. For revenge, she was willing to pay any price. She yearned to earn the Demon King's favor like those infamous executives of the Demon King's army, so she could carry out her vengeance. Yet after countless prayers went unanswered, Rin had nearly given up hope. But never had she imagined that today, the legendary Demon King would suddenly appear before her very eyes. Ling certainly wasn't foolish. She immediately grasped the situation and promptly offered her loyalty of her own accord. This feels rather strange, Li Wei thought to himself. Missing that interrogation process about acting left him feeling somewhat dissatisfied. But he wasn't one to dwell on things for long, and soon nodded. Since you've understood everything, then show me what you can do. I want to witness your abilities and your loyalty. Yes, great Tengu-sama. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on Ling's shoulder, and swiftly, Levi infused her with the principles of lightning. When dealing with something like an army, thunder and lightning should clearly be more effective. Hopefully, Rin's presence will bring them a bit more amusement. Rip! Flickering arcs of electricity began dancing across Rin's body. Feeling the unprecedented power, Rin could no longer contain the joy on her face. This joy was so intense that it bordered on madness. His already sharp gaze grew even more piercing at this moment. Sister, at last, I can finally make those people pay. Chapter 42, The Power of Lightning. After gaining power, Suzu wasted no time and dashed toward the nearest U.S. military base at lightning speed. Almost every one of these villains under Levi's command could be said to have long craved power. From the very second they obtained it, their already restless hearts simply couldn't stop. Give those guys more trouble? Perfectly suits me. Recalling the task assigned by Levi, who had previously taken the form of a great Tengu, Suzu couldn't help but let a cruel smile creep across her face. Because these fools dared to offend the dignity of Lord Tengu, his lordship has decided to teach them a lesson. This was precisely what she longed to do, and with a shared enemy binding them, her loyalty and admiration for the Tengu were skyrocketing. Stepping out of the taxi, Rin walked briskly toward the nearby base and began silently surveying the area. Don't ask where the money came from. A few unfortunate blonde thugs would have stories to tell. Brute force definitely won't work. Given her current strength, she was still far too weak. Expecting a frontal assault to succeed would be completely unrealistic. Acting on impulse would only lead to meaningless self-sacrifice. So, using her abilities to sense the direction of the underground cables, Ling swiftly and stealthily approached before unleashing her ultimate move, cutting the power. Fuck! Along with the sudden power outage, soldiers of all ranks in the base began cursing profusely. Many soldiers who had been watching movies or playing cards immediately stood up. However, being a modern military base, though not particularly large in scale, it still possessed ample backup power sources. Soon, with the sound of generators humming back to life, the base was illuminated once more. Watching the opposing base light up again, Suzu fell into contemplation. Then, they restored the other side's power supply. But just as the opposing faction stopped using their generator sets, suddenly, the electricity was cut off again. Fuck! At last, the other side seemed to realize something was wrong and sent someone to fix it. Soon after, just as the other party had gone through great effort to locate the damaged section, repaired it, and was heading back, before long, the familiar sound returned. Damn it! No doubt, Rin had cut their power again. It was all about keeping the enemy in the dark while staying hidden herself. After repeatedly testing her abilities multiple times, Rin finally gained a rough understanding of them. Without hesitation, she destroyed their fiber optic cables, water supply pipes, and even went as far as targeting the sewers. Only then did Rin happily saunter away, thoroughly satisfied. Under the probing of electricity, no metal could escape his detection. After being imprisoned, she spared no effort to learn a vast array of knowledge, which included expertise in the field of electricity. It could be said that in a city saturated with electricity and metal, she was completely in her element. Finding a barbershop, she gazed at the familiar yet alien face in the mirror and had them dye her hair silver. She faintly remembered that her younger sister had once been quite fond of something called cosplay. The girl had excitedly talked about dyeing her hair silver in the future, but she had harshly forbidden it. For this rare disagreement, they had even quarreled. Staring blankly at her reflection, those piercing eyes and well-developed muscles, Suzu remained momentarily lost in thought. The epitome of a Yamato Nadeshiko that people spoke of? That was no longer her. Now, she was nothing but an avenger. Soon after leaving the shop, Suzu robbed some bikers along the way, taking leather jackets, sunglasses, silver accessories, and even a motorcycle. Then she began speeding recklessly toward her destination. In a nightclub, she spotted her target for this trip. Just as she expected, after a disappointing time at the base, soldiers would naturally come out looking for some fun. Watching the girl who was held captive and dared not speak out in anger, a cruel smile crept onto Rin's face. Drink up. Amid their unrestrained scolding, Ling swiftly closed the distance. Miss, with her silver hair, leather jacket, sunglasses, silver accessories, paired with that neat short haircut and muscular physique, Ling naturally appeared as a handsome butch to the other girls, who promptly swarmed around her. Excuse me, thank you. With a smile, Rin declined all the girls' invitations and slowly walked up to the soldiers, gesturing for them to come closer. Just as the soldiers seemed to misinterpret her intentions, giving her suggestive looks and rising to their feet to approach, Rin mercilessly kicked out without hesitation. The leading soldier was instantly sent flying 3 meters into the air before crashing heavily to the ground, curling up like a shrimp. Before the others could react, she delivered several more kicks, and soon, several more shrimps were writhing on the ground. With her current abilities, Rin could easily strike the opponent down using lightning powers, yet she deliberately chose this more direct and brutal method. This was a scene she had fantasized about countless times in her dreams. Grabbing a soldier by the hair, Rin smiled coldly. Call more men here, or you might just die where you stand today. Witnessing such an event unfold, the surrounding people were naturally terrified. Soon, driven by fear and Rin's violent expulsion, the people in the shop quickly scattered and left, casually dragging the soldiers to the backstage, pouring various alcohols on the floor, and turning on the gas valve. Rin leisurely waited by the entrance. A few soldiers seemed to vaguely realize what was coming and struggled desperately, but they were swiftly electrocuted unconscious by Rin without her even turning her head. After a long while, when the opponent's reinforcements arrived, Ling glanced once more to confirm before slipping out through the side window and quietly leaning against a wall. A moment later, after confirming that quite a few of their adversaries had entered, Ling finally snapped her fingers softly. At the same time, inside the establishment, electrical sparks began flashing incessantly. Zoom! Under the stunned gazes of people on the street, towering flames erupted from the nightclub. Standing silently in place, Ling's face showed no trace of emotion. This was the revenge scenario she had envisioned countless times before. In the past, as a woman without strength, she could only rely on external forces to achieve her vengeance, hence her obsessive pursuit of this knowledge. Now, possessing extraordinary power had undoubtedly made her actions much simpler and more convenient. She casually pulled out a cigarette she'd snatched from those hoodlums and silently lit it up. Truthfully, she had never smoked before, but now, for some inexplicable reason, she desperately wanted to. Perhaps this signaled she was no longer the obedient good girl, but had truly transformed into a ruthless villain. Leaning quietly against the wall, Ling's gaze momentarily turned vacant, lost in thoughts no one could decipher. After a long while, only after finishing her cigarette did Ling slowly walk towards the motorcycle she had stolen, roaring off into the distance once more. A small amount of killing had slightly soothed her wounded heart, but it wasn't enough, far from enough. Suddenly, heavy rain began to fall from the sky. Staring blankly at the dark clouds above, Ling fell into a daze. Suddenly, as if comprehending something, I abruptly raised my hand. Crack! A bolt of lightning fell in the direction pointed by the finger. This is... Li Wei, who was secretly observing this scene, couldn't help but start slightly. This should count as divine magic, right? It must be said, is this the brilliance of a top student who was already academically outstanding and then desperately studied various subjects for vengeance? To actually think of harnessing the power of nature. As for whether this truly counts as divine magic, Li Wei still isn't entirely certain. But on rainy days, this chosen vessel of his likely possesses the most devastating offensive capability for the time being. After all, it borrows the might of nature itself. Against adversaries who still rely solely on personal abilities and are far from reaching weather-altering levels of combat prowess, it practically constitutes an insurmountable gap. And the belle that was speeding down the street at this moment also had a flash of enlightenment in its heart. That lightning just now, although it was summoned by her, she could not fully control it yet. At the very least, the point of impact was vastly different from what she had intended. So, what she needed to do next was continue to develop her abilities and wait for a day with a massive, powerful thunderstorm. Ha 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 ha. The crisp sound of bells and laughter began to echo endlessly through the streets. At last, she saw it, the first light of her vengeance. The Demon King? To her, that so-called king of demons in the eyes of the world represented nothing less than justice. Chapter 43, One Against an Army? As coincidence would have it, while Levi had assigned special operatives to cause trouble for the U.S. troops, another of his subordinates, Izuna, was also gradually developing some thoughts of his own. Regardless of how you look at it, those senior members were still my predecessors. Letting them be taken away like that by those bastards is simply going too far. Though he'd never had direct interactions with the higher-ranked members of the Magus 12, Izuna, a man with a strong sense of camaraderie, had long since considered them his comrades. The thought of those people taking away his fallen comrades for research after their deaths filled Izuna with overwhelming anger. And what's worse, these bastards show absolutely no respect toward Lord Tengu. They've stolen demon corpses, attempted to capture them alive for experiments, and now even took away the remains of their predecessors. Such blatant disregard for the Demon King's army was nothing short of a direct slap to their face. If they didn't retaliate in kind, how would Lord Tengu maintain his dignity? Where would his authority stand? At this thought, a fierce glint flashed in Izuna's eyes. As the boldest and most daring member of Levi's team, Izuna immediately set his sights on Tokyo Bay, the largest U.S. naval base, and began wreaking havoc. The most sophisticated form of vengeance often requires the simplest of methods. Perhaps great minds think alike. Considering his own abilities, Izuna's first thought was to cut off their water supply. Finding the weak points in the opponent's water pipes and calculating the precise locations, Izuna began channeling his divine power. Soon, vast amounts of water gathered at the vulnerable sections of the pipes, relentlessly battering against them. In the blink of an eye, cracks appeared on the outer walls of the pipelines. Boom! With a loud explosion, a massive torrent of water erupted from underground, and a satisfied smile spread across Izuna's face. On the first day, they didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just an ordinary malfunction. After sending someone over for simple repairs, they promptly forgot about it. But on the second day, the third day, when similar incidents kept occurring, they finally couldn't sit still any longer. Even in this era where human technology has advanced enough to effortlessly destroy a small country, people still need to drink water after all. Soon, they seemed to realize something was wrong and began deploying large numbers of personnel to continuously patrol the area and make repairs on the spot. Faced with the opponent's impenetrable defense, Izuna contemplated long and hard before deciding to resort to poison. Given Izuna's current connections, he couldn't obtain large quantities of high-grade poison. What he used were mostly low-quality toxins, so pungent that anyone could tell at a glance the water had been poisoned. With such lengthy pipelines, Izuna simply had to find a spot to secretly crack open a fissure and pour in the poison. No one would ever trace it back to him. Left with no choice, the people had no option but to transport water from distant places using water wagons. But when they realized that the water brought back by the water wheel was still often poisonous, someone finally began to break down. Not only that, but they also discovered the drainage pipe was clogged as well. As Uchiha Izuna unleashed his power and reverse flow, legend has it that on that day, countless people felt they had glimpsed their long-departed ancestors. In a direct confrontation, Izuna, who had only just begun to wield supernatural abilities, would undoubtedly be no match for his opponent, even if there were 100 of him. A single large missile could easily blow him to smithereens. But as an entity from the supernatural side, the inherent advantage lies here. Without countermeasures specifically targeting him, even locating his whereabouts would be difficult, let alone capturing him. While Izuna was happily stirring up trouble every day, Levi occasionally took a break to watch as if it were entertainment. It must be said that the mischief Izuna caused had remarkable comedic effect and, surprisingly, yielded ample divine power. Levi had already begun treating these antics as his post-meal amusement. However, Li Wei soon discovered that this bold subordinate of his was far from satisfied. Circling the massive aircraft carrier repeatedly, Quan Na's face was filled with inner conflict. Just how exactly should I go about sinking this thing? Watching Quan Na's audacious behavior, Li Wei couldn't help but feel speechless. He still underestimated the sheer audacity of this kid. The U.S. Navy's carrier strike groups are hailed as one of the world's most formidable military units, with just one possessing the capability to wipe out a small nation. Even major powers, unless they rank among the very top, would almost certainly end up in tatters, thoroughly battered in any confrontation. Yet despite being military assets of absolute destructive force, Yukinai was now openly scheming against them. Back then, how on earth did I ever think this guy was honest and dutiful? The moment he gained divine power, he dared to assassinate the Prime Minister. With just a bit more development, he's already scheming to take down an aircraft carrier. If he were to advance further, wouldn't he end up flooding the entire United States? Of course, Quan Na was completely unaware of Levi's grumbling. At that moment, he was still racking his brains over how to sink such a colossal behemoth. Too hard. Bringing out his tiny hammer, Quan Na started swinging it with all his might. Clang 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 clang. There was no doubt that for Izuna at this moment, breaking through this thing by brute force alone was still somewhat difficult. As humanity's ultimate war weapon, even just the thickness of the ship's walls measured at least 5 centimeters, with some areas exceeding 10 centimeters, all made of special steel. Expecting such a small hammer to penetrate such defenses would be utterly absurd. Yet Izuna refused to give up. Pulling out another screwdriver, Izuna began feeling around and tapping at various spots, and tried to see if there were any screws he could unscrew. Finally, Izuna's reckless actions drew the attention of the aircraft carrier and its surrounding escort ships. Soon enough, someone noticed Izuna continuously tapping away at the aircraft carrier's hull. Rubbing their eyes, the soldiers on deck even wondered if they were hallucinating at first. Only after repeatedly verifying its reality did someone finally sound the alarm. Soon, thousands gathered at the scene to witness the absurd spectacle of a young man floating on the sea, constantly tapping and knocking on the aircraft carrier. Though confused, these people quickly took action nonetheless. Someone aimed a gun at Izuna and opened fire. Yet Izuna seemed prepared. He manipulated the seawater around him, forming a water wall several meters thick. On this water-covered sea surface, Izuna's abilities had undoubtedly surged. Not only had the range and intensity of his control greatly increased, but the energy consumed was minimal. Round after round of bullets plunged into the water barrier, yet they vanished like stones sinking into the sea, failing to create even the slightest ripple. Bullets may be formidable in the air, but once submerged in water, they typically travel no more than a meter or two, with their maximum lethal range extending merely 3 meters. There was absolutely no way they could penetrate the watery wall Uzumaki had conjured. After a brief pause, as if confirming that these bullets posed no real threat, Uzumaki reassuredly resumed his craft. Ding 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 ding. Soldiers on vessels of various sizes exchanged glances before beginning to look somewhat bewildered. They were encountering this type of opponent for the first time, and truth be told, they were rather at a loss about how to handle the situation. It wasn't that they lacked heavier weaponry, but using such arms against their own ships. The opponent clearly can't break through our defenses now, but once they attack, they just might succeed. At this moment, all aircraft on the carrier have launched an emergency, yet facing the tiny target that is Izuna, they're somewhat at a loss. Should they really use missiles and torpedoes to blast their own carrier? Are they attacking the enemy or helping them? Circling endlessly in the sky, they've fallen into the same confusion, utterly unsure of what to do. Amidst such confusion, it wasn't long before more vessels of varying sizes, hearing the news, began gathering around this aircraft carrier. A crowd of tens of thousands watched in stunned silence as Izuna knocked rhythmically against the ship's hull. Ultimately, a commander made the decisive call to concentrate fire with smaller caliber cannons. Noticing the enemy adjusting some mechanism and taking aim at him, Izuna's expression shifted to wary impatience. Diving to the other side of the ship, Izuna swung his little hammer once more. To the speechless dismay of the soldiers, several more boats soon arrived on the opposite side, training their autocannons on Izuna. With an impatient glance at these vessels, Izuna chose this time to dive beneath the water, searching for weak points along the carrier's hull. Clang 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 clang. When the familiar sound rang out again, the tens of thousands of people present fell into deathly silence. This is just too absurd, isn't it? Ding dong dong, ding dong dong. At this moment, this sound had seemingly become their living nightmare. Chapter 44, This is War. In an era where all naval weaponry was designed to target missiles and ships, the U.S. military encountered today, for the very first time, the realization that weapons against human adversaries might still be necessary. It's foreseeable that, in the near future, they may develop small-scale mechanized units and weaponry specifically designed for anti-personnel use. But for now, there's absolutely nothing they can do. There's no way he could just jump into the water and fight them hand-to-hand, right? Just look at their bizarre water-controlling abilities. Even the dumbest person wouldn't entertain such an outrageous idea. After hammering away for an entire afternoon and confirming that breaking through its defenses was truly beyond him, Izuna finally left with a sullen pout. Unhappy. Really, really unhappy. He initially planned to do something grand, to captivate the masses and earn the admiration of the great Tengu Lord. Filled with frustration, Izuna dove toward the ocean floor, but soon, he spotted a new target. A U.S. Navy submarine, returning from an unknown mission, caught his eye. Perched atop the submarine, Izuna focused intently, searching for any weakness in the vessel. Ding dong, ding dong. Faced with such a strange sound, someone inside soon noticed the anomaly. After adjusting the camera's angle, they were finally shocked to see Izuna's massive face. Puzzled by the camera before him, Izuna studied it for a moment before confirming it was an observation device. Only then did he cheerfully wave at the camera. Gurgle, blue blue blue. Amidst what Izuna considered a friendly greeting, the people inside were already frightened out of their wits. What is that? A crowd of soldiers, big and small, gathered around the screen in shock, gasping in astonishment. How rude, they didn't even respond. As Izuna sighed, the familiar knocking sound echoed once more. Right now, the soldiers in the submarine were as frantic as ants on a hot griddle. Whatever that bizarre thing was, it was clearly beyond their current capability to handle. If they continued to stand by and do nothing, it wouldn't be long before they all ended up buried at the bottom of the sea. Unlike ships on the shore, submarines are delicate creatures. The slightest crack could render them completely useless in an instant. The water pressure will sweep them all away automatically. Full speed ahead. Faster. Following the commander's order, the submarine accelerated swiftly. Whatever that thing was, as long as they moved fast enough, they should be able to shake it off, right? With this thought in mind, they pushed the engines to maximum power. But soon they realized things weren't as simple as they'd imagined. In the camera's view, as the submarine accelerated, Izuna seemed to have found a new plaything, forming watery reins to lasso the vessel before joyfully riding it like a steed. Despite having cranked the engines to their absolute limit, it was as if resistance meant nothing to this monster before them. They couldn't shake him off even slightly. Hurry, surface now. Trying to run? Izuna shook his head helplessly. How could I let you escape so easily? The submarine's surfacing requires slowly expelling seawater from its interior. For Izuna, who commands the power of water, merely increasing resistance to their expulsion and disturbing their direction was enough to immobilize them completely. On land, Izuna's abilities might be considered merely average. On the ocean's surface, his power becomes formidable. But underwater? Against non-supernatural beings like these, they became nothing more than playthings in his hands. As Izuna continued manipulating the currents, the submarine soon spun aimlessly through the water like a disoriented fish, tumbling and wheeling without direction. Boom! With a heavy crash against the reef, the submarine finally reached the end of its life. Watching the submarine sink completely into the depths, Izumi sighed softly before shifting his gaze to search for a new target. Truth be told, I don't really enjoy killing, but since you attacked first, this is war. Even if it's just me against all of you. Of course, Izumi wasn't fighting alone. While he single-handedly threw the largest U.S. naval base into chaos, Rin had quietly infiltrated the perimeter of their largest Air Force base. With practiced ease in cutting off water and power, Ling began her stakeout operation. Why choose this place? Naturally, because the military equipment here was far more valuable. Even those ignorant of common knowledge should understand that air forces are far more expensive than ground forces. Destroying countless ground troops would barely make the enemy flinch, whereas eliminating even a single air unit, or just part of one, would make them writhe in agony. Under Lin's continuous harassment, soon enough, our side also found itself in a frantic and overwhelming situation. Of course, for now, it's still better than Azuna's side, since Lin currently can't inflict any substantial harm on them. However, this can only be said to be temporary. When will there finally be a heavy thunderstorm? Gazing expectantly at the sky, Rin waited silently. Her abilities could only reach their maximum potency under such celestial phenomena. As Rin and Azuna's conflict escalated beyond concealment, Yuriko finally received the shocking news with belated realization. This is bad. I'm a step behind them. Damn it, how could they act behind my back? Gritting her teeth and slamming the table, Yuriko's small face was filled with indignation. Her first thought was that this must be the clandestine work of other organized members. Especially the one in the ocean. It had to be Azuna at first glance. Only he could pull off such an underhanded scheme. Aha! Yuriko slammed her hands on the desk with all her might, as if the table before her had some deep-seated grudge against her. Without a doubt, Yuriko was extremely unhappy right now. How could these people secretly grind like this? She never grinded at all. No, if this goes on, I won't remain Lord Tengu's most trusted subordinate anymore. With this thought in mind, Yuriko immediately decided to put it into action. However, when she thought about her own abilities unlike Azuna and the others, who could covertly manipulate people and stir up trouble in the shadows, even facing armies head-on, Yuriko found herself tangled in hesitation again. If she went up just like that, not only would it be hard to achieve the same results as the opponent, but she'd also easily get herself involved in trouble. Damn it, what should I do? After pondering for a long time, suddenly, Yuriko's eyes lit up. If I can't do anything about their army, I can always assassinate their prime minister. Ever since her last assassination attempt earned praise from Levi, who had transformed into a great Tengu, Yuriko had been rather pleased with her brilliant idea. Without hesitation, she entertained this devious thought once again. Alright, I think they don't call it prime minister there, but it should be roughly the same position. Almost without hesitation, Yuriko immediately arranged to purchase a ship ticket to America. In the end, it was Levi who discovered this in time and intercepted Yuriko at the seaside. Are all my subordinates this recklessly bold? Li Wei was somewhat speechless. Dedication is admirable, but being overly dedicated can be a bit overwhelming. If he hadn't noticed in time, by the time he checked again, Yuriko might have already been in the United States. What use would the president's head over there be to him? He hasn't even expanded his operations there yet. Cutting it off now would just be a waste, not to mention the risks involved. Great Tengu-sama. Looking at Yuriko, who was gazing at him with delight, Levi ultimately swallowed his words of reproach. After all, this child was only trying her best to impress him, continuously devising ways to ignite her own enthusiasm for work, which was ironically his own doing in the first place. After some thought, and considering the recent progress of his plans, Levi decided to assign Yuriko a new script. Perfect timing, things should naturally progress to this stage anyway. Yuriko, I have a mission for you. Chapter 45, Demon's Descent on Tokyo. With the recent series of activities by Yuta and his group to reassure the public, Levi gradually noticed that the influx of negative divine power derived from fear was diminishing more and more. When people find solace in faith and believe they have something to rely on against the demons, they naturally cease to feel as much terror. And absurdly, as this sense of fear wanes, the positive emotions like anticipation and trust directed toward Kami Izumi Nabatsuna and Yuta's group anchors of positive faith are also continuously decreasing. Humans are ultimately creatures of inertia. Without stimulation or significant dangers over time, their emotions naturally gradually return to normal. This was, of course, something Levi could not permit. Therefore, Levi decided to orchestrate another major event, aiming to squeeze every last drop of faith from the people. Just like in various mythologies where demon gods must make periodic appearances only to be defeated by righteous deities, without frequent assaults from evil forces, people would naturally grow lax in their devotion to the holy powers. These people need a little stimulation. With this thought in mind, Li Wei began a new script. And this time, with the increase in divine power at his disposal, Li Wei's options naturally became more abundant. Perhaps I can make the scene even grander. Just like last time, if the Great Tengu's illusion only stayed for such a short time before leaving, it completely fails to showcase the threat posed by the Demon King. In a small eatery in Tokyo, Yuriko chewed on a meatball while curiously examining the dark pearl in her hand. Recalling the task the great Tengu-sama had assigned her earlier, Yuriko found herself momentarily lost in thought. Find a sword, and you'll know when the time comes. What could this mean? Though not fully understanding, Yuriko faithfully carried out the task. Quietly stationed at the very center of Tokyo, Yuriko awaited the arrival of what was called the right moment. Soon night fell, and at that very moment, elsewhere in the city, the entire atmosphere of Tokyo seemed to grow fervent with the appearance of a certain figure. Yusuji, Lord Yusuji Kenshin, are you truly the same noble warrior who lived 400 years ago? Inside a conference venue, several reporters were excitedly holding up microphones, continuously asking questions. For the first time, the legendary peerless swordsman formally appeared before the world's eyes, undoubtedly causing a sensation. The entire venue was filled with reporters and celebrities of all ranks who had hurried over after hearing the news. Meanwhile, across various streets and homes in Tokyo, passers-by and families alike were all glued to this live broadcast. For the first time, Tokyo Television's viewership rating soared to over 90%. Correct. I am Kamiizumi Nabatsuna. As Li Wei's avatar nodded, the atmosphere across Tokyo grew increasingly fervent. People whispered among themselves, witnessing this legendary moment with their own eyes. To think someone could truly live from 400 years ago until now. No one disbelieved Li Wei's words. Long before this, footage of this swordsman before them, who could split a mountain with a single strike, slightly exaggerated, and treat armies as if they were nothing, had already gone viral online. Compared to having lived for 400 years, such terrifying power was clearly even more unbelievable. Lord Yusuji Kenshin, could you tell us about those demonic creatures? Lord Yusuji Kenshin, could you share some of those historical truths that have been hidden from us? Facing the reporters' inquiries, Li Wei patiently answered them one by one. As the identity of Kamiizumi Nabatsuna officially appeared before the world for the first time, Li Wei could feel his divine power pool of positive energy rapidly growing. An unexpected gain, I suppose, but what I want is far more than just this. Li Wei silently pondered. His avatar appearing here today wasn't to answer questions, but to specifically serve as an exposition backdrop. As for what kind of backdrop, Li Wei silently nodded after glancing at the sky. Finally, it's about time. As Li Wei activated his divine power, the entire Tokyo began to reverberate with ominous tremors from the earth. What is this? Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, four massive pitch-black light pillars suddenly erupted from the four corners of Tokyo, stretching endlessly skyward until they eventually connected at the top. Immediately after, a translucent black-veiled light barrier resembling a mystical boundary appeared between these towering pillars. Upon this barrier flickered continuous monstrous illusions, nightmarish demonic silhouettes and tortured specters that emitted ear-splitting wails of agony like tormented souls. What is that? Such a massive commotion instantly drew everyone's attention. People stared at the scene in terrified awe, their faces filled with indescribable panic. Amidst the chaos, the barrier began continuously shrinking, as if intending to engulf the entirety of Tokyo within it. The effect is quite good. I'm becoming increasingly adept at using light and shadow effects. Switching to the Sword Saint's perspective, Li Wei admired this masterpiece of his own creation. Faced with such terrifying phenomena, reporters naturally immediately turned to ask their savior, Lord Kamiizumi Nabatsuna. Lord Kamiizumi Nabatsuna, what is this? Surely we're not. There's no need for concern. With a faint smile, the Sword Saint's face revealed an expression of complete confidence. The demons have done this many times before, they'll never breach the city. As those confident words echoed, suddenly, a dazzling white light erupted from one corner of the city. A massive sword-shaped phantom suddenly soared into the sky, forming a radiant screen that transformed into a holy milky white barrier, blocking the dark energies. Just as the reporters watched with bated breath, the Sword Saint delivered his answer. Have you ever heard of the weapon used by Lord Minamoto no Yorimitsu? Minamoto no Yorimitsu? As islanders, they were naturally familiar with this name. The legendary ancient hero who battled great demons like Shitendoji, Tamamonome, Ibaraki Doji, and Ubum alongside his retainers. They had grown up hearing these stories since childhood. So, that knife is the legendary Dojijiri Yasutsuna? But hasn't that sword been in the Tokyo Museum all along? Shaking his head slightly, Li Wei declared firmly, that's false. Perhaps that knife was real, but now that he's here, that knife can only be false. As Lord Minamoto no Yorimitsu's demon-slaying sword, this blade contains supreme exorcism power. No demonic creature can come within half a step of it. Moreover, it possesses self-awareness and will instinctively seek out Kyoto's location to protect it in secret. For 1,000 years, Kyoto has never fallen under its watch. With a faint smile, Li Wei declared firmly, rest assured. As long as it remains, nothing will go wrong. Hearing even the Sword Saint, who wielded extraordinary power, speak with such conviction, everyone gradually let their guard down. As long as this sword remains, the capital will be safe. Is that so? I see. And just as Yusuji Kenshin-sama had foreseen in their eyes, no matter how ferocious that light curtain outside appeared, it couldn't push back the white barrier even an inch. Soon, eager reporters rushed to the scene, capturing images of the legendary glowing sword that connected to the celestial light curtain. With live broadcasts from the reporters and the Sword Saint's guarantee, the people of Tokyo gradually calmed completely, their cheerful voices and laughter returning once more. In just the blink of an eye, this legendary treasured blade became their unshakable reliance in their hearts. And at this very moment, Yuriko, who had been lurking all along, finally understood what her true mission was and began sprinting at full speed toward the location of the white pillar of light. So this is the task that Lord Tengu assigned to me. Chapter 46, Night Parade of 100 Demons. Amidst the anxious gazes of the populace, a black-hued luminous curtain adorned with demonic patterns clashed violently against a pristine white radiance in the Tokyo skyline, their furious contention visible to all. Eventually, the blurred yet terrifying silhouette of a colossal tengu began manifesting across the heavens, the celestial collisions growing ever more ferocious. This apparition of the tengu dwarfed its previous manifestation in sheer scale, granting people their most visceral comprehension yet of the dreadful menace posed by these devil gods. Phew, I'm exhausted. Although illusion abilities inherently consumed minimal energy, especially since it was the power he had dedicated the most effort to develop, his mastery made the expenditure even more negligible. Yet, operating on such an enormous scale undoubtedly placed an immense burden on Levi. In particular, the drain on divine power was astonishingly severe. Fortunately, just as Levi had anticipated, the appearance of such a phenomenon would trigger an explosive surge of divine energy, granting him enough to sustain it all without faltering. And just below, the first actress, Yuriko, had finally taken her position. As Yuriko appeared in the footage broadcast by the reporters, Li Wei's sword Saint avatar finally let out a well-timed exclamation. Is that the Yomi pearl in her hand? Ha! Although Yuta didn't quite understand what this Yomi pearl his teacher mentioned was, he instinctively sensed it couldn't be anything good. The nearby reporters, guessing something from the sword saint's shocked reaction, immediately grew tense. Damn it, how did this thing end up in her hands? Li Wei's sword saint avatar quickly rose to his feet, but soon, as if his old injuries had flared up, he heavily sat back down. Seems like the acting was a bit over the top. Li Wei gave himself an 8 out of 10 for his performance, though it probably wasn't a big issue. Yoda, hurry, go stop her. The Dojijiri Yasutsuna can identify demons, but not humans who've pledged themselves to evil. If she gets any closer. Without waiting for his teacher to finish, Yoda immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and started running toward the scene. There was no doubt Yoda arrived too late. By the time he reached them, Yuriko had already struggled through the sword's innate protective barrier and thrown her bead. Finally, captured in crystal-clear panoramic close-ups by the reporters' cameras, the legendary sacred blade began rapidly corrupting before everyone's eyes, its cracks appearing with terrifying clarity. Crack! With faint cracking sounds, everyone watching this scene on their televisions felt as though their own hearts had shattered. There was no doubt Levi knew how to manipulate psychology. Compared to delivering outright despair and destruction, first giving people something to hold onto before shattering it undoubtedly squeezed out far stronger emotions from them. And with just this one blow, his divine power reserve swelled more than they had in weeks of gradual accumulation. Damn it! Yoda furiously wanted to chase after Yuriko, but with her agility, catching her wouldn't be so easy. Woohoo! Cheering at her successful completion of Great Tengu-sama's mission, Yuriko swiftly made her exit. She was off to claim her reward from Great Tengu-sama and had no interest in lingering to play around with this guy. At that very moment, the radiance on the blade began to dim, and cracks gradually appeared in the white luminous curtain in the sky. Without hesitation, Levi took out the large number of ghost and monster dolls he had prepared in advance. After imbuing them with temporary animation powers, he dispatched them all into Tokyo through these cracks. Compared to the luminous curtain earlier, the animation technique consumed even more divine energy. Such a massive quantity, combined with the curtain above, was enough to completely deplete the divine power Levi had accumulated recently. But as long as it earned him divine energy, it was worth it. Before long, what he had lost would not only be replenished but would continue to surge exponentially. Soon, with Levi's deployment, the streets of Tokyo began buzzing with activity. Little imps cheered and frolicked, swaggering through the streets. Like ephemeral mayflies, their lives lasted only a fleeting night, their strength pitifully weak. Yet with their simple minds and limited intellect, they understood none of this, knowing only merriment and play, holding hands in small groups as they explored this world. Woo-woo! Accompanied by the beckoning of a ghost-like animated figure, a group of imps gathered around a barbecue stand, pretending to eat with great seriousness, though what they swallowed amounted to nothing. Occasionally, one would accidentally catch fire and dart about in panic, its backside singed, until a combined effort by the other imps put out the flames, sending it flailing headfirst into a fountain. At that moment, the whole of Tokyo became their playground. Although these artificial imps possessed no real destructive power, the people were terrified to the point of nearly fainting. Confronted with something beyond their understanding, people bolted their doors one after another, hiding behind them or beneath windows, cautiously peering through cracks to watch these demonic creatures parade through the streets. At this moment, they finally experienced firsthand the legendary night parade of 100 demons. If in the past, such supernatural horrors had felt distant, earning only the faintest thread of faith from them, as delicate as a single strand of hair, now, confronted directly with real monsters appearing before their very eyes, that faith swelled rapidly to the thickness of a matchstick. Lord Kamiazumi Nabutsuna, this. Facing the reporter's inquiries, the sword sage remained remarkably composed, gently reassuring them, "Don't worry, the divine artifact hasn't been completely destroyed. Those cracks can only let in some minor demons at most, completely harmless. There's no need for concern." "Are you really not worried at all?" Nodding emphatically, the sword saint affirmed, "There shouldn't be any immediate problems for now, rest assured. Everyone needn't worry." As he spoke, he couldn't help but cast another uneasy glance at the luminous screen in the sky, revealing a troubled demeanor. "Just, for now?" The reporters keenly picked up on the word temporary. "For now, Lord Nabatsuna, what do you mean by for now? Don't worry, it'll be fine. We'll resolve all of this." As if to instill confidence in the people, their sword saints solemnly reassured them. Even as he spoke, he discreetly concealed the worried look in his eyes. "Do you want to take a good look at that worried expression of yours first? Do you really think you sound credible talking like that?" Needless to say, faced with such comforting words, both the reporters and the people watching from their TVs grew even more anxious instead. If they just outright said there was a major problem, people might have been able to accept it. But this kind of vague, ambiguous response, clearly hiding something big, makes it obvious the situation is worse than anyone imagined, right? At this moment, everyone in Tokyo felt nothing but a sudden chill. Yet, before today, they had never even known such a sword existed, silently watching over them. But now, knowing this sword might be compromised, they could never return to their former state of ignorant bliss. Though nothing had truly changed, they felt as exposed as if stripped bare. In this vast city, stripped of divine artifacts protection and facing demons head-on, isn't that just like running naked? Chapter 47, The Demon King expands his army. It seems it won't be long before reaching the next stage. Sensing the increasingly potent power surging through him, Levi felt profoundly satisfied. Just as he expected, with such a potent stimulus, people's previously thin threads of faith and fear instantly multiplied several times over. Surprisingly, perhaps because the scene of Yuriko destroying the sacred relic in people's hearts was too vividly shocking. Or perhaps because people despised a human traitor even more, the divine power indirectly siphoned from Yuriko actually showed signs of approaching his original divine form. Across the internet, aside from expressions of terror toward the legendary demon god's horrors, the most widespread discussions were probably condemnations of Yuriko. How as a human she betrayed her own kind to become the enemy's lackey. "They actually all say I'm the #1 underling of Lord Tengu." Covering her face, Yuriko wasn't the least bit sad about being insulted. Instead, she seemed embarrassingly pleased. "Ah, well, I'm not actually that great." Her words said one thing, but her "I'm totally the best" attitude was practically impossible to hide. This child is showing more and more signs of developing into a Yandere type. Looking at Yuriko's room, completely plastered with photos of Tengu and filled with strange homemade Tengu figurines, Levi felt utterly speechless. "Yuriko, you've been doing great lately." Skillfully and generously offering his praise, Levi observed Yuriko wriggling with barely contained excitement before delivering his new directive. "Yuriko, I have a new mission for you." Although her personality seemed to have a slight deviation, Yuriko was still the most capable person under his command. Well, to be fair, his faction of villains currently only had 3 members in total. Aside from her dedication, Yuriko's abilities were undoubtedly the most versatile, and she was also the fastest runner. "Go to this address, subdue that guy, and bring him back to serve under us." This so-called creature was, of course, a massive magical beast that Li Wei had transformed. As Li Wei continued to develop his power of creation, among the various types of monsters he constantly produced, some formidable minor creatures occasionally emerged, and they had already accumulated a considerable number. Coincidentally, as his divine power continued to grow, Levi's range for absorbing divine energy expanded at a staggering rate. Compared to the deeply entrenched Tokyo, the surrounding areas still have weak foundations of faith and fear. Creating grand spectacles like in Tokyo would be impossible, that would be too wasteful. But small-scale scenes are still feasible. Coincidentally, his demon subordinates have been idling around. It's time for them to go out and put on performances to earn their own keep. His ranks tolerate no idle demons. Release these demons near the surrounding cities, engage in a few random battles, and that should be enough to trigger their sense of urgency. At the same time, it creates the illusion that the Demon King's army is expanding and growing stronger, further squeezing people's emotions, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "I get it. Subjugating the disobedient, right? I understand." Responding excitedly, Yuriko immediately dashed out in high spirits. After recently watching a few historical dramas with mythological elements, Yuriko seemed to have picked up even more bizarre and peculiar knowledge. At this moment, she was fully immersed in the role of a general under the Demon King, suppressing the rebels. Soon, Yuriko arrived at the address Li Wei had given her. "Lady Yuriko, please have some water." "Lady Yuriko, this is a cake I just made. Please, you must try it." Around Yuriko, a dozen neatly dressed maidservants in uniform stood in attendance. After days of developing her soul abilities, Yuriko had finally mastered the technique of condensing soul seeds. Now, these former victims of bullying whom she had rescued had also begun to possess a certain level of combat strength. Considering this mission involved battling monsters, meaning she wouldn't have to worry about facing human heavy weaponry, Yuriko decided to bring them all along. Photon, this cake you've made is quite excellent. Thank you for your praise, Lady Yuriko. Competition breeds cycles. Just as Yuriko was striving to outshine others to win Li Wei's favor, her subordinates also began to fiercely compete, finding new and creative ways to prove their worth every day. When one person baked a cake, everyone else had to follow suit. When one donned a maid's outfit, proclaiming themselves the most faithful servant, the rest likewise changed into maid uniforms, each boasting they were the finest maid of all. Yuriko had no real experience in managing subordinates, so she could only keep a cold demeanor, occasionally mimicking Levi by offering a few words of praise. Aloof, that's right. Yuriko always believed she was an aloof person. Divine sight. As Yuriko activated her ability, she soon caught sight of the enormous, toad-like monster. Things might get dangerous once the fighting starts, so be careful. Soon after the two sides met, the battle began. Yuriko took the lead, constantly moving with agility as she searched for openings in their opponents. Behind Yuriko, her followers followed her example, wielding massive scissors as they tentatively launched their attacks. Though my current strength is still relatively weak, my agility and movement prevents me from becoming a burden. At this moment, the toad getting beaten could only think one thought. Seriously, sis, you're actually hitting me? Submit or not, submit or not, this is what you get for refusing to pledge loyalty to Lord Tengu. Yuriko didn't care about any of that and pummeled with all her might. Ribbit. What, still not convinced? Ribbit. If only it could speak, this toad would surely be crying by now. And just then, as if by the coincidence of fate, a weather helicopter happened to pass by, capturing footage of a group of superpowered individuals of all sizes surrounding and fiercely attacking a giant toad-like monster. In the end, they even took the toad away with them. What is that? Soon, this incident sent shockwaves through the nearby city's population. They finally realized that the Demon King's army had extended its reach right to their doorstep. And in the days that followed, similar events kept unfolding near other cities, large and small, in the surrounding areas. Yuriko continued to sweep through the vicinity with her maid corps, while occasionally Izumi and Rin would also hunt down a few monsters under Levi's guidance, making brief appearances. At last, the people began to grasp the truth. The Demon King is expanding his forces, gathering those hidden demons great and small who've lurked for years. With Li Wei's declaration as the incarnate sword saint, panic could no longer be contained. Military expansion, what else could the Demon King's mobilization mean? Surely not just idle intimidation? The thought of the Demon King amassing his armies to launch an extermination campaign against humanity finally unleashed uncontrollable terror. Chapter 48, Advancement. Crack. Li Wei could sense it, through his recent diligent efforts, his divine power had finally reached the next tier. Some kind of shackle was steadily shattering. In an instant, a myriad of peculiar sensations flooded his mind. Buzz. As Li Wei placed his hand upon the earth, the entire land trembled faintly. Though he did not continue to use his ability, Li Wei understood that if he were willing, he could easily trigger a small-scale earthquake. At last, he had gained the power to alter terrain within a limited scope. No longer a blank slate deity, pathetically weak, he had truly obtained a portion of divine power and majesty. And as he progressed to the next stage, many puzzling speculations from before finally became clear. I need more divine messengers. Long ago, Levi had envisioned using divine statues as coordinates to store divine power, allowing him to develop multiple locations simultaneously by traveling to different places. Now, with his divine power becoming clearer, he finally realized that at his current level of divinity, he requires at least 10 divine messengers as anchors. Only by channeling abilities through their physical forms could he achieve ultra-long distance control and transmission of divine energy. As his divine power continues to grow stronger in the future, this requirement will gradually diminish. Moreover, as his divine power grows, his need for divine techniques becomes increasingly urgent. Currently, most of his abilities are merely being used superficially, without deep development, making it impossible to unleash their full potential. Thus, he requires more divine emissaries and more intense battles to spark greater breakthroughs. And just as Li Wei's divine power advanced another step, both Yuriko and Yuta began to notice their own abilities surging significantly. Crack! As she shattered the artificial mountain before her with mental energy, Yuriko felt somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, on the other side, Izuna and Rin were astonished to discover their own powers beginning to grow. There's no need to worry. As my powers return, you'll naturally grow stronger. Upon receiving Levi's telepathic message, Yuriko, Izuna, and Rin felt both elated and emboldened, growing increasingly daring in their actions. Constantly flaunting his power, launching increasingly large-scale attacks on U.S. military bases, he unrestrainedly unleashed his abilities. Yoda and the others also sensed this bizarre phenomenon. Hiya! At this moment, Yoda's life force had nearly condensed into mist, faintly radiating light. Even touched stones would instantly shatter upon contact. I think I finally understand what those magic eye executives meant when they said my predecessor's activated ability shone like the sun. Li Wei, I was just casually mentioning it, but you actually managed to develop it. Meanwhile, Chizuru and Ryosuke also discovered their abilities had received a significant boost. The power of their wind arrows and flames instantly rose by a whole level. With such doubts in mind, they sought out the person they trusted most, Sword Senkami Izumi Nabatsuna. It must be that the Demon King's power has grown stronger again. Your bloodlines, under this stimulation, were forced to unleash more of their latent potential. With Li Wei's icy words, the brief joy Yang Tai and the others had felt from their enhanced abilities was instantly snuffed out like a bucket of cold water had been dumped on them. Thinking about the recent expansion of the Demon King's army and witnessing the enhanced power of the Demon King firsthand, Yang Tai once again felt a wave of anxiety. Still no luck finding new allies? Facing the staff before him, Yang Tai, for once, lost control of his temper and roared loudly. Yoda once again fell into anxiety. It seemed that from the day he gained supernatural abilities, there had never been a moment free from worry. Under Yoda's relentless questioning, the island nation's officials doubled their efforts, beginning their search for the legendary bloodline of heroes. This time, from top to bottom, they vowed to leave no stone unturned. Meanwhile, Levi finally had several viable candidates at his disposal, waiting to be chosen. In the prison, Levi wore a peculiar expression on his face. Another talent from prison. I told you, prisons are full of skilled people. Apart from Ling from before, Levi had already noticed several promising candidates among the newly discovered bearers of the Light of Hearts found by the authorities, many of whom were also prison inmates. It goes to show that those who end up in prison often have some real capabilities under their belt. However, the hearts of the previous few individuals weren't shining in the right direction. Some veered so far they nearly slipped into the villain's camp. Hopefully, this time will go smoothly. Tetsuya Takahashi. At last, Li Wei met this lean young man. Even without delving into memories, Li Wei had long heard of this youth's deeds from others. In short, this is a stubborn man who naively believes that right is right and wrong is wrong. Once, he tried to stop a certain prime minister from visiting a certain shrine and was severely beaten in the process. He shouted firmly, "These people are war criminals. We should abolish this shrine." Clutching his wounds, the young man cried out, "I'm fine, but think of how many innocent people they killed in the past. Their actions are truly irredeemable." Yet everyone mocked him, and in the end, he was even thrown into prison on charges of assaulting a public official. Such charges clearly couldn't keep a person in prison for long, but afterward, the young man always found himself in the wrong place, constantly hitting walls of misfortune wherever he went. Repeatedly sent to prison due to various impulsive actions and extreme opposition to certain behaviors. In the process, he lost his girlfriend, faced rejection from his family, and constantly encountered obstacles in his career due to his criminal record. This society, it seemed, had no room for an upright gentleman. The young man didn't seem too bright. Even now, he still couldn't quite comprehend where exactly he had gone wrong. "Could you please call the warden to talk with me? The demon hunters are recruiting, and I could join them too. I could also contribute my share of strength." The youth kept shouting while pounding on the prison cell door. But no matter how much he called out, there was absolutely no response from anyone. Slumped on the ground, a rare exhaustion showed on the young man's face. He was somewhat lost in thought. Had he truly been wrong? Perhaps this child might share some common ground with Yuta. Withdrawing his hand from the unconscious young man's head and confirming everything was in order, Li Wei nodded in satisfaction. Yoda was always complaining about his unreliable teammates. This time, the chosen candidate should finally meet his expectations. Soon, Li Wei infused the young man with the Earth Principle and swiftly summoned the detection fragments to come rushing toward them. Who's next? Let me see who the next one should be. Looking at the list he had prepared in advance, Levi searched for the next target. Hina, wait, why does this name seem somewhat familiar? Chapter 49, The Poor Unlucky Fellow. After repeatedly comparing the name with the person's appearance, Levi gradually became certain this was indeed his old acquaintance. Due to the sudden surge of candidates this time and his previous busy schedule, Li Wei had only temporarily recorded his targets, intending to verify them one by one later. It wasn't until now that he noticed something unusual. He vaguely remembered when he first arrived in Tokyo. Back then, he was just a weakling deity who could only bully little kids. It was from the girl standing before him that he extracted his first dose of divine power from fear. One could say it was his first pot of gold during the early days of his venture. Since it was his first time doing this, he was quite diligent in his duties, repeatedly flogging the corpse, reviving her only to scare her unconscious again, twice in total. One could say this maiden was among the rare fortunate ones, having miraculously endured double the psychological impact. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, when Yuriko later played the urban legend of Kokusakana, this unlucky girl had also appeared at the scene, contributing yet another portion of divine energy. By all accounts, this young woman could be considered an original shareholder in his divine venture. But I remember this child's heart light wasn't this strong back then? Li Wei couldn't comprehend it. If this young girl had possessed her current intensity of heart light from the beginning, he definitely would have noticed and might have already recruited her as his subordinate. Clang, clang, clang. Under Li Wei's astonished gaze, the girl named Yusuji Hina was now crouched in the basement, rhythmically striking a wooden fish while silently reciting some unknown scripture. And hanging all over her body were strange pendants, Buddha statues, crosses, hexagrams, even garlic cloves. Demons, ghosts, and monsters, be gone. Demons, ghosts, and monsters, be gone. Muttering softly under her breath while tapping a wooden fish and brandishing a whisk, Hina at this moment did indeed look somewhat like an enlightened master. Just what happened here? With this question lingering in his lips, Levi began probing the girl's memories. At last, Levi gradually understood why the girl had become like this. Haruna, since we're on rare vacation, let's go to the beach together. The earlier memories align mostly with what Levi knew. First came ordinary school life, then successive encounters with vengeful spirits and the slit-mouthed woman, until she became paranoid and mentally unstable. Seeing her in this state, her closest girlfriend decided to take her out to the beach. And all the misfortunes that followed began with this utterly ordinary trip. Reading this, Li Wei had already guessed something. If he remembered correctly, after assassinating the Prime Minister, Izuna had also dutifully played the role of a water ghost for some time. Moreover, unwilling to stray too far from Tokyo to remain on standby, Izuna had been active exclusively in the outskirts of the city. Hanami, come on, let's go. Seeing the hopeful look in her best friend's eyes, Hanami thought it over for a long while before finally agreeing. She always seemed to run into ghosts in Tokyo City. Surely if she went somewhere farther away to relax, she wouldn't bump into any more spirits, right? With that thought in mind, Hanami boarded the ill-fated ship. Soon, their small boat encountered a thick fog, and they saw hazy, indistinct shadows. Looking at the images from Hina's memory, Levi's expression turned slightly peculiar. What kind of unlucky old bastard is this? Though, if he wasn't mistaken, the reason Hina had been targeted was related to her modified state, her heightened mental strength. After all, she was his first source of fear. Levi had been terrified she might die back then, so he meticulously examined both her body and soul. He remembered Yuriko had captured the girl precisely because she instinctively sensed the young woman's strong mental energy could yield more fear. As a fellow divine envoy, Izuna might not be as perceptive as Yuriko, but she'd likely sense enough to target the girl if spotted. But truth be told, had this poor kid been slightly less unlucky and made fewer wrong choices, she'd never have encountered them in the first place. In that thick fog, Hinata encountered the legendary terrifying water ghost. Soon, amidst an atmosphere of horror, their small boat was capsized, and she along with her companions were thrown into the water. Gah! In the midst of the water ghost's dreadful pursuit, Hinata skillfully fainted. Uchiha Izuna was not a bloodthirsty person. For these castaways, he would find ways to separate them and drive them onto different isolated islands or rafts. Then he would let them contribute more fear in their loneliness and terror. Generally speaking, it wouldn't take more than a few days. When these people were on the verge of mental collapse and couldn't bear it anymore, Izuna would send them back. But Hina had undergone physical and soul modifications by him, stubbornly persisting for a full month with undiminished vigor and bull-like stamina. On the desolate island, Hina struggled through nearly a month of solitary, primitive life. She wasn't supposed to be trapped this long originally, but perhaps Izuna got distracted by fights and simply forgot. Is anyone there? Every day, Hina would scream desperately toward the sea, but received no response. Even the water ghosts that used to appear intermittently at first had completely vanished. There's no doubt that Hinata suffered greatly here. Although this strangely plentiful island provides all sorts of fruits and plants to satisfy her hunger, truly, she was nearly turning into a wildling. It wasn't until recently, when Konoha was reminded by his subordinates, that Hinata finally saw daylight again and began living a wonderful school life. However, this was not the end of the matter. After returning to campus, Hinami poured out her experiences and vented her frustrations to others. From somewhere unknown, the series of supernatural encounters Hinami had kept running in to reach the ears of an obscure cult. After determining that Hinami might possess the legendary spirit-attracting constitution, they kidnapped her. They then decided to use Hinami as a sacrificial offering in an evil ritual, hoping to attract the favor of some powerful demon or monster. Although, in Levi's view, this so-called cult was probably just using some sleight of hand to deceive people and play at being ghosts and gods. But from Hina's perspective, these people likely genuinely possessed extraordinary supernatural abilities. Some could breathe fire, others could levitate, and then there were those who, looked utterly grotesque, appearing unmistakably like demons. Upon hearing their plan to burn her to ashes as a sacrificial offering to a demon god, Hina finally broke down completely. Why do I always run into these things? Amidst reluctant curses filled with resentment, Hina simply passed out. Creak. Of course, in core areas like Tokyo, Most cults operate under the watchful eyes of the authorities, especially in these times when supernatural incidents run rampant. Long before these people could even conduct their sacrificial rituals, their hideout was raided, and Haruna was successfully rescued. Yet the psychological scars remained painfully evident. Now Haruna flinches at the mere mention of demons and sees monsters in every face. And her heart's light became clear. It was the desire to obtain power to protect herself and fight against monsters. Truly, what an unlucky soul. After witnessing what had recently happened to Hinata, Levi's expression grew increasingly peculiar. To think there really were people this unfortunate in the world. Though he himself had played a significant role in it, still, this was just too. After much deliberation, Levi ultimately decided to grant Hina the status of divine messenger, bestowing upon her the authority to wield the laws of light. Did I just nurture a qualified divine messenger who awakened the supernatural power of Lumina Cordis? Though this girl's been terribly unfortunate, her thirst for power truly knows no bounds. Then again, anyone who endured such successive misfortunes and lived through that savage, arduous existence would likely develop an equally tempered Lumina Cordis. Just hinting that she's been targeted by demons all along as a hero's descendant should be enough to amplify her panic. No way she won't push her abilities to the absolute limit. Li Wei immediately came up with several ideas to exploit the poor girl before him. Chapter 50, Rainy Day, Weakness? If you ask who was happiest after these people gained power, of course it was young Tai. This joy even surpassed their own. Finally, no longer facing the lonely struggle alone, with the addition of two formidable generals, his burden lightened considerably. While leaving a few in Tokyo, he now had enough spare strength to freely venture out, tracking more demonic movements and disrupting Yuriko's unrestrained operations. As his call continued to spread, heroic figures from across the nation kept arriving, becoming powerful soldiers and fearless generals under his command. Although some of these people might have impure motives, perhaps ambitions merely to gain power, as long as they can fight against demons and monsters, they are all useful forces. Moreover, these two new companions pleased Yoda immensely. They practiced their abilities frantically without any need for his urging, unlike Chizuru, who wouldn't budge without a raise, and Ryosuke, who often short-circuited and went offline. They were far more reliable, saving him so much trouble. Everything seemed to be moving in the right direction. This, the demon-breaking power? Suddenly, the sword saint passing by couldn't help but exclaim in shock as he looked at the group before him. Master, what do you mean? Exactly. Pointing at Hina's light power, Levi nodded solemnly. Yuta, you finally gathered the most crucial allies to fight against the Demon King, but, with a sudden shift in tone, Li Wei's face clouded with worry. Yuta, you must protect her at all costs. If I'm not mistaken, she'll undoubtedly become the primary target for the Demon King's forces. There'll be a relentless stream of demons coming after her. If memory serves me right, the previous demon slayer was assassinated no fewer than 1,000 times. Hina, pointing uncertainly at herself, Haruka widened her eyes in panic. Me? Having finally gained extraordinary power and moved into the headquarters of the righteous faction, Haruka had been enjoying rare days of peace lately, feeling somewhat secure. But before she could fully recover from the ordeal, Haruka was already on the verge of another mental breakdown. I understand, teacher. Just as Yuta solemnly and earnestly agreed, Hina unconsciously resumed her extra training. Watching Hina practice diligently through her tears, even Levi wondered if he had been too harsh. But that fleeting sympathy lasted less than half a second. After all, this was for her own good. If not, how painful would it be when she faced the beatings from the villains and monsters he would arrange later? As for Tetsuya, motivating him was even simpler. Just mentioning how tragic the victims of demons and cults were would ignite this passionate youth, making him push himself like a beast of burden, completely disregarding his own limits. Meanwhile, as Levi's divine power grew and his subordinates became increasingly stronger, a certain rice army was finding it harder and harder to stay idle. Tormented daily by Rin and Azuna in countless ways, their rage toward the Demon King's army had reached its boiling point. Under such circumstances, they decided to cause trouble for the righteous faction. That's right, they chose to target the righteous faction. In this era where supernatural powers continuously emerge and intensify, their research achievements in this field remain infinitely close to zero, which cannot but distress them. Since nothing substantial can be gleaned from inanimate objects, the demand for a living supernatural test subject grows with each passing day. Yet they dare not recklessly target the villainous boss. Not only is the adversary difficult to capture, but they also fear more severe retaliation. Thus, they resolve to apprehend a righteous player. Even if they fail, at most they'd have to offer a few words of apology. Who says that in this world, good people are always easier to bully than bad ones? And the unlucky one they ultimately chose was Ryoji. As for the reason, it was probably the unanimous assessment of the think tank. This kid's brain must be the least sharp. Ryoji, when exactly is the ability of your right eye going to be unsealed? Why haven't you used it in these last few operations? Chiharu eyed Ryuji suspiciously, her face full of inquiry. During these several missions to snipe and eliminate the monsters with Yuriko, friction had arisen between them multiple times. Yet this boy beside them would always cover his eyes and bounce around excitedly, never once actually participating. It was impossible not to feel doubtful. "It's coming soon, I can feel it, just a little more." Striking what he thought was a cool pose, Ryuji declared firmly. Hearing his resolute tone, Chizuru finally set aside her doubts. "Then you'd better get unblocked quickly. Once you're free, I'll go negotiate for a higher salary for you. As for how we'll split it, we can discuss the details later." "Okay." After parting ways with Chizuru, Raya suddenly received a message on his phone. "If you don't want anything to happen to your childhood friend, come here immediately. Don't tell anyone, or her life will be in danger." Below this paragraph, there was also an attached image. Originally, bodyguards had been assigned to protect the relatives of these righteous faction members. However, when faced with a behemoth like the US military, these guards might as well not have existed at all. In reality, the likelihood of such a simplistic plan succeeding was so low that even the US military had little confidence in it. Even the most naive person would typically confide in a few trusted individuals. Surely, no one would be foolish enough to fall for such an obvious trap. Of course, even if it doesn't succeed, they could still threaten the other party to contribute some blood and allow them to dispatch some personnel to follow and conduct minor experiments. In any case, there's no loss. However, Ryosuke wasn't an ordinary person. Even before gaining supernatural abilities, he was the kind of reckless teen who would dare to infiltrate a cult stronghold alone and fight them head-on to rescue hostages. His brow furrowed deeply as he thought of the girl who had always been by his side. A rare trace of anger surfaced in Ryosuke's eyes. Without much hesitation, Ryosuke went alone to the US military airbase. Seeing that Ryoji had indeed come, the US military commander was somewhat surprised but quickly surrounded Ryoji as planned. "If you surrender." Pointing at the bound Kazumi, someone translated the conditions to Ryoji. Shaking his head vigorously, Ryoji proved uncharacteristically clever this time. "If I surrender now, then I truly won't be able to save her." As he spoke, Ryoma actually made the first move to attack. Zoom! With the advancement of Levi's divine power and these days of relentless cultivation and constant combat practice, Ryosuke's flame abilities had long surpassed their former simplicity of merely scouring the earth. In an instant, the raging flames obscured everyone's vision as Ryosuke rapidly closed the distance. Foolish? Perhaps. There were no convoluted thoughts in this young boy's mind. He only knew that someone important to him had been captured, so he would go and rescue them. It was that simple. After all, he was the hero the girl had personally declared him to be. Just like before, bring her back. With this resolute thought, the flames around Ryosuke swirled and howled endlessly. In the shadows, Levi, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just as he'd expected, this kid really came. Teens and their chinibu antics sure are amusing. While grumbling aloud, Levi still secretly used his doppelganger to notify Yuta. Since the enemy planned to capture them alive, the battle probably wouldn't end anytime soon. Fire Fist. As Ryuk kept activating his abilities, the American forces also revealed their various pre-arranged countermeasures. Various firewalls, water cannons, fire extinguishing equipment, specialized steel nets designed for live capture, and low lethality bullets were deployed one after another. It was clear they had come thoroughly prepared. However, against Ryo's flames, which grew fiercer with his burning fighting spirit, their half-hearted attempts to capture him alive left them unable to gain the upper hand for quite some time. Yet even this scenario seemed to have been anticipated by them from the start. Soon, following orders from a certain commander, dozens of aircraft sprang into action to conduct cloud seeding. Drip, drip. Before long, heavy rain began falling from the sky. Such weather undoubtedly deals a significant blow to any fire-powered ability users. A confident smile appeared on the general's face. So what if they're extraordinary? The knowledge and strategies they've learned can still be put to good use. Soon, amidst the pouring rain, Ryosuke's abilities were rapidly and noticeably suppressed. And right at that moment, outside the base, Rindo, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly looked up at the sky in confusion. How strange, why is it suddenly raining? The weather forecast didn't mention this? Pulling the lollipop from her mouth, Rin reached her hand out into the rain. Never mind, that's not important. After a moment's hesitation, she shook her head slightly before suddenly standing up with renewed determination. ZZZZT. A piercing electric current began flashing across her body. Chapter 51, Golden Flames. My, what a lively scene. Rushing over and seeing the intense battle between the soldier and Ryuji, Rin chose to observe from the shadows. How interesting. Too cowardly to mess with us, so you picked a fight with them instead? Quietly poking her head out from the rooftop, Rin grew thoughtful after repeatedly confirming this wasn't some trap these guys had set up together to target her. Rin was no fool. Combining the intel she'd recently gathered around this base, she quickly pieced together roughly 80% of what had transpired. Perfect. What a rare opportunity to have so many people gathered together. Saves me the trouble. Glancing at the gloomy sky, Rin persistently activated her abilities. Although today's heavy rainfall would maximize the conduction effect of lightning, the electric charge was surprisingly scarce. She needed to accumulate more power, just enough to deliver one massive strike that would wipe out both factions below in one go. After all, they were all her enemies anyway. Soon, as Rin continuously channeled and guided her power, the previously sparse lightning within the clouds began to spark and flicker. At this moment, Rio and the American soldiers below remained unaware of the anomaly in the sky. Their battle had reached a fever pitch, and even if they had noticed, it would have been hard to imagine such a scenario. Ordinary rain and thunder hardly suggest the unleashing of a superpower. Rain of fire. Rio furiously activated his ability, sending out bullet-like sparks of varying sizes in a relentless assault against the enemy's defenses, yet with little success. Against such well-prepared opponents and in weather like this, his fire-based powers struggled to deliver the decisive blow he hoped for. Fortunately, he still had his physical prowess to rely on. With the divine nature and power of a demigod, combined with daily combat experience forged through constant beatings from Yoda, these ordinary people, even with their mechanical tools, stood no chance against him for even a single round. Increase firing intensity. Deploy flashbangs. At the commander's order, a torrent of bullets rained down on Rio. Though they were specialized rounds designed for capture rather than lethal force, the sheer volume pinned him down, rendering him unable to move an inch. The occasional proximity of flashbang grenades kept Ryosuke shaking and struggling to keep his balance. Given the current situation, it seemed only a matter of time before Ryosuke would be defeated. Ryosuke, run! Glancing once toward where the girl stood, Ryosuke's expression remained unchanged, yet the fire in his eyes burned even fiercer. Don't worry, I'll take you with me, after all. Ryosuke suddenly remembered the confession the girl had made to him earlier. Then, after you've saved the world, come marry me. Until then, you can't accept any other girl's advances. Struggling to deflect the wall of bullets before him, Ryosuke's gaze grew increasingly determined. After all, I'm going to marry you. How can there be a wedding without the bride? Rea. The light of the heart kept burning, and the ring of flames that had been suppressed and diminished by the heavy rain and various attacks began to expand once again. Zoom! Continuously slamming against the array of mechanical firewalls before him, Ryujiro roared furiously. However, despite Ryo's power surging significantly, it still seemed impossible to achieve any decisive results. Endless waves of soldiers kept swarming forward, while helicopters in the sky continuously fired large extinguishing bombs as interference. Against such a fully prepared modern military force head-on, this level of individual supernatural ability clearly couldn't secure victory. Watching Ryo's predicament, the girl trapped in the crowd grew increasingly anxious. Using the tiny sharp edge on her ring, Kazumi quietly attempted to tear off the tape binding her. After being abducted by a cult last time and then rescued, this young girl had learned her lesson and prepared many precautions. The small trick with the ring before her eyes was specifically designed to deal with situations where she might be captured. However, she probably didn't expect to encounter a professional group like the military. The tape was harder and thicker than she had imagined. Watching the other party struggle with the task, Levi secretly intervened, quietly using a wind blade to slice it open for her. Though slightly surprised, the girl clearly didn't think too much about it. After glancing briefly at her surroundings, the girl deliberately positioned herself directly in front of a gun barrel. Without the slightest hesitation, before anyone could react, she pulled the trigger on herself. Perhaps because Ryosuke's way of thinking was unconventional, their love wasn't exactly normal, but the emotions between them were absolutely genuine and pure. If Ryosuke was willing to risk danger for her, then she too could unhesitatingly sacrifice her own life for his safety. Wait, let me say this scene looks vaguely familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Li Wei suddenly remembered something. Isn't this the classic trope from all those movies and TV dramas where the female lead gets captured and refuses to drag the male lead down, even at the cost of her life? Grumbling internally, Li Wei instinctively shielded the girl's vital spots with a casual motion. He wasn't some pervert who enjoyed exploiting employees just to see them suffer. Using minor crises to unleash their potential was one thing, after all. None of them would push their limits without life or death stakes, but he never intended to actually drive his employees to the brink. As Levi's divine power intercepted the attack, the girl collapsed to the ground with a thud. Meanwhile, on the other side, witnessing this scene, Ryosuke felt as though time had frozen in an instant. How could this? After just a brief moment of rigidity, Ryosuke suddenly let out a scream that sounded utterly inhuman. What are you screaming so loudly for? The person isn't even dead yet. Wait. Suddenly noticing something strange about the boy, Levi immediately used his spiritual power to knock the girl on the ground unconscious. Given how things were progressing, perhaps, the girl hadn't even realized what had happened when just as she tried to stand up, she immediately fainted again and collapsed to the ground. And it was at this very moment that Ryosuke began recalling fragments of the past. Ryosuke, don't cry, okay? Want me to sing for you? After his mother's death, he would always curl up alone in a corner. He'd convinced himself that his mother had died because he failed to awaken his power, drowning endlessly in self-blame and guilt. In his memory, there always seemed to be a small figure clinging tightly to him, clumsily trying to comfort him. "Rio, come out and play." Stubbornly gripping him, the girl seemed determined to pull him out of his curl-up shadow. Seeing his resistance, she gave him a soft punch. "Rio, you're such a big dummy." While he was busy saving the world and getting injured in acts of heroism, there was always someone tirelessly preparing his lunchboxes, doing his laundry, and tending to his wounds. Truth be told, due to some minor brain issues, Ryuji's perception had always been slightly disconnected from reality. Many things appeared rather vague to him, yet there was one constant point that remained clear and luminous. And now, this moment has shattered. Back then, when rescuing the girl from the cult, the memory of her tilting her head with a concealed chuckle while cradled in his arms still seemed imprinted in his mind. Against the backdrop of roaring flames behind them, the girl clung tightly to his neck, her eyes brimming with sparkling radiance. "Ryosuke, you're really my superhero, aren't you?" "Ah, wasn't I always a superhero?" "That's completely different, you idiot." Images kept flashing through Ryosuke's mind as he clutched his right eye in agony. What kind of hero am I anyway? It was like this with Mom back then, and now with Kazumi too. Aha! Amidst Ryo's piercing, inhuman howls of agony, golden teardrops began streaming endlessly from the corners of his eyes. Upon closer inspection, those were unmistakably tongues of golden flame flickering within them. Jerking his head up violently, Ryo fixed these people before him with a deathly stare, as boundless regret and fury churned unceasingly in his heart. "You, all deserve to die." Chapter 52, Divine Punishment Lightning. Amid Tsuyoshi's incessant roars, golden flames began dancing through the skies. Defying the torrential rain, disregarding all firefighting equipment, every spot touched by Tsuyoshi's gaze burst into furious flames. These things not only failed to stop the golden flames, but even became fuel that intensified them. Zoom! Tanks on the ground, planes in the sky. Whenever Ryo's gaze fell upon them, they began exploding one after another. Like divine fire descended upon the world, golden flames flickered endlessly amidst the heavy rain. The plan has failed. Looking at the girl who appeared dead on the ground, and Ryo unleashing his abilities in a frenzied manner, the U.S. military commander couldn't make heads or tails of the situation. Were his soldiers really that useless, guarding a single girl and still letting her commit suicide? Though his mind seethed with frustrated curses, it didn't hinder him from making the right call. This superhuman can't be allowed to live any longer. Having killed the most important person to the other side, he saw no possibility of reconciliation. Unlike his previous assumption that a simple apology would suffice if things went wrong, letting the enemy escape now would surely drive them into a maddened frenzy of revenge. With this in mind, the commander ordered live ammunition to be loaded. Capture alive would be preferable, but silencing permanently was always an option. As the firepower intensified, Ryosuke felt not the slightest urge to flee or retreat. He now had only one desire, to exact revenge on these people at any cost, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Rage continued to surge, yet Ryo's thoughts grew increasingly clear. While constructing a defensive barrier of golden flames around himself, Ryo's mind raced frantically until a path gradually took shape in his thoughts. Their movements clearly followed someone's orchestration. Then the opponent's location is probably around. After glancing at the surroundings and observing the officer's subconscious gazes along with the defensive intensity in that direction, after prolonged fierce combat, Ryuji finally reached a conclusion. Fire Fist. Sweeping away all obstacles before him and focusing his gaze on a distant tower, Ryuji desperately unleashed his ability at all costs. Golden flames once again surged relentlessly from his right eye. Bang! In an instant, the towering pagoda transformed into a blazing golden torch. Watching the panicked reactions of the enemy soldiers, Ryosuke erupted into maniacal laughter of satisfaction. Ha 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 ha, it seemed his guess was correct. Next, what comes next is to team up with Kazumi to take down as many of these people as possible, and then with her. Feeling the slight drain on his stamina, Ryosuke pushed through the crowd with effort and reached Kazumi's side, gently lifting her into his arms. "Kazumi, here I come. Though you've left first, I'll soon follow." Wait, why isn't Kazumi dead? Ryo froze in shock for a full 3 seconds. After all that buildup, all that emotional investment, after going so far as to kill off so many people, how could Kazumi still be alive? For a moment, Ryosuke felt indescribably awkward. Wait, if Kazumi isn't dead, then I don't want to die either. His eyes rapidly scanning the surroundings, Ryosuke began turning gears in his little brain. He absolutely had to escape with Kazumi. For the first time in ages, the usually brain-resistant Ryosuke actually put his seldom-used mental gears to work all day long. And right at that moment, Ling, who had hidden in the shadows and stacked countless layers of lightning-charging buffs, was finally ready. Gazing down at the rows of soldiers gathered below to encircle and intercept Ryosuke, Rin's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Calling it a smile might not be quite accurate, it was more like grinning from ear to ear. The rain was pouring down, they were standing close together, and each held a steel gun, truly a perfect stacking of buffs. She couldn't even imagine just how exhilarating this strike would feel. The 12 demon eyes, the ram of the zodiac, reporting for duty. Just as the soldiers looked up at the sky in bewilderment, Ling raised her hand slightly, and a cold, indifferent voice rang out one after another. Divine punishment. Boom. In an instant, a massive pillar of light that blotted out the sky descended from the heavens, crashing directly into the crowd. Amid the blinding white light that consumed everything in sight, even Rin couldn't tell how many she had slain. Electric arcs flashed across the ground, deadly to every last person standing in the surrounding rain at this moment. Mortals, after all, are powerless against the forces of nature. For that instant, this lightning truly carried the feeling of divine retribution from legends. Ah. Rarely experiencing the thrill of vengeance, Rin burst into wild, maniacal laughter. Without a doubt, Rin is the MVP of this match. Of course, Ryosuke is also a strong contender for MVP. Without him taunting and gathering so many opponents together, Rin probably wouldn't have achieved such remarkable results. That's terrifying. What kind of power was that? Clutching Kazumi tightly, Ryosuke crawled out from his golden flame barrier with a shocked expression, his face filled with utter disbelief. Is it really possible for someone to possess such overwhelmingly terrifying power? Thinking back to the title the opponent had just announced, the Demon Eye 12, Wei Yang, Ryosuke's heart began to sink. If there had still been some hope of escaping the hordes of US soldiers earlier, he now had little confidence in surviving against this monstrous witch before him. Having barely weathered a single strike, one that wasn't even fully directed at him, Ryosuke could feel his already depleted stamina nearly drained. His expression grew grave. Ha, so you actually survived? It seems that golden flame of yours really packs some punch. After casting a surprised glance at Ryoma before her, Suzu lifted her hand once more. What about this? Zoom! Another bolt of lightning struck Ryoma directly, forcing him to his knees under immense pressure. Damn it, so fast, can't dodge. Aside from blocking with his golden flames, he had virtually no other decent options left. Yet compared to their opponent's casually conjured lightning, the energy expenditure of his golden flames was clearly on an entirely different level. How could such a monster exist? Glancing at Kazumi in his arms, Ryo's face was filled with unwillingness. Could it truly be that he would die here today? But Kazumi, what about her? Seeing Kazumi cradled in Ryo's arms, Rin seemed to guess what he was thinking. Don't worry, she said. After I kill you, I'll spare this little girl's life. Under Ryo's astonished gaze, Suzuki suddenly thought of her sister who had also been taken hostage by the US military, and of her own past self who had once been just as consumed by vengeance. A fleeting loneliness flickered in her eyes. However, almost immediately, that loneliness hardened into resolve. She's just an ordinary person, she can live. But you must die here. Understood? Though he couldn't quite comprehend it all, Ryo nodded gratefully nonetheless. Thanks, but I'm not that easy to kill either. The next second, Ryosuke was struck along with his shield by a bolt of lightning, burying him deep into the ground. Really? Suzu expressed disbelief. Meanwhile, Yoda was still on his way, driving there. Chapter 53, Come at Me Together. What happened? Watching the sudden lightning streak tearing through heaven and earth in the distance, Yuta deeply furrowed his brows. Electricity of this magnitude, could it mean? Thinking of Ryasuke who might already be in danger, Yuta began feeling restless. Senju, help me cross first, then bring the others afterward. The fact that those who should logically be on humanity's side were now turning against them had already completely exceeded his expectations. Now, with the possible appearance of a Demon King's army executive, the situation was growing increasingly complicated. Okay. As Senju activated her wind abilities, a large cyan ball materialized atop the vehicle. Immediately after, Yoda kicked off powerfully, his body launching forward like a speeding arrow. Curling himself into a ball to minimize wind resistance, Yoda readied himself for his grand entrance. With the radiant glow of life force emanating from his body, Yoda truly looked like a shooting star in this moment. Perhaps only someone with Yoda's physical toughness could pull off such a brutally unrestrained landing method. Meanwhile, Rin, who had been relentlessly bombarding Ryo, suddenly caught a glimpse of distant light from the corner of her eye. What is that? Though she didn't fully comprehend what it was, Rin casually sent a bolt of lightning streaking toward it without hesitation. Zoom! Amidst the blinding lightning, Yoda plummeted rapidly and crashed into the pit beside Ryosuke. Cough, cough, cough. Though it wasn't quite the grand entrance he'd imagined, Yoda still looked at Ryosuke with delighted surprise. Ryosuke, are you okay? It's not critical yet. Seeing strong reinforcements finally arrive, Ryuji finally let out a relieved sigh, gaining a momentary breathing space. No one but himself knew just how immense the pressure had been when facing this monster alone. Be careful, this thing fights like a damned monster. Monsters? Gazing at the bell suspended in midair, Yuta immediately felt the weight of pressure bearing down on him. Judging by the intensity and speed of that last attack, the opponent was truly an unimaginably formidable foe. Cover me, I'm going in first. With a wordless exchange of gestures, Yoda swiftly charged forward, katana in hand. Meanwhile, Ryosuke stood ready to provide backup. Yet it proved useless. Against attacks as fast as lightning, or rather, literal lightning strikes, the two found little opportunity to coordinate. Just defending themselves, whether blocking or dodging the strikes, consumed all their energy and attention. Seeing this scene, a trace of mockery couldn't help but appear on Rin's face. Is this all you've got? And just at this moment, Chizuru finally arrived with Tetsuya and Hina. The complete quintet of righteous figures had now fully assembled, standing together as they warily watched Rin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 people, is it? Counting on the fingers of her right hand one by one, Rin's face showed not the slightest hint of retreat, but rather brimmed with eager excitement. Since you've all come, let's do this together. As she spoke, Rin spread the fingers of her right hand wide, and lightning began raining down incessantly from the sky. ZZZT. Amidst the piercing sound of crackling electricity, the group swiftly deployed their respective abilities. Chizuru's wind barrier, Tetsuya's earthen wall, and Haruna's light shield all failed to hold for long. Ultimately, it was Ryosuke who unleashed golden flames aimed directly at Rin, forcing her to dodge sideways, while Yoda charged in to push her back, finally halting this wave of her assault. So strong. Exchanging glances, all 5 members of the team flashed looks of astonishment. Originally, they had thought that with all 5 of them present, dealing with just one Demon Eye executive should have been as easy as taking candy from a baby. But reality was proving to be far more complicated than they had imagined. Their strength far exceeded their expectations. At that very moment, on another front, the U.S. military soldiers had regrouped once again. The heavy losses sustained moments ago were only from the ground forces, not the core strength of this base. Compared to those infantry troops equipped with rifles, tanks, and at most a few small helicopters deployed for capture missions, the true core combat capability of this base lay in its fleet of expensive fighter jets. Although the commander was instantly taken out by Ryosuke, under modern military protocols, a new commander was quickly appointed. Hurry! Board now! Commanding one flight crew after another, the newly appointed commander wore an expression of unwavering resolve on his face. He was confident even these so-called transcendents couldn't withstand a single fuel-air explosive, thermobaric bomb, or any of humanity's other devastating weapons. Once the plane takes off, no matter what kind of superhuman that person is, they will be doomed to perish without a burial place. With so many people dead here today, if they don't teach the other side a lesson, how will they explain it to their superiors? And just as this commander suspected, with Li Wei's divine power advancing twice and his subordinates growing adept in their abilities, they could now basically disregard the threat of small arms fire. Even against large volumes of gunfire or small-scale artillery, they could hold their own using their powers, especially those with abilities directly suited for defense, water, earth, wind. Once their shields were up, conventional firearms were practically useless, and with Ryosuke, who awakened golden flames today, small arms had little hope of inflicting any real damage. But when facing the speed and lethality of large-scale weapons like fighter jets and missiles, there's no way to withstand them. But, with sharp eyes, Rin spotted what appeared to be a fighter jet preparing for takeoff not far away. Interesting. With an intrigued smile playing across her lips, she continued engaging Yoda's group with her right hand while casually pointing her left index finger like a pistol toward the distant fighter jet. Smack! Accompanied by the cheerful chime of bells, a bolt of lightning instantly struck down. Before it could fully take off, the fighter jet suddenly began to shake violently and uncontrollably. In reality, most modern fighter jets are equipped with various features to withstand natural lightning strikes. Through multiple mechanisms, even when hit by lightning, the electrical discharge is directed to non-critical peripheral areas, making crashes unlikely in most cases. But that only applies to natural lightning. Ling's attack was directly aimed at the cockpit. And even if one strike wasn't enough, there would always be another. Seeing the fighter jet still hadn't fallen, Ling raised her hand and struck again. Zoom! Finally, this time the fighter jet stopped moving completely. And Ling didn't spare those other planes nearby that kept trying to take off either. With Ling continuously raising her hand to make empty gestures, planes kept falling from the sky, sometimes even exploding in midair. Ah. Floating midair, Ling kept letting out wild, crazed laughter. Thus, with her right hand fighting the protagonist group and her left hand suppressing the U.S. military airfield, Suzu surprisingly managed to hold her own, even gaining a slight upper hand. Even Levi couldn't help but marvel at how overwhelmingly powerful this version of Suzu had become. However, since most of her strength came from exploiting weather-based buffs and natural forces for fixed damage, even if her abilities improved in the future, her attacks wouldn't grow much stronger, making her a relatively low-growth, fixed power type. Once everyone else developed further in the future, it'd be nearly impossible for her to maintain such absolute dominance again. But at least for now, when no one else possesses combat strength at the celestial level, Rainy Bell reigns as the undisputed tier 0 of this version, an absolute and overwhelming dominance with no close second. Now, the pressure shifts to the protagonist's team. Chapter 54, Locked in Confrontation. This can't go on. Looking at Ryo beside him, already physically exhausted and on the verge of collapse, along with Tetsuya and Hana who had just acquired their abilities, still undeveloped and struggling to cope, Yoda knew that someone had to step up now. And that someone, of course, could only be himself. Removing his shirt, Yoda focused his attention on his own heart. Release. With the release of his life force, Yoda's heart began to pound violently. Thud, thud, thud. The deafening sound of his heartbeat began to echo around everyone present. Long ago, Yoda had created this divine technique to store life force precisely for situations like this. If there must be a hero to stand forward, then naturally, it should be him. I'll take the front line, support me from behind. As Yoda's words faded, his entire body leaped forward like an arrow released from its bow, swinging his longsword with tremendous force. Hiya! Life energy, nearly solidified like tangible matter, swirled relentlessly around Yoda while radiating a blinding brilliance. So fast. Though surprised by Yoda's speed, Rei maintained her composure. Utilizing magnetic levitation and rapid displacement, she could still handle this level of assault. Moreover, her counterattacks could effectively hinder his advances. How many more of these attacks do you think you can withstand? Zap! With Rin's full-powered lightning strike, Yoda stiffened momentarily on the spot, but only momentarily. Soon enough, he rose again, launching himself at Rin with renewed aggression. He's actually unharmed? Rin kept increasing the intensity, unleashing a continuous barrage of lightning attacks. Yet, on Yoda's body, numerous wounds began to appear, accumulating layer by layer. Yet, beneath the surging torrent of vitality, Yoda's wounds healed anew in the blink of an eye. This guy has incredible regenerative powers. Yoda's actions made it clear to Rin he could take it, over and over again. Planning to stall me with close combat? Ling frowned slightly, she could clearly discern the opponent's intentions. Yet she had to admit, the opponent's tactics were indeed effective. This proved the crucial importance of having a sturdy frontline tank in team battles. Thanks to Aruto's relentless harassment even at the cost of injury, Ling's offensive against the group gradually slowed. The Chizuru group finally had a chance to catch their breath. Wind Wing. While casting a movement buff on Yoda, Chizuru simultaneously fired wind arrows, launching long-range sniper attacks. Tetsuya also rushed forward, seizing the opportunity to share the offensive pressure with Yoda as they launched a two-sided pincer attack. Hinata, meanwhile, kept flashing her light shield, occasionally resorting to sneaky tricks, shooting dazzling beams directly into Rin's eyes. Ryosuke, his stamina waning by the moment, resorted to the classic intimidating glare tactic, locking eyes with Rin so intensely his eyelids might tear from the strain. Yet even this childish tactic worked. Whenever his gaze landed on her, Rin had to divert some effort to defensive maneuvers. Those golden flames of his had left too visceral an impression. She couldn't afford to ignore the threat. With everyone working together, the situation was finally brought under control. Compared to the villain faction, the life of the heroic faction was relatively comfortable, and their abilities were generally not as fully developed or extreme as those of their adversaries. But it also has one advantage: it knows how to cooperate. Their routine joint training had long since forged a seamless synergy between them. As they joined forces, Rin finally began to feel the pressure. Am I going to lose? Suddenly, Rin thought of her past self. That powerless, incompetent version of herself. That pathetic self who knew full well those people had killed her younger sister, yet could do nothing but endure their bullying and insults. Big sister, why won't you avenge me? Countless nights, Ling kept dreaming of this exact scene. She sat there speechless, with no response. She had simply been too powerless. So weak that even giving everything, I could still do nothing. I am no longer that weak, powerless version of myself anymore. Staring coldly at the people before her, Rin's expression twisted into something savage. Make no mistake, you're not the only ones who can lose control. Ah! As Ling's voice fell, bolts of lightning from the sky began striking down upon her own body. Amidst Ling's agonized screams, a spear formed entirely of crackling lightning coalesced in her grasp, while her entire body flickered with thunderous radiance, as though clad in celestial armor. Again! Yet through Ling's raging assault, Yoda stood unwavering, shielding his teammates with resolute determination. His body was repeatedly charred by lightning and healed, emitting waves of roasted meat aroma. Yet he treated it as if it weren't his own flesh, expressionlessly enduring Ling's attacks. He understood that Ling before him must have harbored some unbearable past torment, but he had no interest in knowing. All he knew was that he couldn't lose either. The teammates he'd brought with him, he had to return every single one of them unharmed. Ha! Bang! The two sides battled fiercely in the rain, neither willing to yield as each had their own reasons not to lose. For a full hour, they fought without conceding an inch. Without a doubt, the one who benefited the most from this battle was undoubtedly Levi. Under immense pressure, Chizuru's divine wind techniques seemed to be on the verge of materializing, while Tetsuya and Hina's abilities were rapidly mastering and skyrocketing under such strain. Indeed, battle remains the primary catalyst for progress. Only life and death crises could force out these individuals' latent potential. Just today alone, he'd already gained 2.5 divine techniques. Thanks to these enhancements in rule-based abilities, Levi's creative power composed of these rules was also being continuously strengthened. Looking at the glowing light in his hand, Li Wei nodded to himself. Next time, what opportunity should he find to make them fight again? As time passed, the battle finally neared its end. Ling could sense that the clouds in the sky were gradually dispersing, and the electrical charge was growing weaker. Regaining her composure, Ling forcefully pushed back the few opponents before retreating. If this keeps going, it won't be a fight anymore, it'll be suicide. Let's call it a day. I thought the legendary hero's descendant would be something special, but turns out you're nothing impressive. Though his stamina was nearly drained and his rainclouds were almost depleted, he couldn't afford to show weakness. After throwing down that taunt, Ling began retreating. Yohata and the others didn't pursue further. They had long since exhausted their stamina. While Yohata might have had some strength left, his teammates were clearly spent. Watching Suzu's retreating figure, the group felt no joy from repelling a strong foe, only growing concern over such a formidable opponent. After a moment, it was Yohata who stepped forward first. It's okay, at least we didn't lose. If I'm not mistaken, our opponents probably leveraged today's weather conditions to gain such an advantage. We'll just have to win next time. Patting his teammates on the shoulders, Yuta encouraged them. Exchanging glances, the group nodded in agreement. They all knew they had to become stronger, no matter what. They are individuals with strong spirits, and the enemy's strength not only fails to break them but instead fuels their fighting spirit. But, was there truly no defeat? At this moment, Rin, who had left the battlefield, seemed to suddenly realize something. Speaking of which, it seems all the senior members of the organization have assassinated a prime minister at some point. Rolling her eyes, Rin seemed to have come up with some marvelous idea. Perfect timing. With all of them mobilized, their base should be undefended, right? Wait, haven't I seen this scenario somewhere before? Chapter 55, Shima once again suffers an assassination attempt. The third day, today marks the third day since the new island governor assumed office. Lying back in his leather chair, the new premier's face was filled with rapturous delight. Is this the pinnacle of power in this nation? Just 3 days ago, after a lengthy display of modesty and deference, a brave soul finally stepped forward and claimed the position. So what if they're just some demons? They're still too cowardly. Continuously stroking the leather sofa's armrest, the newly appointed island magistrate was filled with disdain. Originally, this position would never have fallen to him under any circumstances, but since those guys didn't dare take the role, it naturally fell to the ambitious one. He hadn't ascended blindly. Before this, he'd actually conducted thorough investigations. Since there have been no records of any Imperial Island ministers being assassinated by demons over the past 1,000 years, it clearly means the demons simply lack the capability. It's impossible that none of the previous Imperial Island ministers ever faced assassination attempts by demons, isn't it? Clearly, the reason his predecessors were assassinated was simply because they weren't careful enough. Getting shot on the street by ordinary civilians, walking around with only mediocre bodyguards and being beaten to death in public, or working openly in weakly defended villas where they got assassinated. What a bunch of utterly defenseless, purebred trash. He, Koizumi Junzaburo, was completely different from those worthless people. Right now, adjacent to the Prime Minister's official residence, stood the stronghold of the righteous faction, packed with over 1,000 exceptional talents recruited by Yoda from across the nation, all having initially awakened supernatural abilities. This building too had undergone rigorous renovations from top to bottom, now filled with surveillance cameras and weapons. Beneath it lay a super bunker capable of withstanding nuclear weapons. With these defenses, what could those demons possibly use to assassinate him? Besides, what if he really were assassinated someday in the future? How could a true man born between heaven and earth endure living beneath others for long? Recalling the words of Lu Bu from the Three Kingdoms, the newly appointed island prime minister's eyes were filled with determination. Even if he only lasted a year or two before being assassinated, at least he would have enjoyed the experience, no regrets. If he could hold out long enough to repel the demonic invaders, he would become the most successful island prime minister in history. At this thought, the new island prime minister couldn't help but indulge in fantasies of a glorious future. In fact, before setting out, Yoda had already informed him none of them would be there, so he must be cautious. Must I be careful? This new island governor acted boldly, yet was no reckless brute. After a brief moment of contemplation, she decided to hide in the safe house first. Arriving at the safe house, Xan Dao Xian let out a long, satisfied sigh. This safe house was entirely constructed of steel, with walls a staggering 80 centimeters thick. Underground like this, even if a nuclear bomb struck, it couldn't touch him here. Suspecting even the guards might be disguised demons, he'd gone so far as to order them all outside. Sitting alone in the safe house, the island minister couldn't help but smile faintly at this moment. I laugh at the minister's lack of strategy, I laugh at the demon's want of wisdom. Meanwhile, Yoda had indeed considered the possibility of the island minister being assassinated, but he found himself entangled with others. After the great battle, no sooner had the terrifying demon departed than a troop of soldiers appeared from nowhere, surrounding them completely and demanding an explanation. According to their statement, Ryosuke killed so many of their people that if Ryosuke isn't handed over, they won't rule out launching devastating military strikes against the island nation. There was no doubt that after witnessing Suzuna's overwhelmingly destructive power, their desire for supernatural beings grew even stronger, and they immediately shifted their focus back to Yoda and his companions. Yoda almost couldn't stop himself from rolling his eyes on the spot. Those people, especially their Magic Eye executive, had killed even more. Why didn't they dare to pick a fight with her? Faced with the other side's relentless pressure, Yoda gave his teammates a reassuring look before stepping forward firmly. I refuse. The blade left its sheath as Yoda drew his sword and pointed it at the crowd before him, declaring resolutely, if so-called peace must be bought by sacrificing a few at the expense of the majority's safety, then it isn't peace, it's just shameless survival. You can slaughter everyone in this country, and I can slaughter every last one who gave you such orders. Make no mistake, you know perfectly well that I can do it. With that, Yoda turned and walked away, pulling his teammates along. This time, faced with his newfound resolve, none dared to stop him. The way people bully the weak but fear the strong, exploit the kind but cower before the wicked, was laid bare in that moment. And at this very moment, thanks to the time difference between Yoda's group resting and being surrounded, Rin finally hurriedly arrived near the residence of Shinshima. We can't force our way through. Taking a glance at the dense crowd outside the residence, Rin slightly furrowed her eyebrows. These people didn't seem like ordinary folks, they already possessed considerable strength. If she charged head-on, perhaps the other party couldn't do anything to her, but completing her plan would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. After all, even 1,000 pigs would take half a day to slaughter. After a moment's contemplation, Ling quickly spotted the opponent's weakness and grabbed a bodyguard who seemed to have no extraordinary abilities yet. Tell me what's happening inside, or say goodbye to your life. Gripping the bodyguard's neck before her, Ling's face was icy cold. What a joke. These island phase bodyguards were all professionals. When faced with danger, their first priority was self-preservation. Did anyone honestly believe they'd spill confidential intel so easily? Soon enough, the bodyguard became extraordinarily forthcoming, rattling off every detail about the situation inside like pouring beans from a sack. To ensure Ling fully understood, he even sketched a simple diagram at the end. Upon hearing that the final safe house was essentially a giant steel box, Ling's eyes lit up with sudden interest. And you're telling me about this good fortune? Soon enough, with the detailed explanation from the other party and her own perception of electricity and metal, Ling formed a rough plan in her mind. Good. Since you've been so thorough with your answers, I'll spare your life today. With that, Ling casually stunned the bodyguard with an electric shock. Originally, she had planned to kill him after questioning, but his detailed responses, even drawing diagrams to save his own life, put her in such a good mood that she spared him on a whim. Just before passing out, a trace of relief flashed in the bodyguard's eyes. Thank goodness he was clever enough to survive. Again. Don't ask why it's again. After observing him briefly, Ling found a blind spot and started climbing into the ventilation shaft. Truth be told, ventilation shafts aren't ideal for infiltration. They're not only riddled with cameras but also become impossibly narrow further in, completely impassable for humans. But Rin could directly use her ability to disable all these devices. Moreover, all she needed was to reach a certain distance. Her attack range was exceptionally long, especially with her electrical perception making the enemy's location so clearly defined. As Rin activated her ability amidst the growing commotion, those inside immediately realized an intruder had breached. People continuously attacked Rin through the ventilation ducts, but to little effect. Apart from fellow supernaturals like Yoda and his group, these ordinary assaults could at worst inflict only minor injuries on her. Moreover, with their limited supernatural abilities, they couldn't clearly sense Ling's exact location. Meanwhile, a full 100 people stood firmly at the entrance of the safe house, holding their breath and ready for a desperate battle against formidable foes. After all, no matter what, the assassins would ultimately have to come here to complete their mission. As the saying goes, meat changes with constancy. ZZZZT. Suddenly, electricity crackled out of nowhere, and dense sparks began erupting across the surface of the safe house. The piercing electric screech lasted a full minute before gradually dying down. In that moment, the once impenetrable safe house had been transformed into a fully functional electric oven. 100 Ways for Lord Dao to Die, a chronicle of the giant electric oven. What a bunch of fools. I don't necessarily have to get close to carry out an assassination. With the mission accomplished, Ling began her retreat. Only at this moment did the guards realize what had happened. Island phase? Island phase. Opening the safe house door revealed only a charred corpse inside. At the same time, Yoda, who was driving over, finally received the call. What? The island governor has been assassinated again? Chapter 56, The Proper Way to Strengthen Your Subordinates. Damn it, these guys, why do they always? Yoda slammed his fist against the steering wheel, his face filled with frustration. These guys, always sneaking in to steal our home when we're away, how despicable. Looking at Yoda's visibly frustrated expression, Chizuru remained surprisingly composed. Whoever rises to power or who lives or dies, as long as it doesn't affect handing out her paycheck, she couldn't care less. Lighten up, they're already dead, and there's no use dwelling on it anymore. Look on the bright side, at least we managed to save our comrades, right? Isn't that right, Ryuma? Ha! Ryosuke, who had been whispering something in his girlfriend's ear, looked up in surprise. Seeing Ryosuke's blank stare, Chizuru couldn't help but roll her eyes. You idiot, anyway, as long as it's just money you lost, it's not a big deal. Yoda, try not to dwell on it too much. Yeah, Yoda, don't blame yourself too much. It's not your fault either, Hina chimed in with a nod. By the way, since there were 2 extra people on the return trip and not enough seats, Tetsuya chose to use his Earth-based ability to half hang off the back of the car. Lying bored on the trunk and staring at the sky, he didn't participate in the discussion. Just as Chizuru was comforting Yoda, Levi, who overheard her words from the other side, suddenly had a flash of insight, as if he'd thought of something. Chizuru's divine technique seems halfway developed, maybe I should give her a push. Even Ryosuke, who joined later, has already developed his golden flame divine technique, while Chizuru still hasn't. Clearly, she's been slacking, or perhaps the motivation just hasn't been strong enough. If he didn't help this kid, heaven knew how long it would take her to fully develop her abilities. With this thought, Li Wei activated his Chunlong avatar and appeared at the headquarters of the Righteous Faction. After symbolically stealing some official documents and fragments of ancient weapons from the rooms of Yoda and the others, Li Wei's avatar arrived at Chizuru's room. Unlike the typical cleanliness and cuteness of most girls' rooms, Chizuru's space was adorned with strange maneki nikos, money talismans, and various coin-patterned decorations. Kicking open Chizuru's bedside floorboard, Levi began scavenging through the stash of money underneath. For a money grubber like Chizuru, keeping funds in the bank could never bring true happiness. Only by sleeping atop her cash and counting her assets each night could she truly experience joy and contentment. Chizuru, I'm doing this for your own good. How else will you find the motivation to grow stronger? In an instant, several ideas flashed through Levi's mind. Later, when Chizuru's strength improves and new divine spells are nearly developed, it wouldn't be impossible to give her a chance to seek revenge and reclaim the money. Surely she'd be motivated when fighting desperately by then. In the end, perhaps thinking taking everything would be too cruel, Levi left Chizuru with one bill. Taking everything would be too harsh, better leave the kid one as a memento. I'm truly such a kind soul, Levi couldn't help but silently marvel at himself. After scavenging everything, Li Wei's clone stood up to leave, deliberately showing his face to the cameras. Finally, the protagonist team rushed back. Having mentally prepared himself, Yoda remained calm while his subordinates reported the details of the Prime Minister's assassination. It wasn't until someone reported suspected infiltration by other members of Demon Eye, possibly stealing something, that Yoda finally furrowed his brow. And at this very moment, Chizuru suddenly felt a surge of ominous foreboding. Rushing back to her room, Chizuru froze in place upon seeing the overturned bedboard. Upon confirming that only a single bill remained, Chizuru collapsed with a thud, half kneeling on the floor. No. If there were background music at this moment, this would surely be it. Snowflakes drift, the north wind howls. Late at night, Chizuru pushed herself relentlessly through training. For the first time, her determination for revenge and strength burned so fiercely. Ah, damn it. You bastards, you deserve to die. Taking aim at the distant target, Chizuru imagined it as her mortal enemy, firing arrow after arrow with frenzied intensity. At last, as the light within Chizuru's heart burned ever brighter, her divine technique took form, a massive azure arrow that tore through the forest with a shrieking whistle. Just as I thought. This kind of provocation is exactly what Chizuru needs to grow stronger. Pleased with his own cleverness, Levi couldn't help but feel rather smug. Shifting his focus back to his base, Li Wei also began his own work. The villains in this version are simply too powerful, the heroes don't stand a chance. However, weakening them is neither practical nor necessary. In fact, Li Wei would be thrilled if they grew even stronger. Given the circumstances, the only solution is to enhance both factions' capabilities. Narrowing the power gap will maintain combat intensity and continuously drive the development of divine magic. With this in mind, Levi decided to create several divine artifacts for both the heroic and villainous factions. The first priority would naturally be group artifacts that accelerate the recovery of both physical stamina and spiritual energy. Not only would this intensify the battle's ferocity, but also prolong the combat duration. Fighting is like working overtime, clocking 1 hour versus 3 hours, the latter clearly yields greater returns. As Li Wei continued to wield his power of creation, a gleaming longsword and a circular fan materialized before him. When it comes time for large-scale team battles, just place these two divine artifacts on either flank. Everyone will need to grind like mad. Right. Li Wei suddenly realized something: their equipment would likely need upgrading before long. The mortal iron in their hands is undoubtedly insufficient to support the escalating intensity of battles, especially for the villains. The heroes, with their plentiful resources and various alloy equipment, fare relatively better, while the villains are still awkwardly relying on ordinary iron. Especially Yuriko, her shoddy scissors have already broken several times. Thinking of this, Li Wei called Yuriko over. Lord Tengu, do you have another mission for me? Looking at Li Wei expectantly, Yuriko's eyes were filled with admiration. Shaking his head, Li Wei, who had transformed into the great Tengu, pulled out a pair of scissors shimmering with an eerie blue light. Your weapon doesn't seem suitable, so I prepared a new one for you. Under Yuriko's stunned gaze, Levi handed over the scissors in his hand. Yuriko, you've been doing well lately. This is your reward. Keep up the good work. At the end, as if remembering something, Levi added one more thing. Oh, and happy birthday. This time, faced with Li Wei's encouragement, Yuriko unusually didn't bounce around or twirl in circles. She just stood quietly in place, silently covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Thank you so much, great Tengu-sama. She had thought that after her mother passed away, no one would ever remember her birthday again. Silently returning to her hideout, Yuriko was shocked to find it completely dark. Happy birthday, Lady Yuriko. Whoa, happy birthday to Lady Yuriko. A group of maidservants, dressed in maid uniforms, watched Yuriko eagerly as they brought out a cake. Suppressing her emotions, Yuriko blew out the candles with a composed expression and offered a few words of encouragement to them. Only when she returned to her room did she finally break down completely in tears. Gently stroking the scissors, countless complex emotions surged endlessly in her heart. Her fondness for scissors wasn't solely because of the slit-mouthed woman identity Li Wei had assigned to her. Though perhaps she should have feared the scissors that once brought her endless pain, she equally remembered that her mother too had wielded scissors as weapons when going to seek deadly vengeance against those people. She knew the internet was flooded with condemnations, how a human like her could betray her own kind and pledge allegiance to the Demon King. But what if this Demon King gives you power, helps you seek vengeance, constantly encourages you, and even remembers your birthday? I must keep winning. I have to keep winning no matter what. Yuriko kept repeating these words silently to herself. This was all she had left, and she absolutely couldn't afford to lose. At this moment, the radiant light within her heart began to shine even more brilliantly. Chapter 57, The Sacrificer. Why is there another sacrifice? Li Wei, who was currently forging a divine artifact, suddenly sensed another ritual being arranged. Someone was summoning his great Tengu persona. With Li Wei's current abilities, he might not yet be able to sense when others utter his name, but by setting up such rituals and amplifying the connection through emotions like hatred and fear, he could still become aware of it. In fact, this wasn't the first time, or rather, it had already happened many times before. With examples like Yuriko, Izuna, and Suzu leading the way, it wasn't an everyday occurrence, but every now and then, some cultists would attempt such things, whether driven by a thirst for power or a longing for immortality. For these dim and insignificant prayers that barely illuminated the light of the heart, Levi usually couldn't even be bothered to glance at them. But this time seemed different. He could hear the plea from the other side. Great demon god, please save my daughter. I'm willing to pay any price. Interesting. Watching the middle-aged man at the sacrificial ceremony, whose heart light was absurdly powerful, Levi decided to give him a chance. Manifesting as the great Tengu, Levi locked eyes with the middle-aged man. As his powers grew, Levi no longer needed to render someone unconscious or make physical contact to access their memories. By every measure in detail, he was becoming more and more like a true god. Why did you choose me? Takegawa Shinichi gazed at the beautiful girl before him with complete bewilderment etched across his face. She was gorgeous, academically gifted, and came from a prominent family. Why would someone like her be interested in an ordinary, impoverished country boy like him? Because, she said softly, I believe your inner strength far surpasses ordinary people's. It's just that none of them can see your true worth. Looking straight into Shinichi's eyes, the girl said firmly, I believe you will accomplish great things and become a good husband and father. Shinichi was once the envy of everyone. A beautiful girl from a privileged family had firmly chosen him, though he had nothing at the time. He didn't disappoint her expectations, working hard until he eventually became a renowned history professor and fathered a beautiful daughter. Up to that point, he had been the ultimate winner in life. He worked hard to fulfill his promises, striving to be a good husband and father. Whenever someone praised his wife for not choosing the wrong man, he would proudly lift his head and glance smugly at her. This was his most beautiful memory. Yet sudden illness snatched away his wife's life. By the hospital bed, his wife softly grasped his hand. She told him he could remarry, but must always treat their daughter well and to wait a few years, otherwise she'd grow jealous. Shinichi shook his head firmly. He'd sworn in his heart, in this lifetime, he would only ever love the woman before him. I won't look for another woman anymore. I'll stay alone and work hard to raise our child. You're just saying that now. In a few years, you might not even remember who I am. His wife didn't believe him, but Shinichi firmly shook his head. After his wife's death, Shinichi never remarried. He decided to spend his whole life keeping his promise, and vowed to find her proudly after death to tell her she was wrong. If there truly existed a heaven. Raising a child alone, Shinichi grew to understand deeply how hard his wife had worked caring for their child before. Especially when the child asked where her mother had gone, he never knew how to answer. As days passed, his daughter gradually became Shinichi's entire world. The promise to be a good husband had been broken with his wife's departure, so at the very least, he would strive to be a good father. That's what Shinichi resolved. His daughter was remarkably understanding. As she grew older, she seemed to sense something and stopped asking about her mother. What's more, she often comforted him instead. Though still just a little girl, she always tried to help with chores and cooking. This brought Shinichi some solace. If nothing unexpected happened, their lives would likely continue like this, quiet, yet touched by small moments of happiness. Yet, the sudden news of his daughter contracting leukemia made him stagger on his feet. Why would she get this disease? Can it be cured? No doctor could give him any guarantees in response to his inquiries, only sighs filled with regret. Daddy, am I going to die? Looking at his daughter's innocent face, Shinichi could no longer control his emotions. Holding his daughter in his arms, he wept helplessly. No, our little Aki won't die. Though some had subtly advised him to give up, he refused to abandon even the slightest hope. He sold the property, went into debt, used the most expensive medications, but still, he could only watch as his daughter grew thinner day by day. He understood that he was about to lose his daughter. What should I do? What should I do? Crushed, he kept asking himself over and over. At last, footage of someone performing an evil ritual to summon a legendary demon god on television gave him a bold idea. Perhaps. Does this place always get so crowded at this time every month? Right outside the loan shark den where he often borrowed money by pawning goods, Shinichi inquired with a glint in his eyes. Yes, we should get together at least once every month. Listening to his younger brother's unsuspecting words, Shinichi secretly made up his mind. He sought out his best friend, a professor in the chemistry department, and asked for help. Shinichi, are you really sure about this? Hearing his best friend's decision, Shun's friend frowned. It's already decided. Please, Sora, this is my last hope. After a long silence, the friend named Sora ultimately decided to teach him some things and, at great personal risk, secured the materials he needed. Finally, during another gathering of those people, Shun pretended to repay a debt, secretly assassinated the two lackeys assigned to deal with him in the room, and quietly planted explosives. Bang! With a loud boom, Shinichi stumbled to his feet. He had miscalculated the dosage and power. The explosion had injured him severely. Blood continuously flowed from his nostrils and ears, yet he seemed oblivious as he frantically arranged the corpses and still twitching bodies into the ritual pattern he'd once seen on television. Oh great demon god, I beg you, please save my daughter. When the ritual circle began to glow, Shinichi's heart was filled with nothing but exhilaration. Perhaps her daughter really could be saved, even if it meant possibly selling her soul to the devil. Save your daughter? After quickly skimming through the middle-aged man's memories, Levi immediately decided to take him under his wing. Whether it was his radiant light of conviction, his rapid learning ability, or his ruthless efficiency in single-handedly dismantling a criminal syndicate, Levi found all of it thoroughly impressive. I can cure your daughter, but for now, I can only preserve her life. Subsequent treatments, and even a complete cure, will require achievements in exchange. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. I do. The middle-aged man cowed out frantically, his face overcome with barely restrained ecstasy. Very well. Li Wei immediately infused this middle-aged man named Zhini with the law of metal. He gently pressed his finger to Shinichi's forehead, imparting some basic knowledge with a simple touch, then whispered softly, "From today onward, your codename shall be Shinho, Monkey of the Zodiac." As he spoke, Li Wei began gradually fading within the magical circle. Strive hard. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Watching the great Tengu vanish and sensing the sudden surge of power within him, Shinichi froze for a brief moment before sprinting frantically toward the hospital where his daughter lay. Seeing the color return to his daughter's cheeks and noticing her visibly regained strength, Shinichi could no longer hold back. Tears of overwhelming joy streamed down his face. At last, his daughter would not die. Aki, how do you feel? Does it still hurt? Much better now, it's just a little sore right here. Looking at his well-behaved daughter, Shinichi gently stroked her forehead. He understood his daughter well. Even when she was in real pain, she would say it didn't hurt just to keep him from worrying. Just endure it a little longer, you'll feel better soon. Staring out the window, Shinichi's gaze suddenly turned ruthless. For his daughter's sake, he wouldn't hesitate to sell his soul, descend into hell, or transform into a demon. Chapter 58, and then there's the former Prime Minister. According to official sources, owing to various reasons, the position of prime minister will not be filled in the near future. In front of the television, Shinichi frowned deeply at this news, feeling thoroughly displeased. How can these people just not appoint a new prime minister? Without a prime minister, where would his achievements come from? Recalling the merits the demon lord had explained to him, Shinichi immediately thought of those prime ministers who had been assassinated by senior members of their organization. In Jinny's view, everyone was probably just using the prime minister to boost their accomplishments. Without any supernatural abilities, dying at the slightest touch, being conspicuously positioned, and yielding substantial results, isn't this just the perfect tool for pure, unadulterated achievement? Though some people did it out of hatred, some to win favor, and others simply felt awkward not joining in when everyone else was killing one. But in essence, it all pretty much amounted to the same thing. After all, it was always about trading the prime minister's head to gain something. But now, the official announcement states that no new prime minister will be appointed for the time being, so where will his achievements come from? Shinichi, though ambitious at this moment, wasn't getting ahead of himself. Apart from the prime minister, only those righteous exorcists could be considered major achievements. But since he had only recently acquired his abilities, there was undoubtedly a gap between him and them. Moreover, according to the current rumors, those righteous demon hunters often prefer to operate in groups, making it even harder for him to take action. Going after them alone would probably just get him beaten up and hung out to dry? What should I do? Looking at his daughter's frowning little face even in sleep, Shinichi began thinking rapidly, his mind racing. Wait, maybe I could kill the former prime minister too. A bold idea suddenly occurred to Shinichi. Although a former prime minister's status and influence couldn't possibly compare to the current one, small increments accumulate into something substantial. As long as I pull off several hits, it should be roughly equivalent to killing a sitting prime minister. Due to the frequent changes in prime ministers on the island nation, combined with the longevity of many individuals, a considerable number of former prime ministers have accumulated to this day. By a rough estimate, there were exactly 10, no more, no less. Of course, not all prime ministers remained within the country, and their whereabouts were often difficult for ordinary people to pinpoint, unlike the clearly defined position of the current prime minister. Fortunately, Shinichi was no ordinary person either. Unlike Yuriko, Izumi, Nai, and the others who were once at the bottom of the social ladder, Shinichi, as a well-known professor, still had some connections and resources of his own. Due to the explosion scene earlier revealing signs of a heretical god sacrificial ritual, combined with the absence of any surveillance footage, Shinichi's identity as an executive with the Demon Eyes faction hadn't been exposed. To this day, people still assumed it was just another ordinary cultist incident. For Shinichi, this was an opportunity. Soon, through subtle hints and indirect inquiries, Shinichi quietly managed to piece together a rough understanding of these former prime ministers. Due to the unique national circumstances, prime ministers in island nations here rarely retire completely from politics even after stepping down. Most continue their political activities in various capacities and positions. Some with left-leaning tendencies, finding little room for action in key strongholds like Tokyo where U.S. military and capitalist factions dominate, often engage in activities abroad after leaving office, offering apologies, conducting visits, and promoting grassroots-friendly exchanges with neighboring countries. Others remain overseas due to illness or other reasons, choosing not to return. According to Shinichi's thorough investigation, there are approximately 3 former prime ministers currently abroad. 2 others, either indifferent to fame and fortune or completely washed up, have returned to their rural hometowns or moved to other cities. Their current whereabouts remain completely unknown, making it impossible for him to investigate in the short term. Presently, there are still 5 former prime ministers actively involved in Tokyo's political scene, maintaining public visibility with frequent appearances. 5 of them? Looking at the 5 photographs in his hand, Shinichi fell into thought. 5? That should be enough. This number was probably his limit. If things go as he predicts, the first 2 should be relatively easy, but once the authorities catch on, each subsequent attempt will only grow more difficult. Even if it's just 5, whether he can succeed remains completely uncertain. In sprawling Tokyo, with such vast distances between targets, assassinating 5 former prime ministers in succession while racing against official intelligence, that's no easy feat. But it doesn't matter, he'll take however many he can get. Each kill counts as earned merits, while no attempt means absolutely nothing. At this thought, Shinichi's eyes began to gleam with determination. Whoosh! With rapid motions, Shinichi flung 5 metal chopsticks, pinning each former prime minister's photo to the door panel in swift succession. Next, I need a detailed plan. Suddenly, Shinichi had an inspiration. Perhaps I can find a way to first understand their current situation. With this in mind, Shinichi quickly used various connections to reach out to Tokyo's largest television station. Excuse me, Mr. Shinichi, are you saying you want to interview those former prime ministers? Exactly. Shinichi wore a kind smile on his face. I'm planning to write a book titled Those Great Prime Ministers, using the stories of these prime ministers to thread together our country's modern history. I hope to receive your assistance. Thanks to Shinichi's considerable social standing, he soon received news that the former prime ministers in Tokyo were all willing to be interviewed by him. For these politicians still active in the political arena, the opportunity to participate in writing a book that would greatly enhance their prestige was simply too good to pass up. Soon, Shinichi began his interviews. Thanks to his kind and radiant smile, as well as the good reputation he had built up over the years, no one could have imagined that Shinichi had now become the core boss of the antagonists. Our family story must begin with my father. The former prime minister being interviewed rambled on endlessly. When recounting the so-called glorious history of his father's involvement in those wars, he even seemed quite smug. Hearing these words, Shinichi gradually furrowed his brows. As someone who had once been relatively righteous, he had always felt disgust towards these war criminals. Especially after having a child himself as a father, he could empathize all the more with the families who had suffered harm. Even if, for his daughter's sake, he might someday have to hurt innocent people, it would only be as a last resort, something he'd do with guilt weighing on his heart. How could anyone possibly take pleasure in such acts? His heart was utterly disgusted, but Shinichi's face remained expressionless, even smiling warmly in response. Upon hearing the request that he portray the man positively in his book, Shinichi gave a faint smile and nodded in agreement. The tome Great Prime Ministers won't be making an appearance, but I could certainly feature you in Prime Minister's death records. Shinichi mused silently. With minimal effort, Shinichi swiftly interviewed all 5 former prime ministers, gathering copious amounts of information from them. Intel acquired. Now we just need to figure out the execution process and action route. Continuously sketching across the locations marked on the 5 prime ministerial maps, Jinny rapidly engaged his mind in swift calculations. Chapter 59, Securing 5 Kills with Ease. Jinny, are you really decided on this? Although Shinichi's actions had fooled everyone, they undoubtedly couldn't deceive the friend who had always been helping him. Shaking his head, Shinichi said firmly, "There's no turning back for me now. Besides, I don't want to turn back." Sighing, Sora looked at his friend. "What about your daughter? Don't tell me you've dug a hole outside to hide her away?" Facing his friend's inquiry, Shinichi dodged a direct answer. "It might be a bit tough, but staying alive is what matters most. I can't bring myself to entrust her to others, nor can I let her keep living in the city." Listening to Shinichi's words, Sora frowned. "Doesn't she have anyone to look after her? Little Aki is very sensible, she can take care of herself. What if one day you die in battle?" Faced with his friend's persistent questioning, Shinichi couldn't respond. He had once been an ordinary person, and now he'd turned into a demon's lackey, compelled to act against his will. How could there be so many perfect solutions? All he could do was take things one step at a time. After a long silence, Sora seemed to reach some decision. "I'll go with you." "Ha? I said I'll join the demons and monsters with you." Rolling her eyes, Kong stared at him speechlessly. "This way, someone can look after your daughter. You can go about your business with peace of mind, and if you ever die in battle, at least she won't starve to death." Before Makoto could refuse, Sora cut him off. "Enough talk. You know I have no kids, my wife's divorced, no baggage, and Akemi's like a daughter to me. I won't stand by watching her suffer. Besides, assassinating 5 prime ministers back-to-back will get dicey. Let me handle one, it'd lighten your load." Listening to his friend's resolution, Makoto fell silent. True friendship is often revealed only in times of adversity. All his former friends had long since distanced themselves because he kept borrowing money for his daughter's illness. Only this childhood friend stood by him, not only giving him most of his monthly salary but even risking his safety to secure explosives for him. Now this friend was willing to abandon a comfortable life to join him as an enemy of humanity, fleeing into oblivion. He genuinely didn't know how to repay such profound loyalty. "Stop overthinking it. When my mom was sick and you lent me money, your expression wasn't like this at all." By the end of his speech, Kong, already middle-aged, started mimicking the playful gestures of his youth. "Don't you dare underestimate the bond between us, you bastard. Since childhood, whether it was playing soccer or getting into fights, we've always been together. This time is no exception. Thank you." All along, Shinichi had considered his life somewhat unfortunate. His wife passed away early, and his child fell ill. But looking at it from another perspective, having a virtuous wife, a well-behaved daughter, and a brother willing to fight alongside him to the death, seemed not so bad after all. Without hesitation, Shinichi and Sora immediately began discussing the details of assassinating the prime ministers. "Leave this guy to me." Pointing at the person located farthest on the map, Koku made his decision. "By the time you kill the second and approach the third, they'll likely catch on. Call me when that happens." "Okay." Shinichi never doubted his friend's capability. In a country where even the sitting prime minister could be assassinated by a civilian, dealing with a former prime minister whose security was relatively lax would be child's play for someone of his friend's skills. Soon after finalizing the details and their meeting point, the two went their separate ways to begin the operation. At a sanatorium, Shinichi quickly found his first target. Since he had already made prior visits, Shinichi's meeting went quite smoothly. During what appeared to be a pleasant conversation, Shinichi unconsciously activated his ability. While no one was paying attention, he liquefied several metal balls with his power, forced them down the other person's throat, then made them expand to the size of eggs. The balls grew barbs that lodged firmly in place, completely blocking the airway. "Hurry, doctor. The former prime minister seems to be choking." Amidst the chaotic crowd surrounding them, Shinichi retreated and broke into a sprint. At top speed, he arrived at his second target's location and once again conducted a friendly visit. Soon enough, this prime minister too collapsed, clutching his chest in pain. In the midst of Shinichi's panicked cries and expression of yet another heart attack flare-up, Shinichi swiftly pulled back again. Did the former prime minister have heart problems? Under the driver's puzzled gaze, Shinichi set off for the next location. Just as Shinichi had anticipated, the successive deaths of two former prime ministers quickly drew attention from others. In the past, without the occurrence of supernatural incidents, people might not have made the connection immediately, and it might have taken all 5 leaders being eliminated before anyone noticed. But now, with demons appearing frequently, the efficiency across the island nation has sharply increased. Moreover, Shinichi's actions weren't exactly discreet. Soon, someone connected the sudden deaths of the 2 prime ministers and keenly noticed that Shinichi seemed to play some crucial role in them. So when Shinichi tried the same old trick and visited the 3rd prime minister, he was finally blocked. Realizing he'd been exposed, Shinichi simply decided to force his way through. These ordinary people were no match for Shinichi, they couldn't even slow him down. Soon enough, Shinichi rushed straight upstairs and burst into his target's presence. With a swift kick, Shinichi sent his opponent flying out the window, then leaped down after him, landing another heavy stomp on the chest before striding away unhurriedly. Meanwhile, spurred by Shinichi's alert, Sora swiftly sprang into action. Under Sora's remote control, a car packed with explosives crashed through the wall with brutal precision, slamming directly into the startled face of the former prime minister mid-sip, before erupting into a towering pillar of searing flames. Frowning slightly, Sora voiced his hesitation with uncharacteristic uncertainty. Did it really succeed this easily? Glancing at the 5 other remote-control toy cars loaded with explosives beside him, along with various modified weapons, Kong scratched his head speechlessly. If he'd known, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble preparing all this. Finally, the last former prime minister, upon receiving confirmation that someone was indeed attacking them, immediately jumped into a car and fled toward the righteous faction's headquarters. Yoda and his group also began to move, coming to assist. By planting trackers in metallic objects like the target's car and watch beforehand, Shinichi swiftly caught up to the target. Finally, just as Yoda's face came into the former prime minister's field of vision, a figure leapt violently from the adjacent high-rise, crashing onto the car's roof in an instant, followed immediately by countless dense metal spikes of varying sizes bursting out from inside the vehicle. Yoda! Late again! These demon eye operatives, each more treacherous than the last, always skulking around doing shady business. He was seriously itching to curse them out. Seeing the murderous glint in Yoda's eyes, Shinichi didn't hesitate, he bolted. "Hey, don't you dare run." Shinichi didn't even glance back. Only an idiot wouldn't run. Soon, Shinichi found a sewer manhole cover, leapt through the metal, and vanished from Yoda's sight. Continuously turning the metal pipes behind him into obstacles, Shinichi quickly shook off his pursuers. These guys sure know how to make trouble. After some thought, Levi credited Shinichi with an achievement and whispered in his ear, "Well done. Your daughter can be spared a month of suffering for now. In any case, encouragement should still be given where it's due." But this way, the final villainous subordinate I had planned for would probably have no prime minister left to assassinate. As for the remaining former prime ministers, if they have any sense at all, they'll definitely stay abroad, refusing to return no matter what. It's not like I can force them to appoint a new prime minister just to have him killed, can I? Several hours later, Shinichi took Sora to the hidden underground base he had secretly dug in the wilderness. After confirming his daughter was truly no longer in pain, Shinichi happily popped open champagne with Sora. Although little Aki didn't fully understand, she raised her glass of milk and joined the celebration. Cheers! In any case, since Great Tengu-sama had approved, his efforts weren't wasted, he had taken the first step. Seeing his subordinates each establishing their own secret bases, Levi fell deep in thought. Perhaps he should create one too, the villain's headquarters. Moreover, the divine power gained from assassinating the prime minister was underwhelming. Maybe the public had grown tired of it and become indifferent. In that case, it was time for him to take more radical action. Chapter 60, Kill Count. After surveying the surrounding terrain, Levi ultimately decided to establish the villain's headquarters underwater. Finding a suitable location outside Tokyo Bay, Levi dug out a massive cavern in the sidewall hundreds of meters beneath the ocean's surface. Compared to the potential harassment faced on land, the depths of the sea remained an unexplored forbidden realm for humanity. Setting up a small illusion casually wouldn't be noticed by anyone. Besides, hardly anyone would come exploring here in the first place. With someone like Izuna, a water ability user, active in the area, no submarines or the like would dare to linger nearby. With Li Wei's simple embellishments, a massive statue of the Tengu deity was erected, and with the addition of a waterproof light barrier, this underwater base was instantly constructed. Immediately after, Li Wei began summoning his villainous executives to report ashore. Soon, Yuriko, Izuna, Rin, and Shinichi began gathering on the coast above the base. At their first meeting, they all sized each other up. Aside from Yuriko and Izuna, the others hadn't really met before. Rin might have occasionally crossed paths with them while carrying out recruitment missions for demon subordinates, but there was hardly any interaction. Shinichi was even newer, so they certainly hadn't met him before. With a flicker in her eyes as if struck by some thought, Yuriko pretended to feel unbearably hot and took her scissors off her back, fanning herself with them. My, it's so hot. Watching Yuriko in silent disbelief, Izumi secretly rolled her eyes. Since when do transcendents feel heat? Who do you think you're fooling? Knowing full well the other party was showing off, Izuna still couldn't resist asking. Yuriko, where did you get those scissors? Oh, these scissors? Of course they're weapons bestowed upon me by great Tengu-sama. Don't tell me you don't have any? No way, no way. Damn it. My fists are clenched tight. Izuna balled his hand into a fist, barely restraining the urge to strike someone, and turned his head aside. Has my performance been lacking recently? How could I fail to receive Lord Tengu's reward? I must accomplish even greater deeds when I return. Meanwhile, Rin also glanced suspiciously at Yuriko, furrowing her brows in secret. This guy really does seem to be known online as the #1 lackey under Lord Tengu's command. Just wait, sooner or later, that title will be mine. A strange undercurrent of competition quietly began among several people. Only Shinichi was a complete newbie, barely understanding anything and too timid to speak. He could only keep a cold expression, pretending to be an expert to hide his insecurity. The truth was, Li Wei hadn't neglected to prepare weapons for Izuna and the others. But currently it's still a work in progress. The weapon needs to be sturdy yet not overly lethal. Preferably, it should also enhance visual effects during fights, flashy and elaborate, to boost faith cultivation effects. Crafting something like this isn't simple at all. Soon, under Levi's direction, the group began their descent into the ocean depths. Yuriko used telekinesis to create an isolation barrier, descending with effortless grace. Shinichi simply metallized his body, crossing his arms as he plunged straight downward. Izuna, needless to say, was inherently a master of water control. Only Rin seemed to encounter some minor issues. Her abilities apparently weren't suited for underwater scenarios like this. Do you need my help? Facing Izuna's invitation, Rin resolutely shook her head. No way. If she relied on others' help now, wouldn't that just make her look like some low-ranking underling? Diving straight in, Ling started swimming with her hands. Fortunately, since her body was strong enough, Ling swam quite fast. Well, that's Ling for you, fiercely determined till the end. Soon, in the underground secret base, the group met Levi, who had transformed into a great Tengu. Kneeling before Levi, the men awaited his commands with reverence. I require more blood, souls, and fear. Though his followers had been active recently, the growth of his divine power seemed to be regressing once more. After careful consideration, Levi realized the issue likely stemmed from insufficient bloodshed. When clever mortals discovered these demonic activities posed no immediate threat to their lives, their fear naturally diminished greatly. Perfect timing. As my divine power grows, so does the strength of my followers. I can set them loose to act freely and harvest even more fear. 10,000 souls. I need you to sacrifice 10,000 souls for me. After careful consideration, Levi decided to start with a trial run of 10,000 people. Being a god is actually quite tricky. You can't let too few people die, or it affects the total harvest, but you also can't kill too many, as that would likewise impact the final yield. The only option is to periodically call and stir up major events to maintain a relatively strong level of faith. Just like the gods and demons in myths and legends, there would be frequent occurrences of various monsters wreaking havoc, world-ending floods, divine infernos, to incite massive fear, while ensuring most ordinary people survived without shaking the foundation. Now that's the right way to reap the harvest. Exchanging glances, Yuriko, Izumi, and the others weren't particularly surprised. Perhaps from the moment they pledged themselves to the demon god, they had anticipated this day would come. Lord Tengu, are there any specific requirements for these candidates? In the end, it was Izuna who cautiously voiced the question. The others also paused slightly, as if awaiting Levi's answer. Li Wei naturally understood that none of them were inherently bad people. They would never want to kill innocent bystanders just to meet quotas. More likely, they'd round up some criminals to fill the numbers. Even if the targets weren't enough, they might at most resort to entrapment tactics or provoke government militias, letting the other side strike first just to ease their own psychological burdens. Not that Li Wei particularly minded either way. In Li Wei's eyes, criminals made rather poor providers of divine power. While they might feel fear the same as decent folk, those facing Yang Tai's protective sacrifices showed precious little gratitude, generally just scraps barely worth mentioning. Attacking government forces, the very institutions ordinary people rely on, and inflicting casualties would undoubtedly amplify their fear. There are no criteria. It matters not whether you target the righteous, the wicked, or anyone in between. I require only results. Gazing down at them indifferently, Levi declared, there are 4 of you, which means each must offer 2,500 souls. You have 1 month. Ensure it is done. Yes. Hearing Levi impose no further demands, the group exhaled in unison before promptly replying in agreement. Soon after receiving their orders, the group returned to the sea surface. Exchanging glances, they seemed to realize that the others were probably just like themselves, people unwilling to harm the weak. Do any of you need help, or face any difficulties? Senju suddenly spoke. No need, my men already have some targets in sight. We'll gather enough soon. Yuriko smiled faintly and countered, what about you? Don't end up failing your mission and incurring Lord Utengu's punishment. Impossible. My team recently recruited many fishermen who know the coastal cities well. We'll gather enough soon too. Shinichi also shook his head. This was his performance metric. How could he possibly let someone else take it? No need, my good friend already anticipated this situation and made preparations in advance. Ring. Why does everyone seem to have subordinates and companions? Am I the only one who doesn't? What's going on here? I feel like some low-ranking officer or something. Ah, damn it. After parting ways with the others, Rin angrily kicked a stone by the seaside. No, I need to recruit people too. Chapter 61, everyone, charge together. Originally, the quota of just 2,500 people each wasn't difficult for Yuriko and the others. In fact, it was quite simple. According to their own estimates, gathering enough would take at most a week, allowing them to submit the task ahead of others and showcase their abilities. However, Yoda, I sense demonic aura. Transformed into Yasuji Kenshin, Li Wei addressed Yoda and the others. Demon's aura? Under Yoda and his companions' astonished gazes, and fearing they might not grasp the location clearly, Li Wei simply marked the approximate urban area on the map. I can sense the demons are heading this way. Since we're harvesting emotions, how could we not let Yoda and the others make an appearance and reap a wave of positive emotions? Compared to the ever-growing fear of the villains, the positive emotions people have for Yoda and his group are still too scarce. This is the perfect opportunity to boost their reputation. Li Wei declared that he wants it all, both positive and negative emotions, savoring double portions. Teacher, are you saying that demons are going to attack humans here? That's right, I can feel it, they're brewing a terrible sacrifice. Hearing this, Yoda didn't hesitate for a second and immediately gathered his people. In a fair fight, Yoda and his group, who had something to protect, would undoubtedly be toyed with like spinning tops. It was like 2 tigers locked in battle. Expecting one of them to find time mid-fight to protect a rabbit would be nearly impossible, let alone when the attack came by surprise. So, Levi decided to give them a full map hack. Soon, under Yoda's arrangements, a large number of his subordinates were dispatched to various cities, while he himself set out with Chizuru and the others to take action. You can stay and guard the headquarters, Tetsuya. Fearing another decoy maneuver might lure him away, Yoda pondered briefly before deciding to leave Tetsuya behind to guard the base. Compared to others who might suffer sudden demon attacks, Tetsuya's earth-based abilities undoubtedly make him the most resilient. Even if something goes wrong, he wouldn't likely lose a teammate. Moreover, with Tetsuya currently having relatively weaker offensive capabilities, he can hardly play a significant role in pursuits. Meanwhile, Yuriko and the others had already begun moving. Lord Midera, may I follow you? Yuriko's subordinates had always been actively monitoring online bullying help requests, with some even going so far as to create a dedicated website. After verifying the authenticity of these requests, Yuriko would step in to offer the bullies as sacrifices, while also recruiting new followers in the process. The plea from the young girl before her was nothing new to Yuriko. After subtly probing the girl's soul to confirm her honesty, Yuriko nodded in acceptance of her allegiance. However, relying solely on this kind of behavior would undoubtedly fall short of meeting the quota. After some thought, Yuriko dashed toward the city center. It seems the only way left is to boost performance through entrapment. Soon, thanks to Yuriko's brazen actions, a crowd gathered to surround her. These guys got stronger? Watching the armed figures in the distance, Yuriko frowned. Before, she could have knocked ordinary people like them unconscious from extreme distances with just a focused thought. Now, all she managed was giving them brief headaches and dizzy spells. So it's the Demon Extermination Bureau's people. Yuriko thought of the extraordinary capabilities developed by ordinary people. In reality, these modern weapons could still pose a threat to Yuriko and her kind. It's just that those who wielded them in the past were far too weak. Take Yuriko for example, if someone aimed a gun at her from a kilometer away, she'd sense it instantly. With a mere flick of her mental wave, the attacker would collapse unconscious. The same went for Suzu, whose skills were instant cast and mind razor-sharp, unless overwhelmed by concentrated firepower, she'd always strike first. Now that eliminating them had become more difficult, their threat level had undoubtedly escalated several tiers. TCH, just a minor inconvenience. Yuriko snorted coldly. Such a small number of people won't be enough to stop her. However, just as Yuriko was preparing to charge, a voice suddenly came from the building beside her. Everyone, attack together. Under Yuriko's stunned gaze, Yuta, along with Chizuru, Ryusuke, and Haruna, teamed up to surround and attack her. Especially Ryosuke, who dramatically shouted something about friendship and bonds before charging forward. Why are they here? A large question mark practically appeared above Yuriko's head. Whoosh! Dodging the wind arrows shot at her, Yuriko didn't hesitate and immediately turned to flee. Against Yuta alone, or any single opponent for that matter, she probably wouldn't have backed down. But facing so many opponents at once, especially with modern military forces bolstered by supernatural powers, would be suicidal. The chase lasted a full half hour until Yuriko leapt into the river. Since their abilities weren't particularly effective underwater, they eventually gave up pursuit. Soon enough, Yuzu encountered the exact same situation on the other side. Having previously felt like a low-ranking subordinate, Yuzu ultimately decided to return to her former prison and release some relatively familiar comrades. Having spent several years in that prison, Yuzu had a clear understanding of who possessed genuine capability and who remained relatively dependable. Now, under her command, she had gathered a vast array of talented individuals. There were those skilled in making explosives, some adept at mechanical modifications, political prisoners, fraudsters, and even a modern-day unemployed ninja reduced to stealing for survival. However, these individuals were still unfamiliar with their new surroundings, so they couldn't be of much help to Rin yet. Ultimately, Rin decided to take on the self-defense forces alone as her performance target. Yet, in the very next second, charge together everyone! Staring at the familiar golden flames before her, Ling froze in shock. Damn, this unlucky? Charging headfirst into the enemy's main forces right away? This time, without the rainy weather advantage nor having managed to ambush the enemy's ground troops first, Ling chose to flee. It was the same familiar one-hour chase, but in the end, Rin only managed to escape by plunging into the sea. Soon, Izumi and Shinichi found themselves in similar situations. However, they had it slightly better than Yuriko's group. One worked only along the coastline while the other specialized in navigating sewage systems. Even if caught, their pursuers could do little to them. But under such relentless interception and pursuit, their plan of meeting the weekly quota easily was undoubtedly doomed to fail. Could it be they possess some divine artifact capable of detecting our mana fluctuations? After several rounds of pursuit and evasion, the quartet of villainous bosses reconvened, exchanging intelligence among themselves. I think we should strike simultaneously. Izuna suddenly stepped forward to offer his suggestion. They have limited manpower and certainly can't pursue all of us at once. If they split up, we don't fear them one-on-one, there's even a chance we could turn the tables and take them out. Nobody objected to Izuna's proposed idea. Everywhere they went these past few days, it was always the same old charge together routine. They were completely fed up with it. Soon, the group agreed on a synchronized time for their movements, selecting widely separated directions on the map to prevent the enemy from providing timely reinforcements. And just after those people left, Izuna started scheming in his little head. Since they were drawing away all the enemy's main forces, perhaps he could finally begin executing his grand plan. Thinking this, Izuna couldn't help but let a smile creep across his face. Sorry about this, but I alone am the most capable officer under Lord Tengu's command. Chapter 62, The Nuclear Wastewater Advances. Due to the typhoon's influence, the following areas will experience heavy rainfall tomorrow and the day after. Watching the news on TV, Izunami felt that at last the opportunity had arrived. Long ago, Izunami had nurtured an immense ambition to make those Tokyoites who once ignored him taste the bitterness of nuclear wastewater too. Before, due to a lack of strength and the timing not being right, he had hesitated to take action. But now, this plan seemed finally ready to be put into motion. Stepping out of his fishing boat, Uchiha looked at his subordinates, all eagerly watching him, and suddenly raised his hand in a commanding gesture. Instantly, the entire group roared with excitement. Whoa! Most of Uchiha's followers were discontented individuals who had either lost their jobs or suffered drastic income cuts due to the nuclear wastewater discharge policy. They scoffed at all the online criticism, accusing them of siding with demons. I can't even afford to eat, and you're telling me I shouldn't ally with demons? These people also harbored innate resentment toward the elites in Tokyo. When it came to the nuclear wastewater flooding Tokyo, they were all for it, hands and feet raised in approval. Soon, under Izuna's arrangement, these individuals began taking action one after another. Upon closer inspection, one could see these individuals occasionally shimmering with an eerie blue radiance, possessing extraordinary strength. They were all supernatural beings specially modified by Izuna. Unlike Yuta and Yuriko who nurtured ordinary people's life and soul energy, Izuna's divine law lacked such convenient features for cultivating subordinates. So Izuna took a different approach and chose another method. By injecting his own blood into others' bloodstreams, these people could gain a trace of divine nature. Although relatively weak in power, Izuna's stature was that of a true demigod. A single drop of his blood held extraordinary effects. Particularly with his mastery over the water law, it allowed his blood to parasitize these individuals in a peculiar manner. If they strayed too far from him, these people would remain nothing more than ordinary humans with slightly enhanced physiques. But if the distance was close enough, one could obtain partial control over his water manipulation power through resonance, instantly becoming a superior henchman wielding extraordinary abilities. To some extent, this could be considered a divine technique that Izumi had painstakingly developed. Finally, as time passed, it was at last the predetermined hour for joint action with Yuriko and the others. Yuriko, Rin, and Maki began proceeding according to plan, while Izumi quietly held her position in reserve, playing the role of the lurking sixth player. With Li Wei calling out positions again, Yuta and the others sprang into action. Chizuru, you take this side. Ryo, you're over here. After a glance at Hina, Yuta still didn't feel comfortable leaving the weakest member, who hadn't developed many abilities yet, on her own, so he kept her by his side. This formation had become their standard setup during these days of confrontation with Izumi, Nana and Yuriko's group. He, Chizuru, and Ryo, with the support of hundreds of modern soldiers possessing supernatural abilities, were more than capable of suppressing all the villainous executives who had surfaced these days. As for the remaining individual, thousands of supernatural soldiers were mobilized to overwhelm them with sheer numbers, and there were virtually no mishaps in this approach. Over these days, they had long grown accustomed to this standard response pattern. Originally, Izuna had planned, regardless of who blocked him, to harness the weather, unleash floods, and test whether he could forcibly breach Tokyo's defenses. However, seeing that Izuna was about to make a big move, Levi decided to turn off the full visibility map related to him. Who is it? Leaping up suddenly and slashing at a dark shadow, Levi's sword Sing clone landed again, now coughing up blood. Teacher, are you alright? It's nothing, just some ignorant little demons who don't know their place. They've already been severely wounded by me. Saying this, Li Wei supported his waist and wobbled as he lay down. I'm not seriously hurt, I just need some rest. Seriously, running on fumes at the critical moment. Seeing that their teacher was fine, Yoda felt reassured and led Chiaki and the others to resume their mission of sniping the Demon King's lieutenants. And at this very moment, Izuna also began to take action. After careful consideration, Izuna chose the target closest to Tokyo, the Tokai Daini nuclear power plant located northeast of Tokyo on the map. The distance from here to Tokyo was very short, less than 100 kilometers. If they moved quickly, they could reach Tokyo in under an hour. Taking advantage of the heavy rain, Izuna and his subordinates silently surrounded the area. Great fog. To prevent anyone from noticing anything amiss and leaking information, Izuna prudently created a thick fog to obscure everyone's vision. Whirlpool. A massive whirlpool began swirling around the nuclear power plant. Under the combined efforts of Izuna and his subordinates, enormous volumes of water gathered and rose higher and higher. At last, with a massive wave crashing down, the entire nuclear power plant was instantly submerged. The people inside barely had time to scream before they were all swallowed by the sea. Moments later, amidst the surging tides, Izuna discovered the reactor core of the power plant. Ra-ag! With Izuna's violent destruction, the reactor core exploded instantly, spewing massive amounts of radioactive material and radiation sources in all directions. Controlling the currents and carrying these radiation sources, Izumi and her group rode the waves, swiftly racing toward Tokyo. Time was of the essence, they had to exploit the timing gap. The farther they advanced before being detected, the greater their chances of successfully delivering the contaminated water and radioactive materials to Tokyo. If intercepted by evolved beings or military forces before arrival, their progress would slow drastically, possibly even leading to failure. Drip drop. The rain continued falling without cease. As the rainwater kept swirling across the ground, the waves churned up by Izuna and his men grew ever higher. Even Izuna found this tremendous volume of water somewhat taxing to control. Frowning, Izuna looked somewhat weary, but his gaze grew increasingly bright. At last, the opportunity to fulfill his dream was right before him. He was no longer an obscure nobody who could perish in some corner without anyone noticing. Now, he had become a true, formidable antagonist, someone whose every move could captivate countless eyes and alter the fates of multitudes. Go forth, Izuna, and let the world hear your voice. Izuna kept shouting in his heart repeatedly. Meanwhile, Yuta finally managed to intercept Yuriko again. Facing only Yuta, Hina, and a small contingent of superhuman troops, Yuriko knew she was outmatched, yet she didn't flee immediately, buying time for the others. That had been their agreement from the start. Since there were two opponents tied up here, the other officers likely faced only single adversaries or merely leaderless superhuman troops elsewhere. While further victories would be difficult on his own front, the situation offered far more opportunities for his comrades elsewhere. Little did Yuriko know she was working hard for Izanai's benefit. Right in the heat of battle, Yuta couldn't help but frown slightly. How strange, I have this uneasy feeling, it feels so familiar. Chapter 63, You Can't Protect Anything. What is that? Waves over 10 meters tall, surging like a dragon straight toward Tokyo. Of course, passers-by weren't blind, and soon enough, someone noticed something was wrong. The news was immediately reported to Tokyo, and it didn't take long for people to suspect that this was the work of a demon or another villainous operative. At first, no one panicked too much. Though the water volume was substantial, compared to natural floods, it was still too small, insufficient to pose any catastrophic threat to Tokyo given the city's scale. However, just then, news of the nuclear power plant going dark was simultaneously placed on the officials' desks. Connecting the dots and calculating the direction from which the demons were approaching, someone finally realized what Izuna had done and what would come next. Damn it, they're trying to. The thought of that terrifying possibility finally made the ministers unable to maintain their calm expressions. If the other side really managed to pour nuclear wastewater into Tokyo, wouldn't they truly become the great nuclear nation? Hurry, go and bring Yoda and the others back immediately. Just as the officials in Tokyo were crying for help while calling in reinforcements, Izuna seemed to finally realize that he had been exposed. However, this was within expectations. It was understandable that the earlier stretch had few people, but if no one noticed us reaching Tokyo's core area, that would be absurd. Full speed ahead. Woohoo! At Izuna's command, his subordinates howled like ghosts and wolves in response, enthusiastically throwing themselves into their tasks. The group stood menacingly on the water, roaring and shrieking, creating an eerie scene reminiscent of mythological demons wreaking havoc upon the mortal world. Soon afterward, Yoda and his companions finally received the distress call from Tokyo. His face darkening, Yoda glared at Yuriko through gritted teeth. I understand now. Ha? Yuzuki stared at Yoda with confusion, her face full of question marks. What on earth has this guy figured out? First you sent someone to ambush my teacher, temporarily disabling his ability to track your location. Then you demon-eye executives lured us out here, acted out this whole charade to stall for time, all to help that guy destroy the nuclear plant and flood Tokyo, right? Yuzuki, I recognize every single word you're saying, but why can't I understand them when they're strung together? Alright, as expected of the cunning and treacherous Demon King's army. This time I failed to see through your strategy, I admit defeat. With that, Yuta turned and dashed quickly toward Tokyo. If it were just about stopping these executives from causing destruction, modern armed forces with superhuman powers might barely suffice, or at least buy some time. But once that guy starts pouring nuclear-contaminated water into Tokyo, things would get seriously troublesome. Thinking of this, Yuta couldn't help but show a hint of anxiety on his face. Meanwhile, right behind Yuta after he left, Yuriko finally seemed to have figured something out. Yuriko was no fool, of course. It was just that everything had happened too suddenly earlier for her to react. But now, upon reconsideration. So you're saying this Izuna guy, while verbally agreeing to coordinate with us to boost performance, was actually secretly using us to orchestrate something major behind our backs? With an angry kick that sent a nearby tree toppling, Yuriko couldn't even muster the mood to keep causing trouble. How can this bastard be so despicable? As Yoda and the others began desperately rushing back, Izuna was gradually closing in on the target at this very moment. By his estimation, it would likely take less than 20 minutes to reach Tokyo. Standing on the outskirts of Tokyo, Tetsuya frowned deeply, his eyes filled with confusion and tension. Earlier, when Yoda and the others set out to ambush Yuriko Izumi and her companions, they left him behind at the Tokyo headquarters. Their instructions were clear: minor unexpected incidents could be handled at his discretion, and if a small group of magical eye operatives launched a surprise attack, he could try to intercept them. But no one had told him what to do when faced with a crisis that could destroy the entire city. Thinking of the millions of residents behind him, Tetsuya's gaze gradually grew resolute. No matter what, he couldn't let these creatures break through. Earthen walls. With Tetsuya's ability activation, towering walls of earth erupted from the ground, forming protective barriers of varying sizes. Now, the only person they can rely on is me. As he gazed at the city behind him, Tetsuya's expression grew increasingly resolute. I must, at all costs, hold those bastards here, hold them until Yoda and the others return. Earthen walls, stone walls. At this moment, Tetsuya's heartlight flickered wildly, and his abilities rapidly ascended without pause. At last, 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Izuna finally caught sight of Tokyo's outline. Bang! Planes continued to harass from the skies, but with little effect. If not for the rain, without such an abundance of available water, their attacks might have had some effect. Right now, in weather like this, there's no question this was entirely Uchiha Izuna's domain. With a casual wave, he conjured a watery curtain that solidified into a human-shaped silhouette overhead to block the attack, never even glancing upward as he continued accelerating forward. Soon he finally saw the dense forest of earthen and stone walls arrayed before him. An Earth-style user, he murmured. With a slight frown, Izuna finally began to take things seriously. Gazing at the distant city of Tokyo, Izumi began gathering all her strength. Whoosh! The water began to churn violently, its once loose streams abruptly condensing into an arrowhead, spiraling and coiling as it stirred with ferocious intensity. Bzzz. Under the water's powerful tremors, even the earth began to hum faintly. Boom, boom, boom. Walls of earth and stone collapsed one after another with ease, barely slowing the onslaught. Showing their true strength now? How terrifying. Frowning at this scene, Tetsuya undoubtedly felt the pressure. Suddenly, Tetsuya recalled all those years of misfortune he had endured. Because of his upright character, beaten for opposing shrine visits, beaten for protesting nuclear wastewater discharge, standing against the crowd at various inappropriate events, mocked by society, losing his job, abandoned by his girlfriend, despised by family, until finally, only when arrested and confined to prison could he occasionally eat his fill. I actually despise this country deeply, but precisely because of that, I must change it, not stand by and watch it crumble. Aha! Driven by unwavering resolve, Tetsuya frantically activated his power, summoning a towering earthen wall resembling a small mountain to block the oncoming flood. Zoom! The raging waters crashed violently against the miniature mountain in a frenzy of impact. Amid the collision, feeling the overwhelming pressure on the small hill that could shatter at any moment, Tetsuya desperately pushed his abilities, stubbornly holding on. After what felt like an eternity, the pressure finally began to ease, and Tetsuya, gasping for breath, lifted his head. Did I block it? Seeing that he had managed to withstand such a fierce attack, a faint trace of delight surfaced on Tetsuya's face. And in what followed, after blocking successive attacks from Azuna's second and third onslaughts, this joy became increasingly evident. Good, just like this. Just hold on until Yoda and the others return. Though both mind and body had reached the limits of exhaustion, Tetsuya's gaze instead grew brighter. Yet, seeing the resolute expression on Tetsuya's face, an involuntary mocking smirk emerged at the corner of Azuna's lips. Can you block my attack? But what if I do this instead? Attack now, shouted Azuna, ordering his subordinates to charge simultaneously from both flanks. I am not alone. Under Tetsuya's stunned gaze, Inabe's subordinates split into two streams from the water flow, deftly bypassing his city walls from both sides and continuing straight toward Tokyo. Bang! Finally, after suffering heavy blows that shook his spirit, Tetsuya's frontal earth wall couldn't hold for much longer and was shattered head-on by Azuna. Passing by Tetsuya who stood amidst the ruins, Izuna remained atop the surging waves, looking down at his opponent with a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Trying to protect something? What a pity you can't protect anything at all. With those words, Izuna led his army onward, charging straight toward Tokyo. Ha 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 ha. Amidst Azuna's raucous laughter, Tetsuya stood motionless on his stone ledge, as still as a statue. Meanwhile, Yoda and the others were still en route by plane. Chapter 64, Nuclear Waste Floods Tokyo. Bang! Under Azuna's control, colossal waves of water surged like a tsunami, crashing directly against Tokyo's towering skyscrapers. Hurry, run, help! People scattered in panic as they fled in all directions. Compared to the previous Hyaki Yagyo that caused little harm, this time, Izuna truly made them experience what it meant to feel genuine terror from monsters. Paying no heed to the fleeing crowd, Izuna simply moved along the streets of Tokyo, circling repeatedly, doing his utmost to saturate the city with nuclear energy. For some reason, Uchiha suddenly felt the glory of returning home in fine attire, even though this place was not his hometown. Once a powerless and impoverished young man afflicted by illness, he had lived in this city as insignificantly as the lowliest of ants. When he spoke of his sorrow and suffering, these people's faces showed nothing but indifference, even mocking and striking him. But now, empowered as he was, their gazes upon him were filled with nothing but terror. They could no longer ignore the weak self they once were. Ha 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 ha. Izuna laughed wildly, wanting to declare his existence to the world. I worked part-time at this shop before, and the owner shortchanged me by 96 yen. Not 90, nor 100, precisely 96. This amount was enough for Izuna to buy himself a simple bowl of plain noodles for lunch or alternatively, purchase a few painkillers to sustain himself for several more days in his fragile state. During those final, painfully prolonged days of his terminal illness, every single coin left a searing imprint on Izuna's memory. Without hesitation, Izuna summoned a torrent of water and surged forward, utterly demolishing the shop before him. He dragged the shopkeeper out and pinned him beneath the churning waters. I remember, this shopkeeper said we all deserve to suffer, that all country folk should die. Gazing at the familiar scenes, many memories that once seemed faint were now dredged up by Izuna. Every grievance he had suffered in this city was now being repaid tenfold. Running wild through the streets, Izuna and his entourage paraded arrogantly, sowing fear wherever they went. Occasionally, when a displeasing building caught their eye, they would simply smash it to rubble. So, they can feel fear too? They know pain after all? Watching the crowd scatter in disarray, Izumi finally understood. Only when the pain is theirs do these people shed their indifference. Ha 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 ha, if that's how it is, then let's all share this agony together. Amid the rampage, Izuna never forgot to retain his rationality. In such a vast city, flooding it entirely by himself in a short time was absolutely impossible. Moreover, if his guess was correct, someone would soon come rushing back. Once those people returned, such unrestricted freedom to act would likely become impossible. After a brief thought, Izuna extended his power to the sewers. Driven by Izuna's ability, one manhole cover after another burst open, releasing endless streams of sewage mixed with nuclear wastewater from underground. The filthy water splashed wildly across every corner of the city like grotesque fountains. Simultaneously, Izuna directly sabotaged the water supply pipes, allowing countless amounts of nuclear wastewater to flow straight through faucets, delivered directly into every household. From this day forward, this city would become inextricably bound with nuclear contamination. At last, barely composed, Tetsuya caught up again and led the army in surrounding Izuna. At this moment, Tetsuya's eyes were bloodshot like a madman, his power continuously growing, and even Izuna began to feel the pressure. Do you know how many people will die because of this? Oh, then do you know how many people suffered from nuclear leaks and wastewater discharges in my hometown? Facing Tetsuya's questioning, Izuna coldly stared at him and calmly responded. But most of them are just ordinary civilians. The majority are innocent people. But aren't the people from my hometown even more innocent? They built so many nuclear power plants, surely all that electricity wasn't just for us country folk to use? What gives them the right to remain indifferent? What gives them the right not to offer help? What gives them the right not to speak up for us? Locking eyes with Tetsuya before him, Izuna declared firmly, only when everyone becomes equal can it be called true fairness. Isn't that right? You! Watching the furious Tetsuya, Izuna shrugged with both hands. Say whatever you want, I've already done it. Come kill me if you can. Bang! Under the pouring rain, Tetsuya and Izuna battled furiously. In such weather, coupled with his late development of abilities, Tetsuya was almost completely at a disadvantage. However, earth-based abilities were inherently tough, with exceptional endurance, and standing on solid ground provided a natural half-home advantage, so even Izumi couldn't do much to him. Without changing his expression, Izumi signaled to his subordinates with a subtle hand gesture, indicating they should leave first. After all, their objective was already accomplished, why would he still linger here anyway? It was merely about delaying the opposing main force to cover his subordinates' escape. Provoking Tetsuya before him was just another part of his plan, meant to completely occupy the other's attention. It seems power truly changes people. The youth once praised by Levi as honest had not only grown audacious but also increasingly cunning. Finally, thanks to Tetsuya's persistence, Yuta and his group managed to return in time. Finally back, are you? Remembering how Rin had somehow held her own against multiple opponents last time by using the weather to her advantage, Izuna felt not fear but a growing eagerness to try himself. If that damn Rin could do it, then so could I. You all deserve to die. You vile bastards. Yuntai finally couldn't suppress his rage after being robbed repeatedly. One or two thefts were tolerable, but this is getting out of hand? Hiya! Unleashing his vitality without hesitation, Yuntai immediately threw a flurry of punches. Bang! Izuna only felt an immense force hit his chest, sending him sprawling into the water. Chizuru, if you can kill this guy today, the bounty is 1 billion yen. How much? Rolling up her sleeves, Chizuru immediately began firing arrows like a madwoman. 1 billion yen, that's 1 billion yen. She couldn't even imagine how heavenly it would feel to sleep on that much money. Oh no, I think I messed up. Originally, Izuna thought that in such weather, even if the enemies attacked together, killing him would be extremely difficult. Why had they all suddenly powered up like this? Feeling the imminent threat of actual death, Izuna began to flee in panic. After him. While Izuna was desperately running for his life, on the other side of the city, many people who didn't yet know what was happening suddenly felt a strange sense of bewilderment. How strange, why is the water sweet today? Chapter 65, half is more than enough. There was no doubt about it, Izuna had truly messed up this time. Facing Yuta and the others whose killing intent had skyrocketed, Chizuru bolstered by both typhoon weather and her financial attacks, plus Tetsuya who was utterly pissed off to the point of explosion. Izuna suffered a thorough and well-deserved beating. Chased all the way from Tokyo to Osaka, Izuna tried multiple times to escape by jumping into the river, only for Chizuru to anticipate his moves each time, blocking his path and firmly intercepting him. He almost fell into the water, only to be swept back up by a whirlwind. The more arrogant he had acted earlier, the more humiliated Izuna appeared now. Why was it that both were Demon Eye executives, yet Suzume could take on multiple opponents alone, while he could only get beaten to a pulp? For a moment, Izuna couldn't quite figure out the answer. On the difference between a fully divine gear DPS who kills anyone with a glance and a fully divine gear tank who invites anyone to take a few swings. In the end, it was Levi who secretly alerted the other officers to coordinate a rescue, allowing Izuna to barely survive. Otherwise, he might have become the first officer under Levi's command to fall in battle. After teaming up to pull Izuna to safety, before he could even offer thanks, he immediately caught another beating. "You bastard, you actually dared to use us?" Zila. Ling angrily administered electrotherapy to Izuna. Yuriko also turned the scissors around to use them as a hammer, pounding them against Izuna's head repeatedly. "Do you think we're easy to bully?" Shinichi wasn't the type who enjoyed getting involved in such matters. He simply quietly fastened some metal shackles on Izuna's hands and feet, then stood to the side leisurely gazing at the sky. "Wasn't I, technically drawing their main force's attention and buying you guys time?" Izuna attempted to justify himself, but it was clearly ineffective. "Stop hitting me, please stop. If you keep going, I'll really die this time." "Ah." Shifting his gaze from his united and cooperative subordinates, Levi began taking stock of this battle's spoils. Indeed, Izuna's large-scale operation had brought him quite substantial gains. Compared to the fear of unknown demons, the dread of nuclear power undoubtedly feels more tangible and concrete to people. But, relatively speaking, the increase is still too meager. Li Wei roughly understood that perhaps it wouldn't be long before the divine power gains from this region would reach their limit. After all, the population of this country was limited, and most had already been harvested by him, long since incorporated into the divine power production line. Perhaps it's time to consider expanding the map. Though he already had a plan in mind, Li Wei wasn't intending to abandon this island nation as his foundation. He would establish a divine statue here, remotely commanding it through the link with his divine messenger. Since the chosen villainous subordinates weren't too wicked, he only needed to arrange for them to regularly spar with the righteous faction. There was no worry about the awkward scenario where, if he wasn't careful, they'd all be wiped out. However, the statue's influence range still isn't enough at the moment. According to Levi's calculations, the statue's current limit for absorbing divine power was only about half the size of an island nation. To expand the range further, he'd need to construct more statues. This is undoubtedly a wasteful thing. However, such a problem certainly couldn't stump the clever Levi. If expanding the divine statue's range isn't easy, I'll just make their population more concentrated and their territory smaller. With a stroke of his hand across the map, Levi wiped away the entire northern half of the island nation above Tokyo. These cities, according to Levi's plan, will all be destroyed in the coming Great War. Perfect. Doing it this way will also significantly boost the efficiency of divine power harvesting. What's the point of having such vast living spaces anyway? Just leave a portion standing, no need to starve them all to extinction. Without that sensation of a nation being half destroyed, where would the sense of oppression come from? Where would the faith points materialize? Compared to the efficiency of harvesting negative divine power from villains, the positive divine power with Levi has always lagged slightly behind. Some people felt that they were still quite comfortable at the moment, with a decent probability of escaping unscathed, hence their faith remained weak. Some even complained, wondering why exorcists like Young Tai and his team were so useless, they might as well all die. Shockingly, the feedback Levi received from certain individuals was negative divine power. Levi had to shatter these illusions of theirs. Only those who emerge in desperate situations are true saviors. Someone who merely exorcises demons in ordinary times is nothing more than that somewhat useful hero at best. Constantly calculating on the map, Li Wei meticulously planned every detail. After destroying more than half of this nation's cities, there would come a grand decisive battle, dramatically showcasing both the overwhelming oppression of the villains and the righteous value of the hero party. Then his alternate identities as the major boss characters of both factions would temporarily retire under the pretense of injuries, handing over daily operations to Yoda and Yuriko while occasionally reappearing for intense battles to maintain emotional momentum. Then this foundation of his can be considered roughly complete. He only needs to return every year or so, update the current version with iterations, and stage a few major events that would suffice. What comes next is to prepare for battle. For now, both factions still have too few troops to sustain battles on the scale of Levi destroying half the country or to maintain the delicate equilibrium between righteousness and evil. Especially for the villains, relying solely on a demonic army seems far too simplistic. After pondering for a moment, Levi began using the power of creation to condense demon seeds. These so-called demon seeds are essentially fruits imbued with the ability to stimulate the seeds of life that Young Tai possesses. Among the currently developed power factions on the villain side, one consists of Yuriko's Soul Seed Legion under her command, while another is the Blood Resonance Legion, which Izuna cleverly developed through unconventional means. None of these legions are particularly suited to taking hits on the front lines. It's high time we expanded our frontline forces. After some deliberation, Levi decided to add a little something extra to these demon seeds. After all, how can one gain power without paying a price? Ordinary people who consume these demon seeds will find their appearances gradually leaning towards demonization, far more fitting with worldly perceptions, don't you think? No one knew that in just these few minutes of contemplation, Li Wei had determined the fate of an entire nation with a population of hundreds of millions. Next, I still need to find the final antagonist Apostle. In truth, Li Wei had many potential candidates to choose from these past few days, so many, in fact, that it made the selection process overwhelming. Each of Li Wei's pre-selected targets seemed decent enough, yet none appeared significantly stronger than the others. Even though it's our preparation period, we shouldn't let Yuta and Yuriko stay idle. Li Wei quickly distributed several divine artifacts he had prepared in advance to predetermined locations. This would serve as practice for them to adapt to the routine battles after his physical departure. Yuta, I can feel it, the legendary artifacts are about to emerge. Switching to the Sword Sage's avatar perspective, Levi spoke in a grave tone. A divine artifact? Yoda and the others gathered together, faces filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Great Tengu simultaneously issued orders to Yuriko's group. I can sense it, another divine artifact has emerged. You there, go and seize it. Under the Great Tengu's indifferent command, Yuriko and the others immediately knelt on one knee in unison, hastily voicing their compliance. Yes. Chapter 66, The Battle for the Divine Artifact. Master, what powers does this newly appeared divine artifact possess? Facing Yoda's inquiry, Levi cleared his throat and spoke solemnly, if I'm not mistaken, it should be that sword. That sword? Exactly, that sword, the legendary sword of protection. Under normal circumstances, aside from being unbreakable, there's nothing particularly special about it. But when its wielder is on the verge of death, sighing as he gazed into the distance, the sword saint seemed lost in reminiscence. When the sword's master is on the brink of death, it creates a protective barrier that saves their life and even restores some of their injuries. I once had a friend who, after a brief moment of contemplation, a flicker of doubt crossed Yoda's mind. So, this sword once belonged to my predecessors? Why is it now lost in the wilderness? Li Wei. You silly child, so unreasonable, asking every single day, forcing me to spin tales for you. Divine artifacts have spirits, much like the legendary blade Dojijiri Yasutsuna, they each possess their own set of principles. Once they lose their master, they will flee on their own. Moreover, most of them do not distinguish between good and evil in humans. Thus, even the lieutenants serving the Demon King can wield them. History is rife with instances of demons and monsters seizing divine artifacts. Even demons can use it? Hearing this, Yoda grew anxious at once and immediately rallied his forces. Since even demons can use it, there's a chance they might also get the information. It would be troublesome if the demons snatched the divine artifact first. After some thought, Yoda decided to leave Tetsuya behind to guard the house. Originally, Yoda had been worrying, what if the house got raided again with only one person left to defend it? But then it occurred to him, there's practically nothing left to steal now. The Prime Minister was gone, residents were dwindling every day, what did he even have left to fear? Even if it gets stolen again, compared to before, it's just small-scale mischief now. As the saying goes, once my home has already been completely robbed, then I'll never fear losing it again. At this moment, Yoda felt his backbone was firmer than ever before. With Chizuru and the others in tow, Yoda rushed toward the location of the divine artifact that his teacher had told him about. Mount Fuji, for the divine artifact to appear in this place, Yoda actually felt it was only natural for it to be here. As the most renowned and significant mountain on their side, this peak carries too many myths and legends. Finding a divine artifact here wouldn't surprise him even if there were some legendary demon hidden beneath its slopes, he wouldn't bat an eye. This place is actually perfect for us to demonstrate our abilities. After questioning Ryosuke and learning that he could sense underground fires, with his flame abilities and recovery powers greatly enhanced, Yoda quietly let out a sigh of relief. Chizuru also mentioned that being at such high altitudes with strong winds would actually benefit her performance, which slightly eased Yoda's pressure. Their multiple encounters had made him realize their strength was evenly matched. Fighting in unfavorable terrain would undoubtedly turn into a bitter struggle or even an outright defeat. Moreover, mobilizing their forces here would be convenient. Though they had arrived first by plane thanks to Chizuru's wind abilities, reinforcements would soon follow. Of course, he had no idea these terrains had been meticulously chosen by Levi, some favoring the righteous faction, others the villains, because for a proper clash, the battle had to swing back and forth. And when they arrived, they realized that Yuriko and her group had already been waiting at the mountaintop. BZZ, BZZ. Gazing at the ethereal, floating silhouette of the light sword hovering above the summit, Yuta immediately concluded that this must be the legendary divine weapon. It just didn't seem fully manifested yet. Seeing Yoda and his group appear, Yuriko and the others were slightly startled as well. Never expected that they'd come to snatch it too. Without hesitation, they drew their weapons and charged straight at Yoda's group. Yoda's team reacted swiftly, immediately pulling out their weapons to engage in the fierce clash. Wind-fire combo. Hearing Ryosuke shout out the combo move in typical Chinibu fashion, Chizuru rolled her eyes in exasperation but still cooperated by activating her skill. Gale Force. Ryosuke unleashed waves of flame with his ability, which, empowered by Chizuru's wind manipulation, instantly multiplied in scale, transforming into a raging sea of fire. Facing such a ferocious assault, Yuriko and her companions swiftly retreated. Yet soon enough, they too launched their counterattack. You think you're the only ones who can coordinate attacks? Izuna manipulated the melted snow water from the mountains, shaping it into a massive humanoid figure that charged toward Haruto's group with devastating force. Ling also placed her hand on the water construct's body in one fluid motion. Conduct. Crackle. The previously harmless water construct suddenly crackled with lightning, its lethality skyrocketing in an instant. Zoom. The fierce battle raged on relentlessly among the group atop the mountain while, at the same time, Kota's elite supernatural forces from nearby cities were mobilizing and rapidly advancing toward the area. It wouldn't be any fun if you went and interrupted. Li Wei shook his head slightly. What he wanted was an evenly matched battle between his followers, at most with a slight advantage for one side to stimulate their ability to create divine magic, not for either side to utterly dominate with ease. After some thought, Li Wei destroyed the roads along the way to block the enemy's heavy weapon reinforcements and sent out his monster army to begin intercepting. Good timing, it was about time to give the world a glimpse of the Demon King's army's true strength. What is that? Amidst the dust clouds, a vast horde of monsters suddenly appeared, blocking the path of the human army. Clang, clang, clang. The commander leading the team furrowed his brow as he observed the monsters ahead, their exoskeletons like steel, impervious to small arms fire. These demons were far stronger than he had anticipated. Focus on the smaller monsters first. Notify the helicopters. Before he could finish, a swarm of bird-like demons descended from the sky, engaging the helicopters in a fierce aerial battle. Damn it! This is strange. Why hasn't the reinforcements arrived yet? The battle on the mountain had now reached its climax. Both sides still had ample stamina as they furiously exchanged attacks. The delayed reinforcements were beginning to weigh on Yuta, creating a subtle pressure. Meanwhile, Yuriko and her companions on the opposite side were under even greater pressure. Although there was considerable snow on the mountain, which could be considered Izuna's quasi-home ground, the opposing wind and fire abilities had clearly received enhancements, particularly leaning towards offensive capabilities, and were noticeably outperforming them. After exchanging glances, all of them seemed to instinctively arrive at the same cunning idea. Let's kill that girl named Hinata first. Good. Compared to Yuta, Chizuru and Ryu, who have endured long battles and developed their powers for a considerable time, the newly joined Hina is undoubtedly the weakest link. It's only natural to strike at the easiest target first, a principle everyone understands. Zoom. Yuriko's mental explosion left Hina momentarily dazed. Then, lightning-fast paralysis from Rin struck, followed by a heavy slash from Izuna. Visibly, Hina's defensive light sphere was deeply dented by the blow, tumbling as it crashed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Shinichi swung his bat again, sending Hina flying once more. Had Hina not always focused on developing survival techniques, and if Chizuru hadn't quickly shielded her upon seeing the danger, that combo alone might have knocked her out of the fight instantly. Getting up from the ground, Hina began circling around Yoda and the others, adopting a King of Chin circling the pillar strategy, dodging and weaving like flowing water. Clutching her aching, suffocating chest, Hinata kept dodging the relentless beatings from the crowd, feeling utterly helpless. Why? Why must you all target me? Why am I always the one getting bullied? As the saying goes, everyone else gets to show off their skills, only Hinata gets beaten to a pulp. Chapter 67. Who says villains can't power up? It must be said that life and death crises truly can unleash a person's potential. Under the relentless gang assaults from the villain group, Haruka's abilities grew astonishingly fast. In just a short period, Haruka seemed to have developed several prototypes of divine arts. Haruka, watch your flank. Facing the sudden attack from the side, Haruna instinctively summoned a thin shield of light over her hand in her panic. After blocking Izuna's ambush and feeling her stamina drain, Haruna had a sudden inspiration. Sunlight around her began converging toward her body, actually restoring some of her spent energy. What's more, though she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, Haruna even felt her movement speed slightly increase through her manipulation of light energy. Only Levi, watching covertly from the shadows, knew this wasn't an illusion at all. Indeed, this child can only grow stronger when stimulated in this manner. Levi pondered thoughtfully. Unlike others who fight to protect, for money, or for dreams, Hina's sole objective from beginning to end has been to protect herself. As someone who suffered repeated misfortune and persecution, only situations that threaten her personal safety can truly push her limits and squeeze out her full potential. Li Wei seemed to have found the right way to handle Haruna. After some thought, Li Wei gave orders to his subordinates. That girl who wields the power of light possesses the most troublesome anti-magic force against me. Kill her as soon as possible, don't let her grow stronger. Yuriko, Izuna, and the others exchanged glances, their eyes simultaneously lighting up. So that's how it was? Mind blast. Gathering all her soul energy into a single point, Yuriko immediately unleashed her most closely guarded divine technique without hesitation. Bang! Amidst the dust and debris, if Yuta hadn't sensed the danger and similarly unleashed a divine technique to shield Haruna, blocking most of the shockwave, Haruna might have already suffered severe injuries. But it wasn't over yet. Before Haruna, who had been sent flying by the blast, could regain her bearings, Izumi and Shinichi closed in from both sides, their fists simultaneously aimed straight for her face. Strength enhancement. Hardness enhancement. Chizuru swiftly blocked one side, successfully ensuring Hinata only took punches from the other flank. At the same moment, Ryosuke unleashed golden flames, forcing Suzu, who was just about to follow up with another attack, to retreat. Haruna had barely managed to strengthen her abilities a bit and stabilize the situation, only to immediately suffer even harsher beatings. Finally unable to hold back any longer, Haruna burst into loud sobs. "Why, mommy!" Blubbering uncontrollably, Haruna started running wildly across the mountain wilderness. Truly, beaten until they were crying for their parents. The scene quickly descended into chaos. The villainous quartet relentlessly pursued and assaulted Hina with wild fervor, while Haruto's trio desperately shielded their teammate. Hina herself dodged frantically at every possible angle, her movements a blur of panicked evasion. The confrontation between the evenly matched factions, originally poised for a serious clash, suddenly began veering toward the realm of absurd farce. Although the scene differed somewhat from what he had envisioned, Li Wei was still satisfied with the outcome. Through such intense continuous battles, the abilities of several individuals rapidly intensified, and new embryonic forms of divine techniques began to emerge once more. Except for one unlucky soul who might have suffered a slight grievance, everyone else achieved quite admirable results. The fierce combat between both sides lasted a full 6 hours, stretching from morning straight into the afternoon. Judging by the situation, since Ryosuke and Chizuru both gained strength in this environment, and with Hinata drawing a significant amount of enemy fire causing them to waste considerable energy, Sota's side currently held the advantage. However, the villains clearly had no intention of losing, each had compelling reasons to keep winning. Every now and then, they would undergo sudden power surges, leaving Yoda and his companions utterly bewildered. Recalling all the grievances she had endured over the years, and the great Tengu-sama's high regard for her, Yuriko's heart light flickered madly. Locking that memory, the moment Lord Tengu wished her a happy birthday, Yuriko summoned every ounce of her strength. "I refuse to lose to you here." Ah! The nearly solidified psychic force howled madly, continuously driving back Yuta and his companions who were trying to approach and secure their victory. Izuna suddenly fell into reminiscence, recalling those years when he was like an insignificant ant, wounded all over by this world, left alone and uncared for. It was Lord Tengu who granted him power, made it possible for him to realize his dreams, and gave him a reason to live. Crunch, crack. The broadsword that had initially struggled to cut through Kagetsu's wind barrier suddenly gained renewed strength. "This is Lord Tengu's direct command, whatever it takes, I must fight to the death." Suzuya instantly recalled her younger sister's horrific death. If it weren't for the power granted by Lord Tengu, what means would she have had to seek vengeance on her own? Though she had strived all those years, deep down she knew her efforts were utterly insignificant compared to the overwhelming might of the US military. Without being bestowed this power, at best she could have inflicted merely trivial annoyances, not even threats, before perishing helplessly. It was only through Lord Tengu's gift of power that she could freely vent her hatred upon those wretched beings. Aha! How could I possibly betray Lord Tengu's trust? As she spoke, Rin began pummeling Haruna with even greater ferocity. Beside them, Shinichi watched his teammates unleashing their frenzy with sudden realization dawning upon him. Perhaps the other person also had a past as painful and tragic as his own. As memories of his wife's final words by her sickbed and his daughter's adorable smiling face surfaced, Shinichi's expression gradually twisted with determination. Every achievement could relieve his daughter's suffering for a while, and accumulating enough might even hold the possibility of curing her completely. His daughter was still waiting for him in their newly dug home. No matter what, he couldn't afford to lose now. With that, Shinichi thrust both hands into the ground. Various metals lying dormant underground were rapidly gathered by Shinichi, continuously forming sharp spikes that surged relentlessly from beneath the earth. Why had these guys suddenly gotten so strong all at once? Faced with the villain's sudden power surge, whether it was Yuta, Chizuru or Ryuichi, all of them felt somewhat bewildered. This really left them utterly bewildered. As for Hina, she was even more astonished. The pressure was already immense, how could it possibly be growing heavier? Not only were Yuta and the others shocked, even Levi himself was somewhat taken aback at this moment. Originally, he had arranged for the battle to take place in this setting precisely because the terrain favored the righteous faction's combat prowess. According to his plan, this divine artifact was intended to be given to the righteous faction first. Then when the next artifact appeared, it would be placed in a location suitable for the villains to exploit, allowing them to seize it the following time. Both sides needed to trade blows back and forth to keep the conflict alive, continuously pushing each other to develop their power. But he underestimated the villain's loyalty to him. They unexpectedly began awakening their hidden potential one by one. This is probably what they mean when they say plans can't keep up with changes. Chapter 68, Strict Laws for Troubled Times. Ida, we can't keep going on like this. Raya suddenly shouted at Ida. As time passed and the battle grew fiercer, both sides were rapidly exhausting their physical strength. Pushing their weary bodies to the limit, the confrontation now seemed like a contest of sheer willpower between them. With their divine power dwindling and no longer capable of complete self-protection, wounds both large and small began appearing repeatedly on both combatants. Ryosuke sensed that if the fight continued this way, casualties would likely occur on both sides. Yoda also frowned deeply. His own stamina was relatively abundant, and he was confident that even in a battle of attrition, his endurance would see him through to the end, allowing him to seize the divine artifact. But if things truly turned that dire, all his teammates would likely perish here as well. I have an idea. Ryosuke suddenly spoke up. Looking at Ryo skeptically, Yuta found it hard to believe. Could this teammate of his, who never seemed to use his brain, actually have come up with a solution? I can sense immense power beneath us. With my abilities, I can channel and disrupt the accumulated energy of underground magma. Even a slight release of that energy could significantly enhance my powers. But, frowning slightly, Yuta pondered this thoughtfully. But there's risk involved, right? Exactly. This volcano is active to begin with, and its fluctuations are intense. It's highly likely to erupt. But if I'm careful enough, it shouldn't be a major problem. Looking at Ryosuke before him, Yuta felt speechless. The kid finally came up with an idea. But why does it still seem like a terrible one? But there was no other choice but to try. Even if an eruption really happened in the end, we'd have to accept it. Compared to heavy casualties among allies, a severe weakening of the righteous faction's strength, and the possibility of the sacred artifact being seized by the enemy, even an actual volcanic eruption wouldn't be the worst outcome. Soon, as Ryoma activated his abilities, the previously dormant volcano suddenly began to grow restless. With the volcano's restless tremors, the magma beneath the earth surged rapidly, and the air temperature started to rise. Ryoma could feel his powers continuously growing stronger. And as his abilities kept increasing, Ryoma found himself capable of channeling even more subterranean power, creating a virtuous cycle. What a shame Tetsuya isn't here. With the two of us working together, we could have probably pulled off the volcano combo. Imagining the spectacular sight of them jointly triggering a volcanic eruption, Ryosuke's brain short-circuited as usual, lost in his daydream. Listening to Ryosuke's muttering, Yoda couldn't help rolling his eyes. You'd actually dare use that move, huh? Hearing Ryosuke's words, Li Wei gradually began getting ideas. When future versions update and introduce new bosses, perhaps we could arrange for an ulticount trapped beneath a volcano to directly trigger its eruption, saving even the special effects for its divine entrance. Though by then, their living space will likely shrink even further. No big issue. Based on Li Wei's days of observation, the people here are remarkably hardy. They'll probably endure even greater hardships without complaint. Phew. As his powers grew, Ryosuke began spewing vitriol incessantly. Streaks of fire dragons poured endlessly and frantically from Ryosuke's mouth. At that very moment, the mountain winds began to howl with increasing ferocity. For now at least, the forces of nature favored the righteous faction. With Chizuru's support, Ryosuke's already enhanced flames grew even more raging. Damn it! Unable to accept defeat, Yuriko and the others descended deeper into madness. Chizuru, 1 billion yen. If you win today, all this money is yours. Skillfully deploying financial persuasion to spur Chizuru's explosive potential, Yoda simultaneously triggered his own explosive surge. As the wielder of life's law, Yoda had always been the most resilient in prolonged battles. Originally, by Yoda's estimates, even if the entire team were wiped out, he would still be the last one standing. With the current advantage on our side, his physical superiority began to amplify even further. The girls, including Yuriko, kept pounding away, but Yuta, seemingly inexhaustible, blocked their path again and again with unwavering determination. Faced with Yuta's monstrous stamina and the unfavorable terrain and timing, they finally began to completely lose ground. Bzzz. Fearing the fight might truly claim lives, Li Wei summoned the divine artifact into manifestation. Leveraging his physical strength and agility, Yoda leaped forward and seized the sacred weapon in his grasp. How despicable. Of course, Yuriko and her companions refused to concede, still striving to fight desperately though clearly outmatched. Fall back. There's no need for meaningless sacrifice. Li Wei began whispering into the ears of the crowd. Damn it all. Though filled with resentment, the villainous quartet could only watch helplessly as their opponents seized the divine artifact, bound by Li Wei's command. Wah. In the villain's base, Levi saw Yuriko crying like this for the first time. Crouched on the ground, Yuriko could barely lift herself up from weeping so violently. Beside Yuriko, Izuna, Rin, and Shinichi all clenched their fists tightly. Lord Tengu, please punish us. The group members knelt prostrate on the ground, awaiting Levi's reprimand. Shaking his head, Levi spoke softly, I've seen your efforts, and I don't blame you. Gently patting each person's shoulder, Levi spoke in an even tone. It's just a mere weapon after all. Compared to that so-called divine artifact, all of you are my most important weapons. Great Tengu-sama. Hearing Levi's comforting words, the group grew visibly excited. One failure means nothing. For these 1,000 years, I've been failing continuously. Next time, we'll just win it back. Yes. Clenching their fists in secret resolve, each vowed that next time, no matter what, even if it cost their lives, they absolutely had to win. On the other side, Yoda and his group finally returned to Tokyo. Though exhausted, drained, and covered in wounds, their spirits were surprisingly high. After all, they had won. However, just as they were laughing and chatting, a crowd of protesters suddenly surrounded them. They saw the people holding signs that read government incompetent and exorcists useless, pressing aggressively toward Yoda and the others. Due to several previous incidents where various national treasures were destroyed and demons ravaged Tokyo, these people had accumulated immense resentment. With no outlet for their anger and under certain leaders' guidance, they redirected their fury toward Yoda and his companions, who they perceived as utterly incompetent. Don't ask why they didn't confront the demons, they simply didn't dare. Perhaps because Yoda had always maintained too gentle and compassionate an image toward civilians, coupled with his passive silence when surrounded and lack of any forceful response, these people grew increasingly outrageous in their behavior. What good are you people? Just a complete waste of our tax money. As they spoke, someone even threw an egg that smashed against Yuta's head. Faced with an attack that could have been easily dodged, Yuta chose not to evade it. Stopping Chidori, who wanted to argue something, Yoda quietly lifted his head and gazed at the sky. He didn't believe that these people didn't know he came from a wealthy family, absolutely didn't need their so-called tax money, and had no obligation to save them at all. The art of war. What does it say we should do when encountering this situation? After a brief moment of silence, Yoda suddenly swung his sword, slaying all the men before him. Pointing at the people behind him, Yoda issued commands to his subordinates nearby. As for the remaining individuals, arm them with weapons. Next time, deploy them all to the front lines against the demons. Though somewhat startled, the subordinates resolutely carried out the orders without hesitation. Yes. Watching the crowd being dragged away, not a single ripple of emotion crossed Yoda's face. If it were the old Yoda, he might have hesitated, unsure how to handle the situation, perhaps still stubbornly clinging to the idea of being kind to everyone no matter what. But after successive fierce battles and witnessing life and death situations, he had grown rapidly, not just in strength. The art of war says, in chaotic times, severe measures should be employed. Chapter 69, Creating a God. Ha. Amidst the thunderstorm, Rin stood suspended in midair, laughing maniacally without pause. How bitterly the villains had resented their last defeat due to unfavorable conditions. Now that fortune favored them, their laughter rang with equal intensity. Bang! Lightning bolt after lightning bolt descended from the heavens, striking the members of the hero squad. In this moment, Yuta and his companions were forcibly reminded of the terror of being under Rin's dominion. ZZZT. Bolts of electricity continuously flickered through the air as Rin cloaked herself in armor of lightning. Feeling the wildly surging power within her, Rin momentarily felt as if she had leveled up. Come at me, all of you. Damn it, this guy is still way too strong in this kind of weather. Frowning at the bell before them, Yoda and his crew struggled to hold their ground. This time, knowing beforehand that the battle might occur during a thunderstorm, Yoda had chosen to bring Tetsuya along for his earth manipulation abilities. Though leaving their headquarters undefended risked a potential ambush, taking this calculated gamble was necessary when weighed against the stakes of losing a divine artifact. However, they still underestimated just how difficult this battle would be. Last time, the advantage of terrain merely served as the icing on the cake for the virtuous faction, slightly boosting them and allowing a narrow victory. But this time, the villainous faction's terrain advantage was like adding fuel to flames, causing their strength to skyrocket exponentially. Suzu alone was powerful enough to suppress at least 3 of them single-handedly. Meanwhile, Izuna was also thriving, receiving immense enhancement during the rainy weather. Whoosh! The gathered rainwater crashed against Yoda and his companions like ocean waves, surge after surge. Both Rin and Izuna were already empowered, but with water and lightning amplifying each other, their strength didn't just increase incrementally, it escalated dramatically, creating an overwhelming suppression. Yuriko and Shinichi were also determined to go all out. Having failed last time and being graciously spared by Lord Tengdu's mercy, they couldn't bear the shame of failing again. Although Yuriko felt that Rin's overwhelming performance had stolen her spotlight and threatened her position as Lord Tengdu's top subordinate, she knew completing their master's mission took priority. Thus, she kept her complaints to herself. She could only pout incessantly while unleashing her abilities with furious intensity, desperately trying to claw back some combat contributions. When both sides' strengths were so evenly matched, even slight terrain advantages could tilt the battle, let alone such an overwhelmingly favorable position. In the end, Yoda and the others could only watch from a distance, unable to even get close. With the divine artifact's emergence, the villain faction effortlessly obtained it. Grinning smugly at Yoda's group, the villains raised the rings in their hands as if silently flaunting their victory. Fall back. Watching this scene unfold before him, Yoda had no choice but to reluctantly lead his group away from the battlefield. Yoda, what abilities does this mythical artifact have again? The teacher said that ring should have the power to summon defensive shields, which can significantly reduce damage taken. Our next battle might become even more challenging. Meanwhile, taking advantage of Yoda's absence, Levi quietly dispatched some failed experiments and demonic creatures nearing the end of their lifespans to launch an assault on Tokyo. These magical creatures weren't strong enough to pose a real threat, they were essentially scrap material being repurposed. If they encountered any guards, they could probably be easily stopped. But this time, his purpose wasn't to rob Yoda's home, it was to create a god. As the demonic monsters charged into the city, panic quickly spread through the streets. Though the previous nuclear wastewater incident had already driven many people to flee, numerous others had chosen to coexist with the radiation. Now, facing another monster invasion, many were regretting their decision not to escape earlier. At that very moment, the Emperor, who had been lying asleep on his bed, suddenly began to float. Still drowsy and half asleep, not yet grasping what was happening, and clad only in his undergarments, the Emperor was abruptly lifted into the sky by the three sacred treasures glowing beside him. In this island nation, successive emperors have all inherited the three sacred treasures. They are the Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, the Yada no Kagami, and the Yasukani no Magatama. In the past, people had always seen them as nothing more than ordinary traditional rituals. But with the appearance of the Demon King and the revival of myths, people have long begun to speculate whether these three sacred treasures of the island nation, with their long-standing heritage, might truly possess some supernatural power. Not just the people, even the Emperor himself was endlessly curious, playing with the three sacred treasures every day, trying to uncover the divine power within them, and repeatedly inquired with Levi, who had taken on the form of the Sword Saint. Levi's consistent reply was merely that it contained unimaginable power, and the Emperor would have to develop it himself. Moreover, Levi had long informed Yoda that the Emperor needed no protection, his strength might even surpass his own. Faced with such rumors and considering the Emperor's lineage, many had already begun to nurture expectations for him. It was on this very day, when the demons invaded, that the Emperor finally began to display the power that the people had longed for in their hearts. The sword Aim no Murakumo continuously drifted through the air, slaying monsters wherever it went. Meanwhile, the Yada no Kagami constantly emitted brilliant beams of light, causing explosions with every strike upon its targets. The Yasukani no Magatama emitted a translucent barrier, blocking the advance of the demonic creatures. Floating in the sky, wearing nothing but a pair of oversized underpants, the Emperor instantly became the center of attention. Though his appearance was somewhat unbecoming, the Emperor now displayed extraordinary power, bringing hope to the people. And at that very moment, the familiar professional commentator, Li Wei's Sword Saint Doppelganger, made a timely appearance in the live broadcasts of the media. Each of these three divine artifacts possesses far greater powers than what's currently revealed, they simply haven't been pushed to their limits yet. Li Wei concluded with solemn conviction, with these three sacred relics guarding us, most demons cannot act recklessly. That's precisely why no large-scale demonic assaults on human cities have occurred to this day. Hearing the Sword Sage's explanation, the citizens slightly eased their anxieties while simultaneously feeling an overwhelming surge of anticipation towards the Emperor in that very instant. Undoubtedly, Li Wei was engineering divine reverence, his purpose being to amplify the antagonist's menacing presence and craft some plausible pretense for the ultimate confrontation. Creating a pillar in people's hearts only to destroy it later, that was Li Wei's old trick. And just after defeating the demonic creature, the Emperor landed, fully awakening from his dreamlike state. Do I truly possess supernatural abilities? For a moment, the Emperor felt uncertain, because he genuinely couldn't sense any changes in himself, nor any supernatural power at his command. After just a brief moment of thought, he managed to deceive himself after all. The scene of the sacred artifacts unleashing their power around him couldn't have been faked. So, I'm actually this strong. Gazing at the three sacred artifacts with delight, the Emperor's eyes brimmed with ambition and hope for the future. Yet, when Yoda hurried back after hearing news of the monster attack and overheard people joyfully spreading word of how mighty and protective the Emperor was, he couldn't help but frown. This feels strangely familiar. Last time, when the Tashishiro Anakuro was unveiled, people thought they could rest easy just because that weapon was there to protect them. This situation now is almost identical. But that weapon didn't even last an hour before being corrupted by demons. For some reason, Yoda had a bad feeling about this. Chapter 70 The Power of Shadows. Wait. How does an island nation still have such a place? Li Wei, who was continually brewing his grand plans, suddenly sensed something through the divine power fragments he had created. Frowning, Li Wei directed his clone toward an underground laboratory. This is... Staring at the distorted, barely human experiment subjects before him, Levi once again had his understanding of this country reshaped. If his guess was correct, this must be the secret supernatural research facility those officials had established behind Yoda's back. Since his attention had never been on those people, and none of the artifacts containing Levi's divine power had come here, he hadn't even noticed the existence of such a place until now. Considering this nation's past transgressions, such occurrences weren't truly surprising after all. In addition to their universally acknowledged malicious acts towards others, they are equally cruel to their own people. The person considered by many as having suffered the most horrific death in the world came from this country. Once, there was a worker from an island nation who, due to an accident, was severely injured by nuclear radiation. In less than a month, every inch of his flesh had deteriorated, leaving him alive only as rotting flesh. In unbearable agony, the worker pleaded for a quick death, but they went to great lengths to keep him alive for 2 more months, all for the sake of collecting first-hand data. During this period, they even deceived his family into donating white blood cells to prolong the unfortunate man's suffering. In the end, they amassed vast amounts of data and won prestigious scientific awards, while the price was paid by that poor worker, tortured in hell for several extra months. Many nations inflict cruelty on outsiders, but few are this brutal to their own people. Walking past the distorted bodies that were probably still alive, Levi finally stopped before a young man whose heart light shimmered unusually bright. Channeling divine power, Levi began reading the memories of the youth before him. Wildfield Yu, though troubled since childhood by this rather feminine name, given by parents obsessed with a certain idol, yet in his rural hometown, Yu was acknowledged as the bravest of men among his peers. Although this heroic title might just be flattery among friends, yet he truly was the leader among his peers, surpassing them all both in physical strength and intelligence. Since childhood, whether setting fires or swimming in rivers, he never ran out of wild ideas. Of course, beyond these mischief-filled exploits, he also had many glorious deeds, like once saving 6 drowning children at once, or rescuing a girl being harassed by a drunkard. At last, as he grew older, he could no longer be content with life in the countryside. Let's go to the big city and seek our fortune. As able young men, we shouldn't spend our whole lives farming in the countryside. Even if we truly can't make it in the end, there's no harm in coming back eventually. Faced with their friend's sudden ambition, the group of country boys exchanged glances, and most of them still shook their heads. For them, that dazzling metropolis only ever seen on television filled them with a kind of fear. They were afraid that going there would make them be called country bumpkins, afraid of being insulted, afraid they wouldn't be able to survive in that place. In the end, only Wei, their best friend, stepped forward. I'll go with you. You've always been the strongest since we were kids. I believe in you. Led by this friend, a few more companions made up their minds to join as well. Eagerly carrying their meager travel funds, they were swindled of every penny on their very first day in Tokyo, even ending up in debt. Though Wei had always been sharp-witted, he'd never encountered the sophisticated scams of a big city. Soon after, desperate to repay their debts, they inadvertently signed an exorbitant medical experiment contract with hidden penalties. Had things stopped there, they might have simply become 2 more nameless victims among countless defrauded migrant workers. Although participating in so-called drug trials required cooperation, the risks were generally not too great, at least not life-threatening in the short term. However, the emergence of demons shattered all of this. Eager to explore supernatural powers, they were inexplicably transported into a secret government research facility, becoming genuine test subjects. After being injected with a certain drug that caused severe reactions, even death, in others, Wei alone showed relatively mild symptoms due to his robust physique. This led the researchers to consider him a rare and valuable specimen. From then on, the merciless torture began. Every imaginable and unimaginable bizarre experiment was conducted on Wei, one after another. The lab often echoed with her agonized wails throughout the night. Soon enough, the companions who had escaped with Wei began vanishing one by one, disappearing completely from her sight. Wei, I don't think I can hold on any longer. On the experimental bed, Yu's only close friend kept speaking desperately across the empty space, trying to communicate something. Yu longed to rush over and embrace their best friend, but they were strapped tightly to the bed, completely immobilized. Ahawk dash. Yu, I miss the wheat fields back home, and Mom's rice dumplings. Writhing in agony on the bed, Wei could do nothing. He recalled once more the trusting gazes his companions had given him before departure. Ever since childhood, Wei, you've been the strongest. We all believe in you. It was him who had doomed all his trusting companions. The equipment on the neighboring bed started blaring alarms. The researchers hurried over not to save or mourn his life, but to expressionlessly document yet another precious experiment subject slipping away. Aha! Thud, thud, thud. Faced with his desperate struggling sounds, they seemed utterly accustomed, calmly administering another dose of anesthetic. Before closing my eyes, I kept asking myself in my heart, why did it come to this? In the days that followed, I thought about giving up countless times, yet I struggled and fought desperately to survive. I couldn't die. I knew only by living could there be a chance for revenge. In fact, he had thought more than once how wonderful it would be if these experiments could truly turn him into a monster. Sensing the young man's deep, abyss-like hatred, Levi made a decision: he would take this youth under his wing. Not just the young man before me, but all the remaining people in this laboratory could potentially become useful tools. Perfect. His plan to destroy half the city still needed a few vanguard warriors. Do you want to gain power? Awakening the young man from his slumber, Levi transformed into the great Tengu and extended his olive branch. Without hesitation, the young man began nodding frantically. Extending his right hand, Levi gently touched the young man's forehead, infusing him with the shadow law and some basic knowledge. Phew! As Li Wei's shadow energy poured into him, the young man floated mid-air, engulfed in a swirling vortex of dark mist. Very well, from today onward, your codename shall be Rooster. In the empty laboratory, feeling the surge of his power, Wei began to laugh wildly. Ah ha 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 ha. At last, he had become the very monster those people had long hoped to dissect and study. Chapter 71, Descendant of the Royal Bloodline? After bestowing power upon Wei, Li Wei released all the experimenters one by one, presenting them with two choices: leave as they were now, or become monsters and fight for him. With the exception of a few cowardly individuals, almost everyone chose to transform into monsters and join the Demon King's army to fight for him. Seeing the blazing fury in their eyes, Levi knew he had gained yet another useful tool, more than one, in fact. After swallowing the demon seeds, these people rapidly mutated into monsters of various grotesque forms, howling at the sky as they vented their rage. Soon, under Wei's leadership, these transformed experimental subjects stormed out through the doors and began slaughtering indiscriminately. They showed no mercy toward those who had brought them endless suffering, each eager to slaughter the other in the most brutal way possible. Of course, the key instigators were spared. Death would have been far too lenient a punishment for such scum. After venting part of her hatred, Wei finally returned to the original chamber. Kneeling reverently, she awaited Li Wei's next command. I have a mission for you. Looking at the young man before him, Levi had a sudden whimsical idea. Perhaps he could assign a more interesting identity to the youth standing before him. Originally, according to the initial plan, Levi had intended to casually assign an underling or use one of his alternate personas to carry out the assassination of the Mikado. After all, the Mikado was essentially just an ordinary person. Killing him wouldn't be much more difficult than slaughtering a chicken. But now, he decided to give this matter more narrative depth and legitimacy. I need you to assassinate the Emperor. Assassinate the Emperor. Without hesitation, Yuan nodded in agreement. Although he didn't fully understand the difficulty and significance of this matter, it didn't stop him from willingly accepting the task as repayment for the kindness shown by the existence before him who bestowed power upon him. You might not know this, but you're actually a lost descendant of the royal family, and your bloodline is quite close to the throne. Ha! Wei's originally serious face suddenly became unable to maintain its composure. Me? Pointing uncertainly at himself, Wei looked somewhat puzzled. I couldn't be mistaken about this. Your bloodline is unmistakable. It was only after sensing your bloodline that I rushed here. The great Tengu gazed expectantly at the young man before him and couldn't help but exclaim, originally, I thought the three sacred treasures were beyond reach, but now, it seems there's a chance. Only, how could a country bumpkin like me possibly have any connection to the imperial family? Wait, could it be my mom? Probably not. Mom isn't exactly good looking. How could she possibly hook up with royalty? Then, could it be my grandma? Hard to say. Come to think of it, grandma wasn't originally from around here back in the day. Li Wei's simple remark nearly short-circuited Wei's brain on the spot. But no matter what, Wei decided to take on the mission. Perfect timing. His pent-up hatred hadn't been fully vented yet. Killing these lab personnel alone wouldn't suffice. Those who gave the orders behind the scenes were the true masterminds. As the nominal leader of those bastards, of course he was also one of Wei's targets for revenge. Wait, could such an improbable coincidence really exist? Suddenly, Wei noticed something suspicious. Having endured the harsh realities of society, Wei instinctively stopped trusting anyone. Immediately, Wei began considering the possibility of conspiracy lurking behind everything. Could it be that precisely because of his extraordinary bloodline abilities, he had become the target of schemes? If all this misfortune had befallen him simply because he could be exploited. Though he maintained a perfect facade, Wei had already spun countless thoughts in an instant. Fortunately, Levi had naturally anticipated this very possibility. I can swear in the name of Lady Izanami that I truly had no involvement in your affairs, and only recently became aware of your existence. Under Wei's piercing gaze that seemed to see right through him, Levi gently shook his head. Perhaps you don't understand what this oath truly means. Later when you investigate or simply ask a few righteous individuals, you'll comprehend the weight of my pledge. I could never lie in that great lord's name. Hearing Levi speak like this, Wei actually felt somewhat reassured in his heart. Though he didn't fully understand the current balance between heroes and villains or his own situation, he did know that Izanami was a legendary, supremely powerful ancient demon god from mythology. Since the other party had gone so far as to swear such an oath, then there really shouldn't be any problem. Moreover, the other party had even suggested verifying the claims with righteous factions, which made Yui privately inclined to believe them. Surely no ordinary person would tell such an easily exposed lie? If they actually encountered a righteous cultivator later, they could simply ask directly. Surely those upright individuals wouldn't collude with demons to deceive them, right? My apologies, Great Tengu-sama. I was being overly suspicious. It wasn't just lip service this time. Yui genuinely felt a pang of guilt. Clearly, Lord Otengu had just bestowed power upon me, yet instead of gratitude, I was actually doubting him. No matter. More than that, I'm looking forward to your successful assassination and the good news you'll bring me. Before Wei could say anything, Li Wei continued, don't worry, I'll take good care of your parents. As for the families of your companions, I'll also assign people to watch over them discreetly. Even if something unexpected happens to you, they can live out their lives in comfort and plenty. Wei. For some reason, being so meticulously and thoughtfully arranged for suddenly gave him the feeling of a scholar willing to die for one who appreciates him. With the official faction representing righteousness, he had suffered endless grievances. Yet here, with the demon god despised by the world, he unexpectedly received sincere care. I will do my best to complete the task you've entrusted to me, Great Tengu-sama. Not knowing what else to say, Yui could only firmly express his determination before rising to seek out the Emperor's residence. The Heavenly Emperor. Clenching his fists in the darkness, Yui made his resolve. This was the very first task Great Tengu-sama had entrusted to him. For the mercy that had saved him from suffering and granted him this power, he would repay it by killing that man. Almost instinctively, Wei could effortlessly harness the power of shadows, instantly merging into the darkness on the ground and moving swiftly in a way others couldn't comprehend. Meanwhile, at that very moment, the Emperor was leisurely sipping afternoon tea while diligently probing the power of the three sacred treasures. I wonder if the three sacred treasures possess life-extending capabilities. Would it be possible, like that sword saint, to live for 500 years? His eyes filled with longing as he gazed at the three sacred treasures before him. The Emperor's face was brimming with desire for eternal life. Chapter 72, Assassinating the Emperor. Yoda, I can sense it. Another divine artifact has manifested in this world. To facilitate Wei's assassination mission, Li Wei immediately initiated yet another divine artifact contest. Has another divine artifact emerged? Thinking about how only defensive artifacts had appeared the last few times, Yoda couldn't help but show a strange expression on his face. Teacher, it's not going to be another defensive artifact, is it? Why does every divine relic that appears belong to the defensive type? Of course it's because I'm afraid after I leave, you'll fight too fiercely and I'll get killed, then I'd have to recruit new people all over again. Moreover, the longer you can engage in fierce battles, the more you can develop divine power, right? Though such thoughts crossed his mind, Li Wei couldn't voice them outright and immediately provided a reasonable explanation. Precisely because it's a defensive-type artifact with exceptional defensive capabilities that it survived through various great battles. Offensive-type artifacts existed in the past too, but haven't they all been destroyed in those wars? Yoda. Teacher, your argument is so reasonable that I'm left speechless. Scratching his head, Yoda felt something was off, but didn't dwell on it. Immediately, Yoda gathered his squad members and prepared to depart. Taking another glance back, Yoda still decided to bring Tetsuya alone. The pressure from the villains was simply too great. With each missing member in battle, the strain upon them would multiply exponentially. As for the rear guard, at that moment, the Emperor appeared. Yuta, go ahead without worry, leave this place to me. A confident smile appeared on the Emperor's face. The previous success of repelling the monsters had given the Emperor immense confidence. Though he hadn't yet figured out how to use the three sacred relics, at this moment, he truly believed himself to be formidable. As he spoke, the Emperor even gave Yoda a pat on the shoulder. Once you successfully retrieve the sacred relics, I'll hold a grand victory banquet for you all. We'll celebrate together. In this moment, with his growing power, the Emperor began nurturing ambitions unlike any he'd ever known before. He was no longer content with being just a puppet emperor. He desired to become a true and almighty ruler, one who held absolute power. As for Yoda, he became the imagined great general in his fantasy, so naturally, he had to do his utmost to appear friendly and win him over. Will you be guarding the rear? Hearing the Emperor say this, Yuta felt a slight relief in his heart. If someone could truly stabilize the rear while he was out handling affairs, it would greatly alleviate his burden. Alright, wait for me to return, and we'll celebrate then. With that, Yoda set off with his team. Meanwhile, shortly after Yoda and his group departed, Yui had already secretly infiltrated Tokyo. At this very moment, he encountered the greatest obstacle on his mission to assassinate the Emperor. That is, he had no idea where the emperor was. As a former nobody at the bottom of society, Wei didn't even know the location of the emperor's former residence, let alone his new relocated address after all the recent turmoil. However, Wei soon caught a clue. With a monstrous roar, the routine of beasts attacking the city began anew. Once again hoisted into the sky by the divine artifact, the emperor no longer panicked as he had the first time. Adjusting his robes with practiced elegance, he watched the artifact perform its magic, basking in the adoration of the crowd below. In no time, news crews and reporters swiftly took their positions, broadcasting the spectacle live. And right on schedule, Li Wei's professional commentator persona, the Sword Saint Alt, logged in to narrate the event. Don't worry, demons of this level pose no threat at all. You still don't understand just how powerful the three sacred treasures truly are. Those artifacts are. Halfway through his sentence, as if recalling some taboo, the Sword Saint fell silent and stopped his detailed explanation to the live audience. But people's imaginations quickly filled in the gaps, conjuring countless stories that further heightened their anticipation for the three sacred treasures. Seeing the emperor floating in the sky, Yui's heart leaped with joy, and she immediately began stealthily making her way toward him. To everyone's surprise, the emperor actually appeared on his own initiative, which saved him a great deal of trouble. Meanwhile, during the intense battle over the divine artifact, Yoda found a spare moment to answer his earpiece, just as he heard about the monster's siege being repelled by the emperor's mighty display. For the first time in a long while, a relaxed smile appeared on Yoda's face. This time, the teammates seemed exceptionally reliable. Yangta, who had just gained a high-quality Guardian teammate buff card, felt more at ease than ever before. Again! Completely relieved of any concerns about his rear, Yangta cheered loudly over the mic and charged forward with renewed bravery. At that very moment, Yui was already in position. Having somehow procured a sharp, rusty steel rebar, she silently lurked directly beneath the shadow of the Heavenly Emperor. Bang! The Yasukani no Magatama continuously blasted through the horde of monsters, swiftly clearing them all away. Only then did the Emperor finally descend at breakneck speed. Yuya, gripping a steel rod, suddenly burst upward from the shadows with all his might. Ouch! Amid the Emperor's screams, Yuya threw aside the steel rod, drew the dagger bestowed upon him by the great Tengu, and charged fearlessly towards the Emperor once more. Since he's the Emperor, of course his death can't be so slapdash. Li Wei secretly manipulated the sacred artifact, protecting the Emperor while engaging in fierce combat with Wei. The sacred artifact Yada no Kagami guarded the Emperor, making it difficult for Wei to approach for the time being. But whenever the swords Aim no Murakumo and Yasukani no Magatama were about to attack Wei, they would always hesitate inexplicably at the last moment, diverting their strikes elsewhere. So it's true, I really am of royal descent. These divine artifacts have drastically reduced their assaults and defenses against me. Once confirming that the sacred relics posed far less threat than expected, Wei's face lit up with ecstatic delight as he launched an even fiercer assault. At this moment, television viewers watching the live broadcast collectively froze in stunned disbelief. One moment the Emperor had been demonstrating divine might, how could the next find him critically wounded and teetering on the brink of defeat? Damn it! At that moment, the Sword Saint in the live broadcast suddenly stood up, his face showing a trace of shock. How is this possible? To interfere with the three sacred artifacts? Could it be another descendant of the royal family with pure bloodline? As he spoke, the Sword Saint hurriedly headed toward the target location. Meanwhile, the viewers watching the live broadcast keenly grasped the crucial point of the incident. A royal descendant? Could it be that the assassin attempting this assassination is also from the imperial family? Bang! The Sword Saint arrived just in time, but was blocked outside by the barrier of the three sacred treasures, forced to watch helplessly as the Emperor and the assassin fought within the sacred barrier. Because the three sacred treasures hesitated against the assassin, the Emperor was now at a complete disadvantage. HYAH. With Li Wei subtly holding back, Wei finally broke through the barrier of the divine artifact, reached the Heavenly Emperor, and seized him by the throat. Child, don't act recklessly. Outside the barrier, the Sword Saint spoke up at just the right moment to persuade him. If I'm not mistaken, you are of pure imperial lineage, though recently corrupted by demonic power. If you're willing to turn back, I have a way to expel the demonic energy from you. I pledge this on my lifelong reputation as the Sword Saint. You can still become a hero. A hero? After a brief moment of silence, Wei Wei suddenly looked at the Sword Saint before her and posed a question. Esteemed Sword Saint, I'd like to know, if Lord Tengu makes an oath in the name of Lady Izanami, does he truly have to keep it? Is that real? This is true. That demon god is their sovereign, they have no power to disobey. Wait, what? Did Lord Tengu make some promise to you? As he spoke, the Sword Saint's face began to show signs of anxiety. Child, don't believe his deception. Obtaining such power comes at a price. Your life, your mind, everything will gradually sink into darkness until complete destruction. If you're willing, you can still return to the light. A price? Hearing the Sword Saint's words, Wei finally let go of the last trace of worry in his heart. He cared not for the cost, all he needed was confirmation that his suffering hadn't been caused by the other party. If righteous individuals acknowledged it, then that proved the solemn vow issued by Lord Tengu earlier held truth. Ha 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 ha, you call this light? With sudden exertion, shadow energy surged forth as Wei instantly crushed the emperor in his grasp into a mist of blood. With an indifferent glance at the city, Wei swiftly gathered the 3 sacred artifacts and began disappearing into the shadows. Indeed, compared to so-called light, I am someone far more suited to the darkness. Chapter 73, The Hardship of Being Righteous. To prevent others from thinking their righteous role model was too weak, Li Wei channeled divine power once more, manifesting the phantom of a great Tengu that descended from the heavens to deliver a crushing sword strike. Bang! The sword saint raised his blade, and the clash immediately produced a deafening roar. Under the cover of this collision, Wei effortlessly escaped, taking with him the 3 sacred treasures, objects that the island nation's people held dear in their hearts and had already become their new spiritual pillars. No! Before their televisions, countless citizens shouted in despair, as if what had been taken wasn't the 3 sacred treasures, but their very lives. After Wei and the great Tengu retreated, the sword saint stood with a grave expression, lost in deep thought. That can't be. Even if there were other descendants of the royal family, once ownership has been acknowledged, there's no reason for it to be influenced by others unless what? A minister who had rushed over anxiously inquired. Meanwhile, the reporters faithfully captured this scene on camera. Unless there's an issue with the bloodline. Before Li Wei could point out which generation of the emperor might have been cuckolded, someone eagerly jumped in with an answer. I understand now. What have you figured out now? Li Wei watched in bewilderment as the minister began beating his chest in anguish. This is all our fault, we were the ones who insisted the emperor marry a commoner. Only then, prompted by the minister's words, did the others recall the incident. For centuries, the imperial family has consistently practiced inbreeding, sometimes even marrying their own siblings. This has resulted in a high prevalence of genetic defects within the royal family, including disabilities, mental illnesses, and various physical deformities. Eventually, due to the damage this caused to the nation's dignity, the practice of royal inbreeding was abolished several decades ago by popular consensus. To date, with 2 rare generations free from inbreeding, the imperial family has finally produced a few relatively normal individuals. So that's how it is. No wonder then. After hearing the minister's words, Levi found the explanation more plausible than his own fabricated version and immediately decided to adopt the new plan. Everyone, rest assured. Even without the 3 sacred artifacts, things haven't reached the worst possible scenario yet. As he spoke, the sword saint's expression darkened, his gaze becoming slightly unfocused. The citizens in front of their television screens. I don't believe a damn word you're saying. Meanwhile, thanks to Levi's advantageous terrain, Yoda barely managed to seize the new divine artifact. Ha! Now I can finally show my face at the Emperor's victory banquet without shame. Before Yangtai could fully revel in his joy, the very next moment brought him utterly bewildering news. What? The Emperor is dead too? Rushing back in haste, whether out of habit or something else, this time Yangtai felt no anger at all. Instead, it all seemed strangely inevitable. Ever since the entire nation had pinned its hopes on the Emperor as their salvation, Yangtai had sensed something amiss. Now, this outcome almost felt like a foregone conclusion. What exactly is going on? Soon, someone explained the sequence of events to Yoda. Almost simultaneously, the incident at the underground laboratory was quickly exposed. Such a thing exists? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Yoda, who had been maintaining a calm expression, suddenly rose in violent rage. During the earlier destruction of the underground lab, the few departing personnel had thoroughly sabotaged the facility without mercy. The ensuing fires and explosions made concealment utterly impossible. The 2 timid victims who hadn't dared to accept the demon seed's power had long since been released. A simple investigation quickly revealed to Orota's subordinates that the situation was far more serious than they'd imagined, and they immediately reported it to him. Take me there. Arriving at the laboratory site and seeing the various remaining traces, Hirota grew increasingly furious, his face darkening like iron. How dare they? How dare they? Because of his exceptional empathy, Yoda immediately felt the suffering of those people. Upon hearing that the newly emerged executive who attempted to assassinate the Emperor might be connected to these villains' deeds, Yoda found it increasingly difficult to suppress his emotions. Taking a deep breath, Yoda summoned all his relatively important subordinates. Were any of you involved in this matter? Hearing his subordinates uniformly deny it, Yuta sensed their responses briefly before his expression finally softened slightly. Though Yuta hadn't specialized in soul-related laws, his physical strength and divine power boosted his mental faculties enough to discern whether these men were lying. Still, these subordinates had been recruited from warriors across the lands. It was unlikely any faction among them could have participated in such an affair. Investigate and bring me every minister, official, and staff member involved in this matter. Bending down to pick up a torn piece of experimental data from the floor, Yoda ground his teeth as he asked his subordinate, "Is there any data still intact?" "Yes, they should have backup copies." "Good. Bring those people back and subject them to every single experimental method documented in this data, one by one." Facing Yoda's decision, several subordinates appeared somewhat hesitant. "If our predictions hold true, this likely involves certain ministers. Whoever they are, this nation answers to me now." Under Yoda's resolute orders, his men swiftly apprehended all the ministers and officials who had been conducting those sinister experiments. Returning to his room, Yoda couldn't hide his exhaustion. For the first time, Yoda felt this kind of soul-crushing weariness. It wasn't because the 3 sacred treasures had been stolen, nor because their enemies were growing stronger. He was grieving for all the innocent victims who had been harmed by their own people. For the first time, his unwavering belief in the righteous path began to falter. Was there even any point in protecting such a country? Remembering how last time, after risking their lives fighting on the front lines, he and his comrades had returned only to be criticized and insulted by those who'd been safely protected behind the scenes, it made Yoda feel utterly exhausted. Truth be told, this was just the tip of the iceberg. Online, the accusations and verbal abuse hurled at them were far more vicious. Sometimes, Yoda really envied those villains, at least they probably didn't have to deal with so much crap. Being the good guy is tough. Yoda locked himself in his room all afternoon. Noticing Yoda's gloomy mood, Li Wei manifested his Sword Saint avatar to console him. "Yoda, although the 3 sacred treasures have fallen into the hands of the monsters, given their magical power, they likely can't utilize much of the treasure's strength. Right now, things haven't reached the worst possible scenario yet." Shaking his head and making an effort to adjust his mindset, Yuta signaled that he was fine. "Teacher, I'm not upset about this matter. It's just something else that made me feel a little lost for a moment." As if he had come to a realization, Yoda struggled to his feet. "No matter what, I won't give up." For a moment, Yuta remembered his original dream, that younger version of himself who vowed to climb to great heights and change this country. This country has always had countless flaws, big and small. Precisely because of that, I'm even more determined to change it. As he spoke, Yuta drew his sword, which began radiating a dazzling light. Compared to that elusive dream of the past, I've now reached the highest position in this country, haven't I? The hardest step is already behind me. Now, all that's left is to change this nation and crush our formidable enemies. No matter what, I will never give up. Bang! With a single sword strike, an almost tangible surge of immense vitality roared through Yoda's blade, instantly splitting the distant rockery in half from midair. "Don't worry about me, Sensei. I won't give up. No amount of difficulties can defeat me. After all, I am Yoda." As he spoke, a radiant smile spread across Yoda's face, and the light in his heart grew several shades brighter. Seeing Yuta filled with such fighting spirit, Levi secretly felt relieved. His grand plan for maintaining balance through opposing forces hadn't even begun yet. This boy absolutely couldn't lose his determination. No amount of difficulties can knock me down. At the same time, Levi couldn't help but feel a faint twinge of guilt rising within him, because he was about to hit Yuta with something truly massive. Chapter 74, Full Team Assembly. "Excellent, Yui. You've done well." Flipping the 3 sacred treasures in his grasp, Li Wei offered praise to the respectfully half-kneeling Yui below him. "Thank you for your kind words, great Tengu-sama. I merely fulfilled my duty." Beside him, Yuriko, who was also attending the crucial meeting, nearly popped her eyes out in disbelief. Why are there more people competing for favor now? Ugh, so frustrating, incredibly frustrating. Yuchina and Susan secretly felt dissatisfied as well. Somehow, under Yuriko's influence, the scroll seemed to have developed its own exclusive aura. Now that the 3 sacred relics are in my hands, the greatest obstacle in my plan has been removed. Looking at his few subordinates, Li Wei immediately issued new orders. "Prepare for battle diligently and regroup here in half a month." Pointing at Hokkaido, the northernmost region on the map, Li Wei commanded. "Hokkaido, is it? That's right. My sealed true form is actually here. The closer we get, the more power I can wield, and by extension, the stronger you all become." Offering a somewhat plausible explanation, Levi outlined their combat objective. "This time, our goal is to conquer the entire nation, turn everyone into demons, and completely transform this land into demonic soil." Yes. At the same time, Levi also distributed the weapons he had been preparing for them to each member of the group. For Izuna, it was a massive weapon, one side a broad blade, the other a spike perfectly suited to unleash his overwhelming strength. Not only is it incredibly sturdy, but when wielded, it can produce a series of explosive cracks and comes with mirage-like illusions, randomly triggering various special effects. For Rin, a sharp spear was prepared, custom-made especially because when she switches to her lightning form, she prefers to condense the lightning into a spear as her weapon. Not only is it incredibly sturdy, but it also comes with a thunder effect, naturally radiating flickers of lightning during use. Upon activation, it erupts with dense crimson light. For Shinichi, what was prepared was a dense pile of fine fragments. In battle, Shinichi generally wasn't particular about which weapon to use. Though he often favored iron rods, Shinichi was equally accustomed to melting the metal in his hands into different shapes and forms to adapt to various combat situations. So Levi simply gave him a puddle of supernatural building blocks, allowing him to assemble them however he wished during actual combat. Even if he wanted to assemble them into armor, that would be perfectly fine. As for Wei, it was even simpler. Li Wei crafted him a sword mimicking the style of Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, naming it the Wailing Wraith Blade. When wielded, it naturally conjured ghostly apparitions, perfectly matching his dark demeanor. Even Hanako's weapon received a minor upgrade from Li Wei, adding ripple effects to its original ghostly glow. In short, these weapons were all about durability, practicality, and flashy special effects, gaudy yet dependable. At the same time, Li Wei informed the group that these weapons actually concealed even greater potential, but required proper development to fully explain why their lethal capacity seemed insufficient. Without the enhancement of sharpness and lethal effects, the weapon's killing power remained limited, preventing any overwhelming advantage in combat that could drastically widen the gap with the righteous faction. Nevertheless, possessing indestructible and exceptionally sturdy weapons alone would still significantly boost their combat capabilities. This advantage became especially crucial with new members joining. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Yoda and his comrades would likely face increased pressure in their battles for the time being. Moreover, Levi distributed a large number of magical seeds to his subordinates, further strengthening the villain's power. In the upcoming battles, the heroes were bound to face increasing hardships. But there was no choice. According to the script, this was the Demon King's era of dominance. Only after half the city was destroyed would Levi consider bolstering the hero's strength again to achieve a balance between both sides. Yang Tai and the others would just have to endure for now. Once pushed to the brink, reinforcements, weapons, power-ups for their subordinates, outside aid would spring up like mushrooms after rain. Soon, under Levi's orchestration, his subordinates began returning to their secret bases one after another, assembling their forces. The coming battle will be brutal, many may die. Back at the base, Yuriko spoke to her maid Core with a grave expression. We are willing to die for Lady Yuriko. Hearing about the potential danger, instead of showing fear, the maids grew visibly excited and eager. A hint of gentleness flashed in her eyes as Yuriko embraced each of her subordinates one by one. Stay as close behind me as possible and protect yourselves. As long as you don't stray too far, I'll be able to look after you all. Considering that Yuriko's maid Core were all beauty-conscious young women, Levi had specially modified the magic seeds distributed to them. Beyond minor enhancements like increased height, slimmer figures, fairer skin, proportionate body shapes, slightly pointed ears, and altered eye colors, the transformations didn't radically alter their original appearances. This could be considered special treatment for Yuriko, given her status as a founding elder. Besides, this approach should better ignite their fighting spirit. Meanwhile, on the other side, Izuna was also conducting a full mobilization. After delivering a lengthy and impassioned speech, he ultimately summarized it all in a single sentence. Damn it all. Oh. The fishermen under Izumi's command enthusiastically responded, raising their glasses for a hearty drink. Without considering the historical context, Izumi actually gave off something of a pirate captain vibe. As for Suzu, she hadn't yet developed much affection for her own subordinates. She was always a lone wolf. To her, these underlings were merely tools to be used. Except for a few particularly close cellmates, none of them truly mattered to her. Without making any motivational speeches, Rin kept conquering prisons one after another, hand-picking talents who met her standards. Ironically, Rin's followers adored her fervently, dyeing their hair silver and riding motorcycles as if announcing to the world they belonged to Rin. Ah, my bike, my bike. As Silverhair's influence spread, the motorcyclists on the streets fell victim one by one. Random beatings occurred frequently, with their bikes and all their accessories being snatched away. Kong, are you really sure about this? Once you swallow this demon seed, there's absolutely no turning back. Without any hesitation, Kong immediately swallowed the demon seed. Ha, didn't I always say I'd stay with you all the way, even if we're heading into darkness? Since childhood we've done everything together. Even if you turn into a demon, don't you dare leave me behind. Remembering how Izuna mentioned that even a small amount of his blood could enhance his subordinate's strength, Shinichi began letting blood for Sora to drink. Bottoms up, drink this blood. Only after a long while, when Sora confirmed his body couldn't take anymore, did Shinichi finally stop donating blood. I still have some unhappy former students and colleagues, might as well bring them in too. We're short on hands anyway. Restraining Shinichi, who seemed about to protest, Sora shook his head. Don't reject them. Some of them are already living in hell, things can't get any worse for them. Besides, they're all researchers. They'd genuinely be fascinated by supernatural powers. Thank you, Sora. Realizing this was yet another instance where Sora had foreseen things early and quietly prepared, Shinichi felt deeply moved. You jerk, why are you saying such distant words again? Without any niceties, Sora immediately threw a fierce punch. As for you, she adopted the simplest and most direct approach of all. Staring at these companions who had been rescued from the laboratory alongside her, you simply uttered one straightforward sentence. Revenge! Oh, revenge! Revenge! At this moment, all of Li Wei's officers were assembling under his command. The great battle was imminent.